Penny McAllister, the eldest daughter of Desmond, a teacher and soldier, grew up in Germany, immersed in the arts, music, theater, and school drama. She was a bright, charming young woman. At 16, Penny met Duncan McAllister in the officers' mess bar in Germany. Born in 1961, Duncan had attended UK boarding school and, like his father, joined the army, training in signals. He'd been engaged to a UK woman, but ended it before being posted to Germany, where he met Penny. Dazzled by Penny's beauty, Duncan was rude at first, but later adored her. A few months on, he plucked up the nerve to visit, and they became an item. They fell fast, spending all the time they could together. In '83, Duncan was reassigned to the UK, and before departing, he asked Penny to marry him. They wed the next year when she was 18 and he was 23. Couple relocated to Wiltshire, with Duncan enrolling at the Royal Military College, while Penny pursued her studies. Their newlywed years were blissful, marked by shared adventures, travel, and a mutual passion for diving learned on vacation. Eventually, Duncan received a posting to Northern Ireland at the height of the Troubles. Penny accompanied him, which was an unusual step, as most British Army wives stayed in the UK due to the dangerous and volatile situation. They settled in County Armagh, the smallest county in Northern Ireland, home to Loughney, the largest freshwater lake in the UK and Ireland. In February 1990, Duncan and Penny decided to set up an army diving club to expand their social circle. Duncan was the more confident diver, providing instruction, while Penny handled the administrative work. One of the members who joined to learn diving was a young woman named Susan Christie, a petite soldier, and member of the Ulster Defence Regiment UDR. Susan was the daughter of a non-commissioned officer in the UDR, and it was said that she had her father wrapped around her little finger. She was very driven and planned to follow in her father's footsteps, joining the UDR just before her 21st birthday. She was initially part-time but excelled as she was a perfectionist, which suited army life. She was an attention seeker who flirted skillfully to captivate men, but never went too far. Yet, she'd pout and act like a brat if denied that spotlight. This behavior only intensified when she joined the diving team. Susan flirted with Duncan, a married man, and they began a physical affair. Though Duncan claimed it was just a fling, and he loved his wife Penny, their relationship escalated, with Duncan taking Susan's virginity and them meeting for sex in secret. Penny suspected Susan and Duncan's behavior, though she lacked proof. Trusting her intuition, she watched them closely, hoping the situation would resolve itself. However, Penny's optimism would prove misguided. But Susan's behavior around Duncan, particularly in the diving circle, became unpredictable. Susan was jealous of Penny, as she treated her horribly. She was rude and would ignore Penny, even if she was to even just say hello. It wasn't enough for Susan to have Duncan in the palm of her hand. She would also try and make Duncan jealous if they all went to the pub after a dive and she wasn't sitting next to him. She would flirt with the other soldiers around them. Duncan would describe it as leading them on, and if any of them tried for a kiss or anything more, Susan would run back to him crying, saying she was being harassed. Susan, rightly so, began to get a reputation for throwing accusations around. She also began to fake illness when she wasn't getting the attention she wanted, and was treated in hospital a few times when there was nothing wrong with her. In September 1990, a serious incident occurred. Duncan and Susan dived with the club near the wrecked SS Triple, which had sunk in 1917 off County Antrim after hitting a mine. It was a deeper dive than usual. The wreck lay 30 meters down. Duncan, the cautious leader, had all stopped mid-ascend for 2 minutes to avoid decompression sickness. When they surfaced, he warned that anyone feeling unwell should contact him or a supervisor. Everyone, including Susan, said they were fine. The next morning, Duncan received a call that Susan was, to no one's surprise, unwell. She had joint pains, a symptom of the bends, so Duncan took her to a specialist. Though she could walk to the car and into the clinic, when left in the waiting room she dramatically collapsed and needed a nurse's attention. The doctor confirmed her symptoms matched surfacing too quickly, but found it curious that Duncan, her diving partner, showed no signs. Despite 2 compression chamber runs, Susan continued feeling unwell concerning the doctor the week before during a training course, and perhaps the pain she was experiencing was from that. Both the doctor and Duncan were furious that their time and energy had been wasted on what was probably a false alarm. But they weren't the only ones. Once pissed off, Penny had been left at home for hours while her husband was attending to the woman she suspected he was having an affair with. Penny was so fed up that she actually called her mother. She didn't tell her mother in so many words what was going on, but her mother would understand how hard it was to live on an army base as she had done it with her own husband, and she would be clever enough to read between the lines. Next to a woman's intuition, a mother's intuition is like having a superpower. This was the only second time Penny had opened up about her worries. Last summer, she went to Germany to see a friend and told them about her concerns over Duncan and Susan. She also confided the loss of her pregnancy but kept it from Duncan due to their relationship troubles. That weekend, Duncan had Susan over while Penny visited her friend in Germany, their first time being together overnight. Susan soon professed her love for Duncan, but he refused to return the sentiment. He brushed her off, confessing he felt unable to express his love due to his loyalty to his wife. He had no issue betraying his wife by getting intimate with Susan, but drawing the line at declaring his love, as that would be too much of a betrayal. The diving club arranged a trip to Ascension Island in October 1990, and at first there was a problem with Penny's flight, which elated Susan, but then Duncan intervened, getting Penny on a flight. This infuriated Susan, who was very hostile towards Penny, who was just trying to ensure a smooth trip. Penny organized the equipment and cooked for everyone, but Susan, in one of her moods, refused to eat Penny's food or help her. Duncan soon realized that Susan wasn't just in love with him, but obsessed. He was stuck dividing his time between the two women. Even though he was a knight with Susan, he still managed to slip away with her a few times throughout the trip. Duncan pulled Susan on her behavior towards Penny, and while he was concerned for Penny over Susan's behavior, he was even more concerned when they actually seemed to be getting on. They would sit together, have long conversations, and get on towards the end of the trip. After the trip, Duncan decided he would have to end the affair with Susan. It was clear by this stage that Susan was dangerous, and if she got close to Penny, she could tell her of the affair, and his marriage would be over, and it also put a risk to his career. Duncan told Susan the affair was over, but she was having none of it. She cried and then totally ignored the fact that it was over. On the 2nd of 1990, Susan told Duncan she thought she was pregnant. Upset, he panicked, couldn't understand how this happened. Susan said she was sick on their Ascension Island trip, but didn't say anything, not wanting to be stopped from diving. When discussing options, Duncan made his views clear, but said it was Susan's decision and he'd support her. The first option was termination. She could have the baby, but he'd be uninvolved financially. Or she could have the baby, name him as the father, but he'd lose his job. Termination was the only option for Susan. She didn't want to raise the baby alone, and she wanted to keep her career. On a while later, Susan told Duncan she was pregnant. The doctor said it'd be best to wait before arranging an abortion. Abortion was illegal up to 2020, so she'd have had to travel. A month later, Susan announced she'd lost the baby. Convenient as she never went to the hospital or took time off work, Duncan stayed in touch that week, after Susan lost the baby, trying to console her over the loss. However, Susan later contacted Duncan after meeting up with Penny for lunch. She was very angry with Duncan. She had told Penny about the miscarriage and claimed that she too had lost a baby, fully aware of what Susan was going through. Susan was furious and called Duncan to find out why he had not told her this himself. Of course, he could not have, as Penny had not informed him, and he had not even known she was pregnant. He was devastated that Penny had not confided in him, and he also realized that he could not ask Penny about it. Susan had to go to the UK for a work course in 1991. This helped end her affair with Duncan, as he was also posted to Germany. But they still continued seeing each other, much to Penny's annoyance, until Susan made a scene trying to get Duncan to go out with her. The weekend before Susan was to go to the UK, Penny went to Dublin with some army wives. Duncan and Susan would spend that same weekend together. and it would be the last time they would have together, so they made the most of it. They went diving together, went for walks, and, of course, had a bit of housework. Susan was upset that things were finally coming to an end, but told Duncan she was happy they'd remain friends. However, people that gullible think they can stay friends after an affair. After the weekend was over and Penny returned home, Duncan was surprised to receive a call from Susan. He thought that their weekend together clearly signaled that they were over. Obviously, Duncan didn't understand the staying friends bit was Susan's way of holding on. She continued to call Duncan at work and even made plans to meet Penny for a walk and lunch before she left for the UK on Tuesday, the 26th of March, 1991. Duncan received a call from Susan. She asked what could have happened if he wasn't married. This was a risky question, with a perilous answer that could lead to dire consequences. Duncan said it was pointless to consider as things are as they are. He noted they'd face other challenges as she's a soldier and he's an officer, and their relationship was prohibited in the army, even if she was commissioned, as she was stationed in Northern Ireland while he couldn't be there long term. Susan agreed and was upset by the truths he shared before ending the call. The following day, Wednesday, March 27th, Penny dropped Duncan to work and headed into town, as she had to drop some stuff off at the army-run shop, and then later go to meet Susan for their walk with the dogs and lunch out. This morning will be the last time Duncan would see his beautiful wife alive. Penny also had to prepare for a visit from her parents and was busy at home getting things ready. Penny told Duncan she was not looking forward to her lunch days with Susan, as she had rescheduled twice already, and she was really too busy that day to meet with her, but she decided to go anyway. Later that morning, Duncan received a call from Susan asking if he knew where Penny was. She tried ringing the house, but no one answered. She couldn't remember if they were supposed to meet at 11 a.m. or 11:30 a.m. Duncan, exasperated by the call, told Susan to go to the meeting place at 11 and wait there for Penny, then ended the call. Duncan headed out of the office that afternoon, known for a fitness test which was a 3-mile run. As he returned to the office, he met with his commanding officer, who was not looking too pleased. Duncan thought he was coming to tell him that he was not going to be going to Germany, but instead he had graver news. He sat Duncan down and told him that Penny was dead. At first, Duncan could not take in the information. His commanding officer continued to tell him about the circumstances of Penny's death. It became more real. Penny was out for a walk in John Cara Forest and collapsed with her dogs and was attacked. He was told that there was another woman with her and she was injured and brought to the hospital. Duncan knew straight away who this woman was, but that didn't concern him straight away. He knew Penny's parents were to arrive in a few hours, and he would have to break this devastating news to them, and also had the ordeal of telling his own parents. The police secured the area where Penny's body was found, and they took witness statements from a family who had been having a picnic nearby. When Susan emerged from the forest, crying, screaming, and bloodied, she was unable to stand properly, and her hands were covered in blood. Her clothes were ripped, and she had scratches on her face and a stab wound to her torso. The woman of the family went to help Susan, and her husband went to call the police. Susan meanwhile begged for someone to find Penny. After she explained that they were both attacked by a man, and she had managed to escape, but that Penny was still in the forest, the police arrived and went into the forest. A local doctor treated Susan for her injuries. They followed the trail and soon found Penny lying on the forest floor, covered in blood, and her throat had been cut. This is where she bled out and died. Susan was brought to the hospital and treated for her scratches and stab wound, then sent home. That night, Duncan rang her to see how she was and to ask her what happened. All she kept saying was sorry, and that she tried to help but couldn't. He agreed to go see her after seeing Penny. Susan offered to go with him and was very insistent, but Duncan said it was something he had to do on his own. The following day, he visited Susan at her home, and she again tearfully kept apologizing to him for not saving Penny. Duncan, as usual, believed since crocodile tears and told her it wasn't her fault. Susan told him what happened. Penny and Susan met up as planned. They went for a walk in the forest on a lovely day. Susan stopped to tie her shoelaces, while Penny went ahead with the dogs. Penny's dog started barking furiously, and Susan saw a man standing over Penny on the ground. Penny was bleeding and the man had a knife. The man then attacked Susan, pulling her, knocking her down and trying to take her clothes. Susan kneed him and then went to Penny's aid. Susan couldn't stop Penny's bleeding, and the man had fled the scene, so she ran to the car park. The attacker was of average height, had brown hair, blue eyes, and was wearing a green jacket, blue jeans, and white sneakers. Police visited Susan's house and requested her to go to the forest where she and Penny were attacked. The police suspected Susan was withholding information, and they were right. Susan and Duncan did not disclose their affair to the police, as they agreed it was irrelevant to Penny's case. They agreed to keep quiet about the affair if the police found out. The police questioned Susan extensively at the station throughout the day. She complained that the officer was not courteous, but Duncan said that's how they gather evidence. Susan felt she was mistreated and that the police were against her. She told Duncan they would speak to a friend who knew about their affair, which worried him. Duncan tells Susan that the police are searching for a white car and a description of the perpetrator. This is a relief for Susan since she is not the only one who saw the man she described. Overnight, Duncan thought he should approach the police and tell them about the affair. He also felt it would save time, and they would focus solely on finding who killed Penny. Duncan wasted no time in contacting the police, providing them with a comprehensive account. The authorities had little need for further questioning, merely inquiring about his familiarity with Drumcara Forest and Susan's recent visit. Duncan denied knowledge of the former, but acknowledged the latter, requesting discretion regarding the Army's involvement, which the police stated was not feasible. He was instructed to return to Northern Ireland following Penny's funeral in England. When he arrived in England, his father picked him up at the airport and he told him about the affair on the eve of Penny's funeral. He knew that Susan had been arrested for Penny's murder. Now he had to tell Penny's family about the affair. He called Penny's parents and told them everything. They were kind during the funeral the next day, even letting Duncan sit next to them. There are better people out there than some, and I see that with the families of victims, especially the parents. Meanwhile, Susan was being questioned and she had stuck to her story throughout. The police told her that Duncan had confessed to their affair and Susan began to deflect and change her story. Suddenly she had memory loss and could no longer remember what happened that day in the forest. The police were watching Susan's behavior throughout and noticed that she seemed to like the attention she was getting during the interviews. She ate everything that was put in front of her. She tried to befriend the female officer that was assigned to the case. This was not the typical behavior of someone who had witnessed the brutal murder of their friend and then implicated in us. When questioned, Duncan was asked about his relationship with Susan and whether he and Penny had an open marriage. Police also asked if Penny didn't help Susan in an accident during a dive, and if Duncan forced Susan to terminate a pregnancy. Susan claimed that Penny had provoked her that day, causing her distress and a blackout, after which Penny was found dead. Police believed that Susan was withholding the full truth, possibly to cover for Duncan. They also questioned why Duncan had conspired with Susan to cover up the affair unless he had something to do it. Why had he spent 2 days with this supposed ex-lover following the news of his wife's death? Duncan flatly denied everything, and his statement was prepared and he was released. Susan was kept in custody where she quickly adjusted to prison life. Her father visited her and so did friends, but she never admitted to anyone what she did on June 1, 1992. Susan appeared at Downpatrick Court and pleaded not guilty to murder, but guilty to manslaughter. The Crown's opening statement was damning. They said Susan had lured her lover's wife to a secluded spot and then brutally murdered her. It was a case of premeditated murder. Then she tried to cover up the murder by inventing an attacker and injuring herself. Forensic scientist Joseph Corr testified he visited the crime scene, believed Penny was attacked from behind, grabbed by coat and hair on left side, with one earring pulled off. Penny's neck was slashed, causing immediate unconsciousness. Police found a recently sharpened boning knife 260 yards away, which Corr believed was the murder weapon. Susan's blue jacket had Penny's blood type, but not Susan's. The doctor that attended Susan at the scene that day was next to take the stand. He described Susan curled up on the floor of the car park near the forest. He patched up the small wound on her leg and the scratches across her stomach. Her underwear was slightly ripped and blood-stained, and when Silverton removed her gloves that she was wearing on the rather mild day, which didn't warrant the need for gloves, her hands were covered in blood. But there were no injuries when he did a follow-up on Susan a few days later. He summarized that her injuries were self-inflicted. The state pathologist then took to the stand and he described the horrific injuries to Penny and agreed with the forensic scientist that Penny would have lost consciousness straight away and would have been dead within a few minutes. As the horrific injuries were being described, Susan could be heard sobbing. A doctor was called, and it was determined that Susan was not medically fit to continue the trial. When the trial resumed, Duncan took the witness stand and had to recount all the details of his affair with Susan. The defense exploited Duncan's demeanor, accusing him of being cold and indifferent towards Susan and ignoring the emotional toll the affair had on her, in order to continue it to satisfy his own sexual needs. He acted callously, telling her he loved her, but in a different way than he loved his wife. As Duncan was being cross-examined by the defense, Susan sat there weeping. Next time, Susan testified for 3 days. She talked about her relationship with Duncan, hoping that he would leave his wife for her, though that wasn't her initial intention. She admitted that she liked being the center of attention, but denied faking illness or injury to maintain that role. She also denied lying about her pregnancy and miscarriage, and that Duncan had told her she was right to want to have an abortion. Susan grew close to Penny on Ascension Island as fellow divers. Susan admitted to being jealous of Penny, who sometimes felt the same. Penny confronted Duncan about their affair, but never mentioned it to Susan. I doubt this. If Penny hadn't told Duncan about her miscarriage, she didn't confront him about the affair. Penny was classy and knew Duncan would never leave her for someone like Susan. On the day of the murder, Susan claimed she felt unwell and tried canceling the meet with Penny, who had already left. They met, drove to the forest, and Susan couldn't recall the attack, claiming memory loss. She denied buying and sharpening the knife, but later admitted lying to the police, realizing she must have been the attacker. A psychiatrist assessed Susan, concluding she had depression and stress reaction at the time. Another psychiatrist found her reaction normal with only mild depression, not a mental illness, and that she fabricated memory loss. The trial took a break for the weekend, and when it resumed the following Monday, Lord Justice Kelly provided his instructions and summary to the jury. He asked them, is it more likely than not that Susan Christie was suffering from mental abnormalities when she planned, premeditated, and executed her plan to kill Penny? That is the sole focus of this case. After 4 hours of deliberation and being informed that a majority verdict would be accepted, the 8 men and 4 women of the jury reached their verdict. She was found guilty of manslaughter and cleared of the murder of Penny. Before pronouncing sentence, Lord Justice Kelly explained to the court the factors that would influence his decision. He acknowledged the gravity of the offense and the devastating impact of Penny's death on her loved ones. However, he also had to consider the personal circumstances that drove Susan to commit the crime. He pointed out that Susan was a young woman with no prior criminal history and no experience of physical relationships. The judge stressed that her affair with Duncan had triggered the events that led to Penny's death, and he was confident that Susan was unlikely to repeat such a heinous act. In the end, the judge sentenced Susan to a mere 5 years in prison for the heinous crime of slitting Penny's throat. It's shocking that such a lenient sentence was handed down. Upon hearing the verdict, Penny's mother was overcome with grief, crying out and shaking with emotion. In contrast, Susan showed no immediate reaction to the news. The public was outraged by the leniency of the sentence, and rightly so. Regardless of the circumstances that led Susan to kill Penny, it's clear that Penny was the true victim. The judge's consideration of Susan's age was irrelevant in this case. After all, Penny was only 24 years old when her life was brutally cut short. Where was the judge's consideration for her youth? This injustice is infuriating. The Attorney General's office referred the case to the Court of Appeal to review Susan's sentence. In 1994, a 3-judge panel examined the case and ruled that Susan didn't have depression, as she was never treated for it and didn't miss work. They found she planned the killing and tried to cover it up. Her sentence was increased to 9 years. Susan was released from prison in October 1995 after serving just short of 5 years, including time served on remand. While preparing for release, she worked outside the prison. One of her colleagues described her as a man-hungry schemer, and a businessman that had worked with her since she fully left prison described her as the most manipulative person you were ever likely to meet. I wouldn't trust her as far as I could throw her. Duncan never visited her in prison, and she was dishonorably discharged from the army. It is said that she changed her name and disappeared. March 14, 2003, the Hobbit Pub, Southampton, England. On that evening, everyone at this pub was chilling out. Among them were a girl named Hannah Foster and her friend. Both of them were having a great time there, and when they felt it was getting late, both friends left the pub by 10:50 p.m. Now, since it was quite late at night, Hannah Foster's friend caught a bus from a road named Portswood and headed home. On the other hand, Hannah started walking home because her house was just 800 meters away, roughly 0.5 miles. 3 people lived in Hannah's house: her father, Trevor Foster, her mother, Hilary Foster, and her younger sister, Sarah. The Fosters were early sleepers and early risers, so they usually went to bed early. They assumed that their daughter would come home, eat, and then go to bed on her own. However, when Hannah's mother woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning, she couldn't find Hannah anywhere in the house. Normally, it wouldn't take Hannah more than half an hour to come home, but now several hours had passed. Therefore, Hannah's mother, Hilary, called her daughter, but Hannah wasn't answering any calls. After this, gradually Hannah's father and younger sister also come to know about her. Following this, Hannah's father, Trevor Foster, calls the girl with whom Hannah went to the Hobbit Pub the previous night, but she tells the same story that I've already told you. After this, Hannah's family also tries to find her themselves, but by now it was already 10:30 in the morning, so Hannah's father starts to worry a lot about his daughter. Because of this, he goes to the Southampton police station and files a missing complaint for him. Now the police start investigating the missing person case from their side and first trace her phone. Well, the good thing was that Hannah's phone was active and the police traced the phone through the mobile towers. Naturally, the location of Hannah's phone was showing approximately 20 to 25 miles away from her home. Now the police reached there within an hour. Where the police found Hannah's phone was the city's recycling center, and along with the phone, they also found Hannah's bag there, but Hanel was not found. On March 15th, Hannah is also extensively searched for, but her whereabouts are not found. As they continue the search, March 16th arrives and Southampton police receive a call from an anonymous man from the outskirts of the city. He informs them that he has just seen a girl's body in the bushes. A police team is dispatched to the location provided by the man. Since the previous day, the police have been searching for Hannah Foster, and they also had her picture. Therefore, the police first compare Hannah's picture with the discovered dead body, and they believe it to be Hannah Foster's. Subsequently, Hannah's family is also summoned, and upon seeing a member of their family in this condition, they become quite emotional. Nonetheless, the body is then sent for postmortem. The police have to wait for several hours for it. However, when the postmortem report arrives, it states that Hamel was first written and then murdered by strangulation. However, some traces of the killer's semen were found on Hannah's clothes, and this made the police believe that the case would be solved soon, because DNA would be extracted from the semen and matched with the database to find the killer. But the police's imagination proved wrong when the DNA sample of the killer was not found in their database. Anyway, here the police, losing hope, check Hannah's call details, which leads the investigators to take another step towards solving this case. Actually, Hannah had last called the emergency number 999 from her phone, and the operator had answered the call. The call lasted for 50 seconds. After that, the police reached the operator and collect Hannah's call recording from there. In addition, the operator said, "I kept saying, 'This is emergency helpline, what's an emergency?' for 50 seconds. But there was no response from the other end. When investigators enhanced the recording of Hannah's call, they realized that she is sitting in a moving vehicle. Additionally, there is another faint voice with a South Asian accent. The man asks Hannah questions while she sits quietly, appearing scared and intimidated. After obtaining the call recording, the investigating team accelerates progress in Hannah Foster's murder case. Now the police also check all the CCTV cameras in the area, where Hannah's friend last bid her farewell and caught a bus. After scrutinizing several CCTV footages from that road, the police eventually narrowed down to 7 suspect vehicles. On the other hand, Hannah's parents are eager to see their daughter's killer brought to justice swiftly. They now also discuss these 7 vehicles in public. In the meantime, on March 26th, Hannah's parents talked to people through a local crime TV show called Crime Watch about those cars. As a result, it emerged that one of the 7 suspect vehicles shown on TV was a van belonging to their company, Hazelwood Foods. The supervisor, James Dennis, called in and said that the driver of this van does not have his own vehicle, so he also uses this van to come and go from his home. Furthermore, that night, the driver had gone to deliver on this road. Time and location of the van were exactly where Hannah had started to walk home alone. After that, the police get a good lead for the first time in this case. But the man driving the van was named Maninder Pal Singh Kohli. Upon speaking to the company supervisor, it was found that on the morning of March 15th, Maninder Pal came to work, but there were some marks on his face, whereas there were no marks on his face the previous day, that is on the 14th. Additionally, on March 15th, Maninder only worked half a day and then took half a day off citing a back pain reason. However, it was only later discovered by the police that Maninder hadn't returned to work since that day. Now, hearing the whole story, investigating officers along with forensic experts arrived at Hazelwood Company. Subsequently, the van driven by Maninder was thoroughly examined by forensic experts, and some traces of semen and blood were found in his vehicle as well. With all this evidence, such as Maninder Pal's disappearance, finding semen and blood in his van, they were pointing fingers directly at him for Hannah's murder. However, apart from this, the police once again scrutinized Maninder Pal's van through CCTV cameras, and it becomes clear from the CCTV footage that Maninder Pal had taken his van to the recycling center on the night of March 14th, and where Hannah's body was found, his van had also passed through that road. Maninder Pal had now become the prime suspect for the police. Therefore, the police now embark on the search for Maninder Pal, and first they go to his home address, obtained from the sandwich company where he used to work. There, Maninder Pal's wife and 2 children used to live, and his wife was a citizen of the UK. But upon reaching there, the police learn something that completely changes the course of the case. In fact, Maninder's wife reveals that he had actually left for India on March 18th because Maninder's mother was very ill. After learning this, it was imperative for the Southampton police to apprehend Maninder Pal in the Hannah Foster murder case, but it was equally challenging. And then, amidst all this, when a blood sample is taken from one of Maninder Pal's sons and the DNA is extracted from it, it matches the DNA found on Hama's clothes and inside Maninder Pal's van. Now, because a son inherits about half of his father's genes, therefore, the DNA of both the father and son is approximately 99.99% identical. It had already been confirmed that Maninder Pal was indeed the real culprit. After that, the police from England contacts India through the government. Now, since Maninder Pal's ancestral home was in the city of Chandigarh in India, assistance is sought from the police there. Subsequently, the Chandigarh police obtained the address of Maninder's house and reached there. Here, the police find out that Maninder Pal had come to meet his mother a few days ago, but after staying there for 3 to 4 days, he left. Since then, he has not contacted his home. The police also learn another piece of information from Maninder Pal's family at home that when he was in England, he used to wear a turban and keep a beard. When he came to India, he got a clean shave and also got his hair cut. Until now, Hannah's parents had also found out about their daughter's killer, and they were also waiting for him to be caught. But now, the Chandigarh police was not giving this case much priority. By this time, the news of this case had not even appeared in the Indian media, so normal people didn't know much about it. As time passed slowly, there was not much progress in the investigation. Considerable amount of time had passed, so Hannah's parents took it upon themselves to catch the killer. Then, about 15 months after their daughter's death on July 10, 2004, they come to India. At this time, they were only in India for 10 days. After that, they come straight to Chandigarh and speak to the local media there, appealing to catch their daughter's killer, Maninder Pal. Apart from this, Hannah's parents had separate pictures of Maninder. In one photo, he had a beard and a turban, while in another photo, he had shaved his beard and cut his hair. It was easy to identify Maninder through these pictures. After this, Hannah's parents waited for a few days. But then they decided to go to Delhi because there are national and international media offices. After this step by Hannah's parents, the news of their daughter's murders spread throughout India within 24 hours. The headline of every newspaper and news channel became Hannah Foster and Maninder Pal. Here, Hannah's parents also arranged a free hotline so that anyone who knew about the murderer could call this number. The Southampton police here announced through a news agency called The Sun that they would give 5 million Indian rupees to the person who provides any information about Maninder Pal. By now, this news had spread like wildfire throughout India. Then, on July 15, 2004, a car driver residing in the city of Darjeeling in the state of West Bengal, India, called a retired police officer whom he knew. Now this police officer had already retired. The driver called the officer and told him, "There is a man who has been living here for a few months, and his appearance resembles that of Hannah Foster's killer, as shown in the news. He started appearing here shortly after Hannah's murder." Upon hearing the driver's words, the retired officer immediately sets out to see this man. The officer remembered Maninder Pal's face because they were following this case through the news channel. Afterwards, when that driver showed the police officer the man, the officer was quite surprised. Then he immediately contacted the local police, and the local police caught Maninder Pal in the bus going from Kalimpong town to Nepal. Here the police find out that Maninder Pal was planning to flee to Nepal, after seeing his news on TV channels and newspapers. Besides, the police also find out that Maninder Pal had changed his name to Mike Davis in West Bengal. In addition to Maninder, there was also a woman on the bus, and then it was revealed that Maninder had remarried after coming to India. Now Maninder was arrested and brought to Delhi, and during the custody of a few days here, Maninder confessed to his crime. Then he told the whole story of how he murdered Hannah that night. The story was something like this. Actually, on the night of March 14, 2003, Maninder was parked on that road drinking in his van where Hannah passed by. But when he saw Hannah, bad thoughts started coming to his mind. Afterwards, he forcibly kidnapped Hannah and placed her in the van. Although there, Hannah requested to be released from Maninder, but Maninder paid no heed to her requests. In the meantime, Hannah also called the emergency helpline number, but due to Maninger's presence, she couldn't say anything. This led the call operator to believe it might be a misdial. Later, Maninger takes Hannah to a deserted area and rapes her. However, after committing the crime, he realizes that if he lets Hannah go alive, she will go to the police and file a complaint. Therefore, Maninger strangles her to death. Then he disposes of Hannah's body where it was found. On March 15th, the next day, Maninder takes half a day off from work under the pretext of a back pain. But he had Hannah's mobile phone and handbag with him, so he dumps them in a recycling bin at the city recycling center. Afterwards, he goes to one of his friends and asks for some money on loan because he had to go to India to meet his sick mother. However, his friend doesn't have as much money as Maninder needed. Then Maninder comes back home and also tells his British wife that his mother is sick in India, and he needs to go there and require some money. Understanding Maninder's need, his wife talks to her father, and on March 17th, Maninder's father-in-law lends him some money. The very next day, Maninder catches a flight to India. However, the excuse of his mother being sick was just a pretext. In reality, Maninder had come to India to escape from the England police. Upon arriving in India, Maninder goes to Chandigarh. His ancestral home meets his mother, but here he completely changes his appearance. After changing his appearance, Maninder goes to Darjeeling, and after some time he changes his name and marries another woman there, where he starts living thereafter. Now, because neither anyone in India knew about Hannah Foster's murder nor about Maninder Pal, Maninder wasn't caught for 15 months. But then when Hannah's parents come to India, only then is Maninder caught. Anyway, after that, Menendez is brought to Delhi, and then on July 28, 2004, giving an interview to a news channel, He confessed his crime on TV, but upon the whole incident while confessing, Meminder denies and says, "That night I had drunk a lot. Didn't want to kill Hannah, but when I met her, then Hannah started threatening to complain to the police. Although I threatened her a lot, but she didn't agree, which led me to kill her." However, in August 2004, Meninder Pal changed his statement. He said, "I didn't do all this willingly, but it was done to me forcibly." After this statement, Malinder was placed under judicial custody in Delhi, and then the process of extradition to Britain begins. This process takes about 3 years, but finally on June 8, 2007, the court granted permission for Meninder Pal to go to England. Once in England, Hampshire police arrest Meninder. Then Menendez's blood sample is taken, and it matches 100% with the DNA found from Herna's clothes and semen obtained from the van. After that, from December 10, 2007, the trial begins in the Winchester Crown Court. Here, Menendez appeals not guilty to all the charges against him. Menendez said that night, "Some criminals broke the window of the van and threw Herna's body inside the van. Now, because they was drunk to trap me, those criminals forced me to rip Hannah, and they may even force to kill her." Even in court, Hazelwood Fruits Company supervisor James Dennis testified, but Meninder said, "I borrowed 16,000 euros from James, and he is also under the misconception that I am having an affair with his wife. That's why James is targeting me." Meninder also said maybe James hired those 3 men to frame me and forced me to commit this crime on the night of March 14th. But in the end, when the police investigated Meninder's all statements, it all turned out to be lies. And finally, on November 25, 2008, all the allegations against Meninder were proven. After that, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Now he will be imprisoned without parole for at least 24 years. At the time of sentencing, he was 41 years old and he will remain in jail until 2030. Of the 5 million rupees reward offered for catching Meninder Pal, 367,000 rupees were given to the taxi driver who first informed the police about Meninder Pal. With this, the money was divided among 12 other people because besides the taxi driver Jason Lepsha, those people also played an important role in solving this case. However, Jason used that money to buy land and then established a school for disadvantaged children on it, named the Hannah Memorial Academy in Foster's memory. Then in 2006, when Hannah's parents visited Darjeeling and learned about this, they were very pleased. When these people returned to England, Hannah's parents started a registered charity to help Jason along with other people. This now greatly helps Jason Lepsha's school. So friends, this was the complete story of the Hannah Foster murder case. The case of Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom, a tragic end of 2 college students. Have you ever heard the saying that hesitation is akin to death? In our story today, this takes on a literal meaning as the negligent delay by police officers cost the lives of 2 young people. During the subsequent legal proceedings, it was repeatedly stated that the officers followed protocol and waited 24 hours from the time of the missing persons report. However, it was during these critical hours that the couple endured a tragic end under extreme cruelty. The case of Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom is cited as one of the most notorious and brutal in the history of the United States. It shook the nation twice, first in 2007 when the crimes occurred, and later in 2011 when the sentences handed down to the gang members were challenged and appealed. This complicated legal battle led to the enactment of 2 laws. These laws restrict attorneys and defendants from casting the victims in a negative light and abolish the requirement for a jury's unanimous verdict to be approved by a judge. In this harrowing tale, there were 2 innocent victims and 5 merciless criminals, with the motive for the heinous act being a simple robbery. Let's delve into the details of this tragedy. Piece together the chronology of those horrific events. Understand the role of each participant, and explore whether this tragedy could have been avoided and the young lives saved. Who were Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom? Hugh Christopher Newsom Jr., commonly known as Chris, was born on September 21, 1983 in Knoxville, Tennessee to Mary and Hugh Newsom in a loving, large family. As the youngest child, he was adored by his family. Chris was athletic in his youth, particularly excelling in baseball during his school years. His coach believed he had a bright future in the sport, but a severe injury and a prolonged recovery process ended his promising athletic career. Nevertheless, Chris was a man of many talents. He was an excellent artist, played guitar, had woodworking skills, and was knowledgeable about cars and motorcycles. Dreaming of becoming a mechanic in his youth, Chris's passion for carpentry eventually took precedence. After high school, he attended the prestigious University of Tennessee, where he was a diligent student and ranked among the top of his class. Shannon Christian was born on April 29, 1985 in Nacogdoches, Texas, the younger of two children to Dina and Gary Christian. She was raised alongside her older brother, Chase, with whom she shared a close and affectionate bond. Notably, Dina had been diagnosed with infertility in her youth, and the birth of her two children was considered nothing short of a miracle. In 1997, the Christian family moved to Knoxville, Tennessee, where the children attended local schools, and the parents established a small but profitable family business. Dina conducted individual psychotherapy sessions at home. Shannon, sharing her mother's interest in psychology, was outgoing and kind-hearted. After high school, she pursued a degree in sociology at the University of Tennessee and worked part-time to save for her dream of buying a car. Her parents and brother helped her realize this dream on her 21st birthday, contributing towards the purchase of a silver Toyota 4Runner. It was on the university campus in 2006 that Christopher and Shannon met through mutual friends. She was just 21, and he was about to turn 23. It was love at first sight, and the couple became inseparable. Within a month, Chris introduced Shannon to his parents, expressing his desire to spend his future with her. Shannon reciprocated by introducing Chris to her family, who warmly welcomed him. In October 2006, a significant family dinner was held, attended by both their parents and siblings. Discussions revolved around the young couple's deep feelings and their plans to marry after graduating from university. Everyone was happy and full of hope for the future, blissfully unaware of the tragedy that would soon befall their families. Vanished on the way to a party, on January 6, 2007, Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom were invited to a birthday party of a mutual friend. That Saturday, Shannon visited a beauty salon to prepare for the celebration, parking her car in a nearby underground garage where they planned to meet. However, Chris was delayed, leading to a slight argument between them as they were running late for the event. Their friends became increasingly worried when Shannon and Chris did not show up at the party. Known for their responsibility, it was unlike them to miss an event without notifying anyone. Attempts to reach them on their phones were unsuccessful. In desperation, Shannon's best friend repeatedly called her mother late into the night to check if everything was all right, but received no answer. The next morning, Dina, Shannon's mother, realized that her daughter had not come home. Initially, she was not overly concerned, assuming Shannon might have stayed over at Chris's place after the party. Besides, Shannon had a work shift on Sunday, so it was plausible she went straight to work from Chris's place. However, Dina's concern grew when she noticed several missed calls from an unknown number around midnight. Returning the call, she heard Shannon's friend's voice, informing her that Shannon and Chris had not shown up at the birthday party and were unreachable. This instilled fear in Dina, sensing that something terrible might have happened to her daughter and her boyfriend. Neither Shannon nor Chris was answering their phones, and Chris's parents were equally surprised, believing he was staying at Shannon's place. Further anxiety arose when it was discovered Shannon had not shown up for work either. The worried parents immediately contacted the police, but the response was lackluster. The officer suggested the couple might have simply sought some alone time and lost track of it. They also followed the protocol that an adult is considered missing only after 24 hours without contact. But for Shannon and Chris, those 24 hours were critical. Not willing to wait, the parents and friends of the young couple began their own search. They contacted everyone they knew, visited hospitals, distributed flyers with their photos, and set up social media groups appealing for any information about the missing students. Despite their efforts, no useful information surfaced. The last known sighting of Shannon was at the beauty salon she visited on Saturday. According to the hairstylist who attended her, Shannon only talked about the upcoming party and had no plans to stop anywhere else on the way. a gruesome discovery along the railroad tracks. It wasn't until Monday, January 8th, that the police finally began their search for the missing young couple, Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom. By this time, thanks to the efforts of their parents and friends, almost the entire city was aware of their disappearance. The day before, on Sunday, there were rumors about a horrifying discovery near the railroad tracks, but no concrete information was available. A railroad worker inspecting the tracks in his assigned area stumbled upon what appeared to be severely damaged human remains on the embankment alongside the tracks. The body was in a horrific state with multiple injuries and had been doused with a flammable liquid in an attempt to burn it. The police responding to the scene cordoned off the area and conducted a thorough examination. However, they were unable to find any significant clues or leads. After taking necessary photographs, the remains were sent to the morgue for an autopsy to determine the cause of death and to attempt identification, though it was clear that the extensive damage and effects of the fire would make this difficult. Forensic experts determined that the body belonged to a young man who had suffered a brutal death. The victim had multiple injuries inflicted while he was alive, indicating prolonged and severe assault. Almost all of his teeth had been knocked out or damaged by blows. He had been shot 3 times, twice in the back, and a final fatal shot to the head. Additionally, traces of seminal fluid from at least 3 different men were found in his body, along with distinctive tears, suggesting repeated violent assaults. When police checked recent reports of missing young men, Christopher Newsom fit the description in age, height, and build. The officers contacted his parents and requested DNA samples for confirmation, but strongly advised against personal identification at the morgue, as the burnt remains barely resembled human features. Unfortunately, the DNA analysis confirmed that the body belonged to the missing student, Newsom. The search for Shannon. Despite the distressing news about Christopher, Shannon Christian's parents still clung to the hope that their daughter was alive, possibly being held somewhere. Her mobile phone was last pinged on the day the couple disappeared in one of Knoxville's more troubled neighborhoods, a place they wouldn't have visited by choice. This indicated that they were likely brought there against their will, and Shannon might still be held in the area. In a secluded alley of this neighborhood, Shannon's Toyota 4Runner was found abandoned. It was in a terrible state, so much so that Dina and Gary Christian hardly recognized their daughter's car. The SUV was dirty, scratched, with broken headlights and deflated tires. All of Shannon's personal belongings were missing from the car, which was littered with cigarette butts, and the seats were torn and stained. The driver's seat was pushed far back, suggesting that a large adult male had been the last one to drive it. A crumpled envelope with the address 2316 Chipman Street was found on the floor between the seats, likely dropped by the perpetrator. A local witness reported seeing 4 African-American males driving the SUV that Saturday evening, a vehicle that stood out in that area. Fingerprints on the envelope led the police to Lamarcus Davidson, previously convicted for serious offenses. His residence, located in an industrial area near a wasteland, lacked witnesses. When no one responded to the police's knock and offered to surrender, they forced entry, hoping to find Shannon alive inside. Inside the house, they found Shannon's purse, a stuffed toy from her car, as well as Christopher's headphones and baseball cap, a knife with blood traces, torn and blood-stained fragments of women's clothing, and Shannon's lifeless body were discovered in the house's trash chute system, hidden under dirty sheets. She was bound in the fetal position and wrapped in 5 trash bags. Experts later concluded that she likely passed away in the early hours of Monday, January 8th. This tragic finding suggested that if the police had begun their search immediately after the missing persons report, rather than waiting for 24 hours, Shannon might have been saved. A horrific state of suffering. The condition of Shannon Christian's body was a horrifying sight even for seasoned forensic experts, as there was not a single untouched area on her. Shannon was covered from head to toe with bruises, abrasions, cuts, and cigarette burns. The numerous tears and injuries to her genital area, as well as her oral cavity and throat, indicated that she had been subjected to multiple assaults by several men. Shannon sustained a serious head injury and internal bleeding in the abdominal area, likely resulting from being kicked. Furthermore, the merciless assailants inflicted several penetrating, though not fatal, stab wounds on her and extinguished dozens of cigarettes on her skin. In a brutal attempt to destroy DNA evidence on her body, the perpetrators doused her with household bleach, paying particular attention to bleeding wounds and her genital area. She was also forcibly made to ingest bleach. After these torturous acts, Shannon, still alive, was wrapped in 5 trash bags and then shoved into a household trash chute covered with sheets and rags. She slowly suffocated and bled to death, helplessly trapped with no chance of escape or calling for help. 5 merciless perpetrators. Lamarcus Davidson, in whose house the mutilated body of Shannon Christian and personal belongings of the deceased Christopher Newsom were found, was immediately declared a fugitive. The police also tracked down another suspect, Eric Boyd, whose traces were found at the crime scene. Boyd was apprehended on January 11th without resistance and agreed to cooperate with the investigation, claiming he wouldn't go to prison for crimes he didn't commit. Boyd revealed that Davidson was hiding in a vacant house listed for sale and personally led the police to the location. Davidson, unprepared for this turn of events, was caught off guard and offered no resistance. Notably, at the time of his arrest, Davidson was wearing sneakers that had belonged to the deceased student. During interrogations, Davidson tried to minimize his role, portraying himself as a victim. He claimed that the couple had come to his house looking to buy banned substances, but were caught up in a conflict with his acquaintances. Davidson insisted that he left to avoid involvement, and the subsequent brutal acts occurred in his absence. Further interrogations revealed 3 more individuals involved in the case: Davidson's friend George Thomas, his half-brother Latalvis Cobbins, and an 18-year-old woman named Vanessa Lynn Coleman. Once all 5 suspects were in custody, they were placed in separate cells and interrogated individually. Each tried to deflect blame onto the others, inadvertently revealing details of the heinous crime. Their fragmented accounts helped piece together the event's chronology and each perpetrator's role in the brutal act. A timeline of tragic events. Lamarcus Davidson, who had been released from prison on parole just a few months before these events, was desperately in need of money. He was involved in the sale of banned substances and urgently required a vehicle to deliver these to his customers. Davidson decided to steal a car from an underground parking lot, known for its lack of surveillance cameras, and headed there with his accomplices. Tragically, at that moment, students Shannon and Christopher were in the parking lot, arguing over Chris's delay. The criminals, deciding to leave no witnesses, forced the couple into the trunk of a car at gunpoint. The pair was taken to Davidson's house, where they were brutally beaten and repeatedly assaulted. After midnight, a barefoot and undressed Christopher was again forced into the trunk and taken to the railroad tracks. He was ordered to walk on the stones before being shot twice in the back. His torment was ended with a final shot to the head. His body was then doused with a flammable liquid and set on fire in hopes of destroying any evidence that could lead to the perpetrators. Having dealt with Newsom, the criminals returned to the house where Shannon remained bound. She endured horrific cruelty the next day, leaving her without a single uninjured area on her body. The sadists concluded their torture by dousing her with bleach and packing her, still alive, into plastic trash bags, where she slowly suffocated. The exact moment when young Vanessa Coleman joined the group was unclear. During interrogations, she claimed to be a hostage herself, participating in the torture out of fear for her life. However, Boyd indicated that Coleman was Davidson's girlfriend and willingly participated in the events, even taking some of Shannon's jewelry and mobile phone. Further, a personal diary found at Vanessa's home contained her descriptions of the horrors at her boyfriend's house, which she referred to as an exciting adventure. The initial trials and sentences during the investigation, it was established that Lamarcus Davidson, born in 1981, was the leader of the criminal group and the primary instigator of the brutal acts against the innocent victims. Davidson tried to deflect blame and downplay his role in the atrocities, attempting to shift responsibility onto the deceased themselves. Davidson claimed that the couple came to his house to buy banned substances and later suggested engaging in rough intimacy with him and his friends, a situation he said spiraled out of control. Remarkably, the defendant's lawyers latched onto this version, attempting to tarnish the reputations of the deceased in court. The parents of the victims later expressed immense emotional anguish over these claims. Nevertheless, Davidson was found guilty on 40 counts, including assault, kidnapping, robbery, and particularly cruel and premeditated termination of life, among others. The jury unanimously decided that Davidson deserved the death penalty for his heinous acts. Latalvis Cobbins, born in 1982, faced the death penalty for his role in the torture, assaults, and involvement in the termination of life. However, he was ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. George Thomas, born in 1983, received a similar life sentence for his involvement in the same crimes with no chance of release. Eric Boyd, considering his cooperation with the investigation and assistance in capturing Davidson, was sentenced to 18 years of imprisonment. The relatives of both victims found this sentence outrageously lenient. As for Vanessa Coleman, born in 1988, the only female participant in the atrocities, the investigation proved her involvement in the torture, assaults, and in Shannon's tragic end. She was sentenced to 53 years in prison. Overturned verdicts and new hearings in 2011 while the criminals were serving their sentences and Davidson awaited execution. The case took an unexpected turn. The presiding judge resigned, admitting to a substance dependency. His ability to conduct trials was questioned, and his verdicts over the last 2 years were annulled, leading to new hearings, including the case of Christian and Newsom. A new judge scheduled hearings for all 5 individuals involved in the student's tragic end. After the retrials, Davidson's sentence remained unchanged: death penalty. Cobbins continued to serve his life sentence without the possibility of parole. Thomas, however, received a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 51 years. Vanessa Coleman's sentence was reduced from the original 53 years to 35 years. Her appeal in 2014 was rejected and parole was denied in 2017. In 2020, the parole board decided she would remain incarcerated at least until April 2032. Eric Boyd's situation changed most dramatically. Originally receiving a relatively short sentence for cooperating with the investigation, his involvement in the assaults and tragic end of both victims was later proven. His retrial resulted in a life sentence without parole, with his accomplice Thomas testifying against him, revealing previously unknown details about Boyd's role. For his testimony, Thomas, who initially had the possibility of parole after 51 years, had his sentence reduced by 15%, contingent on good behavior. Boyd's attempts to appeal his new sentence were unsuccessful. He is currently serving his sentence in the Bledsoe County Correctional Complex. Davidson remains in the maximum security Riverbend institution, awaiting the execution of his death sentence. Public reaction and the case's impact. As previously mentioned, this trial garnered significant attention, widely covered in the press, and leading to the enactment of 2 laws. The first was aimed at protecting victims from defamation, attempts to shift blame onto them, and portraying them negatively. This was in response to the defense strategy of the accused and their lawyers, who tried to label the students as drug users and thrill seekers in a troubled neighborhood. These claims were completely false and caused immense pain and suffering to the victims' families. The second law eliminated the need for a judge's signature on a jury's unanimous verdict, which, if in place during this case, could have prevented the need for retrials and sentence reviews. The house at 2316 Chipman Street, which became a torture chamber for the young couple, was demolished in the fall of 2008. A memorial was erected on the site in honor of Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom. In memory of Christian, a golf tournament and a Christian charity foundation were established, providing support to victims of violence. Similarly, a foundation in Newsom's name was created, holding annual memorial baseball tournaments at Halls Park and awarding a scholarship named after the deceased student and former baseball player. It's important to note that despite the public outcry and widespread attention, the media initially misrepresented details of the case, either accidentally or intentionally. Many believe that the variations in reporting and delayed coverage were influenced by racial motives, as the victims were white and the perpetrators were African American. However, the head of the Association of Criminal Writers and Editors noted, "I can't confidently say that this case would have received more attention if 5 white criminals had been accused of committing similar atrocities against two black individuals. Additionally, the Knoxville police chief stated that there was no evidence to suggest these crimes were committed based on racial animosity. In the mid-1990s in Spain, two young Romani teenagers, Rosa and Marcelino Vega, defied societal expectations by getting married before reaching legal adulthood. For them and their community, navigating life was already a complex affair. The Romani people, officially termed by the European Union, have been part of Europe for nearly a millennium. As it stands, they are Europe's most significant ethnic minority, numbering between 8 and 10 million. Despite their population size, the Romani continue to face severe challenges from school segregation and forced relocations to being marginalized into ghettos. They also struggle with restricted employment prospects solely based on their heritage and limited access to health care and other essential public services. So far, no resolution from the European Union's governing bodies has managed to effectively address these issues. Yet, despite facing all these adversities, Rosa and Marcelino fell in love and chose to build a life together. Adding another layer of uniqueness to their story, especially from a Western perspective, is the fact that they were cousins. Immaculata had a unique dual relationship with Rosa, being both her aunt and mother-in-law, as well as the matriarch to the 4 other children. In the Romani community from which they hailed, there was a strong focus on keeping unions within the family to preserve their cultural heritage and lineage. Such unions were prioritized over relationships with non-Romani individuals, often referred to as peos. At the tender age of 15, Rosa and Marcelino embarked on the journey of family life. Their first son, Adolfo, arrived swiftly and was marked by his quintessential Romani features, dark skin and jet black hair. His grandmother affectionately dubbed him Diablo Moreno, or a dark-skinned devil. Shortly thereafter, Jonathan was born. Unlike his brother, he had lighter skin, which made him appear more like a peo. His blue eyes were as luminous as sunlight dancing on the sea, and his unruly blonde locks earned him the lifelong nickname Chucky, reminiscent of the messy-haired doll from the notorious 90s horror movie. The young family shared a humble abode with Immaculata, a small 2-room wooden house lacking doors, situated in the Romani community of Las Castellanas in Madrid. This settlement was predominantly composed of extended family members, who relied on collective support to navigate their persistent financial struggles. The Vega family, Marcelino's lineage, was an established Romani clan. They had transitioned from agricultural labor to scavenging and selling an assortment of inexpensive goods, from garlic to brass, in a bid to make ends meet. Amid this backdrop of hardship, Rosa and Marcelino received news that they were expecting a 3rd child when Jonathan was still an infant. Their joy was tragically short-lived. On the fateful morning of August 7, 1998, Marcelino, then only 19 years old, died tragically. He was riding in the back seat of a car that crashed at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour on a highway near Barcelona, Spain. Shortly after the tragic loss of Marcelino, Rosa gave birth to a daughter whom she named Carmen. Unfortunately, Marcelino was no longer around to hold her in his arms, leaving Rosa as another young Romani mother facing the challenges of raising her children alone. This was the reality for many impoverished Romani families. They neither controlled lucrative antique markets nor were involved in large drug trafficking operations. Along the way, they had also lost the traditional skill of basket weaving, which once provided extra income. Long gone were the days of field work. They had moved to the city to scrape a living from scavenging. Despite these challenges, they aimed to remain united and uphold the traditions that made them feel at home, no matter where they were. Life moved on for Rosa and her children. Fast forward to Saturday, May 27, 2000, past 2 p.m. in the Romani community of Las Castellanas in San Fernando de Henares. Marcelino's birthday was being commemorated. He would have turned 21 that day had he not died in a car accident 2 years prior. As per Romani custom, the birthdays of the deceased are remembered. To mark the occasion, many in the community visited the cemetery to lay flowers and pay their respects. In Romani culture, the life of a departed loved one is celebrated as well as the life that could have been, no matter how short. On that day, children were running around and playing, after having finished their meals. The adults were split between various tasks. Some were scavenging for scrap metal to sell, others were resting after lunch, and some had gone to the cemetery for Marcelino's birthday. Among the group of children, all of whom were cousins, was little Jonathan, the middle child of the late Marcelino and Rosa. By that time, he was already 2 years and 8 months old. Jonathan was an energetic and spirited little boy. On that particular day, his 17-year-old Aunt Isabel was looking after him. She took him and a few of his young cousins to a nearby shopping mall called Prica for an outing. They strolled around for a while, enjoying some sweets before opting to capture the moment in a photo booth. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Isabel, upon collecting the booth's photographs, discovered that Jonathan was missing. In a state of alarm, she combed through the Prica Mall, repeatedly entering and exiting, all the while shouting Jonathan's name. Seeing no trace of him, she raced back to their community to rally the family. By the evening, after formally reporting his disappearance to the police, national authorities joined the search efforts, with firefighters getting involved the following morning. Realizing the gravity of the missing child situation, no one took the matter lightly. Even tracking dogs were deployed, but they yielded no clues regarding Jonathan's whereabouts. Officials soon dismissed the idea that Jonathan had simply wandered off and gotten stuck in nearby natural areas or construction debris. Specifically, the under-construction M45 highway located not far from their settlement was examined but ruled out as a location where Jonathan might have been. The next day, both print and TV news featured the unsettling story of a Romani child kidnapped in broad daylight from a mall. The news stunned and worried the public, highlighting the urgency and seriousness of the situation. The community and authorities continued their search, hoping for any lead that could bring Jonathan back to his family. In reaction, both Rosa's and Marcelino's families invoked their deep-rooted communal bonds, managing to gather over 200 Romani individuals from various cities like Sevilla, Malaga, Barcelona, Oviedo, and Madrid. Day and night, they combed the areas around Madrid. Although financial resources were limited, they created and posted makeshift flyers at gas stations in the vicinity, but all efforts were in vain. As hours turned into days, desperation escalated. Investigators revisited Prica, the scene of Jonathan's disappearance, and reviewed the available security footage, which unfortunately did not offer any insights due to its outdated technology. A woman who claimed to have been at the mall on that fateful Saturday reported seeing a tall, dark man giving a child, who resembled Jonathan, a bag of sweets before leading him to a children's ride. She later saw them at a cafe where the man had a beer before departing with the child. However, her account could not be verified. The chief investigator assured everyone that they were treating the case as a high priority and even initiated an international alert via Interpol. Accompanying Jonathan's picture, they provided his description: blue eyes, blonde hair, approximately 3.3 feet tall, around 55 pounds, with milk teeth, dressed in a blue one-piece suit. With no stone left unturned, his family blanketed Madrid with posters featuring Jonathan's image and a contact number. Unfortunately, the numerous calls received were not all sincere or helpful. Numerous theories were considered, yet none provided answers. The concept of abduction became increasingly likely both within the family and from a law enforcement standpoint. One avenue explored was a potential clash between different Romani families. Authorities questioned countless individuals, and the regional government representative at the time, Francisco Javier Anzuategui, consulted with heads of Romani families in Madrid. All claimed ignorance about the young boy's disappearance, insisting he wasn't in the hands of any clan. Financial motives were also scrutinized. The family revealed they were awaiting a large insurance payment of 25 million pesetas, approximately $139,000 following Marcelino's death, making it conceivable that someone aimed to claim the money. The family was plagued by anomalous phone calls from a hoarse-voiced man asserting he had Jonathan, yet no demands were made. While police pursued this lead, it yielded no results. Disturbingly, other calls came in featuring the sounds of a child crying, heightening the family's anguish. These calls were later traced back to a psychologically unstable woman who used a doll to simulate the cries. As days passed with no ransom request, the likelihood of a kidnapping for financial reasons waned. After 2 torturous weeks, Jonathan's location remained a mystery. During this period, the non-stop ringing of the household phone escalated their emotional turmoil. Calls came from inquisitive journalists or individuals offering moral support, but no concrete help. Jonathan remained headline news, yet this offered no advantage in finding him. Immaculata, a grandmother of 38, epitomized the challenges faced by the poor Romani community, enduring the heartache of the situation while striving to keep her family's spirits alive in the face of such adversity. Prematurely aged by years of hardship and now further diminished by grief, she nonetheless endeavored to support her niece Rosa, a young widow with a child missing. Amidst this devastating situation, Rosa attempted to nurse her 15-month-old daughter Carmen, who was too young to comprehend the tragedy unfolding around her. Rosa was eating poorly and seemed to be withering away from the inside. A report from the newspaper El País depicted their community, Las Castellanas, as a mud-filled hamlet dotted with makeshift dwellings, home to 50 to 60 families and encircled by emaciated, unresponsive dogs. The settlement presented a bleak picture of life on the margins. In the summer of 2000, Rosa received the insurance settlement for Marcelino's untimely death. Although it brought some financial respite, the 14 million pesetas were less than they initially expected. Committed to finding her missing son, Rosa designated 7 million pesetas as a reward for information that could lead to Jonathan. She spent the remaining money on a van and countless flyers featuring Jonathan's image. Rosa also purchased additional phones to handle potential leads and, accompanied by relatives, began a relentless journey. They traveled throughout Spain and even crossed into France and Portugal in the hopes of locating Jonathan. Regrettably, the search only deepened their sense of loss and despair. At just 21 years old, Rosa pledged to continue the search for her son, even if it meant walking the entire country with only a cane to aid her. As days stretched into months, a grueling 6 months had passed when Rosa's hope for a family reunion was brutally dashed. One evening, while watching television, they heard a breaking news report. A truck driver had stumbled upon skeletal remains not far, about 1.5 kilometers away, from the shopping center where Jonathan had last been seen. Given the closeness, it was feared that the remains could be Jonathan's. The news stunned the tight-knit Romani community and extinguished any lingering hope that the boy would be found alive. Interestingly, the media stated that this particular area had supposedly been scoured in the initial frantic searches for Jonathan. The bones were located near the construction site of Madrid's M45 highway. The truck driver had stopped to assess the site before unloading soil from the construction project. When he saw the small skull, he immediately thought of Jonathan and reported his discovery, even as the soil was being dumped at that location. The police acted swiftly, using heavy machinery to unearth a fractured skull and a few ribs with no obvious marks of violence. Nearby, they discovered children's clothing, a blue overall, a shirt and a pair of shoes, all faded but intact. Rosa and Jonathan's grandmother identified these garments as the clothes Jonathan was wearing when he disappeared. To the family, it became clear what had tragically occurred. The authorities advised them to wait for conclusive DNA test results for final verification. A week later, the family received confirmation that the discovered remains were indeed Jonathan's. Rosa, his mother, was so overwhelmed by the news that she had to be hospitalized and treated for acute anxiety. The confirmation brought a tragic closure to the long search, leaving the family to grapple with the painful reality of their loss and the need to seek justice for Jonathan. The emotional toll of searching for her son for 6 months culminated in the heartbreaking discovery of his remains. Debate arose about whether the area where the remains were found had been adequately searched earlier. The local security official claimed that this particular stretch had been overlooked because it was beyond the expected radius of where Jonathan might be found. This discrepancy led to differing opinions among the community and authorities. Some thought the remains had been there all along, while others suspected they had been moved recently. A regular forager and the landowner of the area both stated they hadn't noticed anything unusual. Police refrained from speculating how the fragmented skull, lower jaw, and ribs ended up near the construction site. However, The regional governor suggested that the remains might have been brought there by the truck dumping soil for the construction. The family held fast to their belief that Jonathan was criminally taken, asserting that he would never have wandered off by himself. They clarified, however, that they didn't suspect anyone in particular, noting that if they had, they would have enacted their own form of justice in keeping with the Romani code of an eye for an eye. Clarity remained elusive in the case, and forensic analysis of the remains could not ascertain the cause of Jonathan's death. He was laid to rest in a modest white coffin beside his father, in a funeral attended by just over 20 people, all grappling with the unresolved tragedy. Through it all, Rosa was visibly shattered, unable to stop her tears and suffering from multiple collapses. Although the case remains open, police have made no significant progress. To this day, the circumstances surrounding Jonathan's death remain a mystery, lacking both justice and explanation. Case of Lauren Stewart, a 45-year-old woman, seemed to live a life of perfection. She was a devoted wife to Dan, a caring mother to her adult children, Stephen and Bethany, and it appeared that she had been blessed by fate. However, in the weeks leading up to her unimaginable act, she ventured into a dark world, exploring disturbing content on YouTube and researching methods to end her own life, eventually becoming skilled in the use of a Glock handgun. Lauren Devine Stewart was born on January 9, 1973, and she spent most of her life in Michigan. Her work history included part-time personal training at the YMCA in Farmington Hills and occasional house cleaning. After leaving the Jehovah's Witnesses, she had pursued modeling and acting, exploring her creative side through workshops and networking with photographers. She was regarded as a charming and very pleasant woman. Lauren was married to a man named Daniel Stewart, who worked at the University of Michigan as a leading software architect, dedicated to developing technology for predicting heart attacks. He had many years of experience as a code developer in the technology industry. Together with his wife, they were devout Christians within the Jehovah's Witness denomination for an extended period until 2013, when they decided to explore and take a different approach to their spiritual life. The couple had 2 accomplished children, 27-year-old Stephen, a data solution architect, and 24-year-old Bethany, a computer whiz who showcased her talents in art and graphic design. At 45, Lauren Stewart had it all: a flourishing husband, 2 college-educated children, a budding modeling career, and a charming Keogh Harbor home adorned with a welcoming heart wreath on the door. However, beneath this facade of perfection, she grappled with a hidden pain. Lauren had experienced the heartache of exclusion and rejection from the religion she and her husband Daniel had embraced just a few years earlier. Lauren and her husband decided to leave the Jehovah's Witness faith, a Christian denomination known for its strict indoctrination and the practice of shunning former members. The seemingly perfect exterior concealed a complex web of emotions and decisions that would soon unfold into a captivating narrative. Up until 2013, Lauren and her family had been devout Jehovah's Witnesses, strictly adhering to beliefs that eschewed celebrations like birthdays, Easter, Christmas, or any other event they believed contradicted the teachings of Christ. Additionally, their faith strongly discouraged higher education, putting Stephen and Bethany at risk of being excommunicated if they pursued college. However, Dan envisioned a brighter future for their children through higher education. When they sought approval from the church elders to allow their kids to pursue degrees, the response was firm: disobey the church's policies and face disfellowship. This threat weighed heavily on the Stewart, as almost everyone they knew, including their extended family, were part of the congregation. According to the church's rules, excommunication would mean complete isolation, even from their own flesh and blood. After careful consideration, the Stewart made a bold decision to leave the religion they had long embraced. Although it initially felt right, the community's disapproval became unbearable, especially for Lauren. She described how routine tasks like grocery shopping were marred by dirty looks and hurtful comments from people she once believed were her friends, even though the belittling remarks were not directed at her. Living in a small community of just 3,300 residents, many of whom were Jehovah's Witnesses, the Stewarts struggled with the reality that the church-approved members would constantly remind them of their outcast status whenever they had the chance. This emotional burden became too much to bear, leading to a breaking point, and in search of a lifeline, Lauren turned to the gym, making it a regular part of her life to rebuild her physical and mental well-being. Her remarkable transformation allowed her to secure a job as a fitness instructor, and she was even able to leverage her natural beauty to become a successful model, surprising those who crossed her path. During this period, Laura seemed pleasant and optimistic despite her church's rejection. However, beneath her confident facade, she was deeply and immensely suffering from chronic depression, an affliction that had plagued her even before the shunning intensified with each passing day. In a desperate attempt to mask her inner turmoil, she would occasionally let glimpses of her distress show through, only to quickly conceal them with a forced smile. One of Laura's most closely guarded secrets was the family's crippling debt, which was pushing them to the brink of ruin. Confronted with this dual onslaught of financial and emotional distress, she devised a plan to resolve all her problems at once. Haunted by her inner turmoil, Lauren Stewart's downward spiral was deeply chilling and heartbreaking. She delved into grim research, scouring YouTube for methods of ending her own life and instructional videos on handling a handgun, all leading up to a fateful day on February 15, 2018. She left a poignant note on the dinner table, meticulously tidied the home, and texted her loved ones as well as her husband's boss just before the unthinkable act. At 9:24 a.m., she turned over all the family photos on a secretary desk and sent a message to her husband's boss, stating that Dan had an accident and died. The boss reached out for further details but received no response. Hours later, at 5:07 p.m. on the same day, she reached out to her cousin confessing that she had become evil. She stated that she had taken her husband and kids with her so they would not have to feel the impact of her selfish act and that they would sleep until Christ resurrects them. Her cousin responded, urging her not to proceed with her plan. Lauren had become increasingly detached from reality in recent months, unbeknownst to her family. She had a pistol in her possession and had tragically decided to use it against the very people she professed to love. Her first victim was her husband, 47-year-old Dan, whom she shot in the head as he attempted to flee. With her most significant threat eliminated, she went upstairs to her 24-year-old daughter Bethany's room, where Bethany was asleep, and ended her daughter's life without hesitation. Next, her son Stephen, who lived in his own place across town, unknowingly arrived at the family home. Lured by false pretenses, with his back turned, unaware of the imminent danger, Lauren, the mother he loved, shot him at point-blank range. The horrifying scene didn't end there, as Lauren took the life of the family dog, placing its body in the bathtub. A neighbor had heard these shots, but assumed someone was slamming doors. The house became a chilling temporary morgue, and Lauren meticulously tidied up. The darkness culminated as Lauren turned the gun on herself, using a method she had researched online. The cousin who Lauren had texted tried texting her back, but Lauren never responded. The next morning, on February 16th, the cousin went over to her house with a friend, and when they received no response at the door, they contacted the police for a check. When the police arrived at the house that morning, the kitchen was organized, the refrigerator was stopped, and handwritten labels were on various items, with a calendar hanging on the refrigerator. Their discovery began with the family dog in the bathtub, triggering a chilling response from the officers who feared there was an active shooter. They found Stephen Stewart on the floor, believed to have been shot while seated on a chair in another room. Bethany lay lifeless, shot in her sleep with a pillow muffling the sound. Dan Stewart was discovered on the basement floor in front of a couch, his right hand still in his jeans pocket. The slightly pulled white pocket liner on his left pocket suggested he was standing when he was shot and attempted to react, thus pulling the pocket liner. Upstairs, Lauren was discovered at the base of the stairs, a pistol by her side, her self-inflicted wound between the eyes echoing her online research. 2 notes were found on the dinner table. One was for the medical examiner, while the other, a chilling suicide note, exposed Lauren's inner turmoil. She wrote, "I allowed evil into my heart when I chose not to accept God's free love, and it made me sick inside. I killed my family because I know my death would stumble them." At least now they will not suffer and will be resurrected to life forever in peace. As the police investigated the Stewarts' lives, a complex and puzzling picture began to emerge. Interviews with family, friends and neighbors described the couple as reclusive, with a sense of estrangement after leaving the Jehovah's Witness church. Lauren's past was marked by her own personal challenges, and some family members said she suffered from depression, which was further exacerbated by the demands of motherhood. In recent years, she became increasingly fixated on religion, often engaging in impassioned outbursts. Her family members, including her father and sister, revealed the extent of the emotional distance that had grown over time, and they had not spoken to her in years. Her mother had passed away when she was 13 years old. Estranged for years, they saw Dan as the catalyst pulling Lauren away from them and never really cared about him. They also shared troubling insights about the couple's mental health, characterizing their relationship as a fusion of mutual distress. To those who knew Lauren, her defiance of the Jehovah's Witness faith marked her as an apostate, a label that spoke to her outspoken opposition to the organization and her decision to leave it. The heart-wrenching tragedy left a deep scar on the lives of those who knew the family intimately. Joyce Taylor, a longtime family friend, was visibly shaken, believing that the murders were a direct consequence of the Stewarts' rejection by the Jehovah's Witnesses. Taylor and other former members shed light on the harsh reality of leaving the faith. They explained that once you depart from the church, even your own family members who remain within its fold are forbidden from interacting with you, a severe form of shunning that takes a heavy emotional toll. According to Taylor, Lauren and Daniel's desire to provide their children with a college education clashed head-on with the religion's teachings, which frowned upon such pursuits. The collision between their aspirations and the rigid doctrines of their faith set the stage for a tragic unraveling. They were shunned everywhere and every way possible. As Taylor said, if Lauren went to the grocery store, they didn't look her in the eye. When you're raised a Jehovah's Witness, they choose your friends, they choose who you associate with, and if you go against that, they will disfellowship you or shun you. In a shocking turn of events, Joyce Taylor stormed into a Kingdom Hall meeting in Union Lake, seizing the moment to confront the congregation. Standing on a chair, she boldly criticized the gathering, her voice resonating with a mix of anger and sorrow. "Excuse me, everyone," she declared. "My name is Joyce Taylor. 2 days ago, 4 people died as a result of your shunning process." Taylor's outburst sent shockwaves through the room as she pushed away congregants and vented her pent-up frustration, shouting, "5 years ago, you people pulled your support from this small family. The only support they had was you people. You turned them away and you shunned them. And for what?" she exclaimed, "because they wanted to raise their children as they saw fit." The police were aware of the family's issues with their former church, but declined to comment. Police records detailed how Lauren had recorded a poignant 2-minute video on February 6th at 11 p.m., explaining the depths of her despair. She cited a multitude of issues, expressing her inability to carry on and her desire not to burden others any longer. Abandoned by her church family, Lauren found herself drowning in a relentless sea of despair, with what she believed to be the only escape, death. Convinced that ending her own life was the solution to her unbearable suffering, she made the agonizing choice to also take the lives of her loved ones, sparing them what she perceived as the inevitable shame and suffering that her actions would bring upon their household. Police records painted a grim picture of Lauren's mental state in the lead-up to the tragedy, noting her unmistakable signs of severe depression and increasingly abnormal behavior. It appeared that she had immersed herself in a personal interpretation of religion, intensifying her depression. Shockingly, she never sought professional help or counseling, and no prescription drugs or alcohol were found in her system. However, traces of marijuana were discovered not just in Lauren's system, but also in her husband and sons. The police investigation unraveled a complex web of factors contributing to her devastating actions. Loneliness, the severed ties with family and friends over religious differences, and deep-seated emotional scars stemming from alleged childhood sexual abuse, all converging to amplify her anguish and ultimately driving her to commit the unthinkable. In a striking testament to the estrangement within the family, Lauren's sister's response spoke volumes. She exhibited a somber demeanor and expressed a surprising lack of surprise when hearing the news of her sisters, demonstrating just how far Lauren had drifted from her own sister, who even showed little regret about the tragedy. While the motives behind Lauren Stewart's horrifying actions may have been due to the profound isolation imposed by her former church and her childhood trauma, it begs the question, could things have taken a different turn had she reached out for help when she felt suffocated by her circumstances? Tragically, rather than seeking counseling or professional guidance, Lauren chose a path of self-destruction with devastating consequences for all involved. As we reflect on this heartbreaking tale, our thoughts are with the victims whose lives were tragically cut short and the loved ones they left behind. The case of Savannah Gold. In 2017, Sherry's world was turned upside down in Florida when her daughter Savannah failed to show up for work at the restaurant where she was employed. Sherry was unaware that this ordinary day would be the last time she'd see Savannah. An hour later, the restaurant called Sherry to inform her that Savannah hadn't arrived for her shift, which was unusual since she had never missed work before. However, the events that unfolded after that call were even more bizarre. When Savannah's father received a message on her behalf, riddled with spelling mistakes and lacking punctuation, he instantly knew it wasn't his 21-year-old daughter who had written it. The impersonator claimed Savannah had met an amazing guy, fallen in love, and decided to elope with him, promising to call later. Savannah's father, Daniel Gold, carefully read the text message, paying close attention to its content. He knew his daughter well and was convinced that running away with her boyfriend was out of character for her. While Daniel studied his phone screen, trying to make sense of the message, Savannah's older brother Chris received a similar text, saying she was leaving with her boyfriend and that she was okay. Daniel's instincts told him something was wrong, so he immediately started calling his daughter's phone, only to find it turned off. Savannah Page Gold was born on April 26, 1996, to Daniel and Sherry Gold. She lived with her parents and older brother, Chris, in Jacksonville, Florida. Savannah enjoyed various hobbies, including playing lacrosse, drawing, and dancing. Those close to her believed she embodied her last name, being a loving, kind, and caring person always willing to help others. After graduating from high school, Savannah turned down a college scholarship for art and design to care for her mother, Sherry, who had been diagnosed with cancer and was undergoing chemotherapy. To support her mother, Savannah took on household responsibilities and also worked as a waiter at Bonefish Grill, a restaurant. By the summer of 2017, she had been working at the restaurant for 2 years. On August 2nd, Savannah left for work at around 5 p.m. wearing her uniform, as her shift was scheduled to start at 5:30 p.m. However, less than an hour later, Sherry received a call from the restaurant asking why Savannah had not shown up for work. This surprised Sherry, as she knew her daughter was responsible and had seen her leave the house in her uniform, indicating that she had indeed gone to work. After Savannah's father received a suspicious phone call, her father and brother started getting strange messages that they didn't think were from her. They suspected someone was impersonating Savannah. Before this, Savannah's father had tried to contact the police, but he couldn't reach his daughter. She was reported missing, and the police launched a search for her. Since sending those messages, Savannah's phone and social media accounts have been inactive. The police first went to the establishment where she worked to investigate. They found her unlocked car in the parking lot, about 120 yards from the restaurant entrance. Her personal documents, wallet, cards, cash, and other valuable items were still inside the car. It was clear to the police that the story about Savannah running away with her lover was a lie. If Savannah had planned to disappear, she would have taken her documents and bank cards with her to avoid being traced. It didn't make sense that she would leave them behind in her car. Initially, there were no signs of a struggle or crime near or inside the car, except for the flat left front tire. Forensic experts were called to investigate, and detectives visited the restaurant to speak with Savannah's coworkers. However, they all claimed that Savannah hadn't come to work that day and that no one had seen her. The presence of Savannah's car parked 120 yards from the restaurant led detectives to suspect that something might have happened to her after she arrived at work. They began canvassing local establishments, particularly those with surveillance cameras, to review the footage and identify the moment Savannah parked her car. Although the image quality was poor, the police were able to see from the footage that Savannah parked her car, got out, and walked to a nearby silver Chevrolet Malibu sedan. For 14 minutes, she stood next to the driver's door, talking to the person behind the wheel. She then opened the back door and got in, and the driver followed suit. The police watched as the car shook, and the back door swung open 3 times before being closed again. Officers suspected that a fight had broken out inside the car between Savannah and the Chevrolet's owner. Shortly after, the man exited the car, approached Savannah's vehicle, opened the driver's door, and removed something from inside. He then punctured the front left tire, got back into his vehicle, and drove away without Savannah ever getting out. The owner of the Chevrolet Malibu was quickly identified as Lee Rodarte, a 28-year-old manager and chef at the restaurant where Savannah worked. He had helped distribute flyers with Savannah's picture during the police investigation and claimed not to have seen her for about 3 weeks, citing their different work shifts. However, when detectives re-interviewed restaurant employees, they discovered that Lee and Savannah's relationship went beyond a professional one. Several people came forward to reveal that the two had met secretly after hours and were romantically involved, a fact that Lee had failed to disclose to the police. On August 5th, during his work shift, Rodarte was arrested and taken to the police station for questioning. When he arrived, he immediately warned the detectives that he struggled with reading and writing. In response, they thoroughly explained his rights, including his right to an attorney and the fact that anything he said could be used against him in court. Rodarte then admitted that he had previously lied to the police when they interviewed the restaurant staff, saying he hadn't seen Savannah in a long time. In reality, he had seen her on the day she went missing, but he was afraid that if he told the truth, he would become a suspect in her disappearance, which is why he had lied. Lee said he had met Savannah about 2 years ago when she started working at the restaurant. However, their socializing outside of work began around 8 months ago. At that time, he was already in a relationship with someone named Chelsea. When Chelsea discovered he had been unfaithful to her, she ended their relationship. Rodarte claims he dated Savannah for 3 months before she started using illegal drugs, which led him to end their relationship and reunite with Chelsea. Following the breakup, Rodarte and Savannah allegedly agreed to maintain a professional relationship limited to their work at the restaurant, as per company policy prohibiting romantic relationships among employees. Rodarte also states that Savannah had disclosed their intimate relationship to other waiters with the intention of getting him fired. Lee last saw Savannah on a Wednesday afternoon. He drove to the mall on August 2nd to talk to her and persuade her not to spread rumors about their relationship as he feared losing his job at the restaurant where he had worked for 5 years. When he met her, Savannah had just taken a strong substance and was panicking, so she asked if she could sit in his car for a bit. Once inside, he demanded that she stop telling people they were still dating. Savannah asked him to join her in the back seat so they could talk. After moving to the back seat, Lee again asked Savannah to stop spreading rumors, but she refused, saying she would do as she pleased. This response infuriated Lee, who then got out, slashed a tire on Savannah's car and returned. When Savannah asked why he had done it, Lee admitted he was upset and angry. Next, as Rodarte claimed, Savannah exited his vehicle and headed towards the mall entrance, but didn't reach it. Instead, she got into an old green Ford pickup truck with tinted windows. At this point, she was holding her phone. However, detectives were aware that Savannah never left Rodarte's car and that he was lying. Unbeknownst to Rodarte, the police had surveillance footage that disproved his claim, showing no Ford pickup truck and Savannah remaining in his car. When asked about subsequent events, Lee stated that he drove home, even detailing the streets he took. Notably, the man had scratches on his arms and neck, which he attributed to a workplace injury when questioned about their origin. When detectives directly asked Rodarte about Savannah's whereabouts, he claimed to have no knowledge. The detectives adjusted their questioning strategy. At first, they listened attentively to his stories, showing interest, but soon they applied gentle pressure. They informed him straightforwardly that evidence contradicted his claim that Savannah had exited his car. After a brief time, Rodarte altered his statement, asserting that he and Savannah had gone to his residence, and then she departed. The detectives remained skeptical and urged him to reveal the entire truth, considering Savannah's family's well-being. Rodarte ultimately admitted to fatally snapping Savannah's neck during a backseat argument in his vehicle. Following their departure from the parking lot, he sent messages to Savannah's father and brother from her phone, before discarding it out the window. Rodarte returned the body to his property, intending to dispose of it by fire, but he soon discovered it wasn't as simple as he thought. Instead, he dug a hole and buried the body, only to later exhume it, wrap it in a blanket, and drive approximately 8 miles from the restaurant to a nearby pond where he discarded the body. Although the autopsy couldn't determine the exact cause of Savannah's death, the examination revealed that her neck wasn't broken, as Rodarte had claimed, and no illegal substances were found in her body. However, forensic experts discovered that the thyroid cartilage in Savannah's throat was fractured, suggesting strangulation, and roughly 75% of her body exhibited fire damage. Despite confessing to the crimes, Rodarte maintained his not guilty plea on charges of second-degree murder, tampering with evidence, and abuse of a dead body. The autopsy revealed that the condition of Savannah's body was too compromised to determine an exact cause of death. Contrary to Rodarte's claims, her neck was not broken and no illegal substances were found in her system. However, the autopsy did indicate that Savannah was strangled as her thyroid cartilage was broken and approximately 75% of her body had been burned. Rodarte's confession was revoked at trial, where he claimed he acted in self-defense, alleging that Savannah had initiated the strangulation. This reversal put Savannah's family through additional trauma, forcing them to attend numerous court hearings. Sherry Gold, Savannah's mother, has battled recurring cancer during this ordeal, but she remains committed to attending every hearing alongside her family. They have been present at 26 out of 27 hearings, enduring the emotional toll of facing Rodarte, the man responsible for their daughter's death. The family's primary concern now is to bring this painful process to a close and secure justice for Savannah. Lee Rodarte was not the only family member to be charged with murder. In 2016, a year before Lee committed his crime, his sister Amber Camarillo, then 26 and still known by her maiden name Rodarte, shot and killed a woman during a dispute over a car. She received a 20-year prison sentence. Lee Rodarte was offered a plea deal, which required him to plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a 40-year prison sentence. In return, the charges of tampering with physical evidence and abuse of the body would be dropped. After consulting with his attorneys, Rodarte accepted the deal and was sentenced to 40 years in prison on March 11, 2021. Following the verdict, Savannah's family expressed gratitude to everyone for their support. Daniel Gold stated that they loved Savannah and were overwhelmed to discover how many others also cared for her. Joshua Randall Harmon was born August 14, 1979 to Larry and Sherry. He would go by the name Josh and lived in Roswell, Georgia. He often played outside his apartment building, searching for ducks and turtles around the lake in the complex, and played in the fort in the woods behind his building. On May 15, 1988, 8-year-old Josh had been playing outside all day. His mother said that he was in and out of the apartment throughout the day. When she started making dinner, she asked her husband, Josh's stepfather, to tell him to stay close to home, but when he went to tell him, Josh was nowhere to be found. They would then report him missing to the police. A neighbor stated that he had stopped by their home about 7 p.m. and asked if his friend could come outside to play, but the family was eating dinner, so the boy could not come outside yet. Josh would then tell the neighbor that he was going to wait for him in the woods at the fort where they often played together. This is the last time Josh was seen alive. Sadly, his body would be found in a wooded area near his apartment building 2 days later. He was buried partially clothed under loose dirt and pine straw. After his death, Sherry would be hospitalized for several days and would later move away from the area. Despite the collection of good evidence, the case would go cold. As technology advanced, investigators would continue re-examining the evidence in his case in hopes of solving it. In February of 2021, his family gave police permission for his body to be exhumed in hopes of finding new evidence. The Roswell Police Department was granted funding by the Georgia Sexual Assault Kit Initiative Task Force to pursue additional DNA testing on evidence from the crime scene. Soon after, police announced that the results of the DNA testing connected Josh's murder to a sex offender by the name of James Michael Coates. On July 21, 2021, 33 years after the murder, police stopped an Uber that was carrying 56-year-old James and arrested him on charges of murder, assault, aggravated sodomy, child molestation, and tampering with evidence. At the time of the murder, James lived in the same apartment complex on Rain Tree Crossing as Josh and his family. James had twice been convicted of similar crimes in 1990 and 1993. After the 1993 conviction, he spent 20 years in prison and was released in 2013. Authorities said investigations continue into whether he is linked to any other crimes. While an arrest has been made, police say it's still an active investigation. A few years ago, his mother posted online praising the local Roswell Fire Department for their support during his funeral procession and the respect they showed. However, she had replied to a Reddit post saying the reason his case had yet to be solved was due to a botched investigation and claimed that 8 pages of evidence was destroyed 3 years after his murder. She claimed that she could never get a clear answer as to how or why that happened. Sadly, though, Josh's mother passed away in October of 2020 before her son's case was nearing justice and before the arrest of the suspect was made. Michelle Martenko was born October 6, 1961 in Cedar Rapids, Iowa to Albert and Janet. She attended Cedar Rapids Kennedy High School and performed in choirs and theater productions. When she was a senior in high school, she had plans to attend Iowa State University to study interior design, but her life was cut short. On December 19, 1979, at the age of 18, she attended a banquet for the Kennedy Concert Choir. After the event, she asked her friend and twirling squad teammate if she wanted to join her on a shopping trip to the Westdale Mall, which had recently opened and also where Michelle worked. Her friend declined, and so she went along with $180 cash to pay off a coat that her mother had put on layaway but ultimately changed her mind on the coat. Once there, she shopped in the stores and spoke with friends and other people she knew who worked there. She was last seen at 8 or 9 p.m. outside of a jewelry store in the mall. By 2 a.m., when she failed to return home, her father reported her missing. At 4 a.m., police found her family's tan and green 1972 Buick Electra in the northeast corner of the mall parking lot by the JCPenney store. Michelle was found inside, collapsed over the passenger seat, and stabbed to death. The medical examiner later estimated she had died between the hours of 8 and 10 p.m. She was found fully dressed, and the medical examiner determined she had not been sexually assaulted. But it was not a robbery, as the cash she was carrying was still on her and her purchases were in the back seat. On June 19, 1980, police released a composite sketch developed based on descriptions provided by 2 witnesses of the man they believed stabbed Michelle. The sketch indicated a white man in his late teens or early 20s, weighing between 165 and 175 pounds and standing about 6 feet tall. During the original investigation, detectives compiled a list of more than 80 potential suspects, 60 of which were tested and cleared. Michelle had began dating Andy Seidel at the age of 16, and the pair were together for 2 years and then broke up. Friends say she didn't want to be in a committed relationship, and Andy apparently didn't take it too well. Police learned, suspiciously, Andy had run into Michelle at the mall that night. They brought him in for questioning, but he had an alibi for the time of the murder and police had no hard evidence pointing to Andy. They did find rubber glove indentations in some dirt on the outside of the car. They also found them inside the car in blood, and it was clear that the person was trying to conceal their identity. With a lack of evidence and leads, the case would go cold. Years later, Detective Larison was reading Michelle's file when he discovered that sometime earlier, another detective had sent blood scrapings found on the gear shift of the car out for testing, but nobody had followed up on the results. He found the lab report, and it showed that not only did the gear shift have DNA, but it was male DNA. The suspect had probably cut himself, and that's how his DNA and his blood got mixed with her blood on the gear shift. He then sent Michelle's dress to the lab for further testing. A spot of blood was found on her dress with a full male DNA profile, and it was consistent with the male DNA profiled on the gear shift. He shipped the blood samples to CODIS, the nationwide database of DNA collected from arrested offenders, but he never got a hit. Starting with locating all the people Cedar Rapids cops had originally interviewed, they collected DNA samples from over 100 different people. Cops had to convince them to take a DNA test, which was very time-consuming. At the top of the suspect list was Michelle's old boyfriend, Andy. He had lived for 27 years with many in his hometown, believing he was a killer. He voluntarily gave his DNA and was eliminated as a suspect. Detective Matt Denlinger reached out to Parabon Nanolabs, who can make a picture of a potential suspect from a DNA sample. They learned from that the suspect was probably a white male with blonde hair and blue eyes. Investigators had narrowed down the suspect's genetics, but they did not know his age or have a clue as to how he wore his hair. So different sketches were created, each with a different look. Parabon tested the DNA again using genetic genealogy to create a DNA family tree. Parabon searched a public national database called GEDmatch of people who submitted their own DNA voluntarily to trace their own personal family trees. In July 2018, they found a relative by the name of Brandy Jennings, who was a second cousin once removed from the suspect living in Vancouver, Washington. Denlinger spent months building Brandy's family tree all the way back. As more blood relatives of Brandy provided their DNA, a genetic puzzle filled in and the detective reached out to Parabon once again. By October 2018, Detective Denlinger's painstaking ancestry searches had narrowed the suspects down to 3 brothers in Iowa, all of whom were still alive. They shared the same DNA with the blood found in Michelle's car and on her dress. They were Donald Burns, Kenneth Burns, and Jerry Burns. Dillinger and his team set up a plan to collect DNA samples from the brothers to see if any were a match, and they would do it without them knowing. They followed one brother to lunch and grabbed his straw. For the second, a toothbrush was collected from his garbage. And then they followed the third brother, Jerry Burns, to a pizza restaurant where he drank 2 sodas out of a glass with a straw. All 3 brothers were sent to the lab. Don and Kenneth were not a match, but the results showed Jerry Burns was an exact match. It turns out that Parabon's sketch of the suspect was very similar to a young Jerry Burns. He had no criminal record and was even a respected businessman with a wife and 3 kids. Denlinger picked a particular day to interview Burns at his business. December 19, 2018, exactly 39 years to the day after Michelle was murdered. When he interviewed Jerry, he had a recording device hidden inside a coffee mug. Burns denied any involvement in the murder of Michelle, but he did acknowledge that he had been to the mall with his family in the past. Despite his denials, the DNA was enough to arrest him for her murder. On the ride back to Cedar Rapids, a camera was rolling again in the police car, and it captured Jerry saying a few strange things about blocking stuff out and traumatic events. Detective Denlinger asked him if he thought it was possible that it happened and he just didn't remember any of it. Burns replied, "I'm sure something like that would be possible to block out. He blocked things out of your memories." However, for Jerry's family, it all came as a complete shock. His family didn't believe the man they knew and loved would ever be capable of such a gruesome act. In February of 2020, after 3 hours of deliberation, the jury found Jerry Burns guilty of first-degree murder of Michelle Mortenko. Iowa law mandates a life sentence without the possibility of parole for first-degree murder. Burns is currently imprisoned in the Anamosa State Penitentiary. Sadly, Michelle's father died in 1995 and her mother in 1998 before they saw their daughter's killer brought to justice. Corey Day Desmond was born March 18, 1980, at Torrance Memorial Hospital. And right from the start, she was the center of attention because she had to fight to survive. Due to a hole in her diaphragm, she had to undergo multiple surgeries. She was only given a 20% chance of survival. And miraculously, she not only survived, but she thrived. Friends and family of Desmond knew her as a smart, self-confident young woman, unafraid to express her opinion, who was energetic and full of affection for those she cared about, who were many. Desmond graduated from North Torrance High School and earned a master's degree in criminal justice from Long Beach State. Unsure of her calling in life, she changed her mind and decided to become a teacher. Her goal was to teach autistic children. A week after her death, a notice came in the mail that she had earned her teaching credential. She was loved by many and a friend to all. She was sweet at times, but could be tough as nails. She could command a bar full of patrons when she wanted, and all the while be singing one of her favorite karaoke songs, such as Black Velvet or These Boots Are Made for Walkin'. And once again, being the center of attention. It was that secondary family that Corey acquired while working in those various establishments that kept her going back despite what her family wanted her to do. In 2009, Corey worked in a bar. On Saturday, February 14th, she had a shift that ended at 9:30 p.m. She then walked 2 blocks to the popular Bar Street Lounge. Many employees of this bar knew Corey as she had friends working there. She was caught on surveillance cameras helping her friends at the bar. She left there only after closing, around 2 a.m. None of her friends saw her after that. On Monday, February 16th, at approximately 2:20 p.m., the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office received a terrifying call. About 100 miles from the bar where people last saw Corey, a driver stopped to take snow chains off the wheels. The man felt a strong, unpleasant smell as soon as he exited the car. He thought the source of the stench was an animal that had been hit by a car, but still decided to check. Not far from the car, he found something strange. He saw a black plastic garbage bag with a woman's body inside. The man ran out into the road in a panic, stopping cars and asking people to call the police as his phone's battery was dead. They identified the victim by fingerprints and driver's license. It was 28-year-old Corey Day Desmond. Subjected to a brutal attack, the woman died from strangulation. She had many bruises on her face and neck and injuries to the back of her head. Corey tried to fight back as she had several defense wounds. Although unable to determine the exact time of death, medical experts said Corey was on the street for about 12 to 36 hours before the man found her. Corey's pants were unbuttoned and pulled to her knees, but no signs of intimate contact were found. The first conclusion that investigators came to was that the place where the driver found Corey's body was not the place of her death. The criminal left her body by the side of the road, hoping it would take time to find it. Before the man found her body, the rain destroyed all possible evidence. Reporting bad news to the families of the dead or missing is perhaps the hardest thing in the work of a policeman. At that time, Corey was living with her grandmother. The news about the granddaughter's body found in a garbage bag shocked the woman, and this news was no less devastating for Mark, Corey's father. Mark knew perfectly well how the system worked. Sometimes the police delay the investigation for many months because they need a warrant to conduct searches, interrogations, and fingerprinting. There are cases when time-consuming bureaucracy slows down the process of solving a crime. Therefore, Mark decided not to sit and wait for the police to find the person who deprived him of his daughter. He decided to act. He said love for his daughter gave him the strength to look for the criminal. Mark found Corey's Jeep Wrangler in an alley next to the bar where she worked. He also discovered that Corey disappeared on the night of February 15th, but unfortunately, no one knew about it. Grandma did not panic because Corey was already an adult and could stay overnight with a friend or friends. In addition, she often worked late into the night and came home when her grandmother was already asleep. Investigators went to the bar where Desmond worked to find possible witnesses or leads. They talked to other employees and learned that Corey finished her shift at 9:30 p.m. and then went to another bar. She often did that. Her friends worked at that bar, and Corey often visited them at the end of her shift. She helped at the bar or chatted with friends while sitting at the counter. Besides, it brought her extra tips. Bar visitors knew her face well, and many perceived Corey as another employee. Surveillance cameras confirmed the words of the visitors. They captured the girl helping her friends at the bar. Unfortunately, a bartender's job is not only to pour drinks and entertain interlocutors. Sometimes, after drinking alcohol, some people stop controlling their emotions and their behavior becomes inappropriate. That evening, Corey was unlucky enough to meet such a person. According to eyewitnesses, she argued with a man who behaved provocatively. He bothered women and unceremoniously touched them, making unflattering compliments. While everyone was silent and did not dare to put this man in his place, Corey stood up for the bar's visitors. In other words, the girl explained to the man that he was not welcome there. The violent guest was furious but still agreed to leave. Corey continued to help her friends and made drinks at the bar as if nothing had happened. That evening, she consumed alcohol, but it did not affect her behavior. After 2 a.m., she left the bar alone and planned to go home. But as we now know, a man found Corey's lifeless body 100 miles from the bar the next day. Mark gave the police all the information he could find. Through television, he appealed to everyone to report any crucial information for the investigation. Meanwhile, the police identified the man Corey quarreled with before her death. During a conversation with investigators, the man said he did not know who Corey Desmond was. However, he did not deny having a big fight with the girl in a bar on February 14th. The man said alcohol made him uncontrollable, confirming that they kicked him out of the bar. Right after that, he went home to sleep. The suspect denied any involvement in the crime. He agreed to take a polygraph test and let the police search his house and car. They carefully examined the suspect's car. After all, there could have been traces like blood stains, hair, or something belonging to Corey. The car was dirty both inside and outside, and yet forensic experts did not find any evidence there. While searching the man's house, they found nothing indicating his involvement in the crime. The last hope of the investigators to catch the man in a lie was a polygraph test, but the man passed it without much difficulty, answering all the questions of the police. In addition, his wife confirmed that he came home before 2 a.m. and immediately went to bed. Corey left the bar around 2 a.m., which means this man was not involved in her death. Thus, the police excluded him from the list of suspects, but the problem was that they had no other persons of interest in this investigation. They studied Corey's personal life, trying to find out if she had enemies who could wish her harm. Investigators found out another strange detail. The owner of the bar where Corey worked said that night, she came and asked for permission to use the toilet, but since the bar was closed, he refused the girl's request and advised her to go home. It was about 2:20 in the morning. What happened next remained a mystery because Corey never got in the car and did not go home. Investigators assumed that she had been abducted or assaulted near her place of work. However, the bar's surveillance cameras did not record this, and there were no witnesses on the street at such a late hour. At the time of Corey's death, her blood alcohol content was more than 4 times the legal limit for driving. It was unclear whether she planned to use her car or was looking for other ways to get home. Unfortunately, she did not meet anyone who would help her that night. A month later, the investigation reached a dead end. The police checked all the versions and clues but found no new suspects. Corey's father, Mark, wasn't going to give up. He rented 3 billboards on Artesia Boulevard in Redondo Beach. The billboards contained a photo of his daughter with the question, "Who killed Corey Day Desmond?" The man offered a $15,000 reward for any information helpful to the police. "I'm going to keep them up there to let people know the guy is still out there," Mark Desmond said. "Maybe it will save somebody." To some extent, this story is similar to that of Alexandra Kemp. The latter's father, Roger, did everything to find the criminal, and billboards played a crucial role in solving the crime. If you haven't watched this story yet, click on the link at the end of this video. Information about Corey periodically appeared on 50 electronic billboards. Eventually, it brought results. In May 2009, the phone rang at the police station. A woman named Tiffany saw one of the billboards with a photo of Corey. Thanks to this woman, the police were able to solve this case. Tiffany spoke very quietly. The woman was experiencing stress and severe fright. She rambled as if she didn't know where to start. Then she finally focused and said, "Hello, my name is Tiffany. I think my boyfriend, Tony Lopez Perez, killed that bartender girl, Corey Day Desmond. Please check him. He's behaving strangely, but I'll tell you more when we meet." Tiffany called several times to arrange a meeting with the detective. During their conversation in the park, the woman told him about her suspicions. According to her, on February 14th, she and Tony planned a romantic Valentine's Day dinner. She spent the whole evening preparing for a date. Tiffany took the children to their grandparents, visited a beauty salon, and bought a new red dress. Tony loved it when she wore red clothes. It drove him crazy. The guy was working that day but was supposed to return home around 11:30 p.m. Tiffany waited for Tony almost all night. The woman tried to contact him, but he did not answer calls and messages. Tony returned home at 4:30 in the morning and, as if nothing had happened, said he was too drunk to go home. He said he fell asleep in his car. Tiffany mentioned that Tony rarely cleaned the interior of his car. However, after a few days, he bought a whole set of cleaning products. He washed the car thoroughly, not letting her help. The guy's behavior seemed strange, but at that moment, she did not attach much importance to it. A few days later, Tony sold his white Dodge for almost nothing and bought another car. He also changed his phone number for no apparent reason. A little later, they had a joint trip to Big Bear Lake. They chatted along the way and everything seemed normal until Tony suddenly stopped the car on the side of the road. He turned to Tiffany and asked her, "Do you think this dead girl, what was her name, the bartender, was dumped here? I'm almost 100% sure that the police found her body here." Tony Lopez Perez and Tiffany were lived together for about 4 years. They had a 6-year-old son together, but they never married. He was a hardworking man and got along well with everyone. He had never had any problems with the law. Perez came from a large family with 8 siblings. His parents grew up in the LA area, and Perez attended high school in Manhattan Beach. Tony's absence on the day of Corey's death, cleaning the car and urgently selling it, a strange trip, and an equally strange comment about where the police found her body, a change of phone number and odd behavior. Putting all these facts together, Tiffany realized that Tony could be the one who took the life of Corey Desmond. She didn't want to believe it. The investigators decided to talk to Tony and went to his house. To prevent him from suspecting anything, Tiffany agreed to play along with the police, not telling him anything about this conversation. It looked as if they were conducting a routine interview of people to find witnesses in the Corey Desmond case. Tony looked calm, like a person with nothing to hide. He wasn't nervous while answering all the questions. He said he didn't know her, mentioning he had only seen Corey in the newspapers. However, to arrest Tony Lopez Perez for taking the life of Corey, they needed hard evidence. Thus, the police found the new owner of the Dodge that Tony sold shortly after the news of Corey's death. The new owner confirmed that Tony sold his car for a low price. He allowed the police to check the vehicle for any evidence. Tiffany said Tony cleaned the interior thoroughly before selling his car. However, when the experts applied luminol and used an ultraviolet lamp, it became evident why Tony Lopez Perez got rid of his car. The interior of the car lit up in bright blue. Police asked Tony to come to the police station. They didn't tell him anything about the find, so he wouldn't run away. At first, he claimed he had never seen Corey, but later changed his testimony, saying he saw her near the bar and whistled at her. As soon as the police noticed that the man was changing his testimony, they showed him photos of the car he had sold and said that they had found crucial evidence there. This time, Tony claimed to have seen Corey outside the bar. Standing under a street lamp, she suddenly lost consciousness and fell on the sidewalk. He tried to help her, but she did not regain consciousness. Then he started slapping Corey on the cheeks. Corey opened her eyes and started screaming. She told him to get out and asked him to let her go. According to Tony, he got scared, put his hands over her mouth, and accidentally strangled her. Fearing he would get blamed for Corey's death, he put her body in the backseat of his car and drove home. Perez said he woke up during the night and went outside to see if it was a nightmare. "I opened the door and it was not a nightmare," Perez told detectives. It was true. Perez said he went back inside and tried to get some sleep. In the morning, he went to work with Desmond's body still in the backseat. At the end of the working day, he placed her body in 2 garbage bags, took it to a remote area, and left it next to the side of the road. According to Tony's story, what he did to Corey was an accident. He claimed that he was drunk and scared. He accidentally strangled her in a state of panic, but Corey's injuries suggested otherwise. She had severe injuries on the back of her head, bruises on her face and neck, and defense wounds on her hands. Moreover, Corey's pants were down to her knees. Tony Perez was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The next day, he showed the police where he dumped Corey's body. In addition to Tony's confession, they now had the results of DNA tests. Corey's blood matched the blood found in the car that Tony sold immediately after committing the crime. At the 2011 trial, Coroner Jack Sheridan testified to the multiple contusions to the victim's head, the evidence of strangulation, and the blunt force trauma to her face. Sheridan also said she had scratches on her body that suggested the criminal dragged her after her death. Based on Corey's injuries, prosecutors said Perez assaulted her and tried to force her into intimacy in the early morning of February 15, 2009. Corey resisted. Unable to get what he wanted, Perez strangled her. Tiffany Ware testified during the trial. She told the San Bernardino County jury that her former boyfriend, Tony Lopez Perez, had an insatiable appetite for sex in January and February 2009. Even though they were making love almost every day, Ware said Perez was still not satisfied. Tiffany also told the court that Tony had twice engaged in intimacy with her against her will. It happened after the birth of their son and with an interval of about a month. Both incidents occurred when she was fast asleep on the couch after taking painkillers due to severe back pain. Perez, who chose not to testify at the trial, made his first statements to the court during his sentencing. He said he was taught to love and respect those around him, but that he veered off course at times. I forgot the key lessons I was taught about in life, which make me a man, a father, a loving uncle to many, and a responsible person who supports his family that I so love, Perez said. In the end, I fell short. He generally stuck to the story his attorney Andrew Hanel presented at the trial, that he was scared and didn't mean to hurt Desmond. Hanel argued to a jury of 6 men and 6 women that Perez found her passed out on the sidewalk. He said he tried to calm her down and didn't mean to kill her. I should have thought before acting, Perez said. I should have stepped back and cleared my head. Fear took over. I was so scared, so careless. Corey's father, Mark Desmond, said his daughter had a beautiful future ahead of her before her life was cut short at the age of 28. Tony Perez should live the rest of his miserable life knowing he killed his own children's hopes and dreams at the same time he was killing Corey, her father said. He embodies all the characteristics that women in society fear. Just before sentencing, Perez asked God in the court to show him mercy. My very deepest apologies to the Desmond family and to my own family. I have brought such hurt and sorrow to the Desmonds that will forever shape their life. I hope he never gets out on the street again, said Desmond's grandmother Beverly. I hope he suffers as much as she suffered. In July 2011, a jury of 6 men and 6 women found 36-year-old Tony Lopez Perez guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Corey Desmond's family expressed gratitude to Tiffany Ware, thanks to whom the police solved this case. If it hadn't been for her, I don't think they would have ever found out it was him, said Leslie Schwab, a family friend who attended every day of the trial, along with about a dozen others in San Bernardino County. Janie Landers struggled with learning disabilities and behavioral issues that led to her being placed in Fairview Training Center, a group home in Salem, Oregon. When she was 18, she had the mental capacity of an 8-year-old child. In March of 1979, she disappeared from the group home, and investigators initially believed she took off on her own, but still performed an investigation and spoke with the 4 employees who last saw her alive. The employees had spotted an unfamiliar man in the area in a yellow or gold-colored vehicle. According to one witness, a large pot-bellied man who was seen parked in his car got out and crossed the street to talk to Janie. The 4 witnesses worked with a Statesman Journal employee who drew a composite sketch of the man. Sadly, 5 days after her disappearance, Janie's body was found along a path near Silver Falls State Park. Despite an investigation, her case went cold. In March 2015, over 30 years later, Janie's sister Joyce asked Oregon State Police to reopen the investigation. She was hoping to find justice for her sister while her father was still alive. The case landed with OSP Detective Steve Hinkle, who began poring over hundreds of pages of police reports. He spoke with previous investigators and contacted any witnesses who were still alive. Forensic scientists sampled bloodstains on Janie's clothing, and in 2016, they discovered a man's DNA. The DNA matched that of Gerald Kenneth Dunlap, a twice-convicted sex offender who died in an Oregon prison in 2002 and had worked at Fairview in 1979. He had a violent and predatory criminal past and had been convicted of a sexual assault against a woman during an armed robbery in Tennessee in 1961 and was sentenced to life in prison, but was paroled only 12 years later. He first moved to California, where he was forced to register as a sex offender, then to Oregon, which at the time had no requirement for sex offender registration. He married and soon found employment at the Fairview Training Center. He worked as a laundry employee at the center until 1983, when he was fired for inappropriate behavior towards women. DA officials said at the time of Dunlap's hiring, nationwide criminal records were not reliable or common, and his co-workers likely would have not known about his violent past. In 1996, Dunlap was arrested and sentenced to prison, where he would die in early 2002. Because he was convicted of a felony sex crime, Dunlap had been required to submit his DNA, which was still on file. The DNA match made Dunlap a strong suspect, prosecutors said, but Hinkle kept working to cement the connection and close the case. Because Fairview closed in the year 2000, employee records were difficult to track down. The detective was able to find payroll records confirming that Dunlap was working at the training center the day Janie disappeared. His job sorting laundry prior to washing made it highly improbable that his DNA could have transferred accidentally onto Janie's clothing and survived the washing process. Tracking down old photos of Dunlap also proved difficult. The Tennessee Department of Corrections provided detectives with 2 mugshots of Dunlap taken right before he was paroled. Prosecutors said when the detectives compared the photos with the 1979 composite sketch, the resemblance was clear. 2 of the 4 witnesses who saw Janie the day she disappeared were still alive and were able to help with a photo lineup. Both witnesses picked the photo of Dunlap out of the 5 other similar-looking men. Although they weren't 100% certain, they noted that he looked like a man they saw talking to Janie before she went missing. It is of note that the facility was very large and consisted of 700,000 square feet of buildings. And therefore, I'm sure since he worked in laundry, not many employees were familiar with him. Dunlap's former co-workers recalled that he would often leave work early, lord or near the bus stop near Fairview, and offer patients rides. Dunlap's widow and stepson said he drove a car similar to the one seen by witnesses the day Janie was killed. His stepson also said he and Dunlap hiked in the Silver Creek Falls area where the body was found. In 2017, after 38 years, the case was solved and Detective Hinkle returned Janie's belongings to her family, an earring and 2 small hair ties. Janet Stalkop was a 19-year-old nursing student at Cypress Junior College and worked part-time in the kitchen at UCI Medical Center when her life was cut short. Janet's sister, Lee, described her sister as someone with a genuine desire to help others, and she kept a small, close-knit group of friends. She was an avid reader and a fan of the Carpenters and Jim Croce. When she wasn't working, she loved to socialize with friends, read, and listen to music. Janet was last seen leaving her home to go to a coworker's Christmas party in Santa Ana on December 19, 1976, but she never made it and was reported missing the next day. 8 days later, she was found deceased in her 1962 Ford Falcon. It was parked in the Franciscan Gardens apartment complex, just 2.5 miles from her home in Garden Grove, California. Just over 26 years later, in 2002, investigators were able to create a DNA profile of her killer from evidence taken from the crime scene. At that time, they were unable to match the DNA to anyone in the Cody's database. Then in 2020, Garden Grove police urged prosecutors to use genetic genealogy to help match the DNA they had on file to a suspect using familial DNA. In 2021, advanced DNA techniques helped investigators identify Terry Dean Hawkins as Janet's killer. Terry was a 23-year-old mechanic with a long rap sheet who lived in Garden Grove where Janet's car had been found. He was also charged in the death of a 30-year-old woman in Laguna Hills in 1975, but the case was dismissed. On July 4, 1977, Terry was arrested in Newport Beach for disorderly conduct and other charges. Within 24 hours, he was found deceased in the Orange County Jail of an apparent overdose. For 45 years, investigators had searched for her killer, not knowing he had died only 6 months after her and was lying in the same cemetery as Janet at the Forest Lawn Memorial Cemetery in Cypress, California. On June 1, 2011, the Waller family's life took on a turn. A woman named Jackie contacted her sister Cheryl, informing her that she was going to pick up her children from her ex-husband Clay. Jackie planned to return home later that day. However, she never came back, nor did she make any further contact. Worried and unable to reach Jackie, Cheryl became increasingly anxious. By around 7 p.m., Cheryl decided to drive to the police station. Here, she made a startling statement, claimed that Clay Waller had killed her sister. The police officers found this accusation shocking, since Jackie had only called a few hours earlier, and there hadn't been any immediate cause for concern or reason to believe she was in danger at that time. Despite the unusual nature of Cheryl's assertion, it eventually became apparent that her instincts were correct. Jackie was indeed entangled in a troubling situation. So what exactly happened to Jackie? And why was Cheryl so convinced her sister had been murdered by her ex-husband even before Jackie was declared missing? Jackie was known for being sweet, kind, and caring. When she met Clay, there was an instant connection between them. Clay had a speech impediment that had subjected him to ridicule by others. This made him feel awkward and uncomfortable in social situations. However, unlike others, Jackie didn't ridicule him. Instead, she defended him and ensured he wasn't hurt by people's unkind remarks. Jackie's nature was all about protecting the vulnerable, fighting injustice, and helping everyone around her. It wasn't long before their bond grew stronger and they got married. At the time of their marriage, both were about 30 years old and aspired to have a large family. They bought a small house in Sanguine View, Missouri, where Jackie began creating a family nest. She had a successful career. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said about Clay. His life consisted of numerous failures, and he struggled with holding down any job for long periods. As a result, Jackie became the primary breadwinner of the family. She always dreamed of having children, but faced challenges in conceiving naturally. Determined to become a mother, though, she underwent fertility treatments, commonly referred to as ECO. So when Jackie discovered she was pregnant, with triplets no less, her joy knew no bounds. The family included 2 girls, Abai and Addison, plus 1 boy, Maddox. It was incredibly challenging for the woman to care for 3 children at once. Nonetheless, she did not complain. She continued to shoulder all responsibilities by herself without relying on her husband. He seemed uninterested in the children. At that time, took a job with the sheriff's office to support the family while his wife cared for the children. However, he didn't stay long. He was fired after a year. Only Jackie's parents and sister provided assistance with the children, allowing her some respite. When Clay lost his job, Jackie took on work to support the entire family. Even after their children were born, Clay did not change his behavior and showed little interest in either his family or work. Occasionally, he engaged in part-time work that didn't bring in the expected income. Clay seemed comfortable, living off his wife's hard work. She worked 40 hours a week and managed the household simultaneously. Jackie's career progressed rapidly. She soon secured a management position at an insurance company branch. This advancement further relaxed Clay's attitude toward financial responsibility. Instead of appreciating his wife's efforts, Clay mistreated her in various ways. He insulted her frequently, called her worthless, and demeaned her value by stating no one wanted her. His infidelities and abusive actions caused significant distress. Jackie's parents and sister were deeply troubled by Clay's behavior and urged her to divorce him. However, Jackie was reluctant to take such a drastic step at that time and tried to salvage their marriage. Every day brought diminishing hope that their relationship could be saved. Over the next few years, financial difficulties compounded their problems. Because Clay was not working while Jackie's salary could no longer cover all expenses for their large family. Mounting mortgage debts led to their house being foreclosed upon. The woman decided it was time to move in with sister, seizing upon the opportunity. Her husband then relocated to a friend's place. At this point, their children were a bit older. Jackie faced the tough, yet necessary choice to file for divorce. She believed she and her kids deserved a better life. When Jackie brought this up with her husband, Clay seemed calm initially. However, he soon changed his stance and refused the divorce. His threats started subtly, but gradually escalated into direct threats against her life. He warned that divorcing him would be like signing a death warrant for herself and their children. These threats terrified Jackie, yet she remained resolute. Living under such conditions was no longer an option for her, so she sought ways to end her marriage with Clay. She turned to her family, sharing the troubling behaviors of her husband, and began keeping a diary to document his actions. Jackie also noticed that Clay was stalking her. For the sake of safety, she and her children moved in with her sister during this period. Her kids were only 5 years old and didn't understand the situation fully. Nonetheless, Jackie explained that their current living arrangement was crucial. Time passed, and things began to stabilize as the divorce process neared its conclusion. It appeared that Clay had come to terms with their separation and ceased his harassment towards Jackie. They even started forming new relationships on the side. Jackie allowed Clay visitation rights with their children, and disputes between them reduced significantly. On June 1, 2011, Clay and Jackie agreed to meet at the attorney's office to finalize the last aspects of their divorce. On that day, their son Maddox was visiting his father while Jackie's other children stayed with Cheryl, Jackie's sister. After the meeting at the attorney's office, Jackie planned to pick up Maddox from Clay's house before heading back to Cheryl's place. Leaving the office, Jackie telephoned her sister Cheryl to report that everything had gone smoothly and mentioned she was on her way to collect Maddox from Clay's residence before returning home. That conversation would be their last. Jackie gradually lost touch. As time passed, her sister became increasingly anxious and started calling Jackie, but there was no answer. She then tried calling Clay, but he didn't respond either. Cheryl began to suspect that Clay had done something to Jackie. She sent him a text message. "If I don't hear from Jackie in 5 minutes, I'm going to the police." Almost immediately called back asking what was wrong. Cheryl responded firmly, stating that she believed he knew exactly what was happening. Clay asserted he didn't know where Jackie was and mentioned he would instruct her to call Cheryl when he saw her. However, Cheryl wasn't convinced. She took her sister's children to their parents at a house and filed a police report personally. Despite initial skepticism about Clay's involvement in Jackie's disappearance, the detectives took her concerns seriously. They didn't make her wait for 24 hours before investigating further. Instead, they pried to contact Jackie's ex-husband for any leads on her whereabouts. When questioned, 41-year-old Clay informed them that he had lunch with Jackie. They subsequently went to the attorney's office to discuss some aspects of their divorce, and then drove together to his house for further discussions. He claimed that after chatting for a while, he left for the store. Upon his return, Jackie's car was gone. He assumed she had departed. Clay added that his son, Maddox, was in Illinois with his new girlfriend at the time, and insisted Jackie was aware of it. According to him, Jackie wasn't there for her son, but merely to talk about other matters with Clay. However, Cheryl found his statements implausible and inconsistent with what she knew. Jackie made it known that her visit to Clay's house was solely for seeing her son. She had no intention of discussing anything else with him, especially given that she wouldn't have allowed her son to be far away with another woman. Noting these discrepancies, Cheryl managed to convince the investigators that Clay's account lacked credibility and suggested he might be concealing crucial information about Jackie's disappearance. In light of this new perspective provided by Cheryl, investigators were now treating the case more urgently as both the missing person and her car remained unaccounted for. A comprehensive search was launched for Jackie a few hours after her disappearance. Investigators her Honda Pilot on an interstate highway with a flat tire. There were no signs of an accident. The tire appeared punctured intentionally, making the scene look staged. The car was open and empty, with a few blood stains on the back seat, but no other clues indicating her whereabouts. These disturbing details hinted at a possible attack and kidnapping. The search effort for Jackie was concentrated in the vicinity where her car was found. Numerous volunteers, including police officers, rescue squads with dogs, and family members participated in the search. They came from various parts of the region responding to requests from Jackie's relatives. Despite the unbearable heat, many were willing to help locate her. Jackie's family announced a reward of $3,500 for information about her whereabouts. Despite their efforts, including extensive searches and public appeals for assistance, the search yielded no results for several days. Police began to scrutinize Clay, Jackie's ex-husband, more closely. When they visited his house to speak with him again, he recounted the same story as before, but refused access to his home and car. He promptly hired a lawyer who asserted his rights. For days after Jackie's disappearance, left her a voicemail with a distressed tone. "Hi honey, it's Sunday. You went missing on Wednesday. Please call me if you get this message. I don't know where you are and I miss you very much." Detectives later obtained a search warrant and returned to Clay's residence for a thorough inspection. During this inspection, they discovered blood-like stains in his vehicle. Forensic analysis revealed it was fish blood. Clay had deliberately coated the car with fish blood and recorded it on video as a test for forensic experts. In addition to examining the vehicle, investigators noted conspicuous details in Clay's house. A section of carpet had been removed from the floor, leaving an obvious mark. Tiny drops of blood were also found on the walls of the hallway leading to the basement. These findings raised further questions about Clay's involvement and intentions regarding Jackie's disappearance. Traces of furniture rearrangement were evident, signaling that something unusual was happening in the house. Forensics examined under the floorboards and discovered a bloody carpet. Blood samples from the house and the carpet were sent to the laboratory for further examination. Detectives tracked the missing woman's last known movements to 1:10 a.m. She was observed at a drugstore with her ex-husband. The pair appeared composed and normal. Approximately 2 hours later, she was seen at an ATM withdrawing money. After that, Jackie did not reappear on CCTV. Although Clay was seen a few hours later with his son and new girlfriend at a toy store. Subsequently, they visited a car wash in their pickup truck, which had a suspicious trash can inside. By then, had changed clothes and meticulously washed both the car and the boat. This increased suspicion around him, establishing him as the prime suspect. Investigators released photos of Clay's pickup truck and boat, requesting eyewitnesses who may have seen them. A young couple reported seeing Clay near Devil's Island on the Mississippi River. In response to this request, detectives confirmed this information through an analysis of Clay's cell phone billing records, prompting them to focus search efforts in that area. Despite numerous searches over the large terrain, nothing surfaced directly linking to the missing woman. The forensic results soon arrived, indicating that the drops of blood found in Clay's house indeed belonged to Jackie. The police then operated under the assumption that Jackie was deceased. Detectives called Clay in for questioning and attempted to procure a confession from him regarding Jackie's murder. However, Clay denied all accusations, stating that the blood stains were remnants of an old domestic incident in his kitchen. Without physical remains or definitive proof of death, investigators lacked grounds to arrest or charge him. Despite releasing him from custody, authorities kept Clay under close surveillance and continued their investigation. Being an ex-deputy sheriff himself, knew they were monitoring him closely and engaged in deceptive maneuvers to elude detection, effectively playing cat and mouse with law enforcement officials. He'd go to deserted vacant lots to mislead the investigation while the entire neighborhood stood by and participated in the search for the missing mother of 3. Clay continued to bully and taunt them. He would drive past the search party or Jackie's family, insult them, give them the middle finger and shout that they were wasting their time and wouldn't find anything. His defiant behavior raised more suspicions and questions. Meanwhile, the missing woman's sister Cheryl fought in court for custody of the triplets. She feared the children would go to a father who was a danger. His erratic behavior backfired on him and Cheryl got custody. This enraged him and he began threatening his ex-wife's sister with violence, including writing about it on social media. The woman recorded these threats and contacted police. Detectives seized the opportunity and arrested Clay nearly 5 months after Jackie's disappearance. He was charged with threats to life, which he accepted, but claimed he wrote out of anger and despair at losing custody of his beloved children. Clay insisted he didn't plan anything bad against Cheryl. He viewed himself as a victim in this situation. While investigating this incident with his sister, police found out he had other charges pending against him, stealing $50,000 from a previous employer as well as stalking a man. Detectives pressed his former coworker, hoping Clay would confess to killing his ex-wife and lead them to her body, but it was futile. Clayton continued to deny all charges regarding Jackie's disappearance. Instead of confessing to the crime, he started claiming confidently that he knew who was behind his ex-wife's death, a man named Harry. But detectives had already checked this lead thoroughly. Harry had an ironclad alibi that eliminated him from suspicion. All evidence pointed only to Clay, yet he kept denying it. He ended up going to prison for 5 years for threatening Cheryl. While the police locked him up in jail, they continued to investigate Jackie's disappearance. The search for the missing woman continued on Devil's Island, but never yielded any results. Eventually, about 2 years after Jackie's disappearance, the cops gathered a lot of circumstantial evidence: video camera footage, blood in his house, and more. They decided to charge Clay with his ex-wife's murder, even without her body. It was a risky and desperate move because if they lost, the prosecutor's office would not be able to charge him a second time. However, the prosecutor was determined. After consulting with his accomplices, Clay concluded that it would be best for them to make a deal with the prosecution to reduce the sentence. To do so, the defendant offered to plead guilty to the murder and provide the location of the body. Jackie's family agreed to this deal because it was important to give her a decent burial. Clay led police officers to his ex-wife's body. It was in a secluded spot on a remote sandbar on the Illinois side of the Mississippi River. At first, he couldn't remember exactly which tree he had buried her under, but then admitted that he had placed a bag of fertilizer on top of her body. One of the policemen, who was an active gardener, explained that large quantities of fertilizer kill trees. They looked around and found 3 dead trees that were of interest to them. They excavated there, and under one of the trees they did find Jackie's body wearing the same clothes she had last been seen in. The woman was identified from dental records as Jackie Waller. Finally, Jackie's loved ones recognized that she was definitely dead and found her body. Then they were able to commit her to the ground. The woman's funeral was held on her parents' golden wedding day. Cheryl told their children that their mom was gone and she had been killed. Father. This event was a great shock to the children because they lost both their mother and father at once. The children developed a deep aversion to Clay and refused to communicate with him henceforth. As part of the agreement, Clay had to officially confess to the murder of his ex-wife and provide specific details. He explained that the initial thoughts of murder began to surface about a year before the tragic event, when Jackie announced their separation. Despite this, he tried to suppress those dark thoughts, as Jackie was the mother of his children. However, he couldn't bear the idea of her taking his children away. He warned Jackie that such actions would have dire consequences for her, but she didn't heed his warning, which he considered her fault. The night prior to the murder, Clay traveled to a secluded area on Devil's Island to dig a grave for Jackie. According to him, their divorce proceedings were generally progressing smoothly. On that particular day, after a visit to their lawyer, they had a conversation in which she suggested they engage in intimacy one last time. They then went back to his home where they talked in the kitchen. While looking for a snack in the refrigerator, Clay accidentally raised his head, hitting Jackie and causing her nose to bleed. This incident angered her. She stormed out into the hallway where she smeared blood on the walls and started yelling at him that he would never see his children again. At this point, Clay lost control and attacked her. He hit her in the face with his hand and then strangled her. Subsequently, he took Jackie's body out in a dumpster and buried it in the pre-dug grave. Afterward, he meticulously cleaned out both the car and house, took a shower, changed clothes as if nothing happened, and then went on to meet his new girlfriend and son at a toy store. Throughout this process, claimed that everything was driven by impulse and emotion. He did not originally intend to kill Jackie. This contradicted his earlier statement, claiming he had dug the grave the day before. However, if Clay did not plan to kill the woman, why would he have dug the grave beforehand? It appeared to be premeditated murder. The medical examiner found multiple skull fractures on the deceased, indicating blunt force rather than a simple beating with fists. No one believed his story. Clay, who showed no remorse for killing his ex-wife, felt jubilant at receiving only 20 years in prison for second-degree murder, with the possibility of early release. The prosecutor had another strategy. Clay's testimony about digging the grave buried him further. He had dug the hole in Illinois while the murder occurred in Missouri. These actions fell under the federal law against domestic violence across state lines, and their violation allowed an additional 35 years to be added to his sentence. Clay Waller will be eligible for parole after serving 85% of his 55-year sentence. It turned out that Clay was unaware of such a law and did not foresee the consequences of his confession. Yet, his atrocities continued. Demonstrating further callousness, he wrote a book detailing Jackie's murder to profit from the tragedy. Sherelle, Jackie's sister, along with her husband, continues to raise Jackie's children with support from their elderly parents. The children have grown up remembering their mother as an exceptional person who remains forever in their hearts. They still harbor anger toward their father and deeply miss their mom. On December 2, 1990, a couple who were picking up cans along Oscar Talley Road near an abandoned farmhouse in McDonald County, Missouri stumbled upon a mystery. There was a decomposed body lying on the ground tied up with 6 different ropes, including a parachute cord. Upon discovering the remains, they immediately notified the police. A pathologist looked at the remains and estimated it to be a white female in her mid to late 20s. Her autopsy revealed that she had been sexually assaulted and murdered approximately 6 weeks prior to being found. The green parachute cord used on the woman was military issue sold to the military in the 1990s. After her remains were recovered, Detective Lori Howard sent them to get scanned, and the scans were sent to forensic artist Victoria Lywood in Canada. In 2009, her skeletal remains were sent to NAMUS and a profile was produced. However, it returned no matches in a Cody's search. A facial reconstruction expert was able to do a likeness of what she might have looked like using the MRI film of the skull. Those pictures were put out, and though there were several angles pursued, nothing transpired from those efforts. Detective Howard was told that it would be only by the grace of God that we could find out who she was. They would continue referring to her as Grace, and she became known as Neosho Grace Doe. The sheriff's office followed up on many leads over the years and used dental records and DNA to exclude possible matches from all over the country. In 2020, the McDonald County Sheriff's Office partnered with Othram to use advanced DNA testing and forensic genealogy to establish an identification of the victim or to find her closest living relatives. Funds to support the case were raised on the DNA Solves crowdfunding platform and also came from the University Foundation at the Southeast Missouri State University. Her DNA was degraded and had bacterial contamination, and so Othram cleaned up the DNA and created a genetic profile that could then be run through several genealogy websites. From there, they found a number of third-cousin matches and started building up a family tree to find a common ancestor. Working down the family tree, they began to develop a theory about who she might have been related to and gave the names to the lead investigator. That is when investigators made contact with Danielle Pixler, who was on the genealogical tree developed by Othram. During the conversation, Danielle stated that she had a half-sister, Shauna Garber, that had been in foster care in Garnett, Kansas, and then went back into state care. Danielle did not know what happened to Shauna after she left foster care. Danielle stated that she had been looking for Shauna for over 28 years. In February 2021, Danielle agreed to give a DNA sample, and several weeks later, on March 29th, the results showed that she was a half-sister of Grace Doe. This led to the Neosho Grace Doe getting her real name, Shauna Beth Garber, born March 1, 1968. She was 22 years old when she was murdered. Her brother Rob described his and Shauna's childhood by saying they were both physically abused by their mother. By the time Rob was 7 and Shauna was 5, the abuse from their mother began to escalate, which led to them being placed in foster care after a particular heinous incident. He was at school when their mother poured lighter fuel on Shauna and set her on fire. They were then split up after being taken into care with different families, and he was given the surname Ringwald. He saw his sister one more time after she got out of the hospital on his 8th birthday, and that was the last time. As an adult in the 1990s, Rob became interested in finding his sister. He remembered Shauna, but he was also told of other half-siblings. After contacting the authorities, he was eventually given the name of a half-sister, Danielle Pixler, who also lived in Kansas. They met and struck up a lasting friendship, and Danielle too wanted to find Shauna. She spent countless hours on Facebook hunting for her, and for years she put flyers on trees and windows. Detectives believe that Shauna was probably killed on Halloween night based on the report of a witness who said that she heard a woman scream and then heard a noisy pickup truck. Now investigators are attempting to trace the whereabouts of Shauna, her acquaintances once she became an adult, and what might have happened to her. They believe she may have been based in Joplin, Missouri at the time of her disappearance. Detective Lieutenant Hall thinks he has a real chance of breaking the case. He states, "Do think the murder can be solved now that we know who she is. It is possible that Shauna's killer is still alive and believes they have gotten away with murder." Danielle and Rob and other loved ones had a funeral for Shauna. They still don't have a picture of Shauna as an adult, and they still aren't sure what name she was using at the time of her death. But they finally have some answers and are closer to finally getting some closure. If you have any information regarding Shauna Garber, 22 years old, in late 1990, or anyone who might have known her, contact Lieutenant Michael Hall at the McDonald County Sheriff's Office in Pineville, Missouri. On June 1, 1989, 14-year-old Stephanie Isaacson left her house at about 6:30 a.m. to walk to El Dorado High School in Las Vegas, Nevada. She cut through a vacant sandlot at Stewart Avenue and Lynn Lane, which was her usual route. However, her shortcut was not a good idea that day. When Stephanie didn't come home that afternoon, her father started looking for her and soon found out she had never even arrived at school that day. A missing person report was filed and law enforcement investigators began a local search. That evening, near the intersection of Stewart Avenue and Nellis Boulevard, her books, belongings, and body were discovered nearby. Officers attempted to find leads but were unsuccessful. DNA from the case was uploaded to the national database called CODIS, but there were no matches. For 32 years, the case remained cold despite failed attempts at matching the DNA found on her shirt. In 2021, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department teamed up with Othram to re-examine DNA evidence from the crime scene in hopes that advanced DNA testing might generate new leads in the investigation. The $5,000 needed to fund the testing was provided by entrepreneur and philanthropist Justin Wu, founder of the nonprofit organization Vegas Helps. He offered to donate to any case in the area, and Stephanie's case was chosen due to the limited DNA left. But Mr. Wu was not told which case he was funding until the results came in 7 months later. There was only 0.12 nanograms or fewer than 15 human cells of DNA remaining from the crime scene. But amazingly, the scientists at Althorn were successfully able to use the smallest ever amount of human DNA to crack a case. For reference, getting a DNA swab for companies like 23andMe gathered around 750 to 1,000 nanograms of DNA compared to the 0.12 nanograms they had in this case. This sets a new lower limit on the quantity of DNA required to build a genealogical profile for a suspect of a crime. Through a distant cousin, they were able to finally make a match. Detectives were able to confirm the identity of the suspect that attacked and strangled Stephanie as Darren Roy Marchand. He lived in Las Vegas at the time of the murder 32 years ago. In 1986, at the age of 20, he had also been a suspect in the murder of 24-year-old Nanette Vanberg of Las Vegas, and his DNA was still on record. Nanette was found dead in her home on February 27, 1986. However, he was released when the case was dismissed over a lack of evidence. 29-year-old Darren, her alleged killer, died in 1995 by suicide. If you are interested in helping solve a cold case, visit DNAsolves.com to learn how. Donations are required in many cases to help fund testing to solve cold cases. You can even choose which cold case you would like to fund, including helping discover the identity of John and Jane Doe's. Jamie Hahn was born on October 25, 1983. Growing up in Orangeburg, South Carolina, she lived with her 2 brothers and sister, Brett, Justin, and Ashley. Despite their parents' divorce and remarriage, Jamie remained a cheerful child. She attended a small yet renowned private prep school, celebrated for its educational excellence. In junior high, Jamie visited the University of North Carolina with her classmates. She instantly fell in love with the campus and aspired to attend. Even as a student, she aimed to impact others' lives by joining the board of the Center of Hope to support troubled teens. Later on, engaged in various political campaigns. One notable campaign was Senator John Edwards' 2008 presidential run, a competitor to Obama. During this campaign, Jamie emerged as a prominent figure in North Carolina's Democratic Party. During one campaign, she met Nation and formed a deep professional relationship with him that later evolved from platonic to romantic. For months after their first romantic moment, they announced their engagement and married on April 18, 2009. Their intense love was anchored in a deep friendship. Jamie and Nation thrived in their respective careers. Jamie ran her own political fundraising consulting firm, while Nation was a well-known online strategist aiding politicians and nonprofits with their campaigns. Described by friends and acquaintances as exceptionally kind, tender, and generous, the couple was well regarded. They took their marriage vows seriously and actively participated in projects like the Coalition to Protect Young Families in North Carolina. Although they were childless at that time, Jamie and Nation planned on starting a family soon. They both enjoyed vibrant social lives. Jamie was known among her friends and family as a compassionate individual who had the ability to spread happiness wherever she went. Her talent and enthusiasm for politics led many to foresee a promising future for her. However, unexpectedly, their seemingly perfect world suddenly fell apart on April 22, 2013. Around 5:20 p.m., Jamie frantically ran from her house and sprinted a few dozen meters before collapsing unconscious in a neighbor's yard. Her body was drenched in blood. Onlookers on the street were shocked by the scene and shouted for someone to call 911. A neighbor, who saw the turmoil unfolding in his yard, immediately phoned emergency services. Through Jermaine's disoriented words, he understood that someone named John, who seemed to still be inside her house, had assaulted her with a knife. He quickly applied a towel to the numerous wounds on her abdomen and urgently summoned an ambulance and the police. Arriving patrol officers traced the blood from the neighbor's yard back to the Hahn residence. Encircling the house, they commanded the individual inside to exit with hands raised. Moments later, a disheveled bald man emerged on the porch. The officers noted he bore wrist injuries and a stab wound in his abdomen. Due to his injuries, this unidentified man was transported to the hospital in an ambulance, escorted by a police officer. En route to the hospital, the wounded man grew distressed and tearful, expressing regret that this hadn't occurred sooner, and repeatedly murmuring a desire to die. Following his medical treatment, the police endeavored to ascertain his identity, reasons for being in the Hahn residence, and circumstances leading to this tragic event. They soon discovered he was 31-year-old Jonathan Wayne Brill, a close friend of Nation and a guest in their home. Jermaine also knew John well. She had employed him as an accountant in her political consulting firm after he relocated to North Carolina. The couple had generously offered him accommodation in their home until he could find his own place. Nation and John hailed from the same hometown and first crossed paths in 2000 during a church trip. Despite a 4-year age gap, they quickly struck up a friendship. As it often happens with childhood friends, they drifted apart when one went off to college, but rekindled their bond post-graduation. They became virtually inseparable. Jonathan even had the honor of being the best man at Nation and Jemin's wedding. In April 2009, the trio was akin to the Three Musketeers, following the ethos of one for all and all for one. They shared vacations, regular Monday dinners, and celebrated holidays together. To some neighbors, Jonathan seemed almost like an extension of the Hahn family, given how much time he spent at their home. This deep, seemingly unbreakable bond makes the violent incident that left all three with stab wounds in their own home all the more perplexing and tragic. Every Monday, Jamie and Nation would host their mutual friend Jonathan for dinner. On that particular day, Broyhill arrived earlier than usual with the intention of discussing recent campaign details with Jamie. The friends were deeply concerned about John's well-being, as he had confided in them about his diagnosis of pancreatic cancer, a notably aggressive and often terminal disease. The Hans, in their caring nature, accompanied Jonathan to his medical appointments and were consistently present, offering every possible support in his arduous battle for life. There was an instance when Jamie, overwhelmed with emotion, asked Nation if they should consider having a child soon, so that their future offspring might have the chance to know Jonathan. Such was their affection and regard for their friend. They wished even their yet-to-be-born child could have the opportunity to bond with him. The recent diagnosis of cancer was a harsh blow, but it wasn't the first health challenge Brill had encountered. Over the years, John had experienced multiple hospitalizations. He had once revealed to Nation that he was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis during a gallbladder operation. Consequently, the Harns invited Jonathan to live with them temporarily, offering care and support until his health improved. On that fateful Monday, Jamie and Jonathan were already engaged in work-related discussions in the kitchen when Nation arrived home and headed upstairs to change. Nation was startled by Jamie's screams calling out his and then John's name. Assuming that Brill may have fallen ill given his medical condition, Nation hurried downstairs midway. He was met with Jamine's terror-stricken voice, crying out that someone was trying to stab her. Rushing into the kitchen, Nation was confronted with the horrifying sight of his wife on the floor, bleeding profusely. John stood over her, wielding a large kitchen knife. As Brill and started advancing towards Nation, knife raised threateningly. Nation froze in disbelief. How could such a nightmare unfold in mere minutes? In a desperate act of self-defense, Nation grabbed the knife blade with one hand, while striking John in the face with his other hand. Amidst this chaos, he frantically urged Jamine to run for safety. Attempting to subdue a man who until moments ago was his closest friend seemed almost unreal. Despite her grave injuries, Jamine miraculously managed to rise from the floor and flee through the side door of their home. Once she was out, Nation, overcoming shock and tumult, pushed Jonathan aside and hurried after his wife. Outside, Jamine desperately made her way to the nearest neighbor's house for help. Unfortunately, no one responded to her urgent knocking. Summoning her remaining strength, she attempted to reach the next house, but collapsed unconscious in their yard due to her overwhelming injuries. Alerted by the commotion and drawn by the screams, passers-by quickly came to her assistance, while a neighbor called for an ambulance and the police. Meanwhile, Nation, panicked, searched frantically for Jamine. Following the trail of blood led him to discover her in a neighbor's yard. She was conscious but in agony, clutching her side. Kneeling beside her, he took her hand and tried comforting her with promises of recovery and future anniversaries and vacations by the sea, though tears streamed down his face. As he spoke, clutching Jamine's hand, Nation was overwhelmed by thoughts of a life without her and unable to fathom how their peaceful life had taken such a sudden turn. As they awaited help, a neighbor swiftly brought a towel to press against Jamine's bleeding abdomen. Unfortunately, the towel was quickly soaked with blood. Another compassionate neighbor elevated Jamine's legs onto a bag of leaves, trying to give some comfort. The ambulance was on its way, but to the onlookers, the wait felt endless. Even though it was only a few minutes, Jamine's breathing grew labored, a clear sign of her critical state. When the paramedics arrived, they promptly administered life-saving measures. Nation, having suffered severe cuts to his hand while wrestling with the knife, also desperately needed medical attention. Both he and Jamine were rushed to the hospital. During transport, Jamine lost consciousness and upon arrival was taken immediately for emergency surgery. Meanwhile, Nation, overwhelmed with worry for his wife and oblivious to his own pain, received stitches. He was in such shock that he repeatedly tried to enter the ICU, desperate for any updates about Jamine, but was denied access. Seated anxiously on a hospital bed, Nation was tormented by thoughts of Jamine's condition. Over a dozen stab wounds, a severed artery and severe liver damage. His only solace during those excruciating moments was hoping and praying for her survival. By some miracle, Jamine did survive the surgery initially, but tragically, this hope was short-lived. She never regained consciousness. 2 days after this harrowing ordeal, Jameen succumbed to her injuries. The autopsy revealed a grim reality. She had sustained 24 stab wounds across various parts of her body, including her face, neck, back, hands, and forearms. However, the most lethal injuries were inflicted on her abdomen and chest, resulting in catastrophic damage to her lungs and liver. Meanwhile, Jonathan Brill had inflicted wounds upon himself and was hospitalized for 8 days to recover from his self-inflicted injuries. On Tuesday, April 30th, 2013, still needing medical attention with bandages on both wrists, Brill was transported on a stretcher to the magistrate's office in Wake County. The individual was formally charged with first-degree murder in the case Jermaine Han and assault with a deadly weapon on Nation Han. Due to the severity of the charges, he was held without bail and at Central Prison in Raleigh. This facility was specifically chosen because it housed a hospital wing, ensuring that Bryhill would continue to receive the necessary medical treatment while in custody for his crimes. The tragic and sudden loss of Jameen profoundly impacted many, leaving a lingering question. Why would someone she considered a best friend commit such a horrific act, robbing her of her future? In the wake of the tragedy, speculation swirled within the community about a substantial amount of money that had gone missing during the election campaign, managed by Jameen's team. Jonathan Brill, who had served as the accountant, officially ceased working for the company at the end of 2012. Despite this, he remained responsible for providing Jameen with financial details and assisting in the preparation of financial reports. It was suspected that Jameen might have discovered the missing funds, which totaled over $50,000, and confronted Jonathan about this discrepancy. This confrontation could have triggered his violent outburst. On April 22, 2013, Jameen had invited Jonathan over for their regular Monday dinner and intended to discuss the company's financial issues. The exact sequence of events during Nation's brief absence remains unclear. However, it is widely believed that Jameen might have challenged Jonathan regarding the missing funds during this time. As time passed, Nation's physical wounds began to heal, but emotional and psychological scars remained deep and unhealing. 6 months following this devastating event, Jameen's family and Nation, her grieving husband, scattered her ashes near Pulaski Memorial Baptist Church. This place was significant because Jemin had dedicated her time and efforts as a volunteer there. In a poignant twist of fate, just a week before the tragedy, the Hans had requested the church's pastor to pray for Jonathan, who they believed was battling cancer. Did they know that soon it would be they who needed the prayers of their community in the wake of such an unimaginable loss? The Nation had to grapple with the truth that an individual he had known from childhood, whom he saw as his dearest friend, had completely shattered his life, and even more heartbreakingly, claimed the life of the woman he adored more than anything in the world. According to Nation, Jameen was his anchor, his backbone, and his soulmate. He couldn't fathom how the sun could continue to glow without her. The trial of Brill commenced on March 4, 2015. The district attorney informed the jury that Jonathan, serving as Jenny's financial manager, had written 39 checks to himself, misappropriating around $50,000, the identical sum missing from the account. To rationalize his deeds, Brill claimed various health issues, including brain impairment from multiple sclerosis, memory deficits, a gallbladder operation, and pancreatic cancer. Compassionate Jamie refrained from confronting John about such a sensitive matter during his challenging times. She tactfully sidestepped the issue, hoping Brill would identify and rectify the mistake. All seemed normal until she got a call from a debt collector. Then the district attorney unveiled a startling truth. The preceding year, the defendant's first hospitalization occurred when he was admitted following an episode at Han's residence. Prior to that, Jonathan hadn't sought any medical treatment, as his health records confirmed. All along he had deceived Jamie and Nation about his health conditions. No gallbladder operation, no multiple sclerosis, and no cancer, but merely a manifest mental disorder and something dreadful. Within the search history revealed that the man had been seeking information on pancreatic cancer and specialists in this particular field, evidently to lend credibility to his falsehoods. He also looked up cruises that could be taken without a passport. John had arranged a one-way journey to Las Vegas for April 23rd, but canceled it on the 22nd, merely 2 hours before assaulting Jamie with a knife. Jonathan admitted to the authorities that he had indeed misappropriated the campaign funds and fabricated all his medical conditions. When the Hans escorted him to medical appointments, waiting in the car as devoted, caring friends, he merely roamed the hospital halls. In recent times, Jonathan grappled with depression and suicidal inclinations. He confessed to being tormented by voices urging him to harm others. He purchased the knife for himself, supposedly planning to use it in Vegas to end his life. Yet, he believed Jameen would confront him about the financial irregularities. When she did, he began to inflict wounds on himself. Jameen attempted to intervene, but at that point, he was so deranged and furious that he started assaulting his friend impulsively. Jonathan recalled attacking Jamie, yet parts of this episode were wiped from his memory. His lawyer and Jonathan himself realized that fully dismissing the charges was unfeasible due to the overwhelming evidence of his guilt. Still, they aimed to argue for temporary insanity to lessen the sentence. Before the jury retired to deliberate, Nation Han was allowed to speak. With a voice filled with sorrow, he expressed, "We lock our doors at night to block out the world's evil, but it's chilling to think what occurs when evil holds the key." He addressed these words to his former best friend. On March 19, 2015, the jury announced their decision. They ruled Jonathan Brill guilty of first-degree murder of Jamie Han and the attempted murder of Nation Han. The judge issued a life sentence without parole. Jameen's intentions were utterly pure, and her death was so senseless that even Jonathan later acknowledged in an interview that if he had been honest with the Hans, she would have forgiven him. Suddenly, their closest friend became their worst fear. This story defies any rational explanation. Mikhail Bush was born on February 13, 1997 in the Canadian province of Alberta. She grew up there with her parents and a younger sister, who was not only incredibly close to her, but also saw her as a role model throughout their lives. Mikhail was a cheerful, energetic, and kind girl, which naturally drew people to her and earned her many friends. One of her biggest passions in life was ice skating. From a young age, she and her parents would often visit local rinks, and over time, it became something she truly loved. While in high school, Mikhail met a boy named Cody, and the two began dating. It didn't take long for them to realize they wanted to spend the rest of their lives together. So, after graduation, they started planning their future as a couple. After finishing school, Mikhail got a job at a charity organization that supported people with disabilities. She quickly grew passionate about the work and decided to pursue a career in healthcare so she could continue helping those in need. In 2017, Mikhail enrolled in a local college and earned her nursing degree. After graduating, she returned to her job at the charity center. But shortly after that, something else happened. Mikhail found out she was pregnant. She and Cody were over the moon with joy, and following the happy news, Cody proposed to her in the middle of a ring. In 2020, they welcomed their son Noah and began building their life together as a family. Cody worked in pipeline construction, which meant he was constantly traveling across Canada. It was quite tough. His wife and newborn either had to move around with him or spend weeks without seeing him. But in 2021, he got a new job that finally let him stay in one place. With this new job, the family moved to a small town called Hinton. It was a fairly remote area, but for the first time, Cody's work no longer required constant travel, and they could finally settle down and spend more time together. In early September 2021, Mikhail and Cody moved into their new apartment in a residential complex on the outskirts of town. At the time, Mikhail was 24 years old, and their son Noah was just 16 months. The family was thrilled with their new home, surrounded by nature, parks, and a sense of peace and quiet. On September 16th, Cody left for work as usual, while Mikhail stayed home to take care of their son. His shift ended around 6 p.m. and he headed back, looking forward to spending the evening with his family. But to his surprise, neither Mikhail nor Noah was home. Cody checked every room, looked out into the yard, but there was no sign of them. At first, he thought Michael might have taken Noah for a walk to one of the nearby parks, but then he noticed something odd. Their son's stroller was still inside the apartment, which meant Michael couldn't have gone far with him. Then Cody noticed something even more unsettling. On the kitchen table, there were plates with half-prepared food, as if Michael had started making lunch, but suddenly stopped and left the house. Cody started to seriously worry and decided to check the nearby parks and playgrounds, thinking Mikhail and Noah might be there. But after searching everywhere, he couldn't find them and returned home. Hoping for answers, he began calling family and friends, thinking someone might have picked them up. That would have explained why Mikhail hadn't taken the stroller, but no one had seen her that day. On top of that, Cody kept trying to call her, but Mikhail wasn't answering her phone. The whole situation felt increasingly bizarre, and Cody decided it was time to call the police. By the time he made the call, one of his friends had arrived at the apartment complex to help. Together they searched the area again before the police arrived but couldn't find them. It seemed like Mikhail had vanished without a trace. The officers arrived shortly after and joined the search. They thoroughly checked the apartment complex, the wooded area behind it, and nearby streets. They also began going door to door, questioning residents in hopes of finding any clues about Mikhail and Noah's whereabouts. Before long, their efforts paid off. One neighbor mentioned seeing a woman who looked like Mikhail running away from the complex toward the road earlier that day. She wasn't screaming or calling for help, and her son wasn't with her. The police decided to follow up on this lead and asked the complex manager for access to the CCTV footage. They reviewed hours of recordings but couldn't find any sign of Mikhail. But then something completely unexpected caught their attention. Around noon, the same neighbor who claimed to have seen Mikhail was captured on camera carrying 2 large garbage bags out of the building. The police went straight to the dumpster to examine the contents of those bags. When they opened one, they were met with a horrifying sight. Inside was Noah's body, along with some of Mikhail's belongings, including her phone. This discovery immediately changed the course of the investigation. Detectives knew they had to proceed carefully, as Mikhail's whereabouts were still unknown. They suspected the neighbor was directly involved in the crime and decided to search his apartment. But there was a problem. The man lived right next door to Mikhail's apartment, where Cody and other family members were waiting. The 2 apartments shared a wall. The police were concerned that what they might find inside the neighbor's apartment could trigger an uncontrollable situation. To avoid this scenario, the officers came up with a plan. They asked Cody and his family members to temporarily leave their apartment, explaining that investigators needed to conduct a thorough examination. What they didn't tell Cody was that his son's body had just been discovered only a few dozen yards away. As soon as Cody left, police went straight to the neighbor's apartment. They requested permission to search the unit, and the man voluntarily agreed. When investigators reached the bathroom, they found Mikhail. Her body was lying in the tub, completely unclothed. After this heartbreaking discovery, the neighbor, 53-year-old Robert Major, was immediately arrested, and detectives now had to piece together what had happened inside that apartment. While waiting for medical examiners to determine the exact causes of death, the police began looking into Robert's background, and what they found was truly shocking. Robert had an extensive criminal record spanning several decades. He had been charged more than 24 times, mostly for sexual offenses. But despite his repeated arrests, Robert had only served short prison sentences. During his time in custody, he was evaluated by multiple psychiatrists, and he openly admitted to them that he really enjoyed committing these acts and took pleasure in his crimes. With multiple expert evaluations on record, authorities knew for sure Robert was likely to reoffend, but instead of keeping him behind bars after his numerous crimes, he was released in 2016. The only measure the police took was to issue a public warning, informing the community about Robert and the threat he posed. Robert was also required to register in a special offender database. He was banned from living near women, children, schools, or playgrounds, prohibited from leaving his city, which was located about 190 miles from Hinton, and ordered to meet with a police representative on a regular basis. But these restrictions quickly became irrelevant. Canadian law basically removed individuals from the registry and lifted their restrictions if they went a year without committing another crime. Because of this, Robert fell off the radar of law enforcement several years before the tragedy. At some point, he moved to Hinton and settled in a residential complex filled with families and children. None of the local police officers were aware of his criminal history. The management of the apartment complex, even if they wanted to, had no way of accessing this information, let alone the residents themselves. Medical experts soon completed their examination of the bodies, while Robert, shortly after his arrest, gave a partial confession, and his words shocked even the most seasoned investigators. On top of that, they managed to gather additional evidence and witness statements that helped piece together the full picture of what happened on that fateful day. That morning, Mikhail and Noah went for a walk in the nearby park. When they returned home, the building manager approached Mikhail to discuss an issue. The problem was that Cody worked on pipelines, would often come home with his boots and clothes covered in dirt, leaving muddy tracks all the way to their apartment door. The manager asked Mikhail to address the situation, and she promised to clean it up right away. After their conversation, Mikhail went back inside, put Noah down for a nap, and started preparing lunch. Around this time, she also called a friend. This friend later recalled hearing a knock at Mikhail's door during their conversation, followed by a man's voice. He offered to help clean the hallway, but the friend didn't catch the rest of the exchange. Shortly after, Mikhail returned to the kitchen, finished her call, and sent a message to a family member around 2 p.m. From there, one critical question remained unanswered for investigators. How did Mikhail end up in Robert's apartment? Robert himself refused to clarify this particular moment, leaving police to speculate. Perhaps he lured her there under some pretense. Maybe by continuing the conversation about cleaning the hallway or asking for her help with something else. One way or another, Mikhail ended up inside Robert's apartment, and this is where his confession began. Almost immediately after she walked through the door, he attacked her and tried to strangle her, but for nearly 10 minutes he struggled to succeed. In the end, he managed to kill her and then essay her. He then dragged her body to the bathroom before heading to her apartment, where he took Noah and ended his life as well. After committing these horrific acts, Robert placed Noah's body, along with Michael's clothes and belongings, into garbage bags and dumped them in a container outside the building. It seemed he had no further plan, as Michael's body was simply left in the bathroom. Although he tried to mislead investigators by claiming that Michael had run off from the complex, possibly hoping that police wouldn't think to look inside his apartment. As for his motives, they remain unclear. The details of the case, including the full account of his confession, were never made fully public. Investigators shared only bits of information with media, leaving room for speculation. The reason behind Mikhail's murder was relatively straightforward. Not only did Robert find satisfaction in causing harm, but he also killed her with the intent of essay. However, Noah's murder was more perplexing. Investigators suggested that Robert may have killed him out of fear that Noah could identify him. Another theory is that Noah woke up and started crying, which may have scared Robert, thinking the noise could draw attention from the neighbors. One way or another, Robert's main motive became crystal clear through his numerous conversations with psychiatrists. He simply took genuine pleasure in harming others, especially those who were physically weaker than him. It's worth noting that even prison didn't stop him. During one of his previous sentences, Robert assaulted a cellmate, which led to additional charges. With news of this case spread across the country, many were horrified, not only by the brutality of the crime, but also by the fact that such a dangerous man had been allowed to live freely. Public outrage grew even stronger when details of what happened during the trial came to light. But more on that later. Robert openly admitted to psychiatrists that he enjoyed committing such crimes, and all of them agreed there was very high likelihood he would do it again. But despite this, he was released back into society, and eventually authorities stopped monitoring him altogether. The residents of that complex had no way of knowing about his criminal past either. Even if he had remained on a sex offender registry, the system in Canada works very differently than in the US. In Canada, only law enforcement officials can access the registry, not the general public. This left many Canadians outraged, as the laws prioritized protecting the privacy of a predator but failed to protect Michael and her son. The family had moved into that complex just 15 days before the tragedy, only to become victims of a man who lived literally next door. This devastating injustice pushed Cody and the rest of the family to fight for change. They became actively involved in drafting a new piece of legislation named in Noah's memory. The main goal of the bill was to ensure that repeat offenders are monitored for their entire lives, not just for a short period after their release. The bill also proposed creating a public registry of these offenders, so anyone could easily check if someone with a criminal past was living in their area. As for Robert, he didn't deny his guilt, so the trial moved pretty quickly, but before sentencing, his final statement shocked everyone and once again raised the question of why someone like him was ever released. He openly admitted that he should remain in prison for the rest of his life, because even he would fear what he might do if he were ever free again. At the same time, he claimed he still saw himself as a good person, despite everything he had done. In the end, Robert was sentenced to life in prison, but there was a catch. He would still be eligible for parole in 25 years. If he lives that long, he'll be 78 years old, and there's no guarantee he wouldn't still pose a threat to others, even at that age. As for the bill the victim's family is fighting for, progress has been frustratingly slow. Despite years of advocacy, the legislation still hasn't been passed, and it's unclear if it ever will be. Luz Maria Lopez was born on March 17, 1995, in the small town of San Cristobal, Verapaz. Her family was simple and modest. Her parents were R. Morales and Brian Lopez. Luz Maria was the youngest of two children. She grew up with her older brother, Omar. As an infant, she faced a life-threatening intestinal obstruction. To save her, doctors performed a complex operation without guarantees of success. Her mother prayed fervently for her recovery and firmly believed that her daughter would pull through, and she did. The surgery at such an early age did not impact Luz Maria's development. Throughout her school years, Luz Maria actively engaged in sports, especially gymnastics and athletics. She also had a passion for classical choreography. Her creative nature made it easy for her to communicate and connect with different people, quickly forming friendships. Academically inclined towards the humanities, she excelled in her studies. After finishing school, Luz Maria contemplated higher education and opted for a prestigious state university. She decided to pursue a law degree and later specialized in criminalistics due to her genuine interest in this field. A significant moment occurred during her student years when Luz Maria and her mother visited a car dealership in Coban, the capital of Alta Verapaz. It was Omar's 25th birthday that year, and they wanted to gift him something special, a motorcycle he had always dreamed of. At the showroom, a polite and attentive young consultant named Jorge welcomed them. He showed them various models and provided recommendations. Mother and daughter chose a model but wanted to consult with the head of the family before finalizing their decision. They left with a business card from the dealership and Luz Maria's phone number for future reference. Soon after, Jorge called Luz Maria, not about the motorcycle but on a more personal note. Over time, these calls became frequent until Jorge mustered the courage to ask her out for coffee. It was clear that he had a strong attraction to the beautiful, sultry brunette, but he was unsure how to initiate their acquaintance. Luz Maria also found this handsome young man appealing. When he proposed they meet, she agreed readily. Although the young man was a year younger than her, this slight difference didn't hinder their growing connection. Their romantic relationship blossomed almost immediately. Both felt it was love at first sight and believed in a future filled with happiness together. After only a few months, the couple chose to live together despite their parents' disapproval of such haste. Soon after, they were married. Approximately 6 months later, they held a wedding ceremony inviting only their closest friends and family to celebrate with them. However, issues arose on the day of the wedding. The banquet venue encountered a problem which almost disrupted the entire event. The couple had to pay a significant additional amount to ensure the celebration proceeded as planned. Little is known about Jorge, Luz Maria's chosen partner. Born in 1996 in Santa Catalina, Latina, in central Guatemala, Jorge was the eldest of 2 sons and grew up with his brother Pablo. Their family often faced financial hardships, balancing on the edge of poverty. Thus, there wasn't enough money for luxurious clothes or expensive toys. It barely covered necessities. Despite these challenges, Shohei lacked aspirations for a better life and didn't focus on studying or securing a decent job. People who knew Shohei personally described him as withdrawn and sometimes even aggressive due to his trouble controlling emotions. Consequently, he didn't have many friends and struggled with relationships. Nonetheless, meeting his dream girl sparked determination within him. He worked hard to win her love and hurried to marry her out of fear she might change her mind. It's worth mentioning that Luz Maria's parents were skeptical about their son-in-law right from the beginning. Overall, despite some initial challenges and doubts from others around them, their connection remained strong and unwavering. Something about this young man didn't sit right with them. They couldn't pinpoint it, and they couldn't convince their daughter not to marry him. Soon after the wedding, she became pregnant. Without a university degree, finding a good job was tough. Employers didn't want to hire someone inexperienced and expecting a baby, so she had to settle odd jobs. Her husband, by that time, had lost his job too, and wasn't eager to find a new one. When their daughter Alice was born, money became really tight. With both of them unemployed, they struggled to pay rent or even buy food and basic necessities. Then Jorge suggested moving in with his parents temporarily. Luz Maria Lopez resisted for a long while, but eventually agreed. They couldn't stay on the streets with a baby. Luz Maria Lopez's mother was aware of her daughter's family issues and often urged her to come back home. But Luz Maria Lopez kept saying things would get better with her husband and there was no need to worry. One day, the mother decided to visit her daughter and granddaughter at her son-in-law's parents' house and found a distressing scene. Luz Maria Lopez was in terrible shape, eating just once a day and that too very little. However, Shore's family didn't see the need to provide for their unemployed daughter-in-law. It's terrible. Luz Maria Lopez was breastfeeding Alice, so lack of proper nutrition threatened both their healths. But inadequate meals were only part of the myriad problems she faced in her mother-in-law's home, as she later discovered. She was constantly humiliated and even beaten by her husband's younger brother. He was irritated by the crying of the child and the presence of items in the house. His frustration him to repeatedly throw these items at Maria. On one occasion, he launched a baby bottle that struck little Alice, who was in her mother's arms. Jorge witnessed all of this, but never once stood up for his wife and daughter, acting as if they were strangers to him. Maria's mother persuaded her to take her granddaughter and return to the parents' house. Soon after, Shorai appeared at their doorstep, asking his wife to come back, promising he would find employment. She agreed, but only on the condition that they would rent an apartment and live separately from Shorai's parents. When Maria successfully defended her diploma, she fulfilled a long-time dream by securing a job with the city prosecutor's office. A smart, talented, and responsible young woman, she quickly earned the respect of her colleagues and began moving up the career ladder. Over time, the family's financial situation improved considerably. They could even afford to buy a car for two. However, this improvement was solely due to Maria's diligent work and reputation. Zohei was still searching for himself and preferred living at his wife's expense. He was jealous, lazy, and a domestic type with an explosive temper, which worsened over time. Zohei did not want to work, taking only temporary part-time jobs, if at all. He preferred sitting at home in front of the TV, drinking beer with friends, and spending what his wife earned. Moreover, Jorge was pathologically jealous and tried to control every move of his beloved. He did not permit her to make friends or have lunch with colleagues in cafes or just be somewhere without him. Constantly checking her phone records and reading messages became routine for him. He also forbade her from registering accounts on social networks. At home, when left alone with Maria, Jorge's behavior did not improve in any way. He often created scandals in seemingly calm places, constantly clarified his relationships, and habitually blamed his wife for any problems or family troubles. When they lived at his parents' house, Jorge never stood up for his wife. He just watched as she was humiliated, insulted, and occasionally even beaten by his relatives. Jorge himself also sometimes resorted to violence and didn't see anything wrong with it. He treated Luz Maria as if she were his property, believing she would endure everything and wouldn't leave him. Neighbors frequently heard screams from their home and saw signs of beatings on the young woman's face and body. Luz Maria repeatedly tried to leave her husband and considered filing for divorce. Several times she took her daughter and moved out to live with her parents. However, each time her husband would go there, literally begging on his knees for forgiveness. Remarkably, each time Luz Maria forgave him and gave him another chance despite her parents urging her to come to her senses and leave the abusive man. On December 15, 2020, after another violent altercation with Jorge, Luz Maria took their 3-year-old daughter Alice, got into the car in tears, and went to her mother's house. The following day, Jorge arrived there. His intentions were unclear, whether he wanted his wife back or simply the car. He claimed he had found a job and assured everyone that their lives would change. Additionally, he promised never to raise a hand against his wife again. Surprisingly, Luz Maria believed him yet again and returned with him to their rented apartment. In mid-January 2021, Luz Maria called her mother to complain. But not only did Jorge fail to secure a job as promised, but had also stolen the money she earned, effectively leaving the family destitute. Her mother felt sorry for her daughter and offered financial help so they could get by until the next salary was received. The women agreed to meet on the morning of January 19th, but Luz Maria did not arrive at the designated time. She decided to visit her daughter's workplace the next day. Upon arrival, she discovered that Luz Maria Lopez hadn't shown up for 2 days, and no one had been able to contact her. At the same time, Jorge, also searching for his wife, appeared at the prosecutor's office. He mentioned that they had argued again and thought Luz Maria Lopez had gone to her mother's house. He figured she wasn't answering because she was upset with him. The concerned mother immediately felt something was wrong and suspected her son-in-law might be lying. She went straight to the police to initiate a search for Luz Maria Lopez without delay. That same day, an alert system named Isabel Claudina, originally Alert to Isabel Claudina, was activated nationwide. This emergency system was triggered for young women reported missing. When the extensive search began, Luz Maria Lopez's husband was quickly identified as the prime suspect, though it would actually be more accurate to say he was the only suspect. Luz Maria Lopez had no known enemies or reasons someone would kidnap her, and Jorge was the last person seen with her alive. Naturally, he denied any involvement in her disappearance, asserting that he himself was distraught over her absence and irritated by being labeled as the main suspect. Despite his denials, Jorge repeatedly contradicted himself during questioning and failed to provide a clear explanation as to why he hadn't informed the police on the actual day of his wife's disappearance. He claimed he believed she was at his mother-in-law's home, but didn't call or visit there. While law enforcement searched for witnesses and combed through areas for any clues, a breakthrough came on January 22nd. Municipal workers accidentally discovered Luz Maria Lopez's body while responding to a call about a clogged storm drain near a road. Upon lifting the grate to access the drain, they found an unusual large plastic bag containing something black inside. Upon closer inspection, the observers were horrified to discover charred human remains. They promptly reported this gruesome finding to the authorities. Upon arrival, the police officers speculated that the body might belong to Luz Maria Lopez, who was widely looking for her after nationwide. Forensic experts later verified that the remains were indeed those of a young woman. Her parents and brother, despite the severe disfigurement caused by the fire, confirmed her identity with certainty. What's coincident is that the package containing her remains was found on the same street as the prosecutor's office where she had worked. This location lacked surveillance cameras and lighting. Despite how badly burned the body was, pathologists determined that she had been severely beaten before death. The cause of death was asphyxia, indicated by internal hemorrhages, multiple fractures sustained while she was still alive, and particles of dried blood in her nose and mouth. Additionally, there were deep marks on her neck pointing to strangulation. At the time of discovery, no new suspects had emerged in the investigation. The victim's parents firmly believed that their son-in-law had brutally murdered their daughter. Consequently, Jorge was taken into custody while authorities examined his motive for committing such a heinous act. In addition to the investigation, psychologists and criminal analysts needed to scrutinize the marriage and family dynamics closely. During these proceedings, Ms. Lopez submitted a disturbing audio recording sent anonymously by a neighbor familiar with her daughter's household. This person had frequently witnessed domestic disputes between Luz Maria and her husband, but decided to record one such incident without realizing it would culminate in murder. The audio captured Luz Maria desperately crying for help amid little sobs in the background. Ms. Lopez was horrified by what she heard and lamented that if this witness had alerted authorities earlier, her daughter might still be alive today. The individual who captured the recording did not contact the police, nor did they visit the residence from which the distressing screams emanated. The authorities were unable to trace this anonymous person, making it impossible to involve them as a witness in the investigation. Consequently, the audio recording was included in the criminal materials. A key witness gave a detailed interview urging all citizens to stay vigilant and report incidents of domestic violence to the police rather than merely documenting them with devices such as cameras. This approach, she stated, could potentially save lives. This crime triggered significant public outrage, steadily prompting thousands to take to the streets in protest, demanding that the perpetrator be brought to justice. Jorge was promptly taken into custody but persistently denied any wrongdoing. He claimed he personally drove his wife to work on that ill-fated day when she subsequently vanished. Street CCTV footage indeed captured their vehicle heading towards Luz Maria Lopez's workplace that morning. However, due to tinted windows, it was indiscernible how many individuals were inside. None of the video clips showed the car stopping or Luz Maria exiting. Further discoveries were uncovered at the couple's rented home, where faint traces of cleaned blood and drag marks were detected. These findings suggested that a violent crime likely occurred there. An additional piece of evidence came when microscopic fragments of burnt flesh were discovered in the trunk of their family car. Moreover, during their search, investigators paid close attention to a recent purchase made by Jorge and his wife, a double orthopedic mattress. It wasn't so much about the mattress itself, but rather its dense polyethylene wrapping, which analysis revealed had been used to transport Luz Maria's burnt remains. Additionally, several neighbors testified about having repeatedly heard Jorge verbally abusing and threatening his wife with death just days before her sudden disappearance. Her husband had shouted that he would kill her if she decided to leave him, and that he would hide her body so that no one would ever find it. Based on the data collected by expert criminologists, as well as the testimony of several witnesses, the investigation presented a gruesome picture of the crime. The murder occurred on the night of January 19, 2021. The day before, the couple had a big fight, and Jorge once again resorted to violence with his fists. He had previously had issues with his temper, but this time he went into an uncontrollable rage. He struck his wife multiple times, causing her to scream and cry for help. These screams were heard by their neighbors, but nobody called the police. During the beating, Jorge broke his wife's nose and caused a head injury. After this brutal assault, he strangled her with his bare hands and then attempted to dispose of the body. He dragged it into the backyard, doused it with campfire liquid, and set it on fire. However, Jorge did not anticipate how smoky and foul-smelling the burning flesh and hair would be. Concerned that neighbors might notice and call the fire department or police, he quickly extinguished the fire. He wrapped the charred remains in plastic and sought a secluded location where he believed the body would never be found. The most horrific aspect was that Jorge committed these acts in front of their young daughter. Despite her tender age, she somewhat comprehended what was occurring. The child, 3.5 years old at the time, witnessed both the beating and subsequent murder, as evidenced by her cries and screams, which were also recorded. Aware of some forensic techniques from his wife's textbooks at home, a fact due to their abundance, Jorge attempted to cover up his crime and establish an alibi. He found a dark stretch of road without lights or video surveillance cameras and disposed of his wife's body in a drainage sewer there, thinking he could go unnoticed. The next morning, he drove to her place of work along the usual route, as if he had taken Maria there just as he did every morning. The following day, he began to simulate an active search for his wife, calling her colleagues, acquaintances, and relatives. The criminal's lawyers delayed the trial as much as they could. They also attempted to throw the investigation off track. They insisted that all the evidence and witness statements were circumstantial, emphasizing that not a single piece of evidence unequivocally proved Georgie's guilt. Defense attorneys tried to get the detention changed to house arrest. They argued that Georges himself was deeply depressed due to being accused of killing the woman he loved and the mother of his child. However, decisive evidence came from data obtained from Maria's phone. All this time, the device was in her husband's possession. On the first day after the crime, several messages were sent from it to different people in an attempt to create the appearance that Maria was still alive. Tracking all movements of the smartphone that day showed it was constantly in the same places as Jorge's phone. Despite this evidence, lawyers tried to turn it in favor of their client, claiming Jorge found his wife's phone and drove around with it searching for her. Yet no one could explain why he was sending messages from it or calling it from his own cell phone. Another proof of guilt was bruises and scratches on Jorge's body found on the day of his arrest. These marks were photographed by experts and indicated that Maria clearly resisted. The most vivid was a scratch on his neck. Unfortunately, particles of Jorge's epithelium under Maria's fingernails couldn't be found because they were destroyed by fire. Despite many controversial points, the prosecutor asked for the maximum possible punishment for Jorge. Court hearings and proceedings were repeatedly postponed due to the raging worldwide pandemic. But in October 2022, Jorge was finally found guilty of his wife's brutal murder and sentenced to 50 years in prison. Although he maintained his innocence throughout, custody of little Alice was given to her maternal grandparents, who admitted their granddaughter now holds the main meaning in their lives. The case of Siobhan McLaughlin. On February 28, 2006, McLaughlin was found deceased in a locked bedroom at her residence in Nakanishi Goldstown, Dublin 14. At first, it appeared as if she had tragically taken her own life. But within hours, the members of the McLaughlin family were convinced that she had been brutally murdered. Siobhan was one of 8 children, 7 girls and 1 boy, born to her parents, Owen and Deja McLaughlin. Siobhan worked as a chef in the canteen of an electrical firm. In 1989, at the age of 21, she met a man named Brian Carney, who was 31 years old. Brian worked as an electrical engineer for the same firm, which was a very good job. Siobhan lived in an apartment, while Brian lived with his toddler daughter, Aisling, from a previous relationship. Brian's wife and the mother of his child had passed away from natural causes. A few years before Siobhan and him met, Brian was raising his daughter alone. Eventually, Siobhan would move in with Brian and his daughter. They renovated this house and then decided to sell it. Siobhan decided to set up her own catering business as she had trained at the Shelburne Hotel, and she was ahead of her time when it came to food. She used ingredients that were uncommon in Ireland during the 90s, but would now be considered standard. The era of meat and potatoes had passed. Brian was not only an electrical engineer, but he also owned a music shop called Music City, which he sold in 2005. In 1995, the couple got engaged, but then split up. They did keep in touch with each other over the years, meeting for dinner every few months. While they were separated, Brian never entered into any other relationship, and eventually they reconciled. In January 2002, they got married and Siobhan was expecting a baby. Their son, Daniel, was born 6 months later. That same year, Brian and Siobhan traveled to Spain on holidays with the prospect of buying a boat. But while there, they came across a 200-year-old merchant's mansion on the island of Malacca in Spain. They bought it and converted it into a boutique hotel. It had 6 luxury bedrooms and a heated outdoor pool. The couple bought the property for €2.5 million and oversaw most of the renovations themselves. Siobhan was a visionary, traveling from place to place, collecting pieces for the hotel, along with her impeccable taste and furnishings. Siobhan's culinary skills were what would make the hotel a success. The hotel opened in January 2003, and Siobhan's barbecues quickly became a highlight of guest stays and were popular among the locals. Siobhan and Brian would regularly travel back and forth between Mallorca and Ireland. However, during the holiday season, which spanned from March to December, Brian would travel back to Ireland more frequently. This meant that Siobhan was left in charge of running the business in Mallorca while also raising their son, Daniel. Later, people who knew Siobhan would say that towards the end, They could see that she was not happy and was exhausted from doing everything. They felt there was an atmosphere of tension when Brian was around. However, because Jevon's family was so large, Sayabun would frequently receive visits from one or a few of them, and she was very glad to see them. These visits seemed to lift her spirits and put a pep in her step. Sayabun was very independent, but she also greatly valued the closeness of her family. A few years into owning the property in Spain, Brian and Sebin decided to build a new house beside their property in Dublin, hoping to sell the original house and move into the new house or rent out either of the properties. Sebin came home to Dublin for the break. In 2006, she consulted a lawyer about legally separating and what she had to do. The solicitor advised her to keep a diary of the goings-on between herself and Brian. She enrolled their son Daniel in a local school and was going to approach Brian about her and their son moving into the new house that was being built next door. While Siobhan loved what she had built out there, she was very much on her own, overworked and trying to raise their son with no family around her for support. On the morning of Tuesday, the 28th of February 2006, it was Brian's birthday. Siobhan's sister Niev arrived at Siobhan's house as usual. While she normally arrived at 9 a.m. to leave her car in the driveway and catch the bus into the city, this morning she did not arrive until 9:30 a.m. As she had her own key, she let herself into the house and found 3-year-old Daniel wandering around on his own downstairs. Niev then went upstairs to Siobhan's bedroom door and found it was locked. There was no reply when she called her name. Niev then called her father and mother and informed them of the situation. When the father arrived, he broke down the door and found Siobhan lying in the bedroom near the ensuite door. Reached down and touched Siobhan on the head and then the leg and found she was cold. He knew then that his beloved daughter was dead. She was only 38 years old. The key to the bedroom was found on the floor just inches away from the main bedroom door, and it appeared to have been pushed under. Owen immediately contacted the Garter Irish police. When they arrived and examined the scene, they felt it was staged. Photos had been placed around Siobhan, almost like a shrine. A cord was partially wrapped around Siobhan, and the cord had been broken. When the forensic team arrived and examined the scene, they found indentations at the top of the ensuite door, and the other part of the vacuum cord was wrapped around the door handle on the inside of the door, making it look like she had tried to hang herself. It later emerged in court that the cord would have snapped within 5 seconds due to Serban's weight, and she would have had to have been at least 6 inches off the ground. These two factors, combined with other evidence, indicated that it was impossible for Serban to have taken her own life. It was also determined that Serban had been dead for a few hours, as rigor mortis had already set in. The Garter imposed a 2-day media blackout on the case and advised the family not to speak to the press. After Siobhan's killing, it was said that the Garter took this step to try and avoid publicity of the case, and to prevent a repeat of what had happened in the Rachel O'Reilly case 18 months earlier, where no charges had yet been brought. The blackout was lifted when Brian's mother-in-law informed him of Siobhan's passing. The McLaughlin family gathered, united in grief, while Brian received little sympathy, his sister offering consolation. The family referred to Seaborn by her maiden name, evidently privy to information unknown to others. Brian was extensively questioned. Could he leave, only to be told he had to speak to the detectives first? He also questioned whether they would want the clothes he was wearing, which was strange. Brian was eventually allowed to leave after speaking with the detectives, and he did not hand over the clothes for testing, as he had asked for a specific item of clothing from the back bedroom to change into. The police officers did not want to give him these clothes, so they let him leave with the clothes he was wearing. He went to stay with his parents along with Daniel. Later that evening, Gwadi went to the house to retrieve the clothes he was wearing, and it was discovered that his mother had washed the clothes. Very convenient. On Thursday, March 2nd, 49-year-old Brown was brought in for questioning and detained for 12 hours. Reports indicate he was picked up from his parents' home. After initially agreeing to cooperate with the investigation, he refused to answer any of the questions asked. He was released that evening. Gwadi told the press that they were conducting further inquiries and a file would be prepared for the Director of Public Prosecutions. The Gardaí interviewed Siobhan's friends and family and they discovered that Siobhan was unhappy in her marriage and had visited a solicitor weeks before she died. She had also contacted the Citizens Advice Bureau for advice on separation and dividing assets. The family also revealed that they were suspicious of Brian and that he was a controlling individual. They provided an example of Siobhan being made to take out the dishes from the dishwasher and being required to wash them by hand because it was too expensive to run the dishwasher. He controlled the money, and she had to get his approval for everything. Serben sold her apartment, and Brian moved them to Spain. One of the sisters would say it was his dream to move to Spain, not Serben's. Serben's life was in Ireland, and she had no one in Spain. It was his way of isolating her from her friends and family. There was also a growing rift between Brian and the McLaughlin family. Brian delayed the funeral by 10 days after asking for a second autopsy. When a death notice was published in the newspaper, the McLaughlin family referred to Siobhan as McLaughlin and not Carney, and never mentioned Brian. Meanwhile, they published a separate notice in a different newspaper. At the funeral on the 11th of March, a picture was placed beside the coffin of Siobhan and her son, but Brian was left out. Additionally, at the funeral, the Kearney and McLaughlin families sat separately in the church. They did not look at each other or interact on the day. This is characteristic of Irish people. We do not hesitate to express our genuine feelings about someone. The week after the funeral, the guard had traveled to Spain and conducted a search of the hotel that Siobhan and Brian owned. Furthermore, Brian's mobile data was recovered, and it placed him at the scene of the crime at the time they believed Seelburn died. Witnesses reported seeing Brian in the driveway at the time he claimed to be at his brother's on the morning of the murder. Brian's DNA was also found on a part of the vacuum cord. On June 22, 2006, Brian was arrested again and questioned at Dundrum Garda Station. He was questioned for 8 hours before being released without charge. The guard have felt they had enough evidence at this stage and sent a complete file with all the new evidence gathered over the months to the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP. It was now a waiting game. Meanwhile, Brian went to Spain to oversee all the preparations for the hotel's new season opening. However, once word spread about the murder, cancellations started coming in and staff also quit, considering it too difficult to work without Siobhan, who was the backbone of the business success. The staff's loyalty was to Siobhan, not Brian, which reflects the kind of person Siobhan was. The Guadi again returned to the hotel in Spain, and under oath in front of a Spanish judge, the staff gave evidence about Siobhan's demeanor in the weeks before her death. On December 10, 2006, Siobhan's family held a vigil outside her house where she was killed. Her sister said, "We are utterly distraught without Siobhan, but we are equally determined and will not rest until her killer is brought to justice." Siobhan was the embodiment of fun, life, joy, a terrific mother and an adorable and hilarious sister and daughter, a true friend, and she will never be forgotten. 200 people turned up at the vigil. They held hands, sang hymns, and held up pictures of Siobhan. In January 2007, the newspapers once again spoke to Guadi's sources, and they said they were confident that an arrest would be made soon. However, the amount of evidence was substantial and it would take time to go through it. On Tuesday, January 17, 2007, the inquest into Siobhan's death was postponed. The McLaughlin family appealed to the public for fresh information to convict the main suspect, Brian, as the Director of Public Prosecutions announced they needed even more evidence to go for a conviction of murder against Brian. Brian did not attend the short hearing. On May 30, 2007, Kearney was arrested at his home next to his original home with his kids. He was charged with Serben's murder, brought to court, and remanded to prison. His response was not guilty, and no bail request was made. The McLaughlin family attended the hearing, but Kearney avoided eye contact and chewed gum disrespectfully. Kearney was freed on bail on June 6, 2007, after appealing to the High Court at Clover Hill Prison the previous day. His release came with conditions. He had to surrender his passport, pay on €100, and provide a €55,000 bond from an independent juror, which his brother Patrick supplied. He also had to sign in weekly at Dundrum Garda Station. In July, a date was set for the trial to begin 6 months later. with a 4-week time frame to hear all evidence and reach a verdict. So the trial was to start in early 2008. On February 11th, Kearney appeared for trial before Justice Barry White and a jury of 12. He pleaded not guilty. However, one juror worked for a home security company that had installed and serviced the Kearney residence system. While the defense was willing to continue with 11 jurors, the prosecution objected and the judge agreed. The jury was dismissed and a new one sworn in a week later. It was the prosecution's case that Kearney had murdered Saban, tried to stage it as a suicide, and left his son alone before going to work. The McLaughlin family testified about the events and Saban's father found her dead. Her mother also recounted the morning's happenings, including Neve's wrong actions towards the authorities and Kearney. She said when Kearney arrived home, she broke the news to him that Siobhan was dead upstairs. When she had been on the phone with him, she had not told him what was wrong, and Kearney never asked. Deja also confirmed that in 1999, Siobhan had signed herself into the St. John of God's psychiatric unit after suffering from stress at work and what was described as a little breakdown. But after 5 days, she returned to work. Bridget, Siobhan's sister, stated that in 2005, Connie phoned her to say that Siobhan was suffering from her nerves again. But when Bridget phoned Siobhan, she was perfectly fine. Ward, who worked for Colors Electrical with Kearney, said Connie was in the habit of arriving to work between 8:30 a.m. and 9 a.m. But on the morning of Siobhan's murder, he arrived extra early, between 7:50 a.m. and 8 a.m. A solicitor confirmed that multiple letters regarding the separation had been sent to Kearney, but he never responded to any of the correspondence. Kearney's statement to the guards was then read aloud. Kearney told the securities guards that on the morning of Searbun's death, he had noticed her door was locked. The previous night, Searbun and Daniel had returned home from a visit to her friend's house around 8:30 p.m., and Kearney had put Daniel to bed and slept in the same room, while Siobhan slept in the master bedroom. Kearney had said they woke up at 7 a.m. the next morning, had breakfast, and Kearney put on a DVD for Daniel, went upstairs to brush his teeth, and then attempted to enter Siobhan's room, but it was locked. He called out that he was leaving, went downstairs, kissed Daniel goodbye, and left for work. The court adjourned when a juror fell ill, but returned the next day. Evidence showed Siobhan couldn't have hanged herself. The pathologist found marks on her neck and chin, 3 larynx fractures, blood and chin abrasions. She said the neck marks didn't come from hanging, significant force was applied, and Siobhan was assaulted in bed, gripped by the neck, and a ligature used to hasten her death. The security guards reported no signs of forced entry, as the house's windows and doors were in good working condition. The alarm company confirmed that the system was activated at 10:50 p.m. the previous night and then immediately deactivated, and it was reactivated at 7:37 a.m. the next morning before being turned off again. A thorough search of the Kearney residence uncovered a diary in the airing cupboard, and the writing inside was confirmed to be Saban's by her sister. Saban's solicitor had advised her to maintain a diary documenting the events of her marriage to Kearney. Additionally, Saban's passport was found wrapped in sheets and clothing in another area, and a €500 note was discovered in a drawer among wrapping paper. A financial forensic agent was next to take the stand. Kearney did own properties in Ireland and had a stake in the electrical business plus the hotel. But while he was asset-rich, he was cash-poor. On Monday, the 3rd of March, closing arguments began. The defense were first, and they said the prospect of splitting with Siobhan did not suit Kearney financially. He wanted to sell one of the houses at Knocknashee, but if Siobhan wanted to move into one of them, this would not be an option, and Kearney would have to work out his debt. In some other way, the fact that Siobhan had started to squirrel away money, hide her passport, keep a diary of her relationship with Kearney, and send solicitor letters showed her seriousness about leaving him. Searbun was looking forward to her future and making plans, which showed that she was not suicidal. The evidence shown by forensics also showed that it was next to impossible that she had taken her own life. Kearney even admitted that he, Searbun, and their son had been the only ones present that night. The defense recommended caution, as the prosecution had shown no hard evidence, and it was all circumstantial evidence. They said the jury needed to pay attention to what was missing in the case. There was no history of violence, no custody dispute, no alcohol abuse or jealousy. The jury was asked to ignore the emotions of the McLaughlin family when they were giving evidence. It is known that there doesn't have to be outward signs of abuse, as it's the rabbit hole of a course of control, which the family would say there was plenty of. Sirbin was strangled, and she had known Kearney since a very young age. There were no visible signs of physical violence, but there were extreme levels of control, like Kearney telling her to take the dirty dishes out of the dishwasher and hand wash them because it would cost too much money. When Sirbin finally said she was going to a solicitor, that's when Kearney couldn't cope and he took her life. Coercive control is considered a form of domestic abuse, even if there is no physical violence. This is a growing issue that we are only now starting to address in the 2020s. On the 4th of March, Justice Barry White charged the jury and referred to the victim as Rachel rather than Siobhan in his summing up, which was a terrible mistake. It so happened that at the same time he was overseeing the case of Rachel O'Reilly, and he apologized. It wasn't the first or the last time that both women would be mentioned in each other's trial, as they both had died within 18 months of each other under similar circumstances. The jury was discharged that evening, and the following evening they came back with the verdict of guilty of murder by a majority verdict of 11-1. The McLaughlins wept and hugged each other as the verdict sunk in. Kearney made no reaction, but his daughter, who sat next to him, wept. And Kearney took his wedding ring off and took his wallet out and handed them to her. Kearney was sentenced to life there and then, and the McLaughlins asked to give a victim impact statement, but this was denied, which I don't understand why. Kearney was escorted to a van and brought to Whitfield Prison to start his sentence. Kearney lodged an appeal straight away, and it was heard in 2009, and the 3-judge panel dismissed the appeal. In 2012, Kearney was refused permission to bring his appeal to the Supreme Court. 7 years later, in 2019, Kearney's applications for parole were refused on 2 occasions. Kearney's sister told her local radio news network that the parole board had recommended Kearney for 2 outside prison visits with his family, suggesting they were preparing him for release. However, the parole board will only recommend his release if he admits his guilt, which he has never done. As of 2022, although the Minister for Justice has the final say on any release, Kearney remains incarcerated. In prison, Kearney is a trained counselor to help other inmates with their mental health and works for the organization The Samaritans. He is also trained in first aid. While in prison, he decided to sell the hotel in Spain, but then took it off the market in 2010. The hotel was then run by his brother Patrick and his wife, and it is still open, although it may be under new ownership since then. Kearney said he wanted to keep the hotel in order to facilitate his son's education. The McLaughlin family sought to adopt Daniel, but it's unclear whether they did or how he is doing, which is good, as he deserves some peace, as does his half-sister, Aisling. A family with 3 children lived in the house where Siobhan was murdered, but it was up for sale for €1.4 million back in 2008. It's presumed that it has been sold since then. Kearney's daughter did live in the new house while he was still a free man, but there have been no updates on her either. If Kearney decided to sell off all his assets and pay off his debts, he will have a significant amount of money when he gets out, and he may even become a millionaire. The family were considering suing him for Sebin's share at least, if not all, but there are no public details on this. Sebin's sister Aisling released a statement after Kearney's conviction, saying that while their lives were utterly destroyed by Sebin's death, Sebin had now got justice. They are grateful to have known and had someone as special as Shani in their lives, which was their nickname for her. However, they miss her every hour of every day, and the unbearable longing to see her and protect her never leaves them, even though they know it's too late. Joy Hibbs was born on September 23, 1955, in the small town of Chieflint, Florida. She was the youngest of 9 siblings and grew up surrounded by a big, loving family. Joy loved being outdoors. She enjoyed hiking, fishing, and pretty much anything related to nature. She was also into sports. Back in her school days, Joy got into running and even competed in marathons. She was also a huge football fan and made sure never to miss her favorite team's game. While in high school, Joy met a guy named Charlie. The two quickly hit it off, and not long after graduation, they got married. Soon after, the couple decided to move to Pennsylvania, settling in a small town called Croydon. Joy had always dreamed of working in the medical field, but without a formal education, she could only find entry-level jobs. She spent some time working as a veterinary assistant, but eventually decided to take courses at a local college to earn a medical degree. That paid off, and she landed a job as a physical therapist at a small clinic close to home. In 1975, when Joy was 20, she and Charlie welcomed their first child, a daughter, and 3 years later they had a son. The family moved into a nice, quiet neighborhood and seemed to live a peaceful, happy life. To their friends and relatives, it looked like Joy and Charlie had built the perfect family, a true embodiment of the American dream. But everything changed on April 19, 1991. That day, 35-year-old Joy was scheduled to work the evening shift. She got the kids ready for school, said goodbye to her husband as he left for work, and started preparing for her shift. Joy also ran some errands. She went to the grocery store and stopped by the bank to cash a check. Around 1 p.m., her 12-year-old son David came home from school and noticed his mom's car parked outside the house. Excited to share the good grades he'd gotten that day, he ran toward the house, eager to see her reaction. But his excitement quickly turned to worry. As he got closer, he saw thick smoke coming from inside. At first, he thought his mom might have left something on the stove, but the moment he opened the door, he saw flames spreading through the house. Panicking, David tried to go inside to find his mom, but the smoke and fire made it impossible. Meanwhile, neighbors noticed the smoke and called the fire department. Firefighters quickly arrived at the scene and managed to extinguish the flames. But when they reached the last room of the house, they discovered a human body. When paramedics and police arrived, they immediately assumed the body was Joy's. But because of the severe burns, they couldn't make a 100% positive identification. So the remains were sent to medical examiners for confirmation. Meanwhile, news of the fire spread quickly through the town. Joy's daughter, who was at school at the time, heard about what had happened and rushed home, only to find her younger brother in tears. Shortly after, Joy's husband arrived at the scene, and the moment police informed him about the body that had been found, he collapsed unconscious. At the time, firefighters were still trying to figure out what caused the fire, but Joy's son couldn't stop blaming himself. You see, he had a computer in his room, and all the cables were messily plugged into a single socket near the fish tank. Since his mom's body was found in his bedroom, he assumed the fire started because of his carelessness and that she'd been trying to put out the fire. However, while putting out the flames, firefighters noticed some strange details. It seemed like the fire had started in several different areas of the house, something that's almost unheard of in an accidental fire. A closer look only confirmed their suspicions. Investigators found 4 separate points where the fire had been set. While they couldn't pinpoint exactly how it started, one thing was certain. This wasn't an accident. It was arson. Moreover, all 4 gas burners on the kitchen stove had been left on, with traces of debris scattered across them. This suggested that the arsonist used something to spread the fire from the stove to other parts of the house. The arson theory was soon backed up by the medical examiner's report. They confirmed the victim was Joy and revealed there were no traces of smoke in her lungs, meaning she was already dead before the fire began. But the most chilling discovery was what they found on her body. There were multiple cuts, bruises, and stab wounds. With this new information, the case was reclassified as a homicide and investigators began searching for evidence. But it wasn't easy. The fire had destroyed most of the house, leaving little to work with. On top of that, no foreign DNA was found on Joy's body. So, with no physical clues, detectives shifted their focus to identifying possible suspects. The first person they looked into was Joy's husband, Charlie. He had been at work when the fire started, but the police couldn't completely rule out the possibility that he might have left, committed the crime, and then returned to work to set up an alibi. However, there were no signs of serious marital problems. Family and friends all said the couple seemed happy, and Charlie appeared genuinely devastated by his wife's death. Despite this, detectives continued to investigate him as a potential suspect for a while, but eventually they shifted their focus to other possible leads. Investigators began questioning Joy's friends and co-workers, asking if she had any conflicts or if anyone might have had a reason to harm her. But everyone said the same thing. Joy was a kind and caring person who never got into trouble. Investigators also considered the possibility that Joy might have been a random target. From her husband, they learned that every Friday she cashed a check at the bank, and on the day of the fire, she would have had some cash. However, her wallet, which was found on the couch, was empty. Her purse also had been dumped out on the kitchen floor, as if the perpetrator was searching for something specific. Police theorized that someone might have followed her home from the bank or broken into the house intending to rob it. But this theory didn't hold much weight because other than a relatively small amount of cash, nothing else was missing from the house. The perpetrator didn't touch any valuable items, making the robbery angle seem unlikely. So, detectives began leaning toward the idea that this was a targeted attack. It wasn't long before they uncovered some unsettling details about Joy's life in the months before her death. Her family revealed a series of strange and troubling incidents that had recently taken place. On one occasion, someone threw a brick through their window. Another time, their front door was damaged and the tires on Joy's car were slashed while it was parked in front of the house. At the time, Joy and Charlie assumed these were random acts of vandalism and didn't think much of it. But now, after her murder, all of these incidents seemed connected. The police started digging into who might be behind all this and began questioning Joy's neighbors. While no one remembered seeing anything unusual around the house during these incidents, they did share something intriguing. Just before the fire started, several neighbors spotted a blue Monte Carlo parked in front of Joy's house. But unfortunately, no one got a look at the driver or the license plate. When detectives asked Joy's family about the car, they got their first big lead. Joy's son mentioned that his mom's friend, April, sometimes drove a car like that. Digging deeper, investigators learned that April and her husband Robert had lived just a few houses away from Joy. They had recently lost their home due to financial troubles and moved away. According to Joy's friends and family, she and April had struck up a friendship shortly after April's family moved into the neighborhood. There was more to April's story, though. Neighbors described her husband Robert as a violent man with a bad temper, and there were rumors that he physically abused her. Because of this, April often spent time at Joy's house along with her kids, looking for a safe space away from her home. Joy's son also told detectives about some conflict between Robert and his mother. He recalled overhearing a phone conversation where Robert not only yelled at her, but openly threatened her. Police started digging into Robert's background and quickly discovered a long rap sheet, mostly for drug-related offenses. Taking this into account, detectives began to seriously consider him as a suspect. They theorized that Robert might have harbored resentment towards Joy for supporting his wife and giving her a safe place to stay, and this anger could have escalated to murder. Police contacted the Narcotics Division, which had dealt with Robert numerous times in the past, to gather more insight into his background. The officers there agreed to assist and even offered to speak with Robert, given their familiarity with him from prior cases. However, Robert denied having anything to do with the crime. He claimed he had been out of town the entire weekend on vacation with his wife and kids. But since the murder happened on a Friday afternoon, detectives realized it was entirely possible for him to have stopped by Joy's house before heading out on the trip. Another curious detail was a fresh scratch on Robert's arm, which the officers noticed during their conversation. But despite this, Robert maintained his innocence. In the following days, Robert completely stopped cooperating with investigators, citing advice from his lawyer. When detectives attempted to persuade him to take a polygraph test, Robert refused and continued to avoid further contact with them. The police shifted their focus to finding evidence that could link Robert to the crime. Since they still hadn't found any solid leads inside the house, they returned to the neighbors who had spotted the blue car outside Joy's home and took them to Robert's residence, hoping they could identify his vehicle. But unfortunately, detectives faced another setback. Robert's Monte Carlo wasn't blue. It was black, and the neighbors said it didn't look like the car they had seen outside Joy's house. Detectives also verified Robert's alibi and established that he and his family had indeed checked into a hotel in another city on Friday, the day of the murder. Moreover, just before leaving home, Robert had been on the phone with one of his wife's friends, and this conversation took place around the same time Joy was killed. With this information, investigators began to reconsider Robert's status as the main suspect and shifted their focus back to pursuing other leads. Investigators then decided to take another look at the victim's husband, Charlie, and this time they uncovered something interesting. Speaking with Joy's co-workers, detectives learned that she had been receiving threatening phone calls. According to one co-worker, she suspected the caller might have been Joy's husband, but she never asked her about it. Despite this new information, Charlie had a solid alibi. Several co-workers confirmed he was at work on the day of the murder. However, investigators couldn't completely rule out the possibility that he might have left, committed the crime, and returned without anyone noticing. In the following months, investigators continued to question Charlie, bringing him in for several polygraph tests. But nothing in his behavior suggested he was involved in his wife's murder. Charlie had no criminal record and no history of aggressive behavior towards Joy throughout their marriage. Eventually, police concluded that his involvement was probably unlikely. After that, the case hit a dead end. With no solid evidence or clear suspects, investigators couldn't make any progress at all, and Joy's case was basically put on hold. Occasionally, efforts were made to revisit the case, but each attempt led to a dead end. This continued for several decades. By that time, Joy's children had grown up, and the lack of progress in solving their mother's murder haunted them. Her son repeatedly contacted the police, urging them to reopen a full investigation, but each communication ended in disappointment. In one conversation with detectives, they said they still considered his father Charlie responsible for the murder, but didn't have the evidence to prove it. In 2014, 23 years after the murder, the case was finally reopened. It was assigned to the cold case unit, where a fresh team of detectives started reviewing all the evidence from scratch. And it didn't take long for them to notice something odd. Detectives discovered that much of the communication with Robert, one of the primary suspects, had been handled by the narcotics division. This was not only unusual, but also unprofessional, as it involved a murder investigation. The new team struggled to understand why a completely unrelated department had been so deeply involved. The detectives decided to speak with one of the investigators who had worked on Joy's case back in 1991. At first, he refused to discuss the murder. After multiple attempts, they managed to persuade him to answer their questions. What the retired detective revealed left them stunned. He admitted that, from the very beginning, Robert seemed like the most likely suspect. However, there was one significant problem. The investigators were basically instructed to stay away from Robert and essentially drop any efforts to link him to the murder because he was an informant for the narcotics division. While it was known at the time that Robert was an informant, the detectives believed this shouldn't have interfered with a murder investigation. But as it turned out, Robert was a key informant in a massive narcotics case, and the police department didn't want to jeopardize the years-long operation targeting a major drug trade business. As a result, the original investigators barely pursued Robert as a suspect, conducting only a superficial investigation into his potential involvement. These revelations marked a turning point in Joy's case, and the new team of detectives began building a case against Robert. Back in 1991, the police determined that Robert had a solid alibi, but the new investigators knew they couldn't rely on outdated records, so they decided to verify everything themselves. The first step was to track down Robert's wife's friend, the one he supposedly called around the time of Joy's murder. She confirmed that the call did happen, but there was a key detail the original investigators had missed. The call wasn't in the afternoon. It was much later, closer to the evening. Next, the detectives re-interviewed the witnesses who had reportedly seen Robert with his wife and children when they checked into the hotel. According to the case files, the family arrived shortly after lunch, but the witnesses contradicted this, stating the family actually checked in around 5 p.m. So this timeline left Robert enough time to commit the murder. Finally, the investigators decided to question April. By then, she and Robert were divorced, but she still supported his alibi, insisting he couldn't have been involved in the crime. Detectives pressed her multiple times, hoping she'd reveal more, but she stuck to her original story. So, The detectives shifted their focus to uncovering new leads and re-examining all the evidence they had. This process stretched on for several years, until something completely unexpected happened. In 2016, April walked into the police station and said she wanted to talk. She revealed that a series of negative events in her life had led her to reconsider her position on Joy's murder. April confessed that she had been lying about her ex-husband's alibi the entire time and that the real story was far from what she had originally claimed. According to her, on the day of the murder, Robert came home covered in blood. When she asked him what had happened, he simply said, "I stabbed someone and set a house on fire." He then demanded that she pack up the kids for a trip, and they drove to another city under the pretense of a weekend getaway. Robert also brought along a large bag. When they went for a walk in the park, he left April and the kids, disappearing into the woods. When he returned a few minutes later, the bag was gone. April realized her husband had killed Joy only a few days later when detectives came to their house. She confronted Robert and begged him to confess, but instead, he beat her and threatened to pin the crime on her if she ever spoke up. Thus, for years, April had been too afraid to testify against Robert, but she finally found the courage to take the right step. Her testimony drastically changed the direction of the case, but detectives knew they still needed some concrete evidence or a confession. So, they came up with a plan and asked April to help them prove her ex-husband's involvement. The police wired April and staged a scene where officers arrived at her house to question her. Right after that, April called Robert and told him that detectives had just asked some questions about Joy's murder and she didn't know what to do. Robert immediately insisted that she refuse to talk to the police and avoid answering any questions. His reaction didn't suggest innocence at all. Everything he said made it clear he was only trying to dodge responsibility. With this recording in hand, detectives began preparing the case for trial. This process took several years, and in May 2022, Robert was finally arrested. He continued to deny his guilt, but the district attorney believed the chances of securing a conviction were very high. The key witness in the case was April, and things seemed to be moving steadily until another unexpected twist turned everything upside down. When Robert's son was called to testify in court, he suddenly revealed that his father had confessed to the murder. According to him, Robert called shortly after the phone conversation with his ex-wife. He said the police were questioning her about the murder and there was a chance he'd end up with a life sentence. Robert told his son he wanted to prepare him for the possibility and then began sharing details of what had happened. While he didn't outright admit to killing Joy, he used phrases like, "I think I did it." This testimony further strengthened an already solid case. But the prosecution still faced one big question. What was Robert's motive? Based on the evidence, he had long been in conflict with Joy and showed a history of aggressive behavior and criminal tendencies. On top of that, it seemed he had taken the cash Joy had withdrawn from the bank just hours before her death. But there was another, much darker theory. When new details about the case emerged and it made headlines again, Robert's relatives from another state contacted the detectives. They hadn't been in touch with him for years, but they were shocked when they saw Joy's photo on the news. They revealed that when Robert was a teenager, he had sexually assaulted and beaten his aunt, who bore a striking resemblance to Joy. This led detectives to consider that Robert may have attacked Joy with the intention of assaulting her, although proving that was no longer possible. Despite this, the jury found Robert guilty of Joy's murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Although justice was finally served in the case, its details sparked justified outrage. Robert had lived freely for over 30 years after committing the murder, largely because the police prioritized protecting a narcotics investigation over pursuing justice for Joy. Essentially, her life was deemed less valuable than a drug trafficking case. Despite this, Joy's family thanked the new team of detectives for their hard work. Her son, who had spent years wondering if his father was involved, an idea planted in his mind by the original investigators, was finally able to learn the truth. Case of Matthew Winkler, Secrets of a Religious Family. Sometimes the most horrible and unpredictable crimes are committed in seemingly perfect families. Of course, even in the most prosperous unit of society can come crisis, which will be unnoticed by others, but literally poison the lives of all members of the family and eventually lead to tragedy. The Winklers in the town of Selmer were considered by many to be a model family. The young pastor, his wife, and their 3 daughters looked happy, had everything they needed for a comfortable life, were healthy and successful, but in a quiet pool, as they say. In this case, many questions remained unanswered because we heard only one version of what happened. And the story itself became the subject of the book, Sex and Murder, Secrets of a Pastor. March 22, 2006, the small town of Selmer, Tennessee, shook the terrible news. A 31-year-old pastor named Matthew Winkler was brutally murdered in his own home, and his wife Mary and their 3 daughters, 8-year-old Patricia, 6-year-old Maria Eliza, and 1-year-old Brianna, disappeared without a trace. That day, the preacher of the Church of Christ did not show up for the evening service where he was supposed to attend with his family. This circumstance seemed strange and suspicious because Matthew was always very responsible and could not miss the planned event without informing anyone. None of the family members also answered the phone, which was even more disturbing. Alarmed community members decided to go to the Winklers' residence to find out what had happened and if they needed help. From the outside, the house looked normal. The windows and doors were intact, and nothing suspicious was visible. Inside, there were lights on in several rooms, and they could hear a television playing quite loudly in one of the rooms. It gave the impression that the owners of the house were busy doing their own thing. The front door was locked, but no one answered the knock. Phone calls also went unanswered, and through the curtain windows, it was impossible to see what was going on inside or if anyone was there. However, even though the whole situation was quite strange, no one was in a hurry to call the police. Instead, a call was made to an elder of the religious community who advised them to look for a spare key and open the door themselves. It took another hour and a half, and when members of the community were finally able to get inside the house, they found an eerie scene. Everything in the house was in its place. There was no sign of intruders, but the owners were nowhere to be seen either. Everything seemed normal until the visitors looked into the marital bedroom. There on the floor, in a pool of his own blood, lay the pastor's body. There was a huge hole in his back from a gunshot wound. Blood spattered everywhere, and bloody foam dried on his face. By then, the body had already cooled and stiffened. It was obvious that Matthew had been lying there for many hours and had probably been killed in the morning because he was dressed in his pajamas. It was only after this that a call was made to the police. By the time the police arrived, a whole crowd of neighbors, churchgoers, and casual passersby had gathered in and around the house, interested in what was going on. All of these people had left their fingerprints at the crime scene. They left their fingerprints and shoe prints, erased or trampled possible evidence, greatly complicating the work of investigators. The police took the body for forensic examination and found that the pastor was killed by a single shot in the back, fired from a large caliber weapon. He died a few minutes after the wound from massive blood loss, unable to call for help. It was simply impossible to establish definitively whether there were any strangers in the house at that time, because the people who had arrived before the police arrived had literally destroyed all traces of them. The picture of the crime was quite strange, and those who could shed any light on what happened disappeared. The fate of the wife and daughters of the murdered man remained unknown. The police assumed that the woman and children could have been kidnapped or also killed. By the way, the family minivan Winklers also disappeared from the garage. A massive search was launched and the state issued a yellow alert. This meant that children were missing and all citizens were asked to be vigilant and assist in the search. But let's break this whole story down from the beginning. Matthew Brian Winkler was born in 1974, November 21st in the picturesque country town of Henderson, Tennessee, and was the youngest of 3 sons of Dan and Diane Winkler. Our hero and his 2 older brothers, James and Daniel, grew up in a rather conservative Christian family. Their parents were very religious and brought up their sons in strictness and obedience. It is worth noting that Matthew became a minister of the church in the 5th generation. His father, great-uncle Michael, grandfather Wendell, great-grandfather Merlin Winkler, and great-great-grandfather Merlin Paul Winkler, Sr. were all preachers of the gospel at one time. The father, to top it all off, ran the local preacher's school. and was a man respected and influential in his hometown. In their younger years, the Wickler brothers attended Sunday school and were active in church activities. In addition, Matthew in high school was seriously interested in soccer, and everyone who saw his game on the field noted that he had talent, and he could well become an outstanding athlete of world renown. However, later the young man decided to sacrifice a promising sports career in favor of Bible study and church ministry. Since the preaching activity of the head of the family was associated with frequent travel, his wife and children almost always followed him. Because of this, Matthew changed several schools in his childhood. But the active, communicative, and friendly child quickly made friends and gained authority everywhere. When the boy finished school, his family lived in a small city called Austin, located in the state of Texas. Matthew was a creative person, had a powerful charisma, but here are some outstanding achievements in studies could not boast. After graduating from high school, he entered the college Freed-Hardeman and successfully completed it. In parallel, the young man began to try his hand as a pastor under the careful guidance of his father. Matthew was the youth minister of the Central Church of Christ in the city of McMinnville. He was later appointed to the preaching position at the 4th Street Church of Christ in Selmer, Tennessee. Mary Carol Winkler, maiden name Freeman, was born in December 1973 in Geist Township, Tennessee, and was the oldest of 2 daughters to her parents. She was also raised in a deeply religious family with strict rules. The head of the family for many years served as a pastor in the Christian church where the girl attended Sunday school. A few years later, a second daughter was born to the family and named Patricia. Unfortunately, the girl was born prematurely and had a number of serious health problems, including cerebral palsy, encephalitis, epilepsy, and mental retardation. For many years, the parents did not want to put up with the disappointing diagnoses of the child and desperately tried to treat her, agreeing even to experimental therapy. However, it did not bring any particular improvement. Mary tenderly loved her little sister, always treated her with awe and cared for her as best she could. But in 1987, when 10-year-old Patricia was bathing in the bathtub, her older sister was only a minute away to take something from the bathing accessories. And at that very moment, the girl had another epileptic seizure. When Mary returned to the room, her sister was no longer breathing, and all attempts to resuscitate her had come to nothing. For a 13-year-old girl, it was a huge shock and the first loss in her life. She blamed herself for the tragedy and was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Teachers who saw the deplorable state of Mary sent her to the school psychologist, working with whom she helped. But her father, learning about what was happening, made a scandal and forbade his daughter to go to these sessions, saying that such problems are discussed only within the family. In fact, the girl never received real moral support from her parents. Mary grew up modest and quite shy. She tried to avoid any conflicts, and after the tragic death of her little sister, she became withdrawn. Since her father did not allow her to seek help from a specialist, the trauma over the years has resulted in serious psychological problems. After the death of Patricia, the parents decided to adopt a little girl named Charlotte, who was from a dysfunctional large family. Soon the couple was also allowed to take custody of Charlotte's 2 brothers and sister, so the family was reunited in their new home. Mary was once again the older sister and took care of the younger children while helping her mother. Matthew and Mary Winkler. Family life. The future spouses met soon after Matthew graduated from high school. The guy was prominent, handsome, athletic, and enjoyed great popularity with the opposite sex. But to spin novels right and left, he did not allow a strict religious upbringing. The young people immediately developed a liking for each other, which quickly grew into love. For both of them, it was the first strong feeling in their lives, and after a couple of months, they met each other's parents, and having received their blessing, began to plan a wedding. In April 1994, the lovers got married. When the family had an older daughter, Patricia, the head of the family was still in college and was forced to leave school for a while. He took a job at a construction site, but long there did not last because he was not used to hard physical labor. During this period, for the first time made himself aware of the difficult character of Matthew. He was often angry with others, irritated at small things, and sometimes he could not control his anger. But Mary tried not to complain and not to tell anyone about what was happening in her family. A meek young woman brought up in the spirit of patriarchy obeyed her husband in everything. At first, the Winklers lived near the house of Mary's parents, so she was able to see them regularly. But soon Mrs. Freeman was diagnosed with cancer, which rapidly progressed. And in just a few months, she literally burned from the disease. It was another shock for Mary, and the care of her underage siblings now fell on her shoulders. The situation was further complicated by the fact that Mary was pregnant again at that time. But soon after the birth of their second daughter, the family moved to another city, where they bought their own small house. After the move, Mary was completely absorbed in the care of the baby, and almost stopped communicating with her father, as well as with younger brothers and sisters, who were too demanding and constantly needed attention. In addition, the young mother began to suffer from severe postpartum depression. Everyone who was closely acquainted with the family Winkler noted some oddities in the character and behavior of Mary. The young woman was characterized as an introvert and even sociophobic. She did not communicate with anyone. It was difficult for her to make new acquaintances, much less friendships. She suffered from mood swings, was prone to melancholy, and any little thing could bring her to tears. While Matthew was building his career as a pastor, his wife became increasingly withdrawn. The situation became even more complicated when Mary once again became pregnant, and a few months later, she learned that the fetus had died in her womb. Such news strongly shook Mary, who was looking forward to the appearance of this child and very much dreamed of a large, friendly family. Again, to see the long-awaited 2 stripes on the pregnancy test she could only 2 years later, and her happiness was unbounded. This time, hid her pregnancy for a long time as if afraid of something. She did so until her situation became obvious. Once again, everyone began to talk about Mary's strange behavior and pathological reticence. The strange behavior of Mrs. Winkler was associated not only with a severe psychological trauma she suffered in childhood, but also with a very unhealthy environment within her own family, which only undermined her already unstable nervous system. The head of the family was a man of authority and demanded unconditional obedience. Despite the fact that in public the Winklers looked like an ideal married couple, where there was trust, mutual respect, and harmony, in reality, their neighbors have repeatedly heard how the husband shouted and snapped at his wife for no apparent reason. No one could even imagine that a respected pastor could raise a hand on his wife until one day Mary had a huge black eye. Despite the fact that she denied the fact of domestic violence and said that it was an accident, the city quickly spread rumors about the cruelty of a young preacher who beats the mother of his children. In addition, Matthew at some point developed an irresistible urge to experiment in bed. He offered his wife to diversify their intimate life with role-playing games, adult toys, and so on. But for Mary, brought up in strictness with conservative views, such was unacceptable. She strongly restricted her husband in this, which infuriated him, and he repeatedly tried to get what he wanted by force. One day, after another abuse in bed, Mary called her only close friend in tears and complained to her about the situation. The friend, who promised to keep her secret, immediately blobbed about everything, which provoked a new wave of rumors and gossip about the unacceptable behavior of the clergyman. At that time, Matthew was up for promotion and aspired to be a local church leader, but he was rejected because of rapidly spreading unpleasant rumors about him. Moreover, he was also removed from his position in the Sunday school, where he had brought God's word to the children and was in good standing. This was requested by the parents, who had also heard about the pastor's peculiar predilections. All this forced the family to leave their residence and move to another city where they planned to start over. They settled in Selmer, where they quickly gained the love and respect of those around them. Matthew took a job as a church pastor again, and his wife found a part-time job to make a small contribution to the family income. And although the family was still not smooth, their neighbors, as well as the congregation of the church where Matthew preached, considered Mary and Matthew an ideal couple and their family, a model. Next door to the Winkler family lived a young married couple with whom the couple quickly became friends. They often visited each other, celebrated holidays together, shared news and secrets. A few months before the tragedy, during a joint dinner at the pastor's house, bragged to the neighbors that her husband had bought her a gun for self-defense and had already taken her to the shooting range several times to learn how to handle it confidently. Mary turned out to be quite a capable student, quickly mastered all the subtleties and accurately shot at targets. Moreover, it turned out that the Winklers already had firearms in the house, which had been purchased by the pastor earlier, also for self-defense. The guests wondered why the pastor and his wife needed all this, because they live in a quiet town where they have no enemies, and everyone around them loves and respects their family. After another move of the couple, their financial situation left much to be desired. Mary was in search of various part-time jobs, and she also decided to get a medical degree to get a job in a clinic and help sick children. Soon, Mary decided to improve the financial condition of their family through financial fraud. She herself later claimed that she did not realize that she was doing something illegal and was going to pay back all the money as soon as she got back on her feet. What Mary was doing is commonly referred to as artificially inflating account balances. Mrs. Winkler also received checks from unspecified sources and then deposited them into a bank account she and her husband owned. She then changed the address of the account so that all communications would be routed there. The total amount of checks she received was almost $17,000, which aroused certain suspicions of the bank employees who decided to invite the couple to the office branch to clarify the circumstances and resolve the situation. But the pastor and his wife never showed up at the bank, and this aroused even more suspicion. It was assumed that Matthew was not aware of what his wife was doing at all. However, after Matthew's death, his wife tried to prove in court that the whole story of fraud was his idea, and that it was he who forced her to make dubious transactions, while he himself remained in the shadows without arousing suspicion. Where has Mary disappeared to? When Mr. Winkler was found murdered in his own home, his wife and daughters were put on the wanted list, fearing that they too might be in mortal danger. Initially, the meek, shy, and homely Mary was initially viewed solely as a possible victim of the crime. However, after talking to neighbors and receiving information from the bank about financial fraud, she became the main suspect in the murder of her own husband. It was necessary to find out as soon as possible where Mary had disappeared to, where the children were, and if they were all right. They, as well as their family car, were put on the wanted list. Attempts were also made to trace transactions made from Mary's bank card and to locate her location through her cell phone signal. Mary was found just a day later in an Alabama resort town where she and her children were having fun at a local amusement park. It was as if the mother wanted to give her children one last party, realizing that she would soon be going to prison and would see her girls very soon. When the family was taken to the police station to testify, the two older daughters confidently told the same story. According to them, intruders broke into the house and injured their dad, and their mom picked up a gun to protect them. They were then forced to run for their lives. According to the girls, their father was alive and in the hospital, and they were soon to go and see him and return home. What exactly happened in the house, as it turned out, Patricia and Maria Eliza did not see, and learned about the events from the words of their mother. They only heard a gunshot and glimpsed their father lying on the floor, and then their mother put them in the car and they drove away. Mary almost immediately began to confess, but she claimed that she could not reconstruct the entire chain of events of that day, referring to the temporary blur. According to her, her spouse had abused her for years, humiliating her and inducing her to forms of intimacy that were unacceptable to her. Mary insisted that it was he who had initiated the financial scam she had perpetrated. Matthew demanded total obedience, easily lost his temper, and once gave the will of his fists. This was confirmed by Matthew's secretary at his previous place of employment. The woman repeatedly witnessed how the pastor insulted his wife, who carefully brought him lunch to church. But he was always dissatisfied with something. The evening before the tragedy, there was another scandal in the family, because of which the spouses went to bed in separate rooms. Mary cried all night, and in the morning she did not realize how in her hands was a shotgun, which her husband kept loaded. She entered Matthew's room and shot him in the back while he was still lying in bed. Matthew collapsed to the floor, bloody foam oozing from his mouth and nose. According to Mary, her husband, while still alive, whispered, "Why?" To which she replied, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Mary then took her daughters and left the house, and her husband, as experts have established, tried to reach for the phone to call for help, but he no longer had the strength to do so. By the way, the weapon of crime was found in the trunk of the car on which Mary left with the children. For what purpose she took it with her, Mrs. Winkler also could not answer. At the trial, the role-playing costumes found in their home were presented as evidence of the pastor's humiliation and moral abuse of his wife. Upon seeing them, Mary turned pale and then became hysterical. Despite the fact that she confused her testimony and told several different versions of what happened, the court agreed that she was the victim of a domestic tyrant, and the murder was the result of years of anger, resentment, and pain. However, this did not absolve Mary of responsibility for what she had done. In April 2007, the court delivered its final verdict in this complicated and confusing case. Mrs. Winkler was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter, but her mental state raised many questions. It was originally expected that the young woman would be sent to prison for at least 6 years, but in the end, she was given a sentence of less than 1 year. She spent 2 months of that sentence in a psychiatric hospital where experts were trying to determine whether she could regain custody of her children upon release. In the summer of 2008, Mary was given sole custody of her daughters, who all this time lived with their paternal grandparents. Matthew's parents were extremely upset by this circumstance. They believed that their daughter-in-law had deliberately killed their son and suffered virtually no punishment for it, and now their granddaughters were given full custody of her. However, all their numerous attempts to file appeals had failed. As for the fraud case, it never went to trial. The bank never filed formal charges, and the whole story was dropped. Barrett Lynn Beck was born on April 12, 1972 in the small town of Sturtevant, Wisconsin. It was a quiet, peaceful place where, as the locals said, nothing much ever happened, neither good nor bad. Life there was slow-paced, crime rates were low, and the town was a popular choice for families with kids. Barrett lived in Sturtevant with her parents and her younger brother. She went to the local school, had plenty of friends, and was well-liked because of her warm personality. One of her biggest passions was music. She played the violin in her school orchestra. In high school, Barrett started dating a boy named Kurt, and their relationship continued after they both graduated. By the summer of 1990, Barrett was 18 and thinking about her future. She planned to go to college but hadn't settled on a career just yet. She was exploring different options, but one thing was certain. They all had something to do with music. In the meantime, Barrett got herself a job to save up some money before college. She started working at the office of a pretty big company, and in July of that year, she was set to attend a 3-day seminar to learn how to work on computers. This was a big deal for Barrett. Just a few weeks out of high school, she now had to travel to another city called Appleton, hundreds of miles away from her home, all on her own. At first, Barrett's parents weren't too thrilled about the trip. They were naturally worried about their daughter traveling such a long distance alone and spending a few days in another city. But eventually they came around. They knew she was an adult now, and the seminar was an important part of her job. On the morning of July 17th, they gave her the family van, helped her pack for the trip, and saw her off as she hit the road. Barrett had promised to call her parents as soon as she checked into her hotel. But the hours went by, there was still no word from her. Her parents, already nervous about the trip, grew even more worried, especially since the drive to the city should have only taken a couple of hours. By evening, they decided to call the hotel, only to find out that Barrett had never checked in. Desperate for answers, they started reaching out to her coworkers, friends, and anyone else who might have seen her that day, but no one had. Despite all this, her parents clung to hope. They thought maybe she changed her plans, checked into another hotel, or stayed with someone she knew. They decided to wait until morning, hoping for good news. But when the seminar started and Barrett didn't show up, they knew something was wrong and decided it was time to call the police. The police department got involved, but initially they didn't do much. They just put out a notice with a description of her van. Barrett was an adult and there wasn't any clear evidence of foul play, so they decided to hold off on launching a full-scale search and just wait. The day went by with no word from Barrett. She didn't contact her parents or show up at the seminar. The police also weren't able to locate her van, leaving everyone in limbo. The next day brought no developments either, until July 19th. That's when the police received a tip about a van matching the description parked near a supermarket in the small town of West Bend, about 65 miles from Barrett's home. Officers quickly confirmed that it was indeed her family's and began examining it for clues. The van's doors were locked and there was no sign of Barrett inside or anywhere near. The first thing officers found was a receipt from a Walgreens located just across the street from the parking lot. The timestamp showed it was issued on July 17th, the day she disappeared. When police spoke with the employee, they confirmed that Barrett had stopped by around noon. She was alone, seemed in good spirits, and her behavior raised no concerns. However, some other findings in the van painted a more troubling picture. The radar detector and stereo were missing, suggesting a possible robbery, but this was just the beginning. The van's interior was littered with cigarette ash, a lot of it. Given that Barrett had never smoked, it was clear someone else had been in the van, and judging by the amount of ash, they'd spent a considerable amount of time there. Then there were her belongings. Almost everything Barrett had taken with her was still in the van. Her red shirt, the one she was wearing when she left home, was on the floor, but part of it had been torn. The dress she'd planned to wear to the seminar was also there, along with her stockings, which had been tied into a knot. Even the shoes she'd worn when she left were still inside. One more detail stood out to investigators. Before Barrett's parents handed over the van, they recorded the mileage because her company had promised to cover her travel expenses. But when the police checked the odometer, they noticed an extra 461 miles. Considering it was only about 65 miles from her home to the parking lot, someone had driven the van much farther before leaving it there. Another clue pointing to someone else's presence in the van was the discovery of a couple of disposable coffee cups, one from McDonald's and the other from Burger King. Considering Barrett had likely driven only about 65 miles before something happened to her, detectives doubted she would have stopped at two different places for coffee. These details led investigators to suspect that Barrett might have been abducted or that someone had stolen her van. However, the second theory seemed unlikely. She had been out of contact for several days and there was still no trace of her whereabouts. The police tried to piece together a timeline of Barrett's last known movements and reconstruct her route. They discovered that she didn't head out immediately after leaving home. Her first stop was to visit her boyfriend, Kurt. He told investigators that they talked for a while, discussed her upcoming trip and seminar, and then she left. Kurt said he hadn't heard from her since, and police found no evidence to suggest he was somehow involved in her disappearance. However, detectives did find something interesting. Kurt had given Barrett a fairly expensive ring, which she reportedly never took off. Yet, during the inspection of the van, the ring was found under one of the floor mats. Its placement suggested it had been intentionally hidden there because it seemed unlikely that it could have simply fallen off of her finger and ended up under the mat. Accident. If the ring had been removed by an unknown perpetrator, it raised another question. Why would someone steal the radar detector and stereo but leave behind a valuable piece of jewelry? Meanwhile, forensic experts completed a thorough examination of Barrett's van and found dozens of fingerprints inside. Police asked her friends and family members to provide their prints so they could rule them out, leaving behind a few unidentified prints. These included fingerprints on a coffee cup, inside of one of the windows, and on the boxes of cosmetics Barrett had purchased at Walgreens. But without a suspect to compare them to, these prints didn't help move the case forward. While the police continued to look for new leads, Barrett's family organized an extensive search effort. They brought in over 100 volunteers, gave interviews to local news stations, and combed through hundreds of miles along the route Barrett was supposed to take. On top of that, they raised $75,000 as a reward for any information about her whereabouts. Over the following weeks, detectives received several tips, but none of them led to a breakthrough in the case. This went on for over a month until August 22nd, when the police received a call. A local farmer was driving down a rural road about 18 miles from where Barrett's van had been found. He noticed something unusual in a ditch along the side of the road and decided to take a closer look. To his horror, he realized it was a human body and reported it to the authorities. Officers arrived on the scene and confirmed that the remains belonged to a woman. However, due to the advanced state of decomposition, it was impossible to visually identify her. Still, detectives suspected it could be Barrett, and a comparison with her dental records soon confirmed their worst fears. Because of the condition of the body, medical examiners couldn't determine a specific cause of death. They suggested that the victim might have been strangled, but one thing was certain: this was a murder. Beyond the obvious evidence pointing to foul play, there was one particularly chilling detail. A piece of fabric from Barrett's shirt was tied around her head, covering her eyes like a blindfold. This suggested she had been kidnapped and likely held alive for some time. Although this probably didn't last long, according to the medical examiner's report, the body had been lying in the ditch for over a month. This led investigators to believe that the killer murdered her on the same day she was abducted. Unfortunately, the discovery of Barrett's body didn't bring investigators any closer to solving the case. Months passed without any major breakthroughs. Detectives interviewed multiple suspects, searched for new evidence, and followed every lead, but each one led to a dead end. Investigators assumed Barrett may have been the victim of a robbery gone wrong. They believed that when she parked near the Walgreens and went inside, someone broke into her van. The intruder might have planned to steal valuables and leave, but when Barrett came back and caught them in the act, things took a darker turn. Fearing being caught, the person may have decided to abduct her, later killing her and dumping her body in a roadside ditch. Adding to this theory was the van's odometer. After Barrett vanished, the van had been driven for nearly 500 miles, much more than the distance from her home to where it was abandoned. This suggests that her killer spent a lot of time driving the van before ultimately leaving it behind. Since robbery was considered the prime motive, police began focusing on individuals known for similar crimes. Before long, they zeroed in on a man named Craig, who was suspected of stealing several vehicles not far from the area where Barrett was last seen. What caught investigators' attention was Craig's pattern. He often used stolen cars to commit other crimes and drove them for some time before abandoning them, behavior that aligned with the movements of Barrett's killer. Detectives started digging into Craig's possible involvement and discovered something interesting. Shortly after Barrett's disappearance, he had been arrested for an armed bank robbery. During his arrest, authorities found a bag in his possession. Among its contents was a woman's hairbrush with blonde hair tangled in it. Unfortunately, in those days, DNA testing wasn't as advanced as it is now. Without the ability to compare the hair to Barrett's DNA, police couldn't definitively link the brush to the victim. Investigators also learned that Craig theoretically had the opportunity to commit the crime, but this fact alone wasn't enough to prove his guilt. However, soon after, detectives received a lead that completely shifted the direction of the case. During interviews with Craig's acquaintances, one of his friends suddenly revealed that Craig had confessed to killing Barrett. Not only that, but he allegedly showed him her body inside the van before disposing of it. The revelation made detectives take Craig even more seriously as their prime suspect. But there was one major issue. His fingerprints didn't match any of those found in Barrett's van. Craig also denied any involvement, leaving investigators scrambling for a way to prove his connection to the crime. Over the following months, they searched for new evidence, but nothing concrete came to light. At one point, police considered formally charging Craig with Barrett's murder, hoping that the testimony from his friend would be enough to secure a conviction. However, they ultimately decided that without strong evidence, the prosecution wouldn't stand a chance in court. Despite this, Craig remained the prime suspect, and for years after, detectives continued their efforts to uncover any new leads to prove his involvement. Unfortunately, this went on for decades without any serious progress. But everything changed when in 2013, this case was handed over to a cold case unit for a fresh review. As detectives began going through the old files and evidence, they encountered a frustrating setback. Some of Barrett's clothing, which was supposed to be stored as evidence, was missing, even though it was listed in the official records. The team couldn't track it down, and it appeared that someone, likely an officer, had mistakenly discarded those items. Despite this, investigators sent the remaining evidence to the lab for analysis and requested a new comparison of the fingerprints on file. To their shock, they discovered that in the 23 years since the murder, the fingerprints had never been digitized and were still only stored on paper. Shortly after the prints were uploaded into the database, the lead detective received a call from the lab. The analysts had found a match. 5 of the fingerprints from the van belonged to a man named Dennis Brantner. This name had never come up in the case files before. Police quickly learned he had an extensive criminal record, which is how his fingerprints ended up in the database. In his younger years, Dennis served time for stealing cards and was later arrested for breaking into someone's home. In another disturbing incident, he snuck into a hotel room where a woman was staying, stole her underwear, and left some notes with inappropriate content behind. But one particular episode caught the detective's attention because of its eerie parallels to Barrett's case. Dennis once broke into his ex-wife's car while she was at work and waited for her return. When she got in, he pulled a knife and tried to kidnap her. Fortunately, she managed to escape and reported him to the police. As investigators dug deeper, they discovered that at the time of Barrett's murder, Dennis was working as a long-haul truck driver in the same area. His job regularly took him through countless towns and cities, giving him plenty of opportunities to commit such a crime. Still, police wanted to be cautious before jumping to conclusions. First, they confirmed that Dennis didn't know Barrett or anyone in her family, which might have explained the presence of his fingerprints in their van. But there was one key detail they couldn't ignore. One of Dennis's fingerprints was found on a box of cosmetics Barrett had purchased just minutes before she vanished. This meant he had been in the van at that exact time, significantly increasing suspicions against him. The investigators decided to confront Dennis and visit his home. Dennis began denying any involvement in Barrett's murder and insisted he had never met her. However, when the detectives mentioned that his fingerprints had been found in her van, his demeanor changed drastically. Dennis became visibly nervous, occasionally breaking into tears as he answered their questions. But despite this, he continued to maintain his innocence, prompting the detectives to dig deeper for more evidence. When they interviewed people who knew Dennis, they uncovered several intriguing details. His ex-wife mentioned that Dennis always preferred Burger King, which he frequented regularly. In contrast, Barrett preferred McDonald's, and as we remember, investigators had found coffee cups from both fast food chains in Barrett's van, and Dennis' fingerprint was on the Burger King cup. Next, the detectives spoke to Dennis' former co-workers, which led to an even more startling discovery. After Barrett's murder, Dennis had briefly worked at a factory. 3 of his colleagues recalled that he kept a photo of a young blonde woman in his toolbox during that time. Unfortunately, after so many years, it was impossible to determine whether the woman in the photo was Barrett, but the co-workers noted a strong resemblance. Another former co-worker shared a chilling story. Dennis had once told her that he wanted to kidnap and assault her. While the police continued gathering evidence, they received crucial updates from the lab. Despite the earlier loss of some of Barrett's belongings, several items from her van remained in storage, including a cigarette pack wrapper. Using modern forensic tools, investigators found a new fingerprint on it, one that also belonged to Dennis. The collection of all this evidence and information took nearly a year, and in March 2015, Dennis was finally arrested and charged with Barrett's murder. But there was a significant challenge. While Dennis' fingerprints were found in the victim's vehicle, the prosecution feared this might not be enough for a conviction. By 2015, public perception had shifted to view DNA evidence as the gold standard in criminal cases. Unlike DNA, fingerprints did not establish a direct link to the murder itself. For instance, it was possible Dennis had been in the van under some other circumstances, leaving room for doubt about his involvement in the murder. Despite extensive forensic efforts, they couldn't find DNA samples linking Dennis to Barrett, her belongings, or her vehicle. Still, the case was brought to trial, which began in the summer of 2016. During the trial, Dennis' defense lawyer capitalized on the lack of conclusive evidence, arguing that fingerprints alone did not definitively prove his guilt. Eventually, this argument raised enough doubt among the jurors that they were unable to reach a unanimous verdict, and the process ended in a mistrial. Despite this setback, the prosecution quickly announced their intention to prepare for a retrial. For Barrett's family, the The situation was agonizing. For 26 years, they had no idea what had happened to her, and now they had to watch as the man police firmly believed was responsible for her murder escape punishment. The second trial was scheduled for early 2018, but it came with its own set of challenges. The prosecution argued that Dennis attacked Barrett with the intent to assault her before murdering her, but proving his intentions beyond a reasonable doubt was even more difficult. The severity of his potential sentence depended directly on this argument, leaving the prosecution in a precarious position. If they failed to convince the jury of his guilt, Dennis could not be tried for the crime again and might walk free. After lengthy deliberations and consultations with Barrett's family, the prosecution reached a painful compromise. They decided to offer Dennis a plea deal. He would plead guilty to second-degree manslaughter. This ensured that he would go to prison, though for a significantly shorter time, and the case would finally be considered solved after 28 long years. After consulting with his lawyer, Dennis accepted this deal, and he was sentenced to the maximum possible term, 10 years in prison. With the time he had already spent in jail since his arrest, his total prison sentence was basically just 7 years. It meant that Dennis would be released at the age of 71. Barrett's parents understandably were upset by the lenient sentence, but they understood that without accepting the deal, there was very strong possibility that Dennis would escape punishment entirely. For this reason, they reluctantly supported the plea agreement, fearing they might lose the only chance to achieve at least some justice. In memory of their daughter, her parents established a scholarship at her high school, awarded for excellence in music, which exists to this day. It is also worth noting that, decades later, police managed to disprove the testimony against Craig, the first suspect in the case. As we recall, one of his acquaintances claimed that Craig had shown him Barrett's body in her van, but this turned out to be a lie. It turns out this person had a personal issue with Craig and had used information he overheard from the police to frame him. In the early hours of July 7, 1985, 54-year-old Jane Anker Hilton was found beaten and stabbed to death. She was discovered in a bedroom at her employer's house, a house she moved into only the previous day, seeking refuge from a troubled marriage. Jane was discovered by two fellow housemates and her own daughter, Autumn. The murder made no sense, and the case dragged for 14 years, until two new detectives reopened the cold case in 1999. A misquote in an article led investigators to point the finger at Ricky Davis. Davis was eventually tried for the crime and convicted, all the while proclaiming his innocence. Determined not to give up, he sought help from the same justice system that put him behind bars. 15 years later, Davis was exonerated and the real killer found thanks to genetic genealogy testing and the determination of a group called the Innocence Project who were determined to find the truth. Jane was a familiar face around El Dorado Hills, California. She was a columnist for Foothill Times. She often covered social events in and around town for the paper. Jane had 6 children whom she loved and often wrote poetry to help inspire them daily. She'd been working toward getting her real estate license and was married to Archie Hilton in 1984. However, by July 1985, their marriage started to fall apart. It was then she asked her employer, Wilma Klein, for assistance. Klein owned a fairly large home in El Dorado Hills. With her lived her daughter, Maureen Klein, and her boyfriend, Wilma's grandson, Ricky Davis, and his girlfriend, Connie Dahl, also occupied a room at the house. On July 6, 1985, Wilma welcomed Jane and her youngest daughter, 13-year-old Autumn Anker, into her home. By all accounts, it was a full house. The first night of her new life would prove to be the night her life ended. At 3:30 a.m., Ricky Davis, then 20, and his girlfriend, 19-year-old Connie Dahl, returned from a party to find Autumn lingering about outside. She told them she was outlaid and afraid her mother was going to be angry. All three made their way into the house. There was blood in the hallway. It was silent as they reached the first room, belonging to Maureen, Ricky's mother. On the bed was the bloody body of Jane Hilton. She was not breathing. Maureen and her boyfriend had gone on a camping trip and were not home at the time. Ricky and Connie called 911. Paramedics and police arrived, but Jane was pronounced dead at the scene. She had suffered 29 stab wounds, was beaten and bitten on her shoulder. It was a senseless murder, and investigators began to interview those closest to Jane. Archie Hilton, Jane's estranged husband, was interviewed and provided detectives with a solid alibi and DNA. Archie had been the logical choice, as he and Jane had been going through a rough patch. He, however, said that the marriage was not over and that there was no trouble between them. He was cleared and all leaves went cold. Ricky Davis and Connie Dahl both told investigators they arrived home in the early morning hours and found Onum waiting outside. When they entered the house, they found the hallway carpet bloody. The blood trail led them to the master bedroom where they found Jane lying dead on the bloodied mattress. They speculated that an intruder may have been responsible for the murder. For 14 years, the case remained unsolved. The cold case reopened in 1999. El Dorado County Sheriff's detectives Richard Strasser and Rick Fitzgerald retest with the investigation. After poring over paperwork, they zoomed in on a news article. Honey Doll, former girlfriend of Ricky Davis and housemaid at Jane Hilton, had given an interview to a reporter. She was quoted saying Hilton's body was lying in bed like someone placed her there in the position she would normally sleep in. This statement seemed to contradict a muffled audio recording of a statement that Davis had previously made. Detective Fitzgerald falsely thought he heard and say the body was found on the floor. Dahl was, at the time, serving a jail sentence in Oregon on unrelated charges. Detectives brought her in for an interview and began a 3-hour-long interrogation. Initially, Dahl stuck to her original story. Over the next 18 months, though, she would be interrogated 4 times. Detectives were found to have used techniques known to increase the chances of a false confession. Dahl was systematically forced into incriminating Davis and Jane's daughter Autumn in the murder. Dahl was threatened with a charge of murder. If she cooperated, though, she'd be given a lenient sentence of manslaughter and serve only a year. Detective Strasser and Fitzgerald told Dahl that DNA evidence was going to be used to trace the suspect. In truth, no DNA evidence was brought into the case during that period. In truth, testing had not been done on the DNA recovered from the scene. By showing a crime scene photos and using facts from the crime, such as the bike mark on Jane's shoulder, investigators sped Dahl the information they wanted to hear. Over the course of the 4 interviews, Dahl was starting to break. She began remembering facts from the crowd. This in turn allowed her to fabricate and create an entirely different account of events from the night of the murder. In one interview, Dahl said that Autumn was present during the murder of and was sprayed with blood. In another, she confessed that she was probably the person that bit Jane on the shoulder. Dahl would say that the murder began with an argument between Davis and Jane. She alleged that Davis wanted Autumn to join them at a party. When Jane refused, Davis erupted in a fit of anger, leading to the death of Jane. Her story kept changing to fit the facts being fed. However, she couldn't remember the weapon used for the murder or where it was eventually hidden. Dahl had implicated her ex-boyfriend Davis in the murder of Jane Hilton. He was now the prime suspect. Ricky Davis and Onum Anchor were also interviewed following the confession of Connie Dahl. Both Davis and Anchor stuck to their original accounts of the crime. Detectives again lied to Davis, telling him that Anchor had also implicated him in the murder. Anchor told detectives she had no reason to protect Davis when they threatened her with culpability regarding the murder. Despite their interrogation techniques, detectives could not sway Davis or Anchor to change their stories. They therefore used the confession of Dahl to arrest Davis. Dahl was offered a plea bargain to testify against Davis at his trial. Davis's first trial was declared a mistrial by jurors. His second in 2005 would eventually convict him. Dahl took the stand and testified against Davis. She told the court of how she struggled with Jane, and she herself accidentally bit the victim on the shoulder. She went on to say that she went outside as Davis continued the bloody assault on Hilton. Dahl said she could hear screaming, pleading, and gurgling as Davis continued the brutal attack. Based entirely on the testimony of Dahl's account of events, Davis was sentenced to 16 years in prison for the second-degree murder of Jane Hilton. Dahl received a lesser charge of manslaughter and received a year-long sentence of the county jail. Dahl would eventually die from a drug overdose in 2014. Meanwhile, Davis was not going down without a fight. He maintained his innocence and, in 2006, made contact with the Northern California Innocence Project. He asked if they could help him prove that he was wrongly convicted. The NCIP was founded in 2001 by Kathleen Rodolphi and Linda Starr. The project began after legislation offered convicted inmates to seek DNA testing to prove their innocence. It's a non-profit clinical program of Santa Clara University School of Law. After Davis made contact with the NCIP in 2006, his case was put through a thorough re-examination. Cooperation between the NCIP and the El Torado County District Attorney's Office allowed for the DNA recovered from the crime scene to be retested post-conviction. Evidence from the crime scene included Hilton's neck gown and biological material found under her fingernails. The results revealed an unknown male DNA profile. DNA from Hilton's fingernails and neck gown were both found to be from the same source. Test results eliminated Davis, Dahl, and Anchor. This proved Dulles' testimony was contradictory to the physical evidence and therefore had to have been fabricated. The DNA also proved Archie Hilton innocent. Unfortunately, he had passed away by the time results were released. The DNA profile file was entered into the FBI Combined Index DNA System, CODIS, but no matches were found. Although the evidence seemed to prove Davis's consistent claim of innocence correct, there were some hurdles that still needed to be jumped. The NCIP successfully argued that had the DNA results been presented to the jury during Davis's trial, the outcome would be different. However, until January 2017, the California standard required that new evidence point unerringly to innocence. It was considered an almost unattainable standard. In 2015, a false confession expert, Richard Leo, reviewed transcripts of Dahl's interrogations. Leo concluded that the methods used by detectives during the interrogation of Dahl were designed to pressure and persuade Dahl to adopt an account that matched the detective's pre-existing beliefs about how and why the murder of Jane Hilton occurred. In 2016, though, the NCIP co-sponsored Senate Bill 1134. This bill allowed wrongfully convicted inmates like Davis to prove that new evidence would likely have been compelling to a jury. NCIP attorney Melissa O'Connell filed a petition for a new trial based on the new DNA evidence testing. Championed by former California State Senator Martha Leno, the bill was passed in January 2017, putting California's standard in line with about 43 other states. In 2019, Superior Court Judge Kenneth Malakian vacated Davis's 2005 conviction and ordered a new trial. Initially set to start in fall of 2019, however, the judge announced the trial would take place in April 2020, citing for defense attorney's health as the catalyst for change in date. However, the fate of the trial was about to change once again. Advancements in DNA testing led to Davis becoming the first convicted person in California and the second in the United States to be exonerated for a crime. Genetic genealogy is a fairly new DNA testing concept. It involves taking DNA evidence from a crime scene and sending them to genetic companies. These companies then search family tree databases to find their potential match. In February 2020, DNA evidence matched to a man considered an unlikely suspect. El Dorado County Attorney Vern Pearson announced in February 2020 that a new suspect had been identified as the man linked to the DNA evidence found on Jane Hilton's body. Following the arrest, many people spoke to the media about the man they knew as Michael Green. Green was a longtime resident of Roseville, California. He graduated from Oakmount High School in 1986. He was described as an easygoing, kind person, even-tempered and even super chill. One classmate who wanted to remain anonymous could not understand why Green would go to El Dorado Hills and brutally murder a woman. According to reports, Green was 17 years old at the time of Hilton's murder. On the night of July 6, 1985, the victim's daughter, Autumn, met Green and two of his friends, Calvin and Stephen. They hung out together at the park when Autumn decided to go home and have a shower before returning. Allegedly, Autumn told her mother she was going to another friend's house for the evening. Instead, she returned to the park to join the boys. What happened next is pure speculation. Investigators believe that during this time, broke into the house and was confronted by Jane. In a struggle to get away, Green may have attacked her in a frenzy. Following the attack, Jean's body was discovered by Davis, Dahl, and Otto when they returned home. Green had no criminal convictions either before or after the murder. It seems he'd led a normal life until DNA linked him to the gruesome crime. The other two boys who were with Green were tracked down shortly after his arrest. Kelvin, unfortunately, had died some time ago. Stephen, however, was found and interviewed the day after the arrest. He was being treated as a witness and not a participant. Green was arrested on February 11, 2020. Since Green was a teenager at the time of the murder, he made his first appearance at the juvenile court on February 19, 2020. District Attorney Vern Pearson said that, procedurally, the court has to go through some steps on the juvenile side of it. Following this was granted the transfer so that he could be tried as an adult. He waited 2 and 1 years before he would be tried in court. Green pleaded no contest on July 29, 2022. This plea means Green gave up his right to a jury trial. A jury trial meant he was to face a charge of first-degree murder. He also gave up his chance to challenge the plea or the consequences of his decision. His sentencing date was set for September 27, 2022 to be presided over by Judge Suzanne Kingsbury. At sentencing, Dr. Elizabeth Kaufman, a professor in psychological science education, was called in on educational capacity to explain to the court the development of an adolescent. Kaufman's research explained the varying development needs of adolescents with regard to emotional and cognitive development. The late adolescent stage allowed an individual to understand right from wrong, yet at the same time they're also functioning under diminished capacity for impulse control. The defense called several witnesses from Green's childhood, some who even maintained relationships with him into adulthood. Each witness was asked if their opinion had changed of him since the knowledge of his confession. All witnesses agreed they'd been shocked to discover that he was responsible for the murder of Hilton. Individuals who knew him in varying capacities described him as jovial, popular, funny, and loving. These words were used to describe him before and after the murder. Green's ex-wife, Karen Green, said, "There's just not a bad bone in Mythe." After witness statements were given, each of Jane Hilton's children presented their victim impact statements. They all described the unforgivable loss that Green inflicted upon their family. "The why it happened and how different my life could have been will haunt me forever," said Heather Purvis Nacanel, one of James' daughters. Argith Brandon, Hilton's fourth child, said, "I loved my mother, and I assume Michael loves his mother too. I want to know what he would feel or what he would say to the person who stabbed your mother 29 times. What would you do if you received an early morning call to tell you your mother is dead?" The court listened to her description of the feeling of gathering her mother's belongings from the house in which she was killed. Argith finished with a powerful declaration. "We will always have something in common, regretting the stupid decision you made 37 years ago." Hilton's son Ian echoed his sister's sentiments. He went on to explain the uncertainty the family faced and the recurring bankers they suffered, especially after the crooked finger of Bling was pointed at his own sister, Autumn. He broke down in tears as he ended with an almost inaudible remark, "All the words we say will never bring my mother back." Autumn was the last to speak. Her statement showed true agony as she recounted the cloud of suspicion she'd lived under for the last 2 decades. Recounting the day, 2 Crew Cup FIC mustache detectives came into her house telling her they found the people responsible for her mother's death. She was then repeatedly accused of biting her mother and helping move her body from the floor to the bed. Autumn went on to say that if she hadn't said the word lawyer at that point, she did not know how much further the intimidation tactics of the investigators could have gone. Afterwards, Deputy District Attorney Jay Linden read a statement on behalf of the family. In the statement, asked Green what made him end Jane's life in such a brutal manner. "You beat her. She had numerous wounds around her head and face. By your own words, you kicked her jaw. You bit her on the shoulder. Why was that?" Linden continued to read the statement that expressed how Green didn't just murder Jane. He destroyed numerous lives in the process. Linden then asked Green if he'd given any thought about Jane and who she was. He pointed out her achievements and the love she had for each of her children. In closing arguments, Margaret Husser, Green's defense attorney, stressed the idea that he was unable to stop himself. She emphasized that he did not know what he was doing was wrong, as he was an adolescent at the time. This argument was based on the testimony of expert witness Dr. Kaufman. She asked that the court show mercy as she read off the multiple penal codes and rules of the court. Judge Kingsbury interjected by saying, "The court is not going to put him on probation," effectively ending any further comment from the defense. In response, Lyndon thanked the court and said the application for probation was offensive. He said, "It was a smack to this family who had endured this predicance." Lyndon stated that he already got away with murder for 37 years. Placing him on probation allowed him to get away with more. Judge Kingsbury said she had heard a multitude of arguments about murder cases surrounding adolescent development. She remarked that after her 26 years on the bench, Jane Hilton's murder was by far the most brutal. Before passing her sentence, Kingsbury asked the family for their forgiveness for the trauma they had suffered, although she was not originally assigned the case. She also hoped they would heal from the pain, as it would have been their mother's wish. Kingsbury then encouraged Green to use all resources at his disposal in the California Department of Rehabilitation. "You're the key to the questions these people have. Doing that could ultimately help you with your outcome as it relates to parole," said Kingsbury. In closing, Kingsbury pointed out that she had heard from his friends that there's a great side to him and that he has much to offer. She also said he was young enough to be released and live a productive life. Green was sentenced to 15 years to life and remained at the El Dorado County Jail. He will then be transferred to the California Department of Rehabilitation. Restitution will be decided after further consideration by the court. Davis was released on February 13, 2020, and planned to celebrate over pizza with his family. His lawyer, Melissa O'Connell, said he will be entitled to more than $750,000 in state compensation for the wrongful conviction. Although the amount was high enough for him to re-enter society and start afresh, O'Connell said it could not make up for the years of freedom that he lost. Davis went on to sue the state for damages, covering the period from May 21, 2002 to February 13, 2020, for a whopping $18 million. The lawsuit knew El Dorado County, as well as former detectives Richard Strasser, Rick Fitzgerald, Bill Wilson, who's deceased and being sued through his estate, and Larry Hennig. Sheriff's Office pathologist Dr. Robert Anthony has also been included in the complaint. The Village Life newspaper reported that Davis was homeless after being released. The lawsuit is still pending as of 2022. In September 2022, California passed Assembly Bill 2644. This bill would, commencing January 1, 2024, prohibit law enforcement officers from employing threats, physical harm, deception, or psychological manipulative interrogation tactics, as specified during a custodial interrogation of a person 17 years of age or younger. The bill faced opposition, but District Attorney Van Pearson is urging all law enforcement to stop using intimidation tactics. Pearson stated that 10 years ago, he would have viewed the methods used to get a confession differently. However, after seeing the true impact it can have, he believed there is room for change. This also comes after research points to deceptive tactics being used for years by law enforcement that will presume guilt and focus on getting a confession rather than getting the full story. The district attorney is implementing this new policy in his office and is urging other district attorneys to do the same. El Dorado County DA's office will now reject any case where the primary evidence is a confession obtained using threats, lies, or psychological manipulation interrogation tactics. These measures are to ensure that no one is ever again convicted based on a coerced false confession like the case of Ricky Davis. Pearson personally apologized to all involved in the miscarriage of justice caused by the tactics used by then investigators into the brutal 1985 murder of Jane Hilton. After 37 years, the right man is finally facing justice. Yet the lives of so many were left broken by mistakes and false accusations. For Jane Hilton's family, hopefully they can now pick up the pieces after being divided over the innocence of their own sister, Onam. Ricky Davis can never regain the liberty he lost. And Michael Green destroyed not only the lives of the victim's family and friends, but the lives that he touched in the years before and after the murder. What are your thoughts on today's case? Did Michael Green deserve the sentence he received? Does this clean record, minus the murder, make him innocent of intentional murder? How could he let an innocent man take the blame for his actions? Can Ricky Davis ever get his life back on track, even when he does receive compensation? And why is it taking so long? Jessica Lynn Kaler was born on May 8, 1982 in Austin, Texas. She lived there with her parents and two brothers until the family later moved to a small town called Pflugerville. Jessica was warm, friendly, and easy to get along with. Making friends came naturally to her. But she wasn't just social, she was also incredibly driven. Even in high school, she had a clear goal. She wanted to be a teacher. To make that dream a reality, she enrolled at Texas State University. She earned her bachelor's degree in science. But she didn't stop there. Jessica decided to continue her education and work toward a master's degree. At the same time, she took a job as a teaching assistant at an elementary school. On top of that, she worked part-time at a grocery store. With student loans to pay off and bills stacking up, she had no choice but to juggle multiple jobs. But even with her packed schedule, she never lost her positive spirit. Jessica believed that all the hard work would eventually pay off. She was determined to make it happen. In September 2009, at 27 years old, Jessica was still balancing her studies with two jobs. She was hopeful that soon she'd land a full-time teaching position at her school and finally focus on the career she had always dreamt of. On September 7th, Jessica had the day off, so she spent it with her friends and her cousin Melanie. They started the day by hanging out at the pool, then went out for dinner. Later, they stopped by a bar, played some pool. When the night wrapped up, Jessica took on the role of designated driver, making sure everyone got home safely. Melanie was the last one she dropped off. By then, it was almost 1:30 in the morning. She offered Jessica to stay the night, but Jessica declined. She had an early shift at the grocery store and needed to stop by a 24-hour store to grab some food for her dogs. So, after saying goodbye to her cousin, she headed out. A few hours later, as morning approached, Melanie got a call from one of Jessica's co-workers. She told her that Jessica hadn't shown up for her shift, which was pretty strange because Jessica had never skipped work without a good reason. Plus, by that time, she had been promoted to store manager, which meant even more responsibility. Melanie started to worry and called a few friends, but none of them had heard from Jessica that morning. Next, she reached out to her brother, John. He and Jessica shared an apartment, but he told her he hadn't seen her either. John worked as a police officer and had started his shift at 5:30 a.m. He hadn't noticed whether Jessica had come home during the night and hadn't checked her room before leaving for work. Concerned, he immediately drove back home, but Jessica wasn't there. In fact, it didn't even look like she had returned the night before. Her dogs were acting strangely, almost as if they hadn't been fed in a while. That set off alarms. Something was definitely wrong. Without wasting any time, John reached out to his colleagues at the police department, asking them to track Jessica's phone. Following the signal, police traced it to a restaurant not far from her home. Melanie and her boyfriend rushed to the location, and it didn't take long for them to spot Jessica's car in the parking lot. But as soon as they got closer and opened the door, they were met with a horrifying sight. Jessica was in the driver's seat, completely unresponsive. Her body was covered in visible sunburns, and inside the car, it was unbearably hot. Melanie's boyfriend called the police, who dispatched officers and an ambulance to the scene. Paramedics confirmed that Jessica was dead, and her body was sent for further examination. But one thing was already clear: it looked like she'd been attacked. Meanwhile, investigators began examining Jessica's car, and one of the first things they noticed was that the driver's seat was pushed way too far back. Considering the injuries on her body, detectives suspected she might have been attacked right there in the car. They also discovered that her keys, wallet, and credit cards were missing. On the back seat, they found a bag of dog food, suggesting that Jessica had been there since the night before. After all, she had planned to stop at the store right after dropping off her cousin. After thoroughly searching the car, detectives went into the restaurant near the parking lot where Jessica's car had been found. And that's when things took a shocking turn. One of the restaurant employees told investigators that when she arrived at work early that morning, she noticed Jessica's car. But at that time, Jessica was still alive. According to the witness, Jessica was sitting inside her car completely undressed and acting strangely, almost as if she was under the influence. Despite how bizarre the scene was, the employee didn't think much of it and went inside to start her shift. A little while later, she stepped outside again. This time, Jessica was sitting next to her car. She had put her clothes back on but was still behaving oddly, just sitting there, running her hands through her hair. The third time the employee went outside, Jessica was back in her car, talking to herself and making strange hand gestures. Police found several more witnesses who had seen Jessica alive that morning, but despite her unusual behavior, not a single person called for help or even checked to see if she was okay. After speaking with the witnesses, detectives went back to Melanie and asked if Jessica could have been under the influence of alcohol or something stronger. But her cousin was adamant Jessica had been completely sober that night. She was the designated driver, responsible for getting everyone home safely, and she had work in the morning. As for drugs, Melanie insisted that Jessica had never touched them in her life. None of it made sense to investigators, but soon they stumbled upon a possible explanation for what had happened. Medical examiners found signs of strangulation on Jessica's body, marks left by both hands and some kind of material, possibly a rope or a belt. She was also covered in bruises and scratches, and she had been sexually assaulted. According to experts, the trauma she endured could have caused a brain injury, which was only made worse by the fact that she had spent hours sitting inside a hot car under the scorching sun. This might explain her strange behavior, why she seemed disoriented and never called for help. Most likely, Jessica was so out of it that she didn't even realize what was happening to her. And in the end, she succumbed to her injuries. Toxicology reports backed up what her cousin had already said. There was no alcohol or drugs in her system. So, if just one of the witnesses had called for medical help, doctors might have had a chance to save Jessica. But now it was too late, and detectives had to figure out who was responsible for her death. They focused on finding CCTV footage, but there were no cameras near the parking lot where Jessica had been found. Still, they figured out one thing. If she had bought dog food in the middle of the night, she had probably stopped at the 24-hour Walmart just across the street. Detectives obtained the store's security footage, and there she was, Jessica pulling into the parking lot and walking inside. She was alone and seemed completely fine. There were no signs that anything was wrong. She went straight to the pet food aisle, grabbed a large bag and headed to the checkout. Everything looked normal, but then as she walked out of the store, detectives noticed something interesting. Just a few seconds later, a man followed her outside. Reviewing more footage, detectives saw that the man had arrived at Walmart just minutes before Jessica. He parked at the far end of the lot and walked inside, but instead of going into the store, he headed straight to the restroom and then walked back out. Checking the entrance camera, detectives saw him walking directly behind Jessica, and he was definitely in a hurry. But then they hit a problem. Jessica's car was parked right behind a large tree, completely blocking the view from the cameras. Still, the footage was enough to track the man's movements. He walked toward Jessica's car, disappearing behind the tree, and never came back out. 2 minutes later, Jessica's car pulled out of the parking lot. Another camera later captured it arriving at the restaurant parking lot where she would be found the next morning. A little while later, someone stepped out of Jessica's car. This person walked across the lot, heading straight for Walmart's parking area, where he got in the same vehicle the suspicious man had arrived in earlier. At this point, detectives were almost certain this person was directly involved in Jessica's murder. But there was one problem. The surveillance footage was too poor to clearly identify him or his vehicle. Still, detectives weren't out of options. Since Jessica's credit cards were missing, they checked her accounts for any recent activity. And that's when they found a lead. One of her cards had been used at a gas station about 20 minutes after her car was left in the restaurant parking lot. Detectives pulled surveillance footage from the gas station and immediately spotted the red pickup truck their suspect had been driving. And when they checked the camera near the register, their suspicions were confirmed. It was the same man. Now they had proof that this person had Jessica's credit card, and that only made him look even more guilty. They released footage of the suspect and his vehicle to the news, asking the public for any information about this man. Meanwhile, detectives kept searching for more evidence, but they couldn't find any other leads. Days passed without any major breakthroughs, until they got a call from a woman named Leslie. She told them that the man in the footage looked a lot like her fiancé's best friend, 29-year-old Crispin Harmel. But that wasn't all. According to Leslie, Crispin was supposed to stop by that evening to pay back the money he owed, but he never showed up. Later, when she saw the news report about Jessica's murder, she immediately recognized him in the surveillance footage. She couldn't believe he might be involved in something so horrific, but she still knew the right thing to do was call the police. Detectives began digging into Crispin's background and quickly uncovered an interesting detail. Just weeks before Jessica's murder, a patrol officer had pulled him over for driving with an expired license. When investigators reviewed the officer's body camera footage, they confirmed that Crispin closely resembled their suspect. Even more telling, he was wearing the exact same baseball cap as the man in the surveillance footage. 5 days after Jessica's murder, police went to Crispin's home. Right away, they noticed his pickup truck. It was the same model as the one caught on camera, but something was off. It looked like Crispin had made some cosmetic changes. Chrome details that had been visible in the footage were now painted over in black. When detectives knocked on his door, Crispin surprised them right away. Without hesitation, he admitted that he had met with Jessica that night. According to him, they connected through an adult website and had arranged to meet for a no-strings-attached hookup. Crispin claimed they met in the Walmart parking lot, where he got into Jessica's car. According to him, she then drove them to a park, where they had consensual sex, before she dropped him back off at Walmart. Before he left, they sat in her car and talked for a while. He told her he was struggling financially and, according to his version of events, Jessica gave him her credit card so he could pay for gas. Then they said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. The next day, when he saw news reports about Jessica's murder, Crispin said he panicked. Afraid he would be accused, he threw away the credit card and repainted parts of his truck. Even though Crispin told this story with confidence, detectives knew it was nothing but a lie. It looked like a desperate attempt to avoid responsibility. The surveillance footage alone was enough to tear his version apart. He claimed they had arranged to meet in the Walmart parking lot, yet he never approached Jessica until after she returned to her car. Then, he said she had driven him back after their supposed encounter. The cameras told a different story. They clearly showed him walking back to his own truck alone. Jessica's car never moved from the parking lot until the next morning, and no one else had approached it. Detectives seized Crispin's phone and computer, along with Jessica's devices. As they suspected, there was no trace of any communication between them. No messages, no calls, nothing. In fact, Jessica had never even visited the adult website Crispin claimed they had used to arrange the meeting. But when investigators dug through Crispin's computer, they found something interesting. Just hours after police discovered Jessica's body, he had searched for and read multiple news articles about her murder. Jessica's friends and family didn't believe his story either. According to them, she wasn't the kind of person who would go looking for a one-night stand, let alone meet a total stranger in a parking lot in the middle of the night. Just wasn't who she was. On top of that, she had already told her friends she needed to get some sleep before her morning shift and that she still had to feed her dogs. There was no way she would have gone out for some secret late-night date. Investigators believed Crispin was doing everything he could to shift the blame, but with so much evidence stacked against him, there was no way he could come up with a believable excuse. Based on the surveillance footage, detectives pieced together what they believed really happened. Crispin likely spotted Jessica inside Walmart and targeted her. He followed her to her car, got in, and used threats to keep her from screaming or fighting back. From there, he may have forced her to drive to a nearby park, where he assaulted her before returning to the parking lot near Walmart, closer to his own truck. Before leaving, he strangled her and stole her wallet and credit cards. When police confronted Crispin with this version of events, he stopped answering questions and asked for a lawyer. Despite the strong evidence against Crispin, investigators faced a serious challenge, one that could put the entire case at risk. The fact that Jessica had remained alive for several hours after the attack created a major legal hurdle. The problem was that medical experts couldn't say with absolute certainty why this had happened. Cases like hers were so rare that medical science simply hadn't studied them in enough depth. As we know, the official cause of death was listed as strangulation. But until that point, there had never been a single documented case of someone being strangled, surviving for hours while walking and talking, and then dying later as a direct result of this attack. Because multiple witnesses had seen Jessica alive, the prosecutor wasn't confident that a jury would return a guilty verdict. The only thing that could truly seal the case was a confession, but Crispin refused to admit to anything. Detectives found themselves in an incredibly difficult situation. They were certain that Crispin was responsible for Jessica's murder. No one else could have physically committed the crime, but because she had remained alive until the morning, there was a real risk that the case would fall apart in court. Hoping to strengthen their case, investigators searched Jessica's car for any additional evidence, but they came up empty. There were no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing that could directly tie Crispin to the crime scene. Still, prosecutors found a temporary solution. They charged him with evidence tampering in connection with Jessica's case. As we know, Crispin had admitted to throwing away her credit card and repainting his truck. Both clear attempts to cover his tracks. Since they had his own words as proof, they at least had enough to hold him accountable for some crime while they continued working to build a stronger case. In May 2010, Crispin pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 10 years in prison for evidence tampering. But detectives had no intention of giving up. They were determined to get full justice for Jessica, and to do that, they needed solid scientific proof directly linking Crispin to her murder. For years, they kept searching without any progress. But then, in 2013, they came across a scientific article that changed everything. This article described cases where strangulation didn't immediately result in death, as it typically would. Instead, it triggered something known as delayed death syndrome, a condition where victims suffer brain damage that causes confusion, disorientation, and an inability to seek help. Everything in the article perfectly matched Jessica's behavior after the attack. It also supported the initial medical examiner's conclusion that she had likely suffered a brain injury, which left her unaware of her condition until it was too late. Detectives immediately contacted the author of this article and started building a murder case against Crispin, this time backed by cutting-edge medical science. In May 2014, Crispin was officially arrested for murder, but he continued to insist on his innocence. During the trial, his defense attorney focused on one key point. There was no DNA evidence linking Crispin to the crime. The prosecution had argued that Jessica had fought back during the attack and likely scratched her attacker, which should have left traces of DNA under her fingernails. However, forensic experts for the prosecution pointed out a crucial factor. Jessica had spent hours inside her car, trapped in extreme heat. At such high temperatures, DNA degrades rapidly, and by the time her body was examined, any genetic material under her nails would have already broken down beyond the point of recovery. In addition to the forensic evidence, prosecutors relied heavily on the overwhelming amount of surveillance footage, which clearly pointed to Crispin's guilt. But then something unexpected happened. Crispin's lawyer questioned the accuracy of the video timestamps used by the prosecution. See, when investigators first got the footage straight from the security cameras, there were no timestamps on it. Since the exact timing of events was crucial to the case, prosecutors used specialized software to add them later. And that single detail gave the defense an opening to cast doubt on the evidence. Crispin's attorney argued that this was a serious violation because he had never been given copies of the surveillance footage with the added timestamps. In the end, the judge sided with the defense and was forced to declare a mistrial. Just like that, Crispin once again escaped conviction, all because of a technicality. However, he remained in prison, continuing to serve his 10-year sentence for evidence tampering. Meanwhile, prosecutors immediately began preparing for a new trial. Over the next few years, Crispin's legal team fought hard to prevent him from being retried, arguing that another trial would violate his rights. But in the end, a higher court ruled in favor of the prosecution, clearing the way for justice to finally be served. The new trial began in 2018, and this time, the prosecution made sure to cover every detail, leaving no room for the defense to exploit any technicalities. In the end, they succeeded in convincing the jury of Crispin's guilt, and he was finally convicted of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Prosecutors had chosen not to pursue the death penalty, fearing it might weaken their chances of securing a guilty verdict. They knew the delayed death syndrome argument could still plant doubts in the jurors' minds, and in death penalty cases, a conviction requires absolute certainty. A few years later, Crispin tried to appeal his sentence, but his request was denied. As a result, he remains behind bars with almost no chance of ever walking free. Jessica's family thanked investigators and prosecutors for their relentless pursuit of justice, even though it took 9 long years to reach a verdict. However, they also admitted that before the sentencing, they had hoped it might bring them some relief and closure. But in reality, no punishment for Crispin could ever truly ease their pain. Stacy Ann Falcon was born on October 23, 1971 in Renton, Washington. She grew up in a loving family and had an older brother, but eventually her parents split up. Stacy was a cheerful, outgoing girl with a big circle of friends. During high school, she met a guy named John and they started dating. Soon after graduation, they decided to move to California, and a few years later, they welcomed their son, Jacob. But after spending several years in California, Stacy and John decided to move back to their hometown. Not long after they returned, their relationship started to crumble, and eventually they went their separate ways. So Stacy ended up raising Jacob on her own. She got a job as a waitress, rented an apartment in a small residential complex, and worked hard to make sure her son had everything he needed. In the fall of 1994, Stacy was 22 and gearing up to celebrate her birthday. On October 23rd, she decided to surprise her mom by stopping by with her son. Even though they lived in the same city, Stacy's place was pretty far away and her busy work schedule didn't leave much time for visits. That day, they celebrated her birthday together, and later Stacy and Jacob headed home. For days later, on her next day off, Stacy went out to celebrate her birthday with friends. She left Jacob with a trusted babysitter and spent the evening hitting up a few clubs, having a great time. After midnight, Stacy went back to her son. She got to the babysitter's place around 1:30 a.m., grabbed Jacob, and went home. About 2 hours later, a newspaper delivery worker was starting his morning route in the same neighborhood. As he passed a short dead-end street, he spotted a parked car with 2 bodies lying on the ground nearby, a woman and a boy. He immediately called 911, and officers soon showed up at the scene with paramedics. It didn't take long for authorities to confirm that both victims were dead. Based on initial observations, the cause of death appeared to be gunshot wounds. Investigators also quickly identified the victims. It was Stacy and her son Jacob. Detectives began examining the crime scene, trying to piece together what had happened. Near the car, they found several bullet casings, as well as Stacy's belongings, including her cell phone inside the car. One detail immediately stood out as particularly strange. Both Stacy and Jacob's shoes were found several yards away from the car. It seemed like the killer had deliberately taken off their shoes, but no one could figure out why. What puzzled investigators even more was that Stacy's wallet and jewelry had been left untouched, making robbery an unlikely motive. Another strange detail of the crime scene was the discovery of 3 white buttons that didn't seem to belong to Stacy. This led investigators to believe they might have been left behind by the killer. The car keys were found wedged between the door and the driver's seat. Nearby, police also discovered used tape. This led investigators to believe that the killer's original plan might have been to steal the car, leaving Stacy and Jacob tied up. But when the perpetrator couldn't find the keys right away, things may have taken a deadly turn. Once the bodies were handed over to the medical examiners, they confirmed that both victims had died from gunshot wounds. Stacy's body also showed multiple defensive wounds, indicating she had fought back against the attacker. This theory was further supported by the dirt on her socks and the trampled grass near the car. Investigators believed Stacy might have managed to break free from the assailant and even get into the car, but she didn't have time to drive away. The attacker pulled out a gun, shot both Stacy and Jacob, then dragged their bodies onto the road. The medical examiners also found no evidence of SA, ruling out that as a possible motive. After wrapping up at the crime scene, the police started canvassing the neighborhood, hoping to find witnesses. A few residents mentioned hearing a woman scream and gunshots around 2:11 a.m., but none of them had called the police. They explained that the area wasn't exactly safe, and the sound of gunfire wasn't uncommon. Unfortunately, none of the neighbors could provide any additional information because they didn't see anything. With all the information they had, police ruled out two major motives, robbery and SA. They shifted their focus to potential suspects within Stacy's inner circle and decided to talk to her mother. That morning, she was working her shift at a cafe when detectives showed up to deliver the horrible news. As expected, her reaction was devastating. Overcome with grief, she ran out of the cafe, sprinting several blocks before collapsing on the ground in tears. Once officers managed to calm her down, they began asking if she could think of anyone who might have wanted to harm her daughter. The detectives first learned that Stacy had once lived in the same apartment complex as the babysitter she had left Jacob with that night. But Stacy decided to move out after hearing gunshots near her home one evening. Since then, she had been living in a different neighborhood, would occasionally leave her son with the trusted babysitter. Next, her mother mentioned that at the time of her death, Stacy was dating a man named Rich. According to her, relationships seemed pretty normal. Rich got along well with Jacob and spent most of his time living at his own place. The detectives went to speak with Rich, and he told them that he had spent the evening at a bar near Stacy's apartment complex. Later that night, while Stacy was still out celebrating her birthday with friends, he went to her place and fell asleep there, as he didn't feel like driving back to his own apartment after a few drinks. Rich claimed that he woke up early in the morning and initially didn't think much of the fact that Stacy and Jacob weren't home. He assumed they must have come back while he was asleep and then left early without waking him. Rich denied any involvement in the murders and agreed to take a polygraph test. However, the results were inconclusive. The operator flagged several questionable responses, which kept him on the list of potential suspects. Even so, there was no direct evidence linking him to the crime. Witnesses at the bar confirmed seeing him there that evening, and investigators couldn't identify any clear motive for him to harm Stacy or Jacob. With no solid leads, the detectives decided to dig deeper into Stacy's personal life. They turned their attention to Stacy's ex-husband, Jacob's father. He told them that on the night of the murder, he had gone out drinking with friends, then returned home, played pool with his roommate, and went to bed. His friends backed up his story, but just like with Rich, his polygraph results raised some red flags. Still, there was no evidence linking him to the crime. Forensic experts examined Stacy's car and all the belongings found at the scene, but they couldn't uncover any foreign DNA or fingerprints. With no direct leads, investigators were left at a standstill and had to dig further into the case. Not long after, they received a call from a local hospital about a suspicious man who had shown up in the middle of the night wearing blood-stained clothes. Detectives immediately went to question him and collected his clothing for DNA testing. The man claimed he had gotten into a fight with his girlfriend and denied any involvement in the murders. Despite his statement, police decided to detain him until the lab results came back. However, forensic testing confirmed that the blood on his clothes didn't belong to Stacy or Jacob. With no connection to the crime, the man was cleared as a suspect and released. Sometime later, detectives got another lead. They found out that before picking up her son, Stacy had stopped at a grocery store. When they checked the CCTV footage, they spotted a man talking to her. Unfortunately, they couldn't identify him and the lead went cold. The next clue came from Stacy's phone. Investigators found that the last incoming call she received was from a man named Scott. When they went to question him, Scott told them he'd been home with his wife and kids that night. He also admitted that they had briefly dated in the past, but their relationship ended when Stacy found out he was married. Despite the breakup, they had stayed on friendly terms, and his wife confirmed that he was at home the night of the murders. Still, something about Scott raised eyebrows. According to Stacy's friends, he had once left her a $100 tip at the cafe where she worked. Considering Scott had a pretty low-paying job and a family to support, this gesture seemed unusual to investigators. As they dug deeper, they began to suspect that Scott might be involved in dealing illegal substances. But while this was an interesting lead, it didn't bring them any closer to solving the double homicide. Still, they didn't rule out Scott's involvement, direct or indirect, and kept him on their suspects list. For the next few weeks, police struggled to find any new leads. But then something completely unexpected happened. 2 weeks after Stacy and Jacob's murder, officers found Scott's body stuffed in the trunk of an abandoned car. Scott's brother told investigators that, on the day he disappeared, Scott had planned to visit a man named Vince. The brothers had a side hustle fixing up cars, and they'd installed an expensive sound system in Vince's car. But Vince never paid them, so Scott had gone to demand his money. That's why his brother was convinced that Vince had killed him. Police tracked down Vince, who denied any involvement. However, a search of his apartment turned up traces of Scott's blood, and investigators discovered that Vince had been using Scott's credit card after his death. Vince was arrested, and detectives working Stacy and Jacob's case questioned him, hoping he might know something about Scott's potential involvement in their murders. But unfortunately, Vince had nothing useful to share, and this lead went cold too. For months, the case remained at a standstill, but shortly before his trial, Vince suddenly decided to plead guilty. He claimed that he had killed Scott in self-defense, saying Scott had threatened him. According to Vince, Scott admitted that he had killed Stacy because she was planning to tell his wife about their affair. Vince also added that he and Scott had been involved in selling illegal substances. Detectives, however, weren't quick to buy Vince's story. The timing seemed far too convenient. Just before facing trial for murder, Vince penned another killing on Scott, along with allegations of criminal activity, conveniently framing his actions as self-defense. Still, with no other leads, police had no choice but to investigate Scott's possible connection to Stacy's murder. But the deeper they dug, the less credible Vince's story seemed. Scott's wife was adamant that he'd been at home with her that night and couldn't have been across town committing a murder. His brother also dismissed the idea of an ongoing affair between Scott and Stacy, saying Scott would have mentioned something like that if it were true, because the brothers were very close. On top of that, Scott's brother insisted that Scott had no involvement in dealing illegal substances. He claimed they both made an honest living repairing cars. Detectives ultimately concluded that Vince's story didn't add up, and it seemed like nothing more than a desperate attempt to dodge responsibility for his own crime. After that, the case went cold. Over time, it was filed away and no real progress was made. The only person still searching for answers was Stacy's mom. She kept reaching out to detectives, but one by one, they either retired or got moved to other departments. At one point, she was told the case would be handed over to Seattle's cold case unit. But when she tried to contact them, she found out the unit had been shut down due to budget cuts. In the early 2000s, police received a lead on a new suspect. An inmate contacted investigators claiming that his acquaintance, a man named Charles, had confessed to killing Stacy and Jacob. According to the informant, Charles worked with Stacy at the same cafe, and they both were allegedly involved in selling illegal substances. The story went that Stacy had threatened to turn him in, which supposedly led to her murder. The detectives found this story a bit far-fetched, but with no other leads to follow, they decided to dig deeper into Charles's possible involvement. They sent all the existing evidence back to the lab for analysis, hoping that modern technology might uncover traces of DNA missed during the original investigation. But there was one major problem. The lab was overwhelmed with other cases, and the detectives were told they'd have to wait an entire year for the results. In 2002, detectives finally received the call. Using modern tools, experts had successfully identified DNA traces on the gloves and duct tape found at the crime scene. And they had a match, but it wasn't Charles. Instead, the DNA belonged to an entirely different man who had never once been on the police's radar. That man was Jerome Jones, a name that had never come up in the case files before. Investigators started digging into his background and uncovered a long criminal history that went all the way back to his teenage years. Jones had been arrested for robberies, assaults, car thefts, and drug-related offenses. Then, in 1995, just a year after Stacy and Jacob's murders, Jones and an accomplice killed a businessman outside his home in California, and in 1998, he was sentenced to life in prison. Detectives also discovered that in 1994, Jones had been living in the same apartment complex where Stacy had lived before moving out due to safety concerns, and where her babysitter lived at the time of the murders. Even more chilling, Jones had worked at the club where Stacy had celebrated her birthday with friends. Detectives traveled to another state to question Jones in prison, but he denied any involvement in the murders. Every following attempt to get him to talk led nowhere, yet a direct DNA analysis confirmed that the biological material found on the gloves and duct tape at the crime scene belonged to him. However, there was a major problem. The DNA on the gloves and tape was considered circumstantial evidence. The detectives knew it wouldn't be enough to secure a conviction. So, they requested an analysis of the biological samples taken from the victims' bodies during the initial investigation, which had been preserved in storage. This time, the experts made a breakthrough. In the samples taken from Stacy's mouth, they identified biological material that matched Jones's DNA. This not only further confirmed his involvement, but also indicated that Stacy had been the victim of SA. Soon more evidence surfaced. Jones' DNA was also found under Stacy's fingernails, providing yet another link that tied him directly to the murders. With all the evidence in hand, detectives approached a district attorney to discuss filing murder charges against Jones, but they faced an unexpected setback. The DA wasn't convinced the existing evidence was strong enough to directly tie Jones to the double murder. So, he asked crime scene experts to reconstruct the crime scene using the new evidence, hoping to get a clearer picture of how Jones could be connected to the crime. What happened next remains unclear, but for some reason, the case came to a standstill. It's unknown whether the DA's request for a crime scene reconstruction was ever carried out, but in the end, no charges were brought against Jones. Perhaps the investigators felt less urgency to pursue the case since Jones was already serving time for another murder. Or they feared that the available evidence wasn't enough to secure a conviction. As a result, the case was shelved again, despite multiple DNA matches connecting Jones to the crime. But the saddest thing is, the police never informed Stacy's mother about these developments, even though she had been tirelessly pushing for any progress in the investigation. For years, Stacy's mother continued reaching out to investigators, but over time, the officers changed, and she eventually lost contact with anyone responsible for the case. Determined to find answers, she began reviewing all the available information on the case with the help of her sister. This effort stretched over 15 years, until in 2017, her sister passed away. From that point on, Stacy's mother carried on the search alone, but every attempt to achieve justice led to a dead end. In 2019, a journalist from Seattle got interested in the case. He contacted Stacy's mother and began digging into the investigation. Eventually, he discovered that the police had matched DNA from the victim's body to Jerome Jones more than 15 years earlier. Shocked by this revelation, he was baffled as to why no charges had ever been filed against Jones despite such compelling evidence. When he shared this information with Stacy's mother, she was devastated. She couldn't believe that all this time, the police had a suspect tied to the case by multiple DNA samples, yet failed to act on it. The journalist reached out to a former detective who had worked on the case during those years and asked why Stacy's mother hadn't been informed about the DNA match. The detective explained that the evidence seemed too inconclusive at the time to draw definitive conclusions. He also admitted that he had been handling numerous cases simultaneously and simply didn't have the time. The journalist then asked the district attorney the same question. He responded that it wasn't his responsibility to notify victims' families about case developments, so it hadn't even crossed his mind to reach out to her. Finally, the journalist compiled all the available information into a detailed article. The story caused a significant public outcry, almost instantly reigniting interest in Stacy and Jacob's case. When the new team of detectives reviewed the evidence gathered by their predecessors, they too were stunned that no charges had been filed against Jerome Jones, and began preparing the case for trial. Around this time, things took a rather unfortunate turn. Jerome Jones, who was still serving time for another murder, was granted parole, even though he was supposed to remain behind bars until at least 2030. This created a sense of urgency for the detectives and the prosecution, so they rushed to bring charges against him before he could be released. By early 2022, they finally brought official charges, and Jones was arrested. Right after his release from the California prison, he was extradited to Washington and placed in custody while awaiting trial. Unfortunately, Stacy's mother did not live to see the day when the man responsible for her daughter's and grandson's death would be held accountable. She passed away just 4 months after Jones' arrest. Despite this, the prosecution was determined to see the case through to the end and secure justice for Stacy and her son. Based on all the available evidence, they presented their version of events regarding what had likely happened that fateful night. According to investigators, Jones allegedly attacked the woman almost immediately after she left the babysitter's house. He either forced her to pull over by threatening her with a weapon, or she stopped for some reason, and that's when Jones approached her car. Based on the prosecutor's theory, Jones' initial plan was to steal her car, but in the process he decided to SA Stacy. He forced her out of the vehicle and tied her hands, but she managed to break free during the struggle. She ran back to the car where her son had been sitting the whole time, and that's when Jones shot them both. After that, he dragged their bodies out onto the road, planning to drive off in the car. But he couldn't find the keys. They were wedged between the seat and the door. In the end, he fled the scene, leaving behind several pieces of DNA evidence. During the preliminary hearings in May 2023, Jones pleaded not guilty and the prosecution began preparing for trial. As of now, the trial hasn't started yet and Jones is still behind bars. But with the evidence they've got, there's little doubt about his involvement. And if the jury finds him guilty, he's facing a life sentence. So, this case is finally coming to its logical conclusion, even if it took 3 decades to get here. The crazy part is, Jones probably could have been charged as early as 2002, just 8 years after the murder, but for reasons that still aren't clear, it took a full 20 years to bring charges against him. Even though Jones has been in prison the whole time, Stacy's mom spent years in the dark, heartbroken that she couldn't get justice for her daughter and grandson. And now, as Jones might finally be officially convicted of their murders, she won't be around to see it. The case of Alicia Ross. A young Canadian woman named Alicia Ross vanished without a trace from her own bedroom in the middle of the night. The police were unable to find either a body or any significant evidence, and as a result, the investigation stagnated. The case might have remained unsolved had the criminal not turned himself in to the police. Alicia Ross was born on February 8, 1980 in the Canadian city of Markham in the province of Ontario. There is no information about her biological parents, but it is known that they gave up their rights to the child, and she was adopted at a few months old by a couple named Marvin and Sharon Ross. Her adoptive parents provided her with love and care, and they did everything to ensure that their daughter had everything she needed and could fully develop her talents. When Alicia started school, her adoptive parents decided to divorce, but they maintained a friendly relationship and continued to participate together in their daughter's life. Soon, Sharon remarried and her new husband, named Julius Forrest, treated the child as if she were his own daughter. The girl performed well in school, demonstrated exceptional skills in drawing, and also developed a passion for photography and a love for discovering new cities and countries. After finishing school, she spent a year in Australia, where she traveled and enjoyed life before returning home and enrolling in university in the summer of 2005. The 25-year-old Alicia went on a hiking trip in the mountains with her friends, where she met a young man named Sean, with whom she began a romantic relationship in early July. He was 4 years older than her, but the small age difference did not bother the couple. On August 16th, the young woman, along with her adoptive mother and their dogs, went for a stroll in the park. Alicia appeared cheerful and shared that she was expecting a promotion at work to the position of senior sales manager in the coming days. She was very proud, as she had been working hard for a long time, and her efforts were about to be rewarded. Additionally, the young woman discussed her boyfriend, Sean, whom she had been dating for just over a month, but seemed deeply in love with. Alicia hoped that this romance could grow into something more meaningful in the future and expressed a desire to introduce her new boyfriend to her adoptive parents by arranging a family dinner. After her walk in the park, the mother returned home and her daughter went on a date with her sweetheart. She promised not to be gone long, as she had to get up early for work the next day, where her promotion was to be decided. The women said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Sharon never saw her daughter alive again. The mysterious disappearance from her own house that night, after meeting with Sean, is what led to the unsolved case. Alicia invited him to her house and they had a great time together. Around midnight, the young man went home and Alicia accompanied him to the door, which served as a second exit from the backyard. They said goodbye with a kiss and he left, promising to call her as soon as he got home. Around midnight, as promised, Sean called his girlfriend, but she didn't answer the phone. He wasn't overly concerned, thinking Alicia had simply fallen asleep since she had to get up early for work. However, the next morning, when he tried to call her again and she still didn't pick up, he became genuinely worried and contacted a mutual acquaintance who worked in the same office as Alicia. From her, he learned that Alicia hadn't come to work, and he immediately rushed to her house. On August 17th in the morning, Sharon and Julius planned to play golf with friends and left the house at 10. They saw their daughter's car in the driveway, but assumed someone had taken her, so they went about their day. A while later, Sean went to Alicia's house but couldn't find her, so he called the police to report her missing. He then called Sharon to inform her. The couple rushed home, where the police were already there. Sean was the first to notice Alicia was missing and inform the police. He was also the last to see her the night before she disappeared, saying they had parted ways at the gate around midnight and hadn't heard from her since. When Sharon and Julius approached the house, law enforcement was already there, inspecting the area and speaking with Sean, who had called them. The young man appeared visibly nervous and distraught. When the mother looked into Alicia's room, she immediately noticed that all her daughter's personal belongings, which she never left the house without, were in their places. Her purse, passport, driver's license, keys, cell phone, as well as her bank cards and cash, were all left in the room, suggesting she wouldn't have gone anywhere, let alone left without them. The gate was open but not forced, implying that the missing person either let her abductor in or willingly left with someone from the yard. In the backyard, the police found some disturbance. The lawn and flowers in one area were trampled, as if someone had fallen there. Also, a pair of cigarettes and the right sandal of the girl, the one she had been wearing the evening before, were found on the ground, laid out in a straight line. Neither Alicia nor her parents smoked, so the cigarettes did not belong to them, and Sean claimed he never smoked that particular brand, leaving the ownership and arrangement of the cigarettes unclear. Sean was almost immediately considered the prime suspect. Firstly, he was noticeably nervous and his account seemed somewhat confused and disjointed. Secondly, he was the first to report his girlfriend's disappearance to the police, even before speaking with her parents and confirming that they too had not seen her. Thus, he definitely knew she was missing. Additionally, law enforcement found biological traces on the girl's bed belonging both to her and Sean. Based on this, the investigation speculated that Alicia might have denied Sean intimacy, and he decided to force her, then trying to cover his tracks, staged her disappearance, which he likely caused by ending her life. When Sean was brought to the police station, questioned, and the investigator's theory presented to him, the young man was shocked. He was distressed to be considered the primary suspect and swore he would never harm his girlfriend as he loved her. He also acknowledged that they did indeed have intimate moments that evening, but insisted it was consensual. The missing girl's parents also had nothing negative to say about Sean. He had not argued with their daughter, had not mistreated her, and she spoke only positively of him. Their relationship was developing quickly and quite happily, to the extent that Alicia even hoped to have a future with him. Moreover, the parents noted that their daughter had no plans or reasons to leave. She was eagerly awaiting a promotion at her beloved job, and being a responsible person, she would never just leave everything behind. But even if some unforeseen circumstances had arisen, she would certainly have informed her parents and definitely would not have left without her documents, money, and phone. Police lacked sufficient evidence or grounds to detain Sean, and so, after questioning him at the station, they released him. Nevertheless, Law enforcement did not rule him out as a suspect and continued to monitor the young man. Sean himself appeared dejected and highly distressed. The extensive search effort for the missing woman began the day after her disappearance. Initially, a thorough inspection of the home and yard was conducted, and investigators closely examined the surrounding area and interviewed neighbors. However, no one reported hearing or seeing anything suspicious that night. Law enforcement theorized that the woman disappeared sometime between midnight, when she said goodbye to Sean, and sunrise, a time when the streets are usually quiet and deserted, making it challenging to find witnesses. Alicia's photos were distributed as flyers throughout the city, providing phone numbers for people to report any information about her whereabouts. The story of the missing woman was widely covered in the news and featured in popular publications, sparking significant public interest and prompting hundreds of volunteers and concerned citizens to join the search. The police received numerous daily calls related to the case, although most of the information turned out to be false or mistaken. Nevertheless, each tip and theory was investigated in the hope of finding any leads. The search area was continuously expanded, involving more people. Thorough checks were conducted in abandoned buildings, wooded areas, and wastelands. Sean also actively participated in the search efforts, despite still being the prime suspect. Feeling wronged, the young man turned to the media and gave a significant interview where he expressed his deep love for Alicia and showed photos of them looking very happy together. He tearfully pleaded for help in the search, appearing utterly devastated by the situation. The search for Alicia became one of the most extensive operations in Ontario's history. Every difficult-to-reach ravine and marshy area was scoured, but no clues, leads, or even hints about the missing woman's location were found. Her parents also appealed to the public through the media, expressing their belief that their daughter was alive but being held against her will somewhere. They implored whoever had their daughter to let her return home unharmed and not to harm her in any way. Sean's lack of an alibi led the police to lean towards the theory that someone Alicia knew personally had abducted and possibly ended her life. This hypothesis was supported by the lack of signs of struggle, no evidence of forced entry, and the gate being left open. However, no concrete leads were found. The cigarettes found on the ground bore only a heavily smeared fingerprint, which couldn't be identified. Investigators thoroughly checked Alicia's contacts and reviewed all calls and messages on her phone and email, yet nothing suspicious was uncovered. On the sixth day of the search, the case was officially reclassified as a criminal act, despite the lack of evidence. Sean remained the prime suspect. Sean lived alone in his own house, located about 10 miles from Alicia's home. After realizing that public suspicion had intensified following his media appearance, he stopped participating in the search and refused to speak with the press. Investigators interviewed Sean 3 more times, but his story remained consistent. He was then offered a lie detector test, which he refused, convincing the police even more firmly that he was involved in the crime. 2 weeks after the disappearance, Sean was arrested on an unrelated charge. He was taken into custody late at night for driving under the influence and resisting arrest. Speculations arose that he was attempting to drown his guilt in alcohol. Following Sean's arrest, Alicia's parents gave another interview, sharing that they had not personally known the young man and only knew about him through their daughter's accounts. They believed she was happy, but now they considered the possibility that their daughter might have withheld certain details to avoid upsetting them, though she had planned to introduce her boyfriend to her family soon. Police interviewed Sean's neighbors to determine if they had noticed anything unusual recently, such as him disposing of large trash bags, behaving suspiciously, leaving unexpectedly, or cleaning his car. However, no significant information emerged from these inquiries. Detectives were left hoping that Sean might eventually confess to everything. About a month after Alicia's disappearance, the media attention surrounding her case began to fade. The search continued, but it was no longer prominently featured in newspapers or news broadcasts, and the investigation seemed to have reached a dead end. The only option left for law enforcement was to keep pressuring Sean, hoping he would eventually confess to the crime. Then, a completely unexpected development occurred in the case on September 20th, 2005, more than a month after Alicia's disappearance. 31-year-old Daniel Silvestre, a local resident, called the police and confessed to ending the girl's life, revealing where he had hidden her body. It's important to note that this man had not been under suspicion previously, and the police had not considered him at all during their initial investigation. At first, it appeared that the man merely sought fame and attention and had decided to take responsibility for the most notorious case in recent years. However, all doubts were dispelled when the police discovered the girl's body at the location he had specified. Daniel Silvestre was an unemployed recluse who lived in his mother's house, which was adjacent to the Ross family home. The two properties were separated by overgrown shrubs, creating a nearly impenetrable barrier. Despite living virtually side by side for their entire lives, Daniel and the victim had never interacted before. Alicia had seen Daniel on his property a few times and considered him mentally unwell due to his strange behavior. The police had not shown an interest in Daniel earlier, as he seemed to be a reclusive and isolated individual who had not drawn attention to himself. Daniel had significant social challenges from a young age. He struggled to make friends, was ridiculed at school, and every effort to form relationships ended in complete failure, leading him to develop a deep resentment towards women. As a child, girls would call him a loser and say they would never associate with someone like him. At age 8, Silvestre was diagnosed with a social behavioral disorder and had been under ongoing psychological treatment, but the therapy did not provide much improvement. In his teenage years, he confessed that he had fantasies of suddenly attacking and overpowering a girl, which excited him. However, specialists were confident that these fantasies would remain just that and not manifest into real actions. After finishing school, Daniel stopped attending therapy sessions, decided not to continue his education, and became a recluse. He lived in his mother's house, isolating himself from the outside world, spending his days sitting in his room, often on adult websites, and occasionally venturing out in the evenings to secretly watch his neighbors, peeping into their windows. He particularly enjoyed watching when someone was engaged in sexual activity, as the spectacle excited him, yet Daniel remained a virgin well into his 30s, satisfying his desires through solitary activities. The neighbors hardly ever saw him, and thus considered him a harmless guy. Initially, Silvestre claimed that the girl's death was accidental, and he hid the body to avoid punishment. According to him, when he realized the girl showed no signs of life, he placed her in the trunk of his mother's car and drove about 50 miles out of town, hiding the body in a bushy ravine by the side of a country road. 3 weeks later, fearing that the body would be discovered, he moved it in the middle of the night even further away to a deserted area. The body was found in the place Daniel indicated, thereby dispelling the last doubts about his guilt. However, the condition of the remains indicated that the girl had been dealt with extreme cruelty. The injuries were such that it looked as if she had been hit by a car. An autopsy showed that Alicia had nearly all her ribs broken, her neck and both arms, and also suffered extensive closed cranial trauma with internal bleeding. The exact cause of death could not be determined, but at least 3 injuries were incompatible with life. Forensic experts were shocked, as they had never encountered anything like it before. It was necessary to clarify the circumstances and chronology of events on that fateful evening to determine how exactly the girl received her injuries. The convict initially claimed that he had an argument with his neighbor on a bush-covered path between their homes. During the verbal altercation, the neighbor called him a loser, which angered him, and he struck her on the head. When she fell, he kicked her several times in the chest. Realizing she was not breathing, he decided to hide the body and then moved it again when the search area expanded. However, there were missing details and specifics in his story that did not add up. It was unclear what Daniel was doing at his neighbor's house at night, why they began arguing, and what caused such a brutal beating. The evidence found at the scene was laid out in a straight line, making it challenging to reconstruct the full sequence of events. The investigation revealed that Silvestre had gone out to observe his neighbors. He noticed that Alicia's boyfriend had come over, and he approached their house closely as the couple was being intimate. He watched them from a window, then moved back to the bushes but did not leave. As midnight approached, the lovers went outside and kissed by the gate, just a couple of feet away from the observing neighbor. When Sean left, the girl returned to the yard and noticed Daniel. She became very angry, Realizing that he had been spying on her and her boyfriend all this time, she started yelling at him, calling him a pervert and demanding that he leave immediately. Finally, Alicia called him a loser, which acted as a trigger for Sylvester, as that was exactly what other girls had called him during his childhood. Filled with rage, Sylvester punched the girl forcefully on the head and knocked her to the ground. She tried to resist and grabbed her attacker's hair, but he began to choke her. When his grip loosened, Daniel quickly stood up and began kicking Alicia while she was lying down, primarily striking her chest, back, neck, and head. Forensic experts later counted 33 fractures on the victim's body and extensive internal bleeding. When the man realized his neighbor was dead, he moved her body to his garage, undressed her, and then masturbated to relieve the tension, according to his testimony. The examination confirmed that Sylvester did not violate the body. He then placed the corpse in the trunk of his mother's car and took it to a remote location outside the city. Upon returning home, the criminal took a shower, changed clothes, and behaved as if nothing had happened. His clothes, the victim's belongings, and the towels he used to clean the crime scene were packed in trash bags and disposed of. The trial and sentencing proceedings began only in April 2007, at which time new details were made public. The defendant confessed that he had ended his neighbor's life, but he and his lawyer insisted that it was unintentional. The defense demanded a psychiatric evaluation, arguing that Daniel was mentally ill and should not be held accountable for his actions, suggesting he be treated in a clinic instead of being incarcerated. However, the prosecution argued that despite his mental illness and anger management issues, Sylvester acted with full knowledge of the consequences of his actions. He kicked the girl mercilessly with all his might, knowing it would likely result in her death. The court-ordered psychiatric evaluation confirmed that the defendant could indeed be considered fully responsible for his actions. Regarding the items found in the backyard, Daniel never admitted to having placed them there, arranged in a straight line. On May 7, 2007, the defendant was found guilty of a second-degree crime and sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 16 years. A year later, Canadian singer-songwriter Kathleen Edwards wrote a song titled Alicia Ross, which portrayed the events from the young woman's perspective during the final moments of her life. Kelsey Bereth was born on September 15, 1989 in Moses Lake, Washington. She grew up on a farm with her parents and older brother, helping with all kinds of chores from a young age. She loved working on the farm, but what fascinated her most were the crop-dusting planes, those small aircraft that sprayed fields or scattered seeds. Kelsey had always dreamed of flying one, and as soon as she graduated high school, she enrolled in a local college to become a pilot. After earning her license, she got a job as a flight instructor while still helping her parents on the farm. Teaching people how to fly and working with her family kept her busy, but more than anything, dreamed of having a family of her own. In 2016, when Kelsey was 27, she finally got the chance to start the family she'd always dreamed of. She met a man named Patrick online and they hit it off right away. Like Kelsey, he was a farmer and he shared her desire to have a big family. They talked for months before Kelsey decided to move to Colorado to be with him, and around the same time they got engaged. Shortly after settling in, she landed a job as a flight instructor at a prestigious aviation school that specialized in training military pilots. It was a great opportunity, but there was one downside. The school was in another city, about 70 miles from Patrick's farm. Because of the long commute, Kelsey rented a place in town called Woodland Park. It was closer to work, but still within a reasonable distance from Patrick's home. Even though they had to live apart, they spent as much time together as possible and their relationship moved quickly. In early 2017, Kelsey found out that she was pregnant and soon after, the couple welcomed a baby girl. It seemed like Kelsey's dream of having a family was finally coming true. But not long after their daughter was born, things between her and Patrick started to fall apart. She noticed he was growing distant, pulling away from her, losing interest in their relationship and showing less and less enthusiasm about their life together. Still, Kelsey wasn't ready to give up. She was determined to make things work and did everything she could to fix their relationship. On the morning of November 22, 2018, Thanksgiving Day, Kelty planned to cook dinner for the holiday. She called her mom that morning, chatting about her plans and mentioning that she was heading to the grocery store to pick up ingredients for the meal. Over the next few days, Kelsey sent a few text messages to her mom, but then out of nowhere she stopped responding. At first, her mother assumed she was just busy. After all, Kelsey had a job and a 1-year-old daughter to take care of. But as the days passed and Kelsey continued to ignore calls and messages, her mom started to worry. Nearly a week had gone by without a single word from her. Growing increasingly concerned, she reached out to her older brother, hoping he had heard from Kelsey. But he said she hadn't responded to him either. Desperate for answers, Kelsey's mother decided to call Patrick, thinking he might know what was going on. But his response only made things more confusing. He claimed that he and Kelsey had broken up. According to Patrick, their breakup happened on Thanksgiving, more than a week earlier. He claimed that before the holiday, Kelsey told him she needed some time alone and wanted to end their relationship. Then on Thanksgiving Day, she supposedly dropped off their daughter with him, took some of her things from his place, and he hadn't heard from her since. Kelsey's mother found his story hard to believe. For one, she couldn't imagine her daughter leaving her 1-year-old child behind without checking in, even once. And second, she had spoken to Kelsey on the very same day Patrick claimed all of this happened. Kelsey never mentioned a breakup. In fact, she had seemed completely fine. She was in good spirits and excited about cooking Thanksgiving dinner. Feeling uneasy, Kelsey's mom asked Patrick to go to her house and check on her. He agreed, but said he needed to finish up some work on the farm first. But the call never came. He never followed up. At that point, Kelsey's mother knew something wasn't right, so she made the decision to contact the police. She explained the situation, and the local department sent an officer to check her home. When they arrived, they found Kelsey's car parked outside, but there was no sign of her. No one answered the door, and since the police couldn't enter without a warrant, there wasn't much they could do. All they could tell Kelsey's mom was that her daughter wasn't there. However, officers did speak with Patrick, and he stuck to the same story. Kelsey had supposedly left him, saying she needed space. But this time, he added a new detail. She had taken some of her things from his house, including her handgun. He claimed she had been acting strangely in the days before she disappeared. Said he was worried she might have done something drastic. The police asked for access to Kelsey's home, and what they found inside only raised more questions. All of her belongings were still there, her clothes, documents, and other essentials she would have taken if she had left on her own. But one thing was missing: her car keys. Her car was parked outside, yet the keys were nowhere to be found. That didn't make much sense. It was hard to imagine a scenario where Kelsey would take her keys but leave her vehicle behind. At this point, the local police department decided to officially open an investigation into her disappearance. One of the first steps was obtaining data from her phone. When investigators checked its GPS history, they found that the last signal from Kelsey's phone had been recorded on November 25th, 3 days after she was last seen. It came from a small town called Gooding. The problem was that Gooding was in Idaho, about 800 miles from Kelsey's home. That didn't add up. When police spoke with her family, they confirmed that Kelsey had no friends, relatives, or any known connections there. They had no idea why she would have gone to such a remote place. Detectives reached out to law enforcement and Gooding for assistance, but their search turned up nothing. In such a small town, a newcomer would have stood out, yet there were no traces of Kelsey. That was odd, and investigators knew they needed to look elsewhere for answers. They reviewed CCTV footage from the grocery store Kelsey had visited on Thanksgiving. The video showed her acting completely normal. There was nothing unusual about her behavior. She wasn't in a hurry, didn't seem distressed, and certainly didn't look like someone planning to disappear. She picked up groceries for dinner and even bought a flower before leaving the store. Police conducted another search of Kelsey's home, but once again, they found no clues. Days passed without any breakthroughs, and in that time, Kelsey's mother and brother flew to Colorado to help with the search. They stayed at her house, and right away, her mother had an unsettling feeling. Something just didn't seem right, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Then one day, Kelsey's older brother went to use the bathroom and happened to notice something red on the inside of the toilet. Caught his attention, and when he looked closer, he realized it could be blood. He immediately reported it to the police, and tests confirmed his suspicion. It was human blood. But this discovery was just the beginning. Investigators had already searched the house once, but their examination had been fairly basic. This time, forensics decided to use luminol, a chemical that reveals traces of blood, even if it has been wiped away or cleaned to the point of being invisible to the human eye. They started spraying luminol in the bathroom, and what they saw was truly chilling. There was blood everywhere. It had been cleaned under the chemical reaction. It lit up across the walls and floor. The same thing happened in the living room. There were large stains of wiped away blood, revealing a gruesome scene that had been carefully scrubbed from sight. Samples were sent to the lab, and the results confirmed what investigators feared most. The blood belonged to Kelsey, but there was something else. Among the samples, forensic experts discovered 2 additional DNA profiles, one belonging to a man, the other to a woman. At this point, detectives were almost certain Kelsey was no longer alive. Their focus now shifted to identifying the 2 unknown individuals whose DNA had been found in her home. Naturally, Patrick became the prime suspect. Investigators had already found his version of events suspicious, but now that they were almost certain Kelsey was dead, their doubts about him only grew stronger. When they got access to Patrick's phone, they saw that he had been calling and texting Kelsey up until November 25th, the day she stopped responding to everyone else. Their messages mostly revolved around their breakup, but there was nothing particularly useful in the exchange. However, detectives were already leaning toward a different timeline. They believed Kelsey had actually been killed on Thanksgiving, November 22nd. The problem was that aside from those text messages, there was no real evidence that she had been alive for the next 3 days. That raised a terrifying possibility. Kelsey might have been murdered shortly after returning home from the grocery store, and if that was the case, someone else had been using her phone to send those messages. That's when detectives noticed something interesting. Patrick had repeatedly called a phone number with a Gooding area code, both before and after Kelsey disappeared. Wanting to know more, they traced the number and found that it belonged to a woman named Crystal. Investigators called her and asked how she knew Patrick. Crystal explained that they were essentially business partners. They co-owned several horses. When asked when she had last seen him, she initially claimed she couldn't remember, but after some hesitation, she admitted that they were supposed to meet right after Thanksgiving. According to her, she and Patrick had planned to buy another horse, so she drove to Colorado to see it herself. However, along the way, she found out that Patrick didn't have enough money for the purchase, so she turned around and went back home. Considering that the drive from her town to Patrick's was almost 1,000 miles, detectives found Crystal's story suspicious. It seemed unlikely that someone would embark on such a long road trip just to see a new horse. Adding to their doubts, Crystal claimed she hadn't even used her own car for the trip. Instead, she had borrowed a friend's vehicle because it was more fuel efficient. That detail felt oddly specific, almost as if she was trying to justify why her car wouldn't show up on any traffic cameras or toll records. Before ending the conversation, detectives asked Crystal if she knew Kelsey. She responded that she had heard about her on the news but had never met her in person. That statement immediately raised red flags. Crystal lived in another state, and at that point, Kelsey's disappearance hadn't yet made national headlines. So how would she have already heard about it? After wrapping up their call with Crystal, investigators decided to dig deeper into her background. They discovered that she had recently gone through a divorce, so they reached out to her ex-husband, hoping he could provide more insight. When detectives asked Crystal's ex-husband if he knew Patrick, his response completely contradicted what Crystal had told them. He revealed that she and Patrick had known each other since 2006. Patrick was actually her first love. Over the years, they had an on and off relationship, but had always stayed in touch. Even more suspicious, her ex-husband claimed that their affair had never truly ended, not even after he and Crystal got married. According to him, she was still seeing Patrick in 2017, the same year he got engaged to Kelsey. But that wasn't all. Crystal had also lied to her ex-husband about her whereabouts after Thanksgiving. At first, she told him she had gone to visit friends from November 24th to 25th, but after the police contacted her, she finally admitted to him that she had actually been in Colorado. Then came another suspicious detail. On December 4th, Crystal asked her ex-husband to go with her to buy a new phone, claiming she had lost hers. Detectives immediately took note of the timing. December 4th was the exact same day they had obtained Patrick's phone for investigation. With all this information, investigators had enough evidence to obtain a warrant for Crystal's DNA sample. They flew to Idaho to collect it, and while Crystal complied with the request, she flat out refused to answer any of their questions. As they waited for the lab results, detectives reached out to the friend who had lent Crystal her car for the trip to Colorado. She allowed them to inspect the vehicle and mentioned that she kept a handgun inside. When investigators checked the gun, they noticed something alarming. One bullet was missing from the magazine. The friend was adamant that the gun had been fully loaded when she lent Crystal the car, and she had no idea where the missing bullet had gone. But this was just the tip of the iceberg. Investigators then spoke with another one of Crystal's friends, a woman named Michelle, and what she told them completely turned the case on its head. Michelle revealed that Crystal had called her in late October, about a month before Kelsey disappeared, and told her something shocking. Through tears, Crystal confided that Patrick had asked her to kill his fiancée. According to Michelle, Patrick told Crystal that Kelsey was mistreating their daughter. He insisted that he couldn't do it himself because it would be too obvious and he needed someone else to carry out the murder. During the conversation, Michelle urged Crystal to go to the police, but she never did. This revelation completely changed the course of the investigation. Police were now almost certain that both Patrick and Crystal were somehow involved in Kelsey's murder. But despite the mounting evidence, they still had no DNA results and, more importantly, no concrete proof of what had actually happened to Kelsey. As investigators continued searching for more evidence, the case took another unexpected turn. Crystal called them and said that she had hired a lawyer and was ready to talk. When detectives met with her, she didn't hesitate and dropped a bombshell. Crystal admitted that Patrick had killed Kelsey and confessed to cleaning up the crime scene afterward. According to Crystal, Patrick had been planning Kelsey's murder for months, but from the very beginning, he had intended for Crystal to be the one to carry it out. Just as she had told her friend Michelle, Patrick repeatedly insisted that Kelsey was abusing their daughter, using drugs and drinking excessively. He convinced Crystal that getting rid of her was the only option. Crystal agreed to help Patrick, and 2 months before Kelsey's disappearance, they came up with her first plan. The idea was simple. Crystal would poison Kelsey's favorite coffee with some medication. Since Crystal was a nurse, she had easy access to the necessary drugs. But there was one big problem. Crystal and Kelsey had never met. To get around this, she and Patrick came up with a cover story. Crystal would pretend to be a new neighbor who had just moved to the area and was introducing herself to the locals. In September, she put their plan into motion. She grabbed Kelsey's favorite coffee, went to her house, and knocked on the door. When Kelsey answered, they made small talk for a few minutes before Crystal handed her the drink and said goodbye. But Crystal actually couldn't go through with it. She hadn't poisoned the coffee. She just wanted to see Kelsey in person. And just like that, their first attempt failed. Patrick's next plan was more direct. Crystal was supposed to drive to his farm, pick up a metal pipe he had prepared, go to Kelsey's house, and kill her. She drove nearly 1,000 miles, picked up the pipe, and even pulled up outside Kelsey's house. But once again, she couldn't go through with it. She sat there for a while, then drove off without ever stepping out of the car. But Patrick didn't give up. His third plan was almost identical to the last one. But this time, instead of a pipe, he left a baseball bat for Crystal to use. Once again, she took the long drive, picked up the weapon, and approached Kelsey's house. And once again, she couldn't go through with it. At that point, Patrick realized if he wanted Kelsey dead, he would have to do it himself. According to Crystal, it all happened in the afternoon on Thanksgiving Day. Patrick showed up at Kelsey's house with a twisted plan. He told her he had bought several holiday-scented candles, suggested they play a game. She would be blindfolded and try to guess the different scents. Kelsey went along with it, completely unaware of what was about to happen. As soon as Patrick tied the blindfold over her eyes, he grabbed the baseball bat and carried out the murder. What made it even more horrifying was that their 1-year-old daughter was in the next room the entire time. After killing Kelsey, Patrick placed her body in a large plastic container and loaded it into the trunk of his car. Then, as if nothing had happened, he took his daughter and drove to his family's Thanksgiving dinner. While his relatives gathered around the table laughing and celebrating, Kelsey's body sat just a few yards away, hidden inside his vehicle. After dinner, Patrick drove out to a small town called Cripple Creek, where he had rented a barn and left Kelsey's body there for several days. That same night, he called Crystal and told her she needed to come and clean up the mess he had made. She immediately understood. Kelsey was dead. Trying to cover her tracks, Crystal borrowed her friend's car, thinking it might help throw off investigators if the police ever looked into it. She then gathered a stash of cleaning supplies and set off for Colorado. While she was on the road, Patrick called her again. This time, he had a specific request. He warned her to be extra careful because he couldn't find one of Kelsey's teeth. He didn't want it turning up somewhere it shouldn't, especially not in front of Kelsey's family. When Crystal stepped into Kelsey's home, she was met with a horrifying scene. There was blood everywhere. It covered the walls, the floor, even the ceiling. She spent over 4 hours scrubbing the place, but some stains were impossible to remove, even with heavy-duty cleaning chemicals. So, she gathered anything that had blood on it, rags, towels, and other items, stuffed them into garbage bags, and loaded them into her car. After finishing the cleanup, she casually stopped at a cafe for something to eat before heading to meet Patrick. They stopped at a gas station where Patrick filled up a canister with gasoline. Then, they drove to the barn, retrieved Kelsey's body, and took it back to Patrick's farm. There, they built a fire and burned her remains. As they stood by the flames, Patrick's mother stepped outside. She watched them for a while, but whether she realized what was really happening remains unknown. Before Crystal left for home, Patrick handed her Kelsey's phone. For the next few days, she responded to texts from Kelsey's family and friends, trying to keep up the illusion that Kelsey was still alive. But eventually, she got rid of the phone, destroying the last trace of Kelsey's connection to the outside world. Despite helping Patrick cover up a brutal murder, Crystal insisted that she hadn't acted of her own free will. She claimed she had been terrified of becoming his next victim and only did what he asked out of fear for her life and for her children's lives. She said Patrick had threatened to harm them if she didn't cooperate. Before ending her confession, Crystal added that she had actually tried to help police catch Patrick. She claimed that she had deliberately left a few bloodstains in Kelsey's home, hoping investigators would find them. Detectives were highly skeptical of this claim. Crystal had countless opportunities to go to the police and prevent the murder. Instead, she not only allowed Patrick to go through with it, but had been willing to kill Kelsey herself 3 separate times. And even after Patrick carried out the murder, she didn't come forward. She helped him clean up the crime scenes, dispose of the body, and mislead Kelsey's family and friends. In the end, her confession wasn't motivated by guilt or a sense of justice. The truth was, her lawyer had advised her to take a plea deal, one that would drop all charges against her except for a single count of evidence tampering related to destroying Kelsey's phone. Despite Crystal's detailed confession, police still needed solid physical evidence to take the case to trial. They had already searched Patrick's farm once and found nothing incriminating. But this time, with Crystal's help, they returned to the property, and she pointed out the exact spot where they had burned Kelsey's remains. Patrick had done a thorough job of covering it up, so investigators had to dig through layers of dirt and ash. Eventually, forensic experts uncovered traces of a burned body. However, there was almost nothing left that could be used for DNA analysis. The only piece of evidence was the tooth Crystal had found while cleaning up the crime scene. But even that was so badly damaged by fire, investigators couldn't conclusively prove it belonged to Kelsey. Still, there was one crucial breakthrough. By this time, the lab results from the DNA samples found in Kelsey's home had come in. The results confirmed what detectives already suspected. The 2 unidentified profiles belonged to Patrick and Crystal. That was the final piece of evidence they needed. Patrick was eventually arrested and charged with first-degree murder. He spent the next years behind bars while prosecutors built their case against him, refusing to admit any guilt. According to the prosecution, Patrick had multiple motives for wanting Kelsey dead. First, their relationship was falling apart and he wanted nothing more to do with her. But since they had a child together, simply walking away wasn't an option, so he decided to get rid of her permanently. The second motive was financial. Patrick was struggling with some serious money problems and was at risk of losing part of his farming business. Investigators believe this could have also played a role in his decision to kill Kelsey. Even though prosecutors couldn't pinpoint a single clear-cut motive, by the time of the trial, investigators had gathered undeniable proof of Patrick's guilt. One of the biggest pieces of evidence came from his phone records. Data from his smartphone showed that he had spent several hours at Kelsey's home on the day of her murder. This directly contradicted his claim that he had only stopped by for a few minutes to pick up their daughter and drop off some of her belongings. CCTV footage from a neighbor's house further discredited his story. The video showed Patrick arriving at Kelsey's home with their daughter, but instead of leaving shortly after, as he claimed, he didn't come back outside for several hours. Then came another damning detail. After leaving Kelsey's home, Patrick's phone traveled to his farm, but Kelsey's phone moved with him. He hadn't even bothered to turn it off. For the next few days, Kelsey's phone remained near Patrick's, tracking alongside his movements until he finally handed it off to Crystal, who had used it to send misleading texts before destroying it. On top of all this, detectives uncovered a wealth of surveillance footage linking Patrick to the crime. One camera captured him driving with the large plastic container, the same one he later used to hide Kelsey's body. Another camera at the gas station recorded him and Crystal filling up a gas canister, further confirming their involvement in destroying the remains. Then, during the trial, another disturbing detail came to light. An employee at a mobile carrier store testified that Patrick had come in on the same day police confiscated his phone, asking a very suspicious question. He wanted to know how to remotely wipe all data from a device. But perhaps the most damning testimony came from someone inside the jail. One of Patrick's cellmates revealed that, while awaiting trial, Patrick had made a hit list. On it were 3 names: Crystal, her ex-husband, and Kelsey's mother. He wanted them dead. All of this left no doubt Patrick wasn't just guilty, but he was still dangerous. Given the overwhelming evidence against him, along with Crystal's testimony, the jury unanimously found Patrick guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 156 years. As for Crystal, her plea deal got her an incredibly lenient sentence, just 3 years in prison. But a judge later reduced it to 18 months, with the possibility of early release after only a year. In the end, she served barely any time and has been free for a long time, despite the fact that she could have stopped the crime, but instead she helped cover it up. On a more hopeful note, Kelsey's family was granted full custody of her daughter, and she has been living with them ever since. In honor of Kelsey's passion for flying, her parents also established a nonprofit that provides support to aspiring pilots, ensuring that her legacy lives on. The case of Nordal Lalonde. On August 26, 2017, in Le Pont de Beauvoisin, Isère, a wedding ceremony was taking place. During the ceremony, no one realized that a stranger had quietly appeared and joined in the joyful atmosphere. He only knew a few people at the ceremony, and he seemed to have his own plans. Among the guests was 8-year-old Miles Araujo. While everyone was having fun, their mood suddenly changed when Maylis disappeared. This made her family panic. They searched but could not find her. They contacted the police for help. Soon after, the police team arrived and began the search. They searched the entire area and all possible locations she might have gone to. Search dogs and a helicopter from nearby Grenoble were deployed, and additional support was called in. Maylis was not the first child to go missing in the area. Between 2007 and 2017, there were numerous disappearances, many of which went unreported or were closed without any leads. No one knows what happened to these children. It is likely that one or more individuals are the perpetrators. The incident left everyone in France very worried. Parents handed out flyers, and local shopkeepers put up posters of Meilys in their storefronts. The community was aware of previous disappearances in the area, and so were the local gendarmes. However, at first, no one connected Meilys' disappearance to the earlier cases. Despite rumors of a serial killer, the police had yet to apprehend a suspect for a decade. This was because these criminals often operated according to a certain pattern. The missing individuals seemed to vanish without a trace, and most search efforts yielded no results. When Meilys disappeared, people began to wonder if all these cases could be linked. This raised another pressing question. Why had the authorities been unable to find any clues until now? This has caused public outrage, and they have accused the police of ineffectiveness. 5 days after Meilys went missing, the police had no leads. Detectives tried to comfort her family, but they knew the chances of finding her alive were very low given the time that had passed. Then a man named Ludovic came forward. He was a guest at the wedding and believed he had important information for the investigation. Ludovic was a close friend of 30-year-old Nordal Leylands. Ludovic explained that he had crashed the wedding. He didn't have an invitation but attended in place of his cousin who was invited but could not come. His behavior seemed suspicious to the other guests, but they assumed he was just drunk. He eventually agreed to go back to the table, but then vanished. Nordal was so intelligent that even Meilys' mother did not realize something was wrong until it was too late. Ludovic thought Nordal should be investigated. Although they had only briefly met, he had gained the trust of many guests. Throughout the evening, he had come across as friendly and approachable. Meilys' mother even had a brief chat with him about her family's 3 dogs. He later offered to show Meilys his dogs, which made her mother let her guard down. Her mother later admitted that she never thought her child would get into a car with a complete stranger in the middle of the night without telling her parents. There were a lot of people present, so it was puzzling that Meilys could disappear without anyone noticing. The kidnapper clearly took steps to hide their actions. One guest recalled seeing Meilys exit through the back door alone. Her parents last saw her around 2:30 a.m. When they realized she was missing, they immediately began searching for her. By that time, Nordal had already left, but soon returned. He approached Meilys' mother, expressing surprise at the situation. When she asked if he had seen her daughter, he calmly said he had no idea where she was. He offered to help with the search, but then claimed he felt sick from the wine he had consumed. In another case, Eric Fry, 48, moved to Le Pont de Beauvoisin, Isère with his girlfriend in 2016. They had a serious relationship and big plans for the future. However, shortly after moving in, Eric suddenly disappeared. He walked to a bakery just 15 minutes from their home, but never returned. He left his belongings behind and took only a bank card, which suggested he would return soon. His girlfriend and a neighbor searched the area but couldn't reach him by phone. After several hours of searching, his girlfriend went to the police station to report him missing. Unfortunately, the officers were skeptical and advised her to wait 48 hours before filing an official report, reasoning that he was an adult who could have left on his own, not wanting to wait long. She initiated her own investigation and requested CCTV footage from the bakery. The video showed Eric buying bread and chatting briefly with the cashier. It was clear he disappeared on his way home. She then contacted the police again, but they still found nothing. A year later, in 2017, she came across a news report about another disappearance, Meilys' disappearance. She immediately thought that her boyfriend's case and Meilys' case might be connected, potentially involve the same perpetrator. Eric's girlfriend believed that the bakery's surveillance cameras could provide a vital clue to the case. The police examined the footage and compared it to the wedding guest list to find any matches. During the investigation, a witness, Erica, provided information suggesting Nordal's possible involvement in the case, and this information was reported in the media. She studied his photo carefully for a while. She then reviewed the videos and noticed a striking resemblance that seemed more than just a coincidence. At the same time, France was facing a serious problem. The number of disappearances was increasing. This rise had made the public worried and angry, as it seemed that criminals were becoming bolder. In Chamburi, about 4 months before Maylee's disappearance, the body of 20-year-old Arthur Neuer was found in a river and was determined to have drowned. However, his family disagreed with that conclusion from the inquest. The police discovered that from April 11th to 12th, 2017, Arthur had left a local nightclub around 1 a.m. The last person to see him was the nightclub manager, who observed him walking toward the barracks. Since the distance was quite far, Arthur decided to walk along the road, hoping someone would give him a ride. The manager witnessed him flag down a car and get in after asking for a ride. However, he never arrived at his military unit the next morning, leading to his classification as a deserter. Authorities found a trail hundreds of meters from where Arthur got into the car. After reviewing surveillance footage, they uncovered a lead. The car that picked him up had been parked near the nightclub for hours, with the driver apparently waiting for someone. When Arthur appeared on the road, the driver drove off to give him a ride. This raised suspicions, but they could not identify the make or license plate of the car. This was the only lead in the search for Arthur until his body was eventually discovered in the river. His family firmly rejected the idea that he would have deserted the military, as he was passionate about his work and wanted to pursue a military career. Arthur had no prior legal issues. He was generally a friendly person with no history of running away, mental health disorders, or addictions. He also had no conflicts with anyone. Strangely, the police initially took no action. They didn't even examine Arthur's mobile phone until much later, when the search operation began. It was discovered that he had been near a roundabout at 3 a.m., close to a nightclub. Just 4 minutes later, his phone was found 6 kilometers away, and 5 minutes after that, it was located 11 kilometers from the roundabout. Given the time and distance, it was clear that Arthur had been in the kidnapper's car during this period. This information led investigators to identify the mobile phone of the driver. The phone belonged to Nordal Leland Dees, who was driving an Audi A3 at the time. Unfortunately, the nightclub manager who saw the car stop couldn't accurately identify its make. The car was searched, but Nordal denied any involvement in the kidnapping and appeared arrogant. He seemed to feel uncatchable, a trait often found in serial killers. During interrogation, he spoke confidently, demonstrating impressive powers of persuasion. The detectives who worked with him were taken aback. They had difficulty extracting any information from him. Just a few hours after Arthur disappeared, Nordal visited a car wash where he spent over 2 hours cleaning the interior and exterior of his car. His behavior raised suspicions. He was supposedly preparing the car for sale, meticulously removing any stains. Surveillance footage from the car wash showed that he focused particularly on the front passenger seat, spending about half an hour on it. Additionally, he took all the napkins and rags he used for cleaning with him, instead of discarding them in the car wash's trash, which also seemed odd. Nordal insisted that his actions were normal and justified by his preparations for the car sale. Nordal has 3 large dogs, which cause hair and dirt to accumulate in the interior of his car. He likely realized that the detectives had no solid evidence against him, allowing him to manipulate the situation to his advantage. During questioning, he remained calm, delivering clear and convincing answers, all while accompanied by his lawyer. Despite his suspicions, the police released him due to lack of evidence, and they continued to investigate further. They later discovered that he was actively posting on social media, sharing content that included videos of himself with illegal substances. He openly claimed to be involved in the sale and use of these banned substances on his profiles. As it turns out, Nordal Lelands has a criminal record, having been arrested in 2009 for theft and vandalism. However, he was well-liked and described by many as a good person. Friends and acquaintances would never have suspected that he could be a serial killer. He was very good at charming people, which probably helped him gain their trust. Sadly, this ability may have contributed to the disappearance of his 13th victim, Lucy Rue. She had been missing for 5 years before Maylee's disappeared. At 34, she was receiving treatment for phobias at a local psychiatric clinic. She attended therapy during the day and returned home in the evening. One September morning, she left home without any identification or personal belongings and was never seen again. Like other cases, the investigation into Lucy's disappearance found no leads. It seemed she had vanished without a trace. By the end of 2017, Lucy's sister, Natalie, was already aware of Nordahl. She immediately suspected a link between him and Lucy's disappearance after discovering that Lucy had gone missing in roughly the same area where another victim was later found. Unfortunately, just as in previous cases, law enforcement did not take Lucy's case seriously, possibly because of her mental health issues. Years later, investigators finally tracked down a person who was with Lucy at the psychiatric clinic. They discovered that Nordahl was also there for treatment during that time. The two often shared meals in the cafeteria. A witness said he was particularly attentive to her. She was the 13th victim and was described as a beautiful girl who managed to attract his attention. Soon after, she disappeared without a trace. Police began to notice a pattern as they investigated. It became clear that the missing people were related to the neighborhood where Nordahl lived. The attacks occurred within a 25-kilometer radius of his home. Most of the victims were local residents or tourists visiting nearby areas, and many of them knew each other. Nordahl appeared in several cases, including the disappearance of an elderly woman named Georgette, a person who went missing while walking. He even actively participated in the search, volunteering to help find her. However, there was not enough evidence to charge him. Finally, the detectives began to investigate further. One officer spent hours reviewing footage from the car wash and noticed Nordahl's unusual behavior while cleaning his car. He focused on the trunk of the car, spending 47 minutes there, which aroused suspicion. The car was seized again for a detailed examination. To conduct a thorough analysis, all the interior panels were removed, and investigators spent many hours inspecting the vehicle. They eventually discovered blood stains on the wiring in the trunk. DNA testing confirmed the blood was Malice's, raising questions about how it got into the car. The time had come to question Nordahl again and confront him with difficult questions. He was detained once more and brought in for interrogation. From the very beginning, he seemed prepared for the interrogation. He displayed confidence and arrogance, but his demeanor changed when asked about the blood in the trunk. Faced with undeniable evidence, he confessed within a few hours. He admitted that he left the wedding with Maëlys because he promised to show her his dogs. He claimed the incident was accidental. He said she began to cry for no reason, which frustrated him. In his anger, he struck her hard on the head, resulting in her immediate death. Police then conducted a thorough search and reviewed surveillance camera footage. The investigation focused on recordings from 247 cameras located along the street. They saw video footage of the car carrying Nordahl and Maëlys. In the footage, she appears frightened, pressing against the locked door, trying to get away from Nordahl. Other recordings show him getting out of the car, seemingly lost in thought, while she is motionless and possibly dead. Nordahl eventually agrees to reveal where he hid Maëlys's body. However, when they arrived at a remote area near an abandoned factory, he began to act confused and pretended to forget where he had buried her. He led the police in circles for nearly an entire day, and by evening, he still had not disclosed the burial site. Eventually, they found her skull and her clothing. At that moment, he suddenly knelt down and cried loudly. However, his expression seemed insincere. However, the investigation by law enforcement was just beginning. They discovered that Nordahl had left the wedding with Maëlys at 2:46 a.m. and had put his cell phone on airplane mode to avoid being tracked. He was gone for less than an hour, during which he assaulted her, placed her body in the trunk of his car, and drove to an abandoned factory where he buried her. He then returned to the wedding and, at around 4 a.m., pretended to be drunk to create an alibi without arousing suspicion. Detectives noted a significant issue. He had too little time to accomplish everything he needed to do. This leads them to believe that he actually returned to the wedding with Maëlys's body still in the trunk. After coming back, he seemed anxious that the police might ask him to open the trunk. The discovery of Maëlys's body, however, did not provide many answers. By that time, it had completely decomposed, and only skeletal remains were found. The forensic expert could not determine the exact cause of death, and the injuries she sustained were impossible to evaluate. The forensic expert noted that she had a broken nose and jaw, but these injuries were not severe enough to cause death. There were no signs of weapon wounds on the bones, leading them to believe that Nordahl may have acted out of anger when she screamed, causing him to lose control. In Arthur's case, Nordahl admitted to killing Arthur on March 29th. He said that an argument had broken out in the car, which led to a fight, and Arthur fell out of the car. According to Nordahl, the fall was the cause of death, and he considered it an accident. However, investigators had a different opinion. Although there may have been an argument between them, Nordahl deliberately chose Arthur as his victim. That night, he was like a predator. He may have used sleeping pills to control Arthur, but there is not enough evidence to suggest he intended to kill beforehand. This led to the maximum sentence being 30 years instead of life. At the trial, on the prosecution side, a woman named Manik, who had actually escaped from Nordahl, testified. She did not want to contact the police to report him because she feared for her safety. However, she ultimately decided to tell her story to help the prosecution put him away for a long time. According to her, at about 10 a.m., one day in July 2014, she arrived at a store where she saw a stranger in the parking lot. He was sitting in a dark Audi A3 and greeted her. She replied that she was not interested in making new acquaintances and entered the store to make her purchases. Manik realized that the man was constantly following her. He trailed her throughout the store but didn't purchase anything, raising her suspicions. When she left the store and went to another one, he followed her again. After leaving the second store, he still chased her by car, but the distance between them grew further and further. When she reached the police station, she asked for their help, believing that their intervention would save her from a dangerous situation. Unfortunately, the police showed little concern and felt powerless to act because there was no clear evidence of a crime. At home, Manik told her son the story, but it was only when she read about Nordahl in the newspaper that she realized it was him. Numerous articles described his aggressive personality, including instances of domestic violence, stalking, and harassment. During the trial, Melis's parents sought answers about their daughter's fate, ready to hear any truth, and they expected Nordahl to provide a thorough account of the incident. However, he did not provide the truth, as all of his testimony contradicted what had actually happened. Nordahl claimed he was in a panic and experiencing hallucinations, believing that the spirit of Arthur, one of his previous victims, had taken over his body, compelling him to kill Melis. However, his testimony was dismissed as not credible. The prosecution believes that abuse was the main motive behind Melis's kidnapping, claiming that he abused and then killed her. Unfortunately, her body was badly decomposed, making it impossible for investigators to confirm these suspicions. On May 11, 2021, Nordahl Leyland was convicted of murdering Arthur Neuer and received a 20-year prison sentence. A year later, he was found guilty of kidnapping and murdering Melis Araujo, resulting in a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 22 years. Nordahl chose not to appeal his convictions, and authorities are still investigating his potential involvement in other cases. There are several leads, but direct evidence is scarce, and he has not confessed to any additional crimes. During his time in prison, Nordahl took advantage of every opportunity he had. He discovered that prisoners in French prisons retain most rights except for release, and he began to exploit these privileges. He corresponded with women, charming them as he usually did, and they came to visit him using a secret phone. He communicated with teenagers and accessed adult websites. Overall, he created a comfortable life for himself in prison, complete with a refrigerator, TV, and game console. Despite this, Nordahl confided in other inmates about his plan to escape at the end of the year. Ashley Mead was born on November 14, 1991 in the small town of Warren, Pennsylvania. She grew up in a big family surrounded by siblings. From an early age, Ashley had a deep love for all things creative. She was passionate about singing, poetry, and fashion. She was also a huge nature lover and always dreamed of traveling. Over the years, she explored almost every state in the US and even visited Canada and Mexico. After finishing high school, Ashley moved to New York to study liberal arts. Later, she transferred to Louisiana State University in Shreveport. That's where she met a guy named Adam, and the two started dating. For the next few years, Ashley stayed focused on her studies until her life took a sudden, devastating turn. She was in a serious car accident, which led to a long and difficult recovery. And even though she eventually managed to get back to her normal life, she now had a new problem: medical bills. The debt piled up during her treatment, and she had no choice but to drop out of school and start working full-time. Around that same time, things between her and Adam started falling apart. Eventually, the two decided to break up, but almost immediately after that, Ashley found out that she was pregnant. Despite everything she had been through in the past few years, she was overjoyed and couldn't wait to become a mom. She also wanted her child to grow up in a two-parent home. So she and Adam agreed to co-parent their daughter. By then, Adam had moved to Boulder, Colorado to study culinary arts and become a chef, and Ashley decided to follow him there. Ashley and Adam rented an apartment in a small residential complex, and before long, their daughter Winter Daisy was born. Even though they had decided not to get back together, they were both completely devoted to their little girl, sharing the responsibilities of raising her and giving her all their love. A few months after Winter was born, Ashley got a job as a teaching assistant at a preschool. Later, she joined an organization that helped children from low-income families get ready for school. The work was tough, but Ashley had a natural way with kids. They loved her from the start. This continued until February 2017. By then, Ashley was 25 years old, raising her one-year-old daughter and working with kids. But on February 13th, she didn't show up for her shift. Her coworkers found it odd. They tried calling and texting her, but she never responded. The next day, when she missed work again, one of her colleagues decided to contact the police. She asked them to check on Ashley and her daughter to make sure that they were okay. The local police department sent officers to her apartment complex. As soon as they got there, they noticed a few strange things. The outdoor lights near the entrance were on, even though it was the middle of the day. The front door was unlocked, so the officers stepped inside. But there was no sign of Ashley, her daughter, or Adam. As they looked around, more red flags popped up. Ashley's belongings, her phone, driver's license, and purse were still inside, yet her car was missing from the parking lot, which didn't make sense. Then, in the kitchen, they found something even more unsettling. A half-cooked meal left in the oven, as if someone had started making dinner but, for some reason, never finished and never came back. All of this seemed suspicious, so the police decided to contact Ashley's parents. Her mother told them she hadn't heard from Ashley in days and had no idea where she might have gone. She also found it strange that Ashley had left her cat behind, something she never did. According to her mom, Ashley always took the cat with her wherever she traveled, no matter where she went. Desperate for answers, her mother started reaching out to family and friends, hoping someone had heard from Ashley, but no one had spoken to her in days. Meanwhile, the police tried calling Adam, but he wasn't answering either, and when investigators attempted to track his phone, they made another unsettling discovery. It had been turned off. As for Ashley's phone, the police handed it over to the experts, and they quickly uncovered several important clues. The data showed that the last time Ashley used her phone was on February 12th, 2 days before her coworker reported her missing. It was her day off, and she had spent it running errands with her daughter. She visited a few stores, picked out a new dress, and snapped some photos before heading home. After speaking with Ashley's neighbors, detectives were able to piece together more details about that evening. One neighbor recalled seeing her taking out the trash around 6 p.m. Then, sometime before 9 p.m., another neighbor heard a loud, heavy thud coming from Ashley's apartment. She thought it sounded like someone falling down the stairs, but after that, everything went silent and she didn't hear anything else. This detail caught the investigators' attention, especially since Ashley's phone activity had stopped right around 9 p.m. That made them suspect something bad might have happened to her at that exact moment. Soon, they got another lead. Data from her phone revealed that, shortly before her disappearance, Ashley had started dating a man named Harvey. Detectives went through their messages and found something interesting. His text gave off a suspicious vibe, and that was enough for police to want to talk to him in person. When officers showed up at Harvey's house, he allowed them to search the place without a warrant. He insisted he had no idea where Ashley was and claimed he hadn't spoken to her in days. According to him, on the night she vanished, he was hanging out with friends and his alibi checked out. They all confirmed his story. Harvey even let the police go through his phone and the data backed up his claims. So for now, he didn't seem to be involved. With Harvey ruled out as a suspect, detectives kept searching for new leads. Since they still hadn't found any trace of Ashley, decided to take a different approach, tracking down Adam's relatives in hopes of locating him. And that's when they finally caught a break. When investigators contacted Adam's parents in Louisiana, they revealed something interesting. Adam had stopped by their house just a day earlier on February 13th. According to his parents, Adam had arrived with his daughter, but without Ashley. They were completely caught off guard by his visit, especially since he hadn't told anyone he was coming. That alone seemed odd, considering the drive from Colorado to Louisiana was almost 1,000 miles. But Adam had a simple explanation. He claimed he had been planning the trip for a while so that his daughter could spend time with her relatives. Despite the surprise, his family was happy to see them. Adam stayed the night, and the next day he left for Arkansas to visit his grandmother. Detectives asked his relatives to reach out and tell him to call the police right away because they needed to know where Ashley was. At first, Adam didn't pick up their calls, but eventually turned on his phone and contacted the detectives. Adam told them he had no idea where Ashley was and claimed he had been trying to reach her the entire time, but she never answered his calls or texts. According to his story, on the evening of February 12th, they got into a serious argument, one that turned physical. He admitted that he had hit her. After that, he decided to leave the house for a while to avoid escalating the situation any further, and he took Winter with him. He also admitted to taking Ashley's car, saying he didn't have one of his own. At that point in the conversation, Adam revealed that he had already left Louisiana and was driving through Oklahoma. Adam's story didn't sit right with the detectives. The more they thought about it, the more they suspected he might have played a direct role in Ashley's disappearance. But since he was in another state, they couldn't just bring him in for questioning. Then they noticed a critical detail. Adam wasn't listed on Winter's birth certificate. Legally, that meant he had no right to take her out of state without Ashley's permission. So detectives used this to their advantage. They contacted police in Oklahoma and asked them to detain him. A few hours later, patrol officers spotted Ashley's car on the road. Adam was taken into custody and thankfully, Winter was found safe with him. While detectives prepared for his interrogation, forensic experts searched the car and what they found was deeply unsettling. Under one of the back seats, they discovered traces of blood. When they ran a DNA test, the results confirmed it belonged to Ashley. For the first time, investigators had physical evidence suggesting that Ashley might no longer be alive, but they still had no idea what had actually happened to her. That was about to change though, because another clue was just around the corner. Soon after speaking with Adam's parents, detectives received an unexpected call from his younger sister. She told them that she hadn't been able to see Adam and Winter the day they arrived. Instead, she stopped by their parents' house the following morning. By that time, their parents had already left for work, and Adam was supposed to be getting ready for his trip to another state. But the moment she walked in, his reaction caught her off guard. He looked genuinely shocked to see her. He seemed extremely nervous, and something about his behavior fell off. Then she noticed something strange. Cleaning supplies were scattered everywhere. It looked like Adam had been scrubbing something in the guest bedroom. When she asked him what was going on, he gave her a bizarre explanation. He claimed he had suddenly felt sick and thrown up on the floor, so he was just trying to clean it up before leaving. She offered to help, but Adam immediately refused. Instead, he rushed her out of the house. Detectives wasted no time. They headed straight to Louisiana and began searching the house with a team of forensic experts. And what they found was horrifying. In the guest bedroom where Adam had been cleaning when his sister walked in, investigators discovered multiple traces of blood. But that wasn't all. In the backyard shed, they found an electric saw and a barbecue lid, both covered in blood. When the evidence was sent to the lab, the results confirmed what detectives had already suspected. The blood belonged to Ashley. At this point, it was clear she hadn't simply disappeared. Something terrible had happened to her. There was still so many unanswered questions. If Adam had killed her in Colorado, why would he transport her body more than 1,000 miles away? And what did he do with it after leaving his parents' house? As detectives prepared to confront Adam with all these questions, the case took another unexpected turn. That same day, February 15th, police in a small town in Oklahoma reached out with disturbing news. Earlier that morning, a gas station employee went outside to take out the trash when she noticed a suitcase sitting near the dumpster. It looked brand new, which struck her as odd. Why would someone throw it away? Curiosity got the best of her and she decided to take a look inside. But the moment she unzipped it, she immediately regretted it. Inside were human remains. When police officers arrived, they confirmed that the suitcase contained a human torso. The remains were sent to a lab for DNA testing. But at first, investigators had no way of identifying the victim. Then, word began to spread about Ashley's disappearance. Oklahoma detectives connected the dots and reached out to their colleagues working on her case. They shared the DNA sample from the torso, and it was a match. Investigators requested surveillance footage from the gas station, specifically the cameras covering the dumpster area. What they found was exactly what they expected: footage of Ashley's car pulling up. Adams stepped out, carrying the very same suitcase, and left it next to the dumpsters before driving away. With this, detectives were finally able to piece together a chilling timeline of what likely happened to Ashley. Based on all the evidence, they believed Adam had killed her on the night of February 12th while they were at home. After that, he came up with a plan. Visiting his relatives would give him the perfect cover to get rid of her remains in multiple states, making it harder for police to track them down. Since Ashley's blood had been found inside his parents' house, detectives suspected Adam had transported her body there. He waited until his parents left for work, then used their electric saw to dismember her remains. After that, he hit the road, dumping pieces of her body along the way. This realization made one thing painfully clear: Adam could have stopped anywhere along his route, which stretched for hundreds of miles. That made the search for the rest of Ashley's remains incredibly difficult. Detectives weren't ready to give up. They carefully reconstructed Adam's travel path, tracing his journey from his parents' house to the spot where he was arrested. Their goal was to find more surveillance footage that might show him disposing of additional remains. Eventually, they found what they were looking for: CCTV footage from a gas station in the small town of Morrilton, Arkansas. The video showed Adam throwing something into a dumpster, but there was a major problem. By the time investigators discovered this, the dumpster's contents had already been taken to a landfill. Determined to recover whatever he had discarded, police launched a massive search effort. More than 40 people were sent to comb through the landfill, but despite their best efforts, they found nothing. Even though Adam's guilt seemed almost undeniable, the fact that parts of Ashley's body were still missing posed a serious challenge. Without a full body, medical examiners couldn't determine her exact cause of death. The torso showed some cuts and abrasions, but these injuries had been sustained while she was still alive, likely as she fought back against her attacker that night. As for Adam, he stuck to his story. Even when detectives laid out all the evidence in front of him, he refused to confess. He insisted that he and Ashley had argued and he had simply left with their daughter, that she had been alive when he last saw her. But with the overwhelming amount of physical evidence against him, detectives didn't need a confession. They arrested Adam and charged him with murder. As prosecutors built their case, they uncovered another damning piece of evidence: Adam's personal journal. Inside, he had written about wanting to kill Ashley long before it actually happened. His journal revealed deep resentment. He believed she was only staying with him for the sake of their daughter. And in a way, he wasn't wrong. Ashley really was living with him just for winter, but that had been their mutual agreement from the start. Adam had wanted more from their relationship, while Ashley didn't feel the same way. At the same time, he wrote extensively about how much he loved his daughter and how terrified he was that Ashley might take her away from him. According to the prosecution, This was the breaking point for Adam. They believed he was jealous that Ashley had started seeing someone new, even though their own relationship had ended nearly 2 years earlier. More than anything, he feared she might leave him for good, taking their daughter with her. That, they argued, was what pushed him to commit murder. And, in a desperate attempt to cover his tracks, Adam tried to make it look like Ashley had simply vanished. He even called and texted her after killing her, pretending to be worried, as if he had no idea where she had gone. Before the trial began, it was revealed that Adam had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder and PTSD from his time in the military. But that didn't change a thing. He was still found guilty and held accountable for his actions. In April 2018, a jury unanimously found him guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison plus an additional 12 years. Adam later tried to appeal the verdict, but his request was denied. To this day, he remains behind bars and still refuses to reveal where he disposed of the rest of Ashley's remains. One final detail I want to mention. After Adam's arrest, Winter was placed in the custody of Child Protective Services, despite both sides of the family wanting to take her in. What happened to her after that remains unknown, as authorities have kept this information private due to her age. So, all that's left is to hope she was eventually placed with relatives and not left in the foster care system. The case of Mark Orrin Barton. Mark Orrin Barton was born in April 1955. He was the son of a soldier and lived in many different places throughout his childhood, as his parents moved from China to various states. Later, his family moved to South Carolina. During this time, his parents' marriage began to have problems. Eventually, his mother filed for divorce and raised him on her own, but he maintained contact with his father. From a young age, Mark was a reserved person and found it difficult to connect with other children. Perhaps it was this loneliness or the curiosity of adolescence that led him to experiment with illegal substances, resulting in unwanted consequences. Mark quickly became addicted to hallucinogens and was caught stealing from pharmacies multiple times, but he did not face severe consequences. Nevertheless, these issues did not prevent Mark from going to college. He attended Clemson University and earned a degree in chemistry. Despite this, he struggled with his addiction throughout. After completing his education, Mark was arrested for theft again while trying to obtain money for drugs. This incident occurred just a month after he received his diploma, allowing him to avoid any academic repercussions. Had he still been in school, he likely would have been expelled. However, fate seemed to favor him many times as he escaped serious consequences for his mistakes and wrongdoings. This all took place during the psychedelic boom of the 1960s in the United States, a time when many people experimented with drugs, including Mark. Mark then decided to experiment on his own to create illegal substances based on his knowledge of chemistry and passion. As a result, he encountered several overdoses during the experimentation process, leading to hospitalizations. In those cases, he was always saved, and many believed that he had two personalities, one being an excellent chemistry graduate student and the other being a man struggling with addiction and psychological problems. By the age of 29, Mark had extensive knowledge of science but continued to face the challenges of drug addiction, which caused hallucinations. During this time, he moved to Georgia, where he met his future wife, Deborah Spivey. Their relationship progressed quickly, and they soon got married. Mark found a job, but when he became a co-founder of a chemical production company, his employer required him to relocate to Alabama. Unfortunately, due to various issues, he lost that job shortly afterward. During this period, his mental health began to decline rapidly. Deborah noticed increasing signs of paranoia and witnessed his emotional outbursts. He became convinced that people wanted to harm him and often acted nervously and strangely, believing he was being followed and monitored. Despite these challenges, Deborah loved Mark and wanted to help him. They had 2 children together, Matthew and Michelle. However, as Mark's mental health continued to deteriorate, the atmosphere in their home shifted. He began to display more manipulative and controlling behavior, particularly towards Deborah. This situation quickly escalated, and Deborah started to feel unsafe for herself and their children. She frequently expressed her concerns to friends and family, mentioning that Mark's unsettling gaze frightened her. During this difficult time, Mark was fired from his job because his team complained about his inappropriate behavior. The day after Mark was let go, a curious incident occurred. Someone hacked into the company's computers, deleted data, and stole information. Mark denied any involvement, but the investigation soon connected him to the crime, proving that he was the hacker. He was arrested, but surprisingly, the company decided to drop most of the charges against him, resulting in his release after a brief period of imprisonment. It was later discovered that Mark had manufactured and sold several illegal chemicals while co-founding the company. To protect his reputation, the company allowed Mark to leave without being prosecuted. There were no records of his criminal activities, as the employers reported to the police that their dispute had ended peacefully. The scandal started when their family moved to Atlanta, Georgia. Mark quickly found a prestigious job at a manufacturing company known for its chemical production. During this time, he also became a sales representative for chemicals at another organization. Deborah shared with her loved ones that Mark's condition had significantly improved. She felt positive about their marriage and believed their relationship could be salvaged. This was important to her because if they divorced, their children would be hurt. During this time, Mark became more relaxed and appeared to have stopped using drugs. However, there were simpler reasons for this change. While working, he meets a 20-year-old girl named Lee who has just started working as a secretary at the company where he works. They hit it off and soon began flirting, dating each other. Mark fell deeply in love with her, and their affair lasted for quite a while. By 1993, it seemed like Mark had no problems at all. He looks great, is active, makes a lot of money, doesn't do drugs, has a loving wife, beautiful children, and even a mistress. Everything appeared calm until Deborah started to suspect him of cheating. Initially, Deborah tried to reassure herself, thinking that Mark was simply experiencing a midlife crisis. He had indeed started taking better care of himself and looked younger. However, suspicions about him having an affair began to emerge. He insisted he had no affairs and was only trying to maintain his youthful appearance. At the beginning of 1993, he purchased a life insurance policy for Deborah worth $600,000. It was later discovered that he had tried to buy a contract for over $1 million, but he did not have enough money to pay for it. In June 1993, Mark and his lover Lee went on a trip together. Mark tried to convince his wife, Deborah, that it was just a business trip to a nearby state. During this time, he confessed his love to Lee and expressed his desire to leave Deborah for her. Lee agreed to the relationship, but insisted that he must first get a divorce. However, Deborah did not agree to a divorce immediately. She threatened to initiate a lengthy divorce process, which could take a year or more due to the complex issues involved. At the time, and Deborah were working with a family law attorney. And as expected, the process was lengthy as parenting plans needed to be drawn up and child support issues resolved. In early September 1993, Deborah planned a weekend vacation to the lake with her mother and family. Those around her knew about the problems in her marriage to Mark, but believed they were trying to work through their issues. Everything seemed normal. Deborah invited her husband, Mark, to join them and wanted to take their children along. But their daughter got sick. Their son, Matthew, a Boy Scout, had an important camping trip that weekend. Mark told Deborah he needed to stay home with the kids and suggested she go to the lake with her mother, which she agreed to do. Deborah remained determined to carry out her plans and headed to the lake, where her mother, Eloise, was supposed to meet her. The last time anyone saw them together was on the evening of September 4th, 1993. Everything seemed peaceful and normal. However, on Monday, September 6th, they did not return home as expected. Deborah's father tried to contact both his daughter and wife, but they did not respond to his calls. Mark also claimed he had no information about their whereabouts. Consequently, Deborah's father went to the police to request a welfare check and provided the address of their lake house. The police arrived at the lake house, but when they knocked on the door, no one answered. After a few minutes, they walked around the area but saw nothing suspicious other than cars parked in the driveway. It appeared that Eloise and Deborah were still nearby. There was no sign of them, Officers then discovered an unlocked trailer on the property and decided to investigate further. Inside, they encountered a gruesome scene. Deborah and Eloise had been murdered. There were signs of a struggle and a search for valuables, but nothing was taken except for Deborah's wedding ring. The suspect appeared to have left other valuables behind, such as a weapon left on the kitchen counter and several $100s in cash that Deborah had in her pocket. There was no sign of forced entry indicating the possibility that Deborah and Eloise knew their attacker. It seemed they might have been careless and failed to lock the trailer, allowing the intruder access. Mark quickly became the prime suspect. He was financially motivated. It was the insurance money, and he was obviously stressed about the issues that were coming up regarding divorce, child support, and custody. Deborah is likely to gain the upper hand in their legal battle, making her removal beneficial to him. He could have seized the chance to kill her in a secluded area without any witnesses. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the vicinity. After the funeral, the police searched Mark's house but found nothing. They were also interested in his car, where they discovered several drops of blood on the steering wheel and ignition switch. Mark claimed the blood was from a recent cut on his finger. Unfortunately, the blood samples could not be analyzed because they were contaminated with soda, making it impossible to determine whether the blood belonged to Deborah and Eloise. As a result, the police released Mark after questioning. Several witnesses who went camping with Mark and his son Matthew said he left for a few hours and may have committed the crime. This meant he did not have a solid alibi. Despite this, the case was eventually closed. Deborah's relatives were devastated that her children, Michelle and Matthew, were left without their mother and that the perpetrator was never caught. The detectives quickly gave up on the investigation after the double murder. A week after Mark returns home, his mistress moves in with him. She begins to act like a mother, even trying to replace the children's biological mother, Deborah. After the case was closed, Mark received a payment from Deborah's life insurance policy, but it was only half of the total amount, $294,000. Dissatisfied with the payment, he sued the insurance company, which increased the payout to $450,000. From this amount, $150,000 was allocated to a trust fund for their children. At this time, Mark openly expressed his feelings for Lee, declaring that he had never loved anyone so much. It was no surprise when they quickly got married. With the money from the insurance, Mark decided to quit his job to pursue a new business venture, becoming a trader at a brokerage firm. However, after Deborah's death, Mark's emotional state deteriorated. The profitable trading opportunities he once saw turned into multiple losses due to his numerous mistakes. Lacking financial knowledge and experience, he continued to place large bets, leading to further losses. By June 1999, Mark had not only lost his entire fortune, but was also owed $105,000 in debt from the securities he had managed at the firm. This financial trouble resulted from numerous failed transactions he made during that time. Eventually, Mark was fired and lost his trading license. However, he didn't give up and found a new job at a technology investment firm called Momentum Securities, located across the street from his previous workplace. During this time, he was struggling with mental health issues, but no one knew it. Mark was finally fired on July 29, 1999. Mark then visited his former workplace, Momentum Securities, in Atlanta. Upon entering, he spoke with several former colleagues. They found nothing unusual about their conversation and later expressed shock at Mark's subsequent actions. He suddenly drew 2 weapons and attacked. As a result, 4 people died on the spot. Before leaving, he attempted to kill his boss and mentor, Berta. Fortunately, Berta survived. Mark's actions were not random. He had a clear intent. He specifically targeted the office of his former employer, Momentum Securities, where he had been fired for embezzlement. He then planned to continue the attack at a neighboring firm, Altec Investment Group, where he had also been fired. Calmly crossing the street amid the chaos, he entered and encountered Kevin Dial, the office manager. Without saying a word, attacked Kevin in the chest, killing him instantly. The situation escalated when Mark went on to kill 3 other traders, causing panic as people rushed to escape. Immediately afterward, Mark entered the conference room and began attacking the employees inside. The first person he injured was the company's co-founder. By the time the police arrived, the building was sealed off and Mark had already fled. In the chaos, he managed to escape, but one witness saw him navigate through the crowd, get into a green minivan, and drive away. This witness remembered the vehicle's license plate and reported it to the arriving officers, which helped them identify Mark by checking the car's information in their database. Unfortunately, they could not track him down immediately. He vanished in an unknown direction, and efforts to follow the car were unsuccessful. As a result, the police turned to the media to share information about the incident and seek assistance from the public. They needed to warn people that Mark, a dangerous individual with a weapon, was on the loose. Within the first 30 minutes, tips started coming in. An employee at a gas station reported seeing Mark fill up his car and drive off. Additionally, a girl contacted the police, stating that an unknown man had left a weapon with her, and threatened her. Fortunately, she was able to escape from him. The police quickly realized that Mark seemed intent on taking a hostage to facilitate his escape. Afterward, they were able to trace his movements, and a large-scale pursuit began, which concluded rapidly. Mark found himself trapped in a dead end, surrounded. As the police approached his car and drew their weapons, a loud bang rang out. In a desperate attempt to avoid capture, he attacked himself in the head, realizing that his escape plan had failed. As a result, he died on the spot. Now, investigators needed to determine what led Mark to resort to violence. Detectives visited his home, hoping to speak with his second wife, Lee. When they couldn't reach her by phone, suspicions arose that she might have fled. The authorities suspected that Mark could have had an accomplice and might still be planning further violence. It was puzzling that a well-educated businessman would suddenly turn to armed violence. However, when the police searched the house, they discovered something entirely unexpected. In the master bedroom closet, they found that Lee had been beaten to death. They also discovered the bodies of Mark's 2 children, Michelle and Matthew, who had also been beaten to death in their beds. The children's bodies were left uncovered with towels wrapped around their heads so that only their faces were exposed. The police identified the murder weapon, a baseball bat, which Mark had used to smash the heads of his family members. Forensic analysis indicated that Mark killed Lee 2 days before the tragic incident at Momentum Securities. The following day, he attacked his children in the living room. A letter left at the crime scene provides details of what happened. On the morning of July 27, 1999, Mark decided to kill Lee. He claimed to have planned an unforgettable weekend for his children, which he saw as a farewell. In a letter, Mark confessed to killing Lee and her 2 children from a previous marriage, Matthew and Michelle, while they were sleeping. After killing his family, Mark covered their bodies with sheets and placed notes on each of them. Investigators discovered symbolic gifts with the children, a teddy bear and a handwritten note on Michelle's chest, and a similar note along with a video game on Matthew's body. Both notes were dated July 29th. Mark did not explain his motives clearly, believing no one would understand his actions. Instead, he expressed his deep hatred for life and societal values, which he had felt for months leading up to his drastic choice. He claimed to have loved his family and hoped to reunite with them in heaven. He aimed to kill them quickly and painlessly, thinking that the children would suffer without their parents, and he believed God would take care of them in the afterlife. Detectives believe Mark was dishonest in a letter he wrote, in which he claimed that he saw death as his only escape. Instead, he planned to let Lee and the children die with him. He did not die immediately after the massacre. Rather, he attacked his workplace and fled. Mark initially intended to start a new life, but felt compelled to die when he realized he would face prison. In total, 9 of his former colleagues and 3 family members died, while 13 others were injured but survived. However, many people think that Deborah and Eloise should also be counted among the victims. At the time, his children were 8 and 11 years old, and his young wife, Lee, was 27. Before going to Alabama, Mark intended to take the lives of those he believed wanted him dead. His first wife, Deborah, often expressed to her loved ones that moving to Alabama marked the start of his downfall. After moving in, Mark's work performance declined rapidly, leading to his dismissal. He was later caught sabotaging company data, but this incident was kept low profile to avoid damaging the startup's reputation. As a result, Mark received a short prison sentence. Having lost all his money and faced multiple firings, Mark became despondent. The police found similarities between the murders of his first wife, Deborah, and her mother, Eloise, who were both killed in a trailer. Mark is the prime suspect, but has consistently denied any involvement, yet the police consider him guilty. The murders shared a similar method, and the same weapon was used. Additionally, he was the only one with a strong motive. He also had access to their home and was among the few who knew where Deborah was with Eloise, as there were hardly any strangers in that area. Neighbors were aware of Mark's frequent arguments with Deborah, leading them to believe he was the one who had killed her. Currently, it is impossible to prove Mark's involvement in the deaths of Deborah and Eloise, as Mark, the only person who could have confessed to the crime, has since died. Authorities suspect that Mark's motive for attacking Deborah was the insurance payout he received shortly after the murder. He used this money to support his trading career, favoring high-risk investments that ultimately failed. The reason he blamed those around him for his financial losses in the stock market remained unclear. None of Mark's colleagues understood his aggression, especially since his targets were just ordinary workers doing their jobs. These individuals had done nothing to harm him and were not responsible for his failures or job loss. Case of Anna Maria Wilson. In May 2022, the cycling community was shocked by the shocking murder of rising star Anna. This is the result of jealousy, betrayal, and obsession. At the heart of the case was a volatile love triangle, her affair with Colin Strickland and his girlfriend, Caitlin Armstrong. What really happened that night in Austin, Texas, and what drove Anna to her tragic end? The case remains a chilling exploration of human emotions and how they can lead to acts of cruelty. From Anna's tragedy to the dramatic international manhunt, the case not only left a lasting impression, but also raised urgent questions about trust and justice. Anna Maria Wilson was born on May 18, 1996 in Little Tony, New Hampshire. Her mother, Karen Wilson, was a cycling instructor, and her father, Eric Wilson, was a member of the U.S. ski team in 1977. With such parents, she was destined to make a career as an athlete. The family moved to Kirby, Vermont, a picturesque area with large mountains, ski resorts, and first-class preparatory schools specializing in training young athletes. Her father worked as a ski racing instructor at Burke Mountain Academy. At a young age, both Anna and her brother Matthew Wilson attended college where their father worked. Both were already experienced skiers, much to the delight of their parents, especially Anna. She seemed to have inherited the sporting genes passed on to her by her parents. She was not only a talented skier, but also captain of football team and a promising gravel racer. This was where her passion lay. For a short period of time, she not only participated in competitions, but also won races with amazing speed. Unfortunately, her bright future was destined to be cut short. On May 11, 2022, at about 10 p.m. in Austin, Texas, during a friend's 25th birthday celebration, Anna was found bleeding from her head, unconscious, and not breathing in the bathroom. It was not a freak accident nor an attempt to harm herself. She had been attacked twice in the head and once in the chest. In complete shock, her friend immediately called 911, trying to save Anna's life. First responders arrived on the scene as quickly as they could and immediately began performing CPR. But it wasn't long before they gave up. It was too late. Anna's fight for life was over. But what happened? What drove the attacker to so brutally take her life? Let's go back in time. In 2019, Anna graduated from Dortmund University with a degree in engineering. However, she wasn't planning on making a career as an engineer. She dreamed with all her heart of proving herself in sports. Within 2 years, she became a famous cyclist, rising up the rankings and sharing podiums with already established professional cyclists. She used to work at a company, but she soon quit to devote herself to cycling. Her career path consisted solely of training and competing. Anna became more famous and began to integrate more into the community of athletes and cyclists. She had many friends and new sponsors. One such person was Colin Strickland, a 30-year-old experienced cyclist. He had a common sponsor with Anna. In October 2021, Anna visited Austin, Texas, where Colin lived. As soon as they came out of their previous relationships, Colin and Anna entered into a short-lived relationship. After, Anna returned to her home in California. Meanwhile, Colin got back together with Caitlin Armstrong, with whom he had previously dated. Caitlin, a 34-year-old yoga instructor and realtor. There was no animosity between Anna and Colin after their breakup. They remained friends and active members of the cycling community. However, a problem arose. Caitlin did not like Colin's continued communication with Anna. Although she was unaware of their previous involvement, Caitlin could not understand that their relationship was strictly platonic and professional. She began to take steps to prevent them from communicating with each other, blocking calls and deleting messages from Anna on Colin's phone. Colin did not want to part with Caitlin, fearing he would lose her. In an effort to ease the situation and in a strange way calm Caitlin down, he saved Anna's number in his phone under a different name. Perhaps he couldn't think of anything else, but it wasn't the smartest move on Colin's part. In January 2022, Anna and Colin took part in a cycling competition in Arkansas, and Caitlin accompanied them. This led to an awkward situation. Anna seemed unaware of the issues her friendship with Colin was causing. Although there was no overt conflict, the atmosphere was tense. The day after the event, Anna texted Colin asking what was happening between them. She mentioned that if Colin preferred to stay just friends, she was okay with that, but they needed to discuss it. From Anna's message, it appeared she was uncertain about their relationship, at least from her end. Things became even more complicated when Caitlin learned that Anna and Colin had a romantic history. Caitlin's friends said that she was extremely angry, with some saying she even threatened Anna, claiming she would kill Anna. While such statements can be exaggerated in emotional moments and may not indicate actual intent, Caitlin felt her concerns were valid. Colin communicated with Anna during training, spent a lot of time with her at cycling competitions, and talked with her frequently. Since Caitlin was aware of their past relationship, she changed how she viewed the situation. To her, it seemed clear that Colin was cheating on her. This suspicion is further reinforced when she discovers that Colin has been hiding his messages with Anna under a fake name on his phone. Although Caitlin could have reacted impulsively, she remained composed and took months to process everything. On May 10th, Anna returned to Austin for a bike ride called Gravel Locomotives and then stayed with a friend. Colin was also on the trip. He planned to go swimming with Anna on May 11th at 5:30 p.m. He misled Caitlin about his plans that evening. He picked up Anna from her friend's house and they went swimming in a deep pool with a whirlpool as planned. After swimming, Colin and Anna had dinner at a poolside restaurant. He then dropped Anna off at her friend's house at 8:37 p.m. Colin sent Caitlin a text saying he had been asked to deliver flowers to a friend's house and was on his way home. He didn't wait for Anna to get home safely, assuming she would be fine. Just as Colin texted Caitlin, Anna's friend's doorbell rang, confirming her arrival. Of course, Caitlin didn't believe Colin's explanation about flower delivery. Curious about what Colin was really up to, Caitlin used a special app on her phone to track his location. She also found out where Anna was using the same app. This program is typically used for planning exercise routes, which can be shared and compared with other users. Additionally, it allows real-time tracking of someone's location, such as during a run or bike ride, or even to check on a partner suspected of cheating. At 8:37 p.m. that evening, Anna arrived at her friend's house to attend a birthday party. Around 10 p.m., her friend called 911 after finding Anna seriously injured from a brutal attack. The police immediately investigated this murder. Complicating the situation, the victim was from out of town. The police's first priority was to identify anyone in the area who knew Anna, and they quickly found leads. They asked Anna's friend if anything had been stolen, but there were no obvious signs of a burglary. The only notable thing missing was Anna's bicycle, which the police later discovered abandoned in some bushes nearby. The bike is quite valuable to a professional cyclist. However, if it was a burglary, why didn't the thief take the bicycle with him since nothing else was missing from the house? The police quickly concluded that the incident was not a failed burglary. Instead, it appears that the perpetrator had a personal grudge against the victim. Anna's friend, who had called 911, she was devastated by Anna's death, showed no signs of involvement, so the police ruled her out as a suspect. The investigation then turned to Anna's acquaintances in the area, specifically Colin and Caitlin. The police found out that Caitlin had a Class B warrant for her arrest. While this warrant was not for a serious crime, it was related to fraud. Caitlin had previously gone to a Botox clinic and, when it was time to pay, told the staff that her credit card was in her car. She left to get her credit card, but never returned. The fraud was minor, totaling only $600, but it provided the police with a reason to bring Caitlin in for questioning about Anna's murder. Officer Wilson immediately believed that it was time for Caitlin to pay for her actions. She did not deny her wrongdoing, as she likely faced only a minor penalty, such as an apology and a fine. Caitlin's behavior changed dramatically when the police first asked her about her activities over the last 24 hours and then inquired about Anna. When the mention of murder came up, her expression fell, and she sat frozen, clearly confused and unsure of how to respond. Despite her confusion, Caitlin attempted to explain her whereabouts, but her story was unconvincing. The investigator noted that Anna's friend had a doorbell camera and security cameras around her house. One camera focuses on the front of the house, capturing part of the sidewalk and alley with the view of passing cars and people. This footage became crucial. It showed a black Jeep Grand Cherokee passing the house on May 11th, the same night Anna was killed. Caitlin was the one driving that vehicle. The police asked Caitlin to explain why she was in the area, but she couldn't provide a reason. She sat quietly, looking upset with her arms crossed, avoiding eye contact and rolling her eyes. Meanwhile, the police were speaking with Colin, who shared the entire story about his friendship with Anna and the complications that arose with Caitlin. The detectives described the situation as a love triangle involving Colin, Caitlin, and Anna. She had no alibi, but on the other hand, the police had made an administrative error in the arrest warrant. And what was worse, the police database had her date of birth incorrect. Because of this mistake, Caitlin was released. After leaving the police station, Caitlin quickly took action. She didn't want to wait for the police to show up at her door again, which she was sure would happen pretty soon. Caitlin booked a flight from Chile to New York, deleted all her social media accounts, and vanished. If someone wants to disappear, the vast and varied landscapes of the United States are ideal for that. New York, with its massive urban environment, offers the perfect cover. Any police search in such a large city would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. On May 14th at 12:30, Caitlin was seen on surveillance camera entering Austin International Airport. From there, she took a connecting flight to Houston and then transferred to another flight to LaGuardia Airport in New York. On May 17th, U.S. Marshals obtained a warrant for Caitlin Armstrong's arrest, which they had previously failed to execute. Very soon after that, on May 18th, she was spotted at LaGuardia Airport. However, Caitlin was using smaller, shorter domestic flights to evade law enforcement, successfully staying one step ahead of the police. On the day she arrived in New York, she obtained an ID under the name Christine Armstrong, which was her sister's name. At the time, not much was known about this sister. The authorities believed that Christine did not live in New York, but was, in fact, in California. Getting an ID was a risky decision for Caitlin. The authorities now knew she was in New York, and the ID was linked to a relative with the same her last name. It was highly unlikely that her sister, who supposedly lived in California, would suddenly move to New York at the same time Caitlin was on the run. The police eventually obtained a copy of the ID issued to Caitlin, which listed her address as Camp Haven, a recreational area in Livingston Estate, New York. It has been 6 weeks since the search began, but there have been no leads. Colin also went into hiding, fearing that after he spoke out, Caitlin would return and harm him. Caitlin's sister, Tina Armstrong, also sought refuge. She avoided the media and never commented publicly about Caitlin. At this moment, Caitlin continued to evade contact with authorities, and the theory that she might be hiding at Camp Haven was eliminated. After many efforts, on June 29, 2022, U.S. federal agents and Costa Rican police surrounded the San Teresa nursing home. A joint task force entered the facility and quickly emerged with a woman dressed in black, her nose bandaged. She did not look at all like the pretty Caitlin who had long, lush red hair and bright eyes, but it was Caitlin. Authorities finally captured her. They discovered that Caitlin had left the U.S. via New York Airport on May 18th at 8 p.m. using a fake passport. She had never been to Camp Haven. Instead, her strategy involved taking different flights to mislead the police, which worked perfectly. While the police searched New York, she arrived in San Jose, Costa Rica. Since Caitlin's arrest, many rumors and theories have emerged. A significant question is whether she acted alone or had accomplices. She led a comfortable life as a yoga instructor and realtor, but she was not wealthy. In under 50 days, she managed to book and pay for multiple flights within the U.S. and an international flight to Costa Rica. The bruises and bandages on her face indicate she likely underwent plastic surgery soon after arriving in Costa Rica. And this is expensive. Eventually, police discovered her black Jeep at a local car dealership. On May 13th, Caitlin sold the car for $12,200. This partly explains why she is able to cover her expenses. However, $12,200 is not a substantial amount when trying to stay hidden, and it's doubtful it covered all her travel costs, living expenses, and surgery. Suspicion has shifted to her sister, Christine. It's important to note that this is just a theory and not confirmed, as there is no definitive evidence about anyone's involvement, including that of her sister. The day after Caitlin arrived in New York, she obtained an ID using Christine's name, and when she was arrested, she had a copy of Christine's driver's license with her. Meanwhile, the day after Caitlin's arrival, Christine applied for a new driver's license, claiming hers was lost. Did she assist Caitlin in evading the authorities? There is no answer to this question yet. Another possibility is that Colin may have played a significant role in the case. Some people suspect a conspiracy involving Colin and Caitlin. They believe that Colin's text to Caitlin, sent just after he dropped Anna off at her friend's house, claiming he was delivering flowers, was actually a secret message about Anna's location. There is no evidence to support this theory. It remains speculation. Nonetheless, Colin has a questionable history of honesty. He concealed his relationship with Anna and changed her name in his phone to prevent Caitlin from discovering the truth. He also told the police that he and Caitlin had broken up before Anna arrived in town, and that Caitlin was fine with him dating others. If that was the case, why did he text Caitlin about his whereabouts, and why was she upset about Anna and Colin's friendship? Since Caitlin's arrest, police have been working hard to gather evidence. One key piece is ballistic evidence linked to a 9mm weapon that was purchased by Colin, not Caitlin. A man gave this weapon to her in January 2022, and investigators found it in her home. Detectives are also looking into the possibility that someone from another country helped Caitlin. After her deportation, law enforcement held a press conference discussing how quickly she managed to escape and catch multiple flights between airports. Additionally, she possessed a passport that did not belong to her. On July 21, 2022, she participated in her first online trial, where she pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder. In October 2022, she attended a second hearing to determine if she could be released while waiting for a jury trial. Various options were discussed, but Caitlin remained confident that she would confront a grand jury regarding the murder charges, insisting on her innocence. She will stay in the Travis County Jail until her trial. According to her lawyer, prosecutors are hesitant to take the case to trial, citing a lack of evidence for a conviction. The defense argues that the officers involved were inexperienced and did not properly act on information about Caitlin's ex-boyfriend. They also pointed out that Caitlin's and Colin's home was vandalized the night Anna was killed, questioning why this was not investigated thoroughly and who may have been responsible for the crime. The defense is arguing that the police were incompetent in their investigation. They believe law enforcement is trying to cover up mistakes and misconduct related to the case. The court hearing was scheduled for a week after the bail hearing, but the defense has since filed a motion to suppress evidence obtained by police, claiming that Caitlin was not read her rights. They argue that this invalidates the evidence, including her initial arrest tied to a Botox clinic. As a result, the judge has paused the trial while considering these motions, and a new pretrial date is set for June 22, 2023, although it has not yet been fully confirmed. A few months later, Caitlin Armstrong was sentenced to 90 years in prison for the murder of Anna Maria Wilson. The sentence was handed down on November 17, 2023, after she was convicted by a Texas jury the day before. Caitlin was convicted of attacking Anna 3 times in May 2022, motivated by jealousy over Anna's previous relationship with her boyfriend, Colin. Anna, a rising star in the professional cycling scene, was shot and killed in Austin, Texas. Investigation reveals disturbing links between Caitlin Armstrong, Colin, and Anna. Caitlin's jealousy led her to commit murder. Her trial ended in November 2023, resulting in a guilty verdict and a 90-year prison sentence. Although the case has been closed, the details surrounding Anna's death continue to cause debate. Kathy Blair was born on May 31, 1961, in California. She grew up in a loving family with her parents, a brother, and a sister. From an early age, she had a deep passion for the arts, but music was what she loved the most. Singing was more than just a hobby. It was her true passion. So, when it was time to choose a career, Kathy didn't have to think twice. She knew exactly what she wanted. She enrolled at the University of Texas to study vocal performance and moved to Austin. After graduating, she became a music teacher and a Christian choir instructor. She absolutely loved her job, and her students adored her. They could see how much heart she put into music, and her passion was contagious. Over the years, Kathy was married twice, but both marriages ended in divorce. She had 2 children, a son and a daughter, whom she raised on her own. In 2013, when she was 52, Kathy moved into a new home in a quiet, safe suburb of Austin. She had been dreaming of a place that checked all her boxes, and she had finally found the perfect one. By then, her children were grown and living on their own, while Kathy continued her work in music and led the choir. In December 2014, her son Joe came to stay with her for a few weeks. He was 23 and serving in the military. Before his next deployment, he wanted to spend some time at home with his mom. On December 5th, Joe went out to meet some friends and didn't return home until almost noon the next day. As he walked into the house, he called out for his mom, but there was only silence. Feeling uneasy, he started checking the rooms one by one until he reached Kathy's bedroom. What he saw there was horrifying. She was lying on the floor next to her bed, surrounded by a pool of blood. Joe knew immediately she was gone. Panicked, he ran outside and called the police. When investigators got there, they quickly confirmed that Kathy had been dead for several hours, and from the sheer amount of blood at the scene, it was clear this wasn't an accident. This was murder. While the medical experts examined the body, police officers began processing the crime scene. One of the first things they noticed was that the drawers from a large jewelry box in her bedroom had been pulled out and were scattered on the floor. It looked like the killer had taken some of Kathy's jewelry, leading detectives to consider robbery as the primary motive. But something about that theory felt off. For one, the intruder hadn't taken anything else. Valuable items like Kathy's laptop, phone, and other expensive things were left untouched, right out in the open. The house wasn't ransacked, and there was no sign that the killer had searched for anything beyond the jewelry. Then there was the timing. Break-ins at night were pretty uncommon. Most burglars preferred to strike during the day when homeowners were at work. On top of that, this particular neighborhood was considered one of the safest in the city. Crimes like this just didn't happen there. Another strange detail was the sequence of events. It seemed like the killer had murdered Kathy first and only then started searching for valuables. Blood stains on the jewelry box drawers and other parts of the bedroom suggested that the attack happened before the so-called robbery began. That meant the intruder must have attacked Kathy the moment they stepped into her bedroom. Adding to the mystery, there were no signs of forced entry at the front door, although investigators found that the back door had been left unlocked. When they asked Joe about it, he explained that his mother often left that door open. With all this in mind, detectives started to wonder, was this really a robbery or just a cover-up? What if the killer had planned to murder Kathy all along? And if that was the case, it raised an even more chilling question. Could the person responsible have known her? And if so, did they also know about that unlocked back door? Despite their best efforts, forensic experts couldn't find any evidence that might lead them to the killer. There were no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing that could identify the person responsible. The only clue they managed to recover was a partial shoe print in Kathy's bedroom, left behind in her blood. The medical examiners determined that Kathy had died from multiple stab wounds and also showed signs of strangulation. However, there was no evidence of sexual assault, which only reinforced the detective's suspicion that this wasn't a random crime. It seemed personal. With no physical evidence to go on, police shifted their focus to Kathy's inner circle, looking for anyone who might have had a reason to harm her. Naturally, they started with her son, since he theoretically had the opportunity to commit the crime. But after checking his alibi, detectives quickly ruled him out. He had spent the entire night with friends, and his whereabouts were confirmed. Next, they spoke with Kathy's friends and co-workers, hoping to uncover any conflicts or grudges. But according to everyone they interviewed, she had no enemies. She was well-liked, never got into fights, and devoted most of her time to the choir. Just when it seemed like they had hit a dead end, detectives came across a lead. Several of Kathy's close friends mentioned that she had frequently talked about her second ex-husband, the man she had divorced 4 years before the murder. According to Kathy, their breakup had been anything but smooth. Her ex-husband wouldn't leave her alone and kept showing up, refusing to let go. At one point, she even told friends she was worried for her safety and asked them not to tell him where she had moved. Detectives tracked the man down and discovered he was living not far from Austin. When they went to speak with him, his reaction immediately raised red flags. The moment they mentioned Kathy's death, his first response was she shot? That struck them as odd. Why would he assume she had been shot, rather than stabbed or killed some other way? When asked about his whereabouts that night, he claimed he had been staying in his RV for a short getaway. He even let detectives search it without a warrant, but despite their suspicions, they found nothing. No weapons, no blood, no signs that he had anything to do with the crime. Without any concrete evidence, they couldn't pin anything on him. He remained on their radar, but with no real leads, detectives had no choice but to keep looking for other suspects. A few days later, detectives received an unexpected call from one of Kathy's friends, who had something strange to share. She and a few others had organized a memorial service in Kathy's honor, and during the ceremony, a man they didn't recognize stood up to give a speech. From the very first words out of his mouth, something felt off. His tone, his mannerisms, everything about him made the guests uneasy. But the strangest part was that no one there knew who he was. These were Kathy's closest friends, yet not a single one of them had ever seen this man before. And as he spoke, it became clear that he hadn't actually known Kathy either. His words didn't match reality, almost as if he was making things up on the spot. Curious, detectives asked around, and one of Kathy's friends finally recognized him. He had seen the man before. He worked as a sales clerk at a local women's clothing store. Police tracked this person down and questioned him. The man admitted he had never met Kathy. He said he had read about her murder in the news, felt sad, and decided to attend the memorial. His explanation was pretty weird, but there was no real evidence linking him to the crime. So, with nothing to hold him on, detectives had to move on, still searching for their killer. For several days, the case remained at a standstill until an unexpected twist changed everything. A man named Rob called the police, saying he had something they might want to see. According to his story, he had recently bought a new scope for his hunting rifle. This wasn't just any scope. It was equipped with a thermal imaging camera. Excited to test it out, he decided to take a walk in the early hours of December 6th, heading toward a wooded area near the edge of his neighborhood. As he walked, a car slowly drove past him before pulling over to the side of the road. A few seconds later, a man stepped out and headed down one of the nearby streets, disappearing into the night. At the time, Rob didn't think much of it, but later, When he saw the news about Kathy's murder, something clicked. The man he saw had been walking in the direction of her house. That's when he remembered his thermal camera had been recording the entire time. He went back and reviewed the footage, and there it was. The man, clearly visible, walking away from his car. Detectives were intrigued by the footage, but there was one major problem. It was recorded using thermal imaging, which meant it only captured the suspect's silhouette, so identifying him based on that alone would be nearly impossible. Still, the video provided some valuable clues. The man appeared to be tall, broad-shouldered, and had a distinct way of walking, and more importantly, the camera had also captured his car. Investigators hoped they could at least narrow down a list of possible vehicle models from the footage. They compared the man's height and build to their two main suspects, Kathy's ex-husband and the strange man from the memorial, but neither of them matched the silhouette in the recording. Their cars didn't match either. This only deepened detectives' doubts about both men's involvement, effectively bringing them back to square one. Over the next few days, they kept analyzing the footage, trying to extract any useful details, while also searching for new potential suspects. But despite their efforts, nothing substantial came from it. The case, once again, was at a frustrating standstill. Then, on December 15th, everything changed. That morning, police received a call from a caretaker who had gone to check on an elderly couple, Billy and Sydney Shelton. As she approached their house, she immediately noticed something was wrong. The front door was wide open, and there were clear signs of a forced entry near the lock. Stepping inside, she made her way to the bedroom, and what she saw was horrifying. The couple was lying in a pool of blood, their bodies motionless. Without hesitation, she called the police. Medical examiners later confirmed that both victims had suffered multiple stab wounds, just like Kathy. Meanwhile, detectives noticed a chilling detail. The drawers of their jewelry box had been pulled out and scattered around the room, with all the jewelry missing. But just like in Kathy's case, nothing else of value had been taken. Detectives couldn't ignore the striking similarities between this crime and Kathy's murder. From the very beginning, they considered the possibility that the same person was responsible. The victims lived just 15 minutes apart. Both attacks happened at night while the victims were sleeping, and in both cases, the killer emptied their jewelry boxes but took nothing else of value. From the beginning, investigators had believed Kathy's murder might have been personal, committed by someone she knew. But now they had to reconsider everything. What if this wasn't about revenge or a personal grudge? What if the killer was choosing victims at random based on some unknown pattern? Detectives looked for any connection between Kathy and the Sheltons' mutual friends, places they might have visited, anything that could link them. But there was nothing. Their lives had never crossed. That led to one chilling realization. They might be dealing with a serial killer. Now, this wasn't just about solving a murder. It was a race against time before he struck again. Police began re-interviewing everyone connected to the victims, hoping that someone would remember even the smallest detail that could lead them to the killer. They urged people to share anything, no matter how insignificant it might seem. And eventually, that approach paid off. One of Kathy's friends recalled a conversation they had a few months before her murder. Kathy had mentioned a disturbing encounter with a handyman who had been hired by her landlord to do some repairs on the house. She told her that the job had been done poorly, but more than that, something about the man's behavior had unsettled her. Detectives contacted the landlord, who was able to track down the worker's contact information. It was a local resident named Timothy Parlins. The first thing detectives discovered was that Timothy's brother worked at the church regularly attended by the Sheltons, and Timothy himself had also been seen there. Then they dug into his background and found something even more concerning. Timothy had a long rap sheet. He had been arrested multiple times for theft, and his targets were almost always jewelry. At the time of the investigation, Timothy was out on parole and living in a long-stay hotel. Detectives went to see him and he agreed to answer their questions, but when they asked to come up to his room, he refused. Instead, he insisted on speaking with them outside, in the hotel parking lot. At first, Timothy claimed he didn't remember Kathy, but when detectives provided more details, he suddenly recalled doing some repairs at her house. He insisted he had nothing to do with her murder and even said he had an alibi. He had been working the night shift at a convenience store when Kathy was killed. As they spoke, detectives couldn't help but notice that Timothy didn't seem to match the silhouette from the thermal camera footage. He was significantly shorter than the man in the video, and his car didn't resemble the one seen that night. So, with no solid evidence against him, they left empty-handed. But then, something unexpected happened. When they called Timothy's employer to verify his alibi, they learned that he had been fired a week before Kathy's murder. So there was no way he could have been working that night. Detectives immediately rushed back to the hotel, but Timothy was already gone. Instead, his wife answered the door and allowed them to search their room. That's when they finally caught a break. Inside, they found a pawn shop receipt showing that Timothy had sold several pieces of jewelry, and the date on the receipt was the same day Kathy was murdered. Detectives went straight to the pawn shop and quickly confirmed that the jewelry Timothy had sold belonged to Kathy. But that wasn't all. The shop's security cameras had captured footage of the parking lot, and what they saw there was even more interesting. Timothy hadn't arrived in his own car, which meant he had access to another vehicle. After running the plates, police discovered that the vehicle belonged to his sister, and that was a crucial detail because the car looked almost identical to the one caught on the thermal camera on the night of Kathy's murder. That was enough for detectives to secure a warrant to search the vehicle. As soon as forensic experts started examining the car, they found traces of blood on the front seat and the floor. When the lab results came back, they confirmed the worst. It was Kathy's blood. Right after that, police arrested Timothy and brought him in for questioning. But even when confronted with all the evidence, he refused to admit anything. Instead, he kept repeating the same phrase over and over. "These hands have never killed anyone." Detectives interrogated Timothy for hours, pressing him on the evidence against him, and eventually he cracked, but not in the way they expected. He continued to insist that he hadn't killed anyone, but now claimed to know who did. According to him, the real murderer was a man named Sean. Naturally, investigators were skeptical. The case against Timothy was quite strong, and the sudden shift in blame felt like a desperate attempt to escape justice. Still, they decided to check out Sean just in case. Nothing about what they found screamed murderer. Sean Gant Benicasser, 30, was a former science teacher with a degree in microbiology, and he had no criminal record. On top of that, he lived several hundred miles from Austin, making his involvement seem even less likely. Still, detectives needed to be 100% sure, so they traveled to his town to question him. Sean admitted that he had met Timothy a few months prior and found him to be a shady character. They hadn't spoken much since, but a few minutes later he said something quite weird. He had actually been in Austin on the nights of both murders. Even more interesting, he revealed that he had stayed at Timothy's place during that time. The situation only grew more confusing from there. At first, Sean claimed that on the night of Kathy's murder, Timothy had left the house without saying a word, but just minutes later, he suddenly changed his story. Now, he admitted that they had actually gone to Kathy's house together. According to him, Timothy got out of the car and returned a few minutes later, carrying a blood-stained bag. Later, when Sean peeked inside, he saw some jewelry. That's when he realized Timothy had done something terrible. But he insisted he had no idea what was going to happen and had never planned to be part of any crime. As detectives continued questioning him, Sean asked to use the restroom, and they let him step out. One of the investigators watched as he walked away, and that's when something clicked. His stride, his posture, his movement. It all looked eerily similar to the silhouette captured on the thermal camera the night Kathy was murdered. That raised a serious question. Detectives were no longer sure he was telling the truth. Now, they strongly suspected that Sean was the real killer. But without a confession, they had nothing solid to build a case against him. With Timothy, at least they had some physical evidence tying him to the crime. But with Sean, they had absolutely nothing. When he returned from the restroom, they kept pressing him, challenging his version of events. They told him they didn't believe he had stayed in the car and suggested that maybe Timothy had forced him into Kathy's house, threatening him in some way. It was a calculated move and it worked. Sean hesitated, then finally admitted that he had entered the house alone. According to him, He had gone inside only to steal valuables while Timothy waited outside. He said he slipped in through the unlocked back door and started looking through the rooms for anything worth taking. When he reached Kathy's bedroom, he saw the jewelry box and Kathy still asleep in bed. Sean initially stuck to his story. He claimed he had carefully taken the valuables and left without harming Kathy. He even suggested that Timothy might have returned to the house after the robbery and committed the murder for reasons unknown to him, but detectives weren't buying it. They knew that blood had been found on the jewelry box, meaning the killer had only taken the valuables after the murder, which contradicted Sean's version completely. They kept pressing him, breaking down his lies piece by piece, and finally he cracked. Sean admitted that he had killed Kathy. According to him, as soon as he entered her bedroom, she woke up and lunged at him. Panicking, he pulled out a knife and stabbed her multiple times. Once she was dead, he grabbed the jewelry, rushed out of the house, and got back into the car. Detectives still had doubts about Sean's story. They found it hard to believe that Kathy had suddenly jumped at him and tried to grab his knife. But regardless of the details, his confession was enough to arrest him. To strengthen their case, they took his shoes and had forensic experts compare the soles to the bloody footprint found in Kathy's bedroom. It was a perfect match. However, there was still one major problem: the murder of the elderly couple. When detectives questioned Sean about it, his entire demeanor changed. He immediately asked for a lawyer and refused to say another word. With no evidence directly linking him to that crime, investigators were at a dead end. So they turned back to Timothy. He was arrested as an accomplice in Kathy's murder, and under Texas law, that meant he faced the same charges as Sean, even if he hadn't physically participated in the killing. Whether he liked it or not, he was going down with him. Timothy admitted that he had driven Sean to Kathy's house, but insisted that he had never stepped out of the car and had no idea his partner was going to kill her. However, he did confess to selling Kathy's stolen jewelry, which directly tied him to the crime. When detectives pressed him about the murder of the elderly couple, he admitted that he and Sean had gone there to rob the house as well. But just like before, he claimed that he had stayed in the car while Sean went inside. Investigators considered the possibility that Timothy was telling the truth. The thermal camera footage from Kathy's murder had clearly shown only one person exiting the vehicle. If the same pattern had been followed in the second crime, it was likely that Sean had acted alone once again. In the end, Timothy was charged in all 3 murders due to his role in the crimes, even though he hadn't committed the killings himself. As for Sean, he was officially charged with Kathy's murder, but detectives still weren't able to prove his involvement in the second case. At least not yet. The court ruled that Timothy and Sean would be tried separately. During his trial, Timothy maintained that he had no involvement in the murders and had no idea his partner was going to kill anyone. But that didn't change the fact that he had driven Sean to both crime scenes and profited from selling Kathy's stolen jewelry. In the end, the jury found him guilty and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Sean's trial, however, was much more complicated. Unlike Timothy, who was directly linked to Kathy's case by physical evidence, the case against Sean rested mostly on his confession, a shoe print in Kathy's bedroom, and the thermal camera footage. His lawyer immediately went on the attack, claiming that detectives had coerced Sean into confessing and pressured him into taking the blame for someone else's crime. He also insisted that the rest of the evidence was purely circumstantial. As a result, the jury couldn't reach a unanimous verdict, forcing the judge to declare a mistrial. But prosecutors weren't giving up, and a few months later, he was back in court for a second trial. This time, the prosecution managed to convince the jury of Sean's guilt, and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole for Kathy's murder. However, despite strong suspicions, he was never officially charged in the killing of the elderly couple. Investigators were certain he had committed those murders as well, but without solid evidence, they couldn't make the charges stick. In the end, while both men faced justice, there were still unanswered questions in the case. Detectives were never able to determine why Sean had killed his victims. If Kathy had really woken up while he was in the bedroom, he could have simply run away. It was pitch dark, and she wouldn't have been able to identify him. The only thing they could reasonably conclude was why Timothy had chosen Kathy as a target for the robbery. It seemed likely that he had held a grudge against her ever since she complained to her landlord about his poor quality repairs months earlier. That complaint had affected his paycheck. He may have resented her for it. Whether that resentment played a role in what ultimately happened that night, no one could say for sure. But one thing was clear. What started as a simple burglary had ended in cold-blooded murder. As for the elderly couple, detectives had no solid theories about the motive behind their murders. They considered the possibility that Timothy had interacted with them at church and that some kind of conflict had led to his resentment, just like with Kathy. But that was purely speculation. When it came to Sean, investigators couldn't rule out the possibility that he had no motive at all, that he simply wanted to kill. If that were the case, then there was every reason to believe that he would have continued murdering if he hadn't been caught. One final crucial detail about Sean's second trial was how much weight the prosecution placed on the thermal camera footage. That single piece of evidence ended up being the deciding factor in securing his conviction. If that neighbor hadn't decided to test out his new thermal scope in the middle of the night, if he hadn't happened to record the exact moment Sean left his car, the case against him might have fallen apart completely. Sean could have walked free. The case of Pamela Buckbinder. Jacob Nolan was born in 1991 into a wealthy family in Miami, Florida. As the third child in the family, he received a lot of love from his parents. They realized that he was different from his peers. However, at the age of 5, Jacob was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. When Jacob turned 15, his family noticed that he was experiencing significant mood swings. Despite this, he was doing well in school. He created an educational smartphone app and won a competition in Miami. However, a month later, Jacob couldn't get out of bed, had no motivation to do anything, even stand up. They finally brought him to a doctor who diagnosed him with depression and anxiety. At 17, Jacob expressed that he no longer wanted to live. His parents noticed his unstable behavior and mental state, prompting them to take him to a hospital where he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. This serious mental illness involves extreme mood swings ranging from depression to emotional outbursts. Those affected feel trapped in their own thoughts. After finishing high school, Jacob enrolled in college while continuing his treatment. Throughout this time, he saw various psychiatrists who prescribed increasingly stronger medications. From the ages of 17 to 20, Jacob underwent numerous treatment courses, took 5 to 6 pills daily, and tried around 30 different medications, yet none seemed to help. By 2012, at 21 years old, Jacob was still deteriorating. His parents were deeply concerned and unsure of what steps to take next. Then, one day, a relative from New York, Pamela Buckbinder, called with an offer of help. Jacob's parents were relieved, thinking they had gotten help. However, they had no idea of the challenges that were about to come to their family. Pamela, a 43-year-old psychotherapist, lives in Chelsea, Manhattan, with her 4-year-old son, Calder. She and Jacob Nolan are cousins with a 22-year age gap. Jacob was the godfather of her son. In 2012, Pamela offered to help Jacob by inviting him to move from Florida to her apartment. While living with her, she provided him with therapy sessions and prescribed medication. In exchange for her help, Jacob took responsibility for Calder's care. Jacob trusted her completely. In one photo, Jacob is seen lying in bed with Pamela, laughing, which shows he feels comfortable and at home with her. However, it's important to note that this relationship is not just familial. Pamela is also Jacob's psychotherapist. Jacob cared deeply for Calder and treated him like a son. He wanted to set a positive example for his godson of what a real man should be like. This approach seemed to work as Jacob, who had struggled with mental illness for years, seemed to be stabilizing, joking frequently and always smiling. Unfortunately, this happiness did not last long. Over time, Pamela began to frequently express her frustrations with her ex-partner, Michael Weiss. Calder's father, Pamela, ended her relationship with Michael shortly after the birth of her son. Michael Weiss, 38, is a psychotherapist. On the surface, he and Pamela appear to be a happy, loving couple. However, beneath the perfect exterior, their relationship is in trouble. Both Michael and Pamela have reported domestic violence to the police. Pamela once attacked Michael with a piece of broken glass. Michael received medical treatment, stitched up the wound, and later that day, he reported the incident to the police. As a result, Pamela was arrested and charged with assault. However, she was soon forgiven by Michael and the couple reconciled. But a few months later, Pamela went to the police again, claiming that Michael had threatened her and wanted to kill her. She later retracted that statement. Although they were never officially married, Michael and Pamela's relationship lasted about 4 years. After they had a son in 2008, Pamela finally ended the relationship. Their tumultuous relationship ended, but a new conflict arose, the custody battle for their son, Calder. Every day, Pamela tells Jacob about Michael in insulting words. She complained that Michael refused to pay child support and even accused him of doing bad things to their son, Calder, during his visits. On the morning of November 12, 2012, Jacob was awakened by Pamela's gentle touch. She climbed into his bed, caressed his back, and whispered sweet nothings in his ear. She told him that Jacob was her savior. He was the best person in the world because no one understood her like he did. However, her affectionate mood quickly changed. She took a black sports bag from her closet and stuffed it with a long-handled hammer and a kitchen knife. Overwhelmed with emotion, she began to cry and told Jacob that today was the day he needed to face Michael. A diagram showing the entrance to the multi-story office building where Michael is seen patients is written on a piece of paper. Jacob stands up, grabs his bag, stuffs the diagram into his pocket, and leaves. Before leaving, he washes his face and declares, "Today is the day our lives will change for the better because Michael will be eliminated." Jacob arrived at the right high-rise in Manhattan. He circled the building, observing it from different angles. Entering through the service entrance, he checked in on the first floor, provided his real name, and mentioned he was going to the tutoring center. He was allowed inside. Jacob took the elevator to the 12th floor and made his way to Michael's office. He heard a patient inside and decided to wait in the hallway for the appointment to finish. Soon, the patient would exit, leaving Michael alone. While waiting, Jacob felt increasingly anxious. Doubts flooded his mind, making him question whether he was making the right decisions. At one point, he thought about abandoning everything and running home. However, the idea of returning to Pamela without completing her request and disappointing her was stronger than his fear. Jacob realized he had no choice but to continue. After the patient left, Jacob entered the office and informed Michael that Pamela had asked him to collect financial documents for the Calder's kindergarten. As Michael searched for the documents, Jacob asked to use the restroom. In the restroom, Jacob took out a knife and hid it in his pocket, then retrieved a large hammer. He exited the bathroom and approached Michael, swinging the hammer at him. Thankfully, Michael reacted quickly, ducking just in time to avoid a serious injury, though the hammer struck his shoulder. Jacob then pulled out the knife and a struggle ensued. Michael, being physically larger, quickly fought back. The people around heard Michael's cry for help. They mistakenly thought that the doctor was being attacked by an unstable mental patient. They quickly called 911 to report the incident. Before the police arrived, Jacob and Michael, feeling exhausted, sat down in the hallway. Jacob took out his phone and took a selfie, which he sent to Pamela along with a question about what he should do next. But he never received a reply. The situation made him feel very strange. The police and ambulance arrived shortly after. The injured men were rushed to the hospital for treatment. Fortunately, none of them had life-threatening injuries. Michael was treated and sent home the same day. Jacob's injuries were more serious, and the doctors noted that he was unstable. Jacob was arrested in the hospital while he was receiving treatment. He sent a detailed message to Pamela about what had happened to him and Michael. Although she initially ignored his message, she eventually asked which hospital he was in. When Pamela arrived, she was not allowed to see Jacob, who was already handcuffed to the bed. Jacob spent 4 days in the hospital before being taken to a jail cell after his discharge. He was released on bail of $200,000 while awaiting trial. Jacob was permitted to fly from New York to his parents' home in Florida. Several weeks after the incident, Michael filed a lawsuit against Pamela, accusing her of conspiring to kill him. Michael argued that Pamela was dangerous and insisted that their son should live with him. He presented surveillance footage from a hardware store showing that the day before the attack, Pamela and Jacob had purchased a hammer together and Pamela had paid in cash. Pamela denied any involvement, saying that she had only asked Jacob to retrieve some financial documents from Michael, but had not asked Jacob to attack. Although she admitted to giving Jacob a knife, she explained that it was to protect her son Calder, since Calder's daycare was on the first floor of the building where Michael worked. Shortly thereafter, the judge transferred custody of Calder to Michael Weiss, granting him full custody and banning Pamela from contacting her son for 5 years. A few months after the incident, Jacob accused Pamela of orchestrating the attack on Michael. He claimed that Pamela meticulously planned the attack, and that she had instructed Jacob to approach Michael and hit him with a hammer. Jacob previously said that Pamela had been psychologically manipulating him. Pamela repeatedly told him that Michael was harming her son, but there was no evidence to support her claim. No one ever witnessed Michael harming Calder or saying anything negative to his son. In fact, relatives testified that Michael cared deeply for his son. Pamela was someone Jacob trusted completely and considered very close. Meanwhile, Jacob's parents were in despair. They fully supported their son and claimed that Pamela had brainwashed him using psychological techniques from her practice. In March 2016, Jacob Nolan's trial began. He claimed that Pamela had forced him to attack Michael Weiss. Prosecutors described Jacob as a spoiled child from a wealthy family, noting that he provided 3 inconsistent accounts of the event and appeared confused. When the police first arrived at Michael's office, Jacob pointed at Michael and accused him of attacking Jacob with a knife. However, during questioning, Jacob claimed that he had never used a hammer in Michael's office. He explained that he had brought the hammer for self-defense because he was afraid of Michael. In his third statement, Jacob said that Michael had attacked him first. Prosecutors presented a key piece of evidence regarding the motive behind the attack on Michael. Just before the attack, Michael had purchased a $1.5 million life insurance policy, naming his son Calder as the beneficiary. However, 3 days before the attack on November 9, 2012, Michael had agreed to add Pamela as a co-beneficiary and allow her to manage Calder's money. Jacob claimed that this was the first time he had learned about the insurance policy and claimed that Pamela had never shared her financial affairs with him. During the trial, it was revealed that Jacob had purchased plastic zip ties from a hardware store in addition to the hammer found with Pamela. Jacob confirmed this and made a shocking admission. Pamela had asked him not only to kill Michael, but also to ensure he suffered before dying. She described brutal acts that Jacob was supposed to carry out. Jacob refused to inflict such extreme cruelty, but he agreed to kill Michael. Jacob mentioned that Pamela initially wanted to create a homemade weapon using an air pistol, but when they got to the hardware store, they decided it would be easier and more effective to use a hammer instead. Jacob Best's attorney focused on proving that Jacob was insane. However, proving that he was insane is quite difficult. Currently, there is no test that can reveal a person's thoughts and feelings at the time of the crime. Evaluations are usually based on interviews, police reports, medical records, and sometimes social media messages. Often, 2 different psychiatrists can give conflicting opinions, which can confuse judges and juries. Although mental illness can affect emotions, thoughts, and behavior, throughout the trial, Jacob clearly understood his actions and admitted that they were wrong and bad. He did not appear insane in court. He was handsome, articulate, well-dressed, and answered questions clearly. Pamela was not called to testify at the trial by either the prosecution or the defense. Jacob Nolan, who had a mental disorder, faced skepticism regarding his claim that Pamela was the one who initiated the attack. Before the trial, Jacob, thus lawyers, hired detectives to locate Pamela, but they were unable to find her and her apartment was empty. In March 2016, after a 2-week trial, 24-year-old Jacob Nolan was convicted of attempted murder and second-degree assault, receiving a sentence of 9.5 years in prison. Jacob was very upset about his sentence, stating, "It's unfair. I'm not a danger to society." His parents regretted their decision to send him to live with their Pamela, believing it was their biggest mistake. On October 19, 2017, nearly 5 years after Michael's attack, police located Pamela in Sullivan, New York. The Manhattan District Attorney charged her with conspiracy to murder Michael Weiss. At the time of Pamela's arrest, police found her passport in Calder's birth certificate. Pamela was arrested and maintained her innocence. She hired 2 of New York's top attorneys, who claimed that the video showing her doing laundry and the video of her buying the hammer had been edited. They claimed that Pamela was a highly educated psychotherapist and would never have considered organizing a murder. In the 5 years after Jacob S., Pamela lived a normal life. She worked and rented an apartment. She did not attempt to go into hiding or flee the country, but she avoided reporters and did not comment on Jacob S.'s crimes. Pamela was detained before her trial at the notorious Rikers Island prison in New York, where she spent 5 years due to legal issues. On September 7, 2022, during a pre-trial hearing, Pamela made a statement agreeing to plead guilty in return for a lighter sentence. However, a month later, she decided to withdraw her plea. Pamela's trial took place. The jury found Pamela Buchbinder guilty, and she was sentenced to 11 years in prison. After the verdict was read, she looked sadly at her relative, who blew her kisses. Jacob and Pamela are currently serving their sentences in separate correctional facilities in New York. Jacob is scheduled to be released in 2024, while Pamela will be released in 2027. Jacob maintains regular phone contact with his parents. He has expressed remorse for his actions and reflects on them every night. He even wishes to meet Michael Weiss in person to apologize and seek forgiveness. When Pamela is released, her son, Calder, will be 19. He is currently being raised by his biological father, Michael, who still works in Manhattan. Today we will talk about the 26-year-old case of Sharon K. Hammack, who was murdered on October 3, 1996. So who was Hammack and what happened to her? Caledonia Charter Township is a charter township in Kent County in the U.S. state of Michigan. The township was organized as a survey township in 1838. It is part of the Grand Rapids metropolitan area and is located about 10 miles southeast of the city of Grand Rapids. Now the story remains an integral part of this location, which would later unfold into a web of horrors. Sharon K. Hammack was born to Jacob and Lois Gross. She was leading a normal life. Then she got married, had 2 kids, and the couple separated due to their differences and opinions. Separation and loneliness made drugs Sharon's best friend. Sharon wanted to quit drugs as she had very little money to survive. But her addiction made her enter sex work to support her family and drug abuse. Sharon found herself in a very unfamiliar situation on a late night, October 2, 1996. On October 3, 1996, a delivery guy was covering his regular beat when he came across a body wrapped up in a carpet. He then alerted the Kent County officials. Kent County deputies reached 76th Street, southeast between Patterson and Craft Avenue in Caledonia Township, where they located a deceased female. The woman was 29 years old when this incident occurred, and her name was Sharon K. Hammack. She was sexually assaulted, strangled, stabbed twice in the head, hogtied, and dumped on the side of a highway. The assailant assaulted the victim, leaving DNA vaginally and rectally, as well as other items, including a rope that was used to hogtie the victim. Sharon was a mother of 2 and 4 months pregnant when she was killed. This murder was one of the 12 Grand Rapid murder sprees in 1994. Although the police gathered all the DNA evidence present on the victim, they couldn't find the assailant due to a lack of resources and technology. And soon this case would turn cold. A string of crimes happened on the highways connecting the U.S., Canada, and Mexico borders over the years. There were over 500 murders along the highways of these countries and over 200 possible suspects. These strings would also connect human trafficking that occurred across the states. The possibility of suspects being long-haul truck drivers was high due to the multi-jurisdictional nature of these heinous crimes. In 2006, Maryland State Police were investigating the homicide of a woman who was assaulted and stabbed to death. The assailant left DNA in that victim's body as well. The highway patrol has been heightened over the years due to the increasing number of crimes on the highways, and the murder was very similar to that of Sharon's. Even after increased patrol by the police, they were still not able to get their hands on the murderer until 2022. On August 16, 2022, there was a regular traffic arrest of a man named Gary Artman. When police ran a check on his ID, they found that he was arrested in 1982 for a sex crime. He spent 10 years in jail in Michigan and was released in 1992. So the Mississippi Highway Patrol put him in custody and contacted the Kent County Sheriff's Office in Michigan. They verified his DNA with the crimes that occurred on the highway with the help of the Mississippi State Highway Patrol, the Mississippi Bureau of Investigations, the Forest County Sheriff's Office in Mississippi, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office in Alabama, the Columbia County Sheriff's Office in Florida, the Michigan State Police Crime Lab, the Kent County Prosecutor's Office, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. Using IgG, they were able to check that the DNA of the perpetrator found in the Maryland case in 2006 and Sharon K. Hammock's case in 1996 was from the same person. IgG showed a family tree of that DNA sequence, which included Gary Dean Artman, and his previous record showed that he worked and lived in Michigan when Hammock was killed. Further investigations reveal that shortly before the homicide, the victim was in Ontario, California, and it was found that around the same time, Gary Dean Artman was within 20 miles of Ontario, California when he was cited by local authorities. All of these clues added up to the arrest of Gary Dean Artman after 26 years, who is now being held in the Forest County Sheriff's Office in Mississippi. The Kent County Sheriff's Office is trying to extradite Gary Dean Artman to Michigan, but the extradition is still in progress. The 26-year-old cold case is now finally solved with the help of technology and diligent police officers who never gave up on cold cases by showing trust with the families that lost a loved one. On August 18, 2022, one of Sharon's case detectives knocked on Terry Nowitzka's, Sharon's sister's door and walker. The investigator wanted to make sure that the family learned of the arrest first. He had also gotten on the phone with one of Sharon's other sisters, Tina DeYoung. "We got him," DeYoung quoted the detective as saying as soon as she got on the phone. DeYoung was stunned. "It's just a flood of emotion," she told the police. "I'm happy, but I'm sad too." DeYoung said the news brought up the pain of losing her sister all over again, but she is grateful to the Kent County Sheriff's Department for never forgetting about her sister. Unfortunately, Sharon's parents, Jacob and Lois Gross, were both deceased before justice was served. "Mama, we got justice for her," DeYoung said Thursday night looking up toward the sky. "I'm sorry it didn't happen before the good Lord took you, but justice will be served. You can celebrate with her up there." Police had been working on an in-depth examination of the 1990 murders and spoke with Terry Nowitzka's in mid-May. "We would love to know who did this to her. It wasn't right for any of the girls who have done this to them. Just terrible," Terry said tearfully. Sharon was a loving sister, a loving daughter, and a loving mother to 2 children, and we miss her so badly. Taylor Wright was born on April 23, 1988. Friends and family described her as energetic and full of life. She was kind and empathetic, spending most of her life in North Carolina as she pursued her American dream. Taylor married Jeff Wright and later had a son named Drake. She earned a college degree and worked as an officer at the local police station, where she solved numerous crimes and was respected. To the outside world, Taylor's life seemed perfect. She had a loving husband, a son, and a respected job. However, the reality was that not everything in her life was as idyllic as it appeared. Taylor's close friends knew that she smoked marijuana occasionally, but she kept it a secret. During her time in the police force, she used it to manage stress and her heavy workload. She claimed that she didn't smoke regularly, only occasionally to relax after a long day. However, Jeff found out about her secret and left with her son after their divorce. This made Taylor realize that she needed to change her life. In 2016, Taylor decided to start over and move to Pensacola, Florida, a small resort town with a population of about 52,000. She likes the warm, comfortable atmosphere here. After quitting her job, she began working as a private investigator. Armed with the knowledge and experience from her previous job, She was eager to apply her skills to help her clients. Taylor divorced her husband, but faced two major challenges: child custody and financial issues. Court proceedings to divide assets and child custody were ongoing. It was a complicated divorce, and despite her efforts to reach an agreement, they were unable to reach an agreement, which dragged on. September 2017, frustrated by financial disputes, Taylor withdrew money from her bank account without telling Jeff. The money, which was her personal savings, was something she did not want to share with Jeff. After withdrawing the money, she gave it to a friend to keep. One of Taylor's friends, Ashley MacArthur, is the main character in this story. Taylor has known Ashley, a forensic scientist, for over a year. Although it was a relatively short period of time, they became very close, to the point where Taylor entrusted Ashley with a large sum of money. Ashley agreed to help and was supposed to deposit the money in a safe deposit box, keeping it a secret from Jeff until Taylor was ready to use it. However, she soon needed money to pay for a lawyer. When Taylor reached out to Ashley, she noticed that Ashley always had excuses for delaying the return of the money or only giving her small amounts. Ashley claimed she was having trouble withdrawing the funds or that there were issues with the bank. During this time, Taylor grew increasingly suspicious that something was wrong and worried that her money might have been spent. Despite Taylor's persistent requests for the full amount to be returned, Ashley continued to provide various excuses. On the evening of September 7, 2017, Taylor and her friend Cassandra Waller went out to dinner. Cassandra had quickly become close friends after Taylor moved to the area. Cassandra was new to the city, and Taylor suggested they rent an apartment together. Cassandra, a kind teacher, agreed. Over time, they developed a strong friendship. During dinner, Taylor shared her financial concerns, especially about her friend Ashley, who she believed was intentionally delaying repayment of money. Taylor expressed concern that Ashley might have spent the money or not want to pay it back. This made Taylor very anxious and stressed because she desperately needed the money to hire a good lawyer. That evening, Cassandra comforted Taylor, reassuring her that the matter would eventually be resolved, although she also had doubts about whether the money was still there. Taylor mentioned that she had scheduled a meeting with Ashley the next day, September 8th, to go to the bank together. On the morning of September 8th, as Cassandra was getting ready for work, she said goodbye to Taylor. And on her way out of the house, she saw Ashley's sitting car in the driveway. They were finally ready to take care of their banking issues. The girls said goodbye, and Cassandra drove off to school. Later that day, Ashley called Cassandra to inform her that she and Taylor had decided not to go to the bank, opting instead to go to the farm. This confused Cassandra, as she knew Taylor was in dire need of money. The night before, Taylor had been very stressed and emotional at dinner, eager to get her financial situation sorted out. Ashley explained that she and Taylor had been discussing Taylor's struggles. Ashley suggested that horseback riding might help Taylor improve spirit, therefore them to cancel their bank trip and plan an alternative vacation. This explanation seemed strange to Cassandra, but she wished them luck anyway. However, after the call, Cassandra attempted to contact Taylor but received no response to her calls or messages. Later on, Cassandra received a text from Taylor, who said she couldn't talk at the moment but would call back later. Taylor explained that she was feeling uncertain and depressed due to her divorce and the changes in her life, and that she was going out of town for a few days. Cassandra believed her and decided to give her friend some space. A couple of days later, Cassandra reached out again, asking Taylor to return home as soon as she could. After that, she received no response. As the days passed, Cassandra tried to contact Taylor several times, but Taylor continued to ignore her calls and texts, even though some of the messages were marked as read. Taylor did not return home and all of her belongings were still intact, which made Cassandra increasingly worried about her friend's safety. Cassandra wanted to see Taylor to make sure she was okay. Their neighbor said that Taylor had used drugs in the past and that she could become withdrawn during difficult times. With the difficulties Taylor was having, Cassandra was worried that she might relapse. Cassandra was feeling anxious. A week had gone by with no news, and waiting seemed pointless. Concerned, her reached out to the police. She told the officers that something was off, as Taylor was behaving unusually and had completely disappeared without explanation. In their shared apartment, there were numerous personal items belonging to Taylor that she would have taken if she had moved. There was no valid reason for her to ignore her friends until now. Taylor had never done anything like this. After hearing Cassandra's story, the police took note of the unusual aspects of the case. The police focused on the time frame of her disappearance. Naturally, they interviewed Cassandra first, since she lived in the same house as Taylor and had a close relationship with her. Meanwhile, searches were conducted in the apartment that Cassandra shared with Taylor. In the apartment, the police found Taylor's identification, some cash, and an unloaded revolver. Cassandra explained that they kept weapons in the house for self-defense, but they had never used them. There was nothing else suspicious found, but it was evident that Taylor could not have left for an extended period without her documents, money, and belongings. Cassandra was questioned several times, and she quickly felt that the police suspected her and shifted their focus to proving her innocence. Despite this, she continued to cooperate with the investigation because she wanted to find out the truth. Eventually, she was ruled out as a suspect. Police initially focused on Jeff, given their contentious divorce, which involved the division of assets in custody of their son. Jeff certainly had a strong motive to harm Taylor, but police quickly determined that he was in North Carolina at the time of her disappearance and had not left the city. He had recently remarried and was focused on building a new life with little regard for his ex-wife. Family members confirmed that despite their divorce, Jeff and Taylor remained on good terms for the sake of their 6-year-old son. Jeff was known to be non-confrontational and had never harmed Taylor. He was not even aware that she had withdrawn money and tried to conceal it. Therefore, there was no reason for him to be angry with her, prompting police to immediately eliminate him as a potential suspect. The police then decide to talk to Ashley, whom Cassandra had mentioned. Her behavior is very unusual. They bring her in for questioning, and the police quickly notice that she is even flirting with the police, which shows that she is not at all concerned about her friend's disappearance. Ashley seems to believe that Taylor is okay. She knows that Taylor has been addicted to marijuana in the past, and thinks that Taylor is not really missing but is simply indulging her addiction. Ashley speculates that after receiving some money, Taylor relapsed and went off to use. However, this explanation seems unconvincing because Ashley had previously told Cassandra about the trip to the farm, but she didn't mention that. Only when the police press her does Ashley reveal that they went to the farm because Taylor wanted to relax. During the trip, Taylor confided in her about the stress she was under from the divorce proceedings, which had affected her mental health. After some time, Taylor expressed that she was tired and wanted to go home. She called an Uber and left. Ashley reported that she hadn't seen or heard from Taylor despite making several attempts to call her. The police were aware of a money issue that Ashley was supposed to resolve but was avoiding, leading them to suspect she was hiding something. Suddenly, Ashley started mentioning a safe deposit box and money, claiming she had no knowledge of the funds being talked about. At this point, the police were confused as there was no clear information regarding the money. Police then decided to look into text messages between her and Taylor. They discovered numerous discussions about money, with Ashley frequently postponing meetings and transferring money. In the text messages, they talked about going to the bank on September 8th to withdraw money. Police requested footage from cameras near Taylor's home. After reviewing the videos, they found the women near Taylor's apartment, which matched Cassandra's earlier account. Ashley was in a car in front of the house when Cassandra left. Taylor then left the house and left with Ashley. Using geolocation, police tracked Taylor and Ashley's movements. Police reviewed surveillance footage from across the city and saw them buying beer and food, which appeared to be normal. However, no further information about their whereabouts was available after that. Inconsistencies began to appear between Ashley's testimony. However, the police decided to release her because they did not have enough evidence against her at that time. After that, Ashley contacted the police station almost daily to check on the progress of the investigation and to see if they had any new information. She wanted to help and often recounted the details of that day, as well as places where Taylor might have gone. During the conversation, she suggested that police should search alleys and talk to people who are selling illegal substances. She believed that Taylor was simply depressed and using drugs uncontrollably, and she repeatedly urged the police to follow up on this lead. She also talked about some suspicious suspects that she had seen with Taylor, despite Ashley's best efforts to appear concerned, but police are still investigating her connection to Taylor's disappearance. Video evidence shows that Ashley visited the bank after Taylor went missing. During that visit, she withdrew money from Taylor's cart. Police are particularly concerned about any potential conflict between Ashley and Taylor. Ashley had a strong motive for her actions, the $34,000 in question. It is suspected that she deliberately delayed her response because she did not want to return the money. Fearing that Taylor might report this to the police, Ashley may have decided to eliminate her friend. With Taylor missing for such a long time, there are concerns that she is no longer alive, but this needs to be confirmed. Ashley had a significant advantage. She worked for the police department and was married to a former deputy chief of the Battery Falcons. This created a difficult situation for the officers, who could not be sure of their safety while investigating her. As a result, they chose to keep the investigation secret. In October, Ashley was called in for questioning again. As the case progressed, documentary and circumstantial evidence accumulated that linked her to Taylor's disappearance. The police noticed a marked change in Ashley's behavior. She went from being outgoing and flirtatious to being withdrawn and clearly anxious. By this time, the police had verified that most of her previous statements were lies. They presented her with clear contradictions in her testimony and began investigating the cashing of hidden checks, which were likely to have forged signatures. At the very least, this could lead to accusations of fraud, but there could be darker motives behind these actions. Ashley initially claimed that she and Taylor had gone to East Milton, where they allegedly spent the day at a farm with animals. They were last seen on surveillance footage at 11:45 a.m., which was the only footage of Taylor alive during her initial interview. She was recorded on surveillance cameras in various locations throughout the day, but she was seen alone. As the police continued to talk to Ashley, she became increasingly nervous. Her answers became more confused and she struggled to explain the discrepancies in her story. The police obtained a search warrant for the farmhouse but found no evidence in the large area. They then asked about the checks to determine if they were indeed counterfeit. If the checks were genuine, that would mean that Taylor was still alive when Ashley went to the bank, but Ashley could not give a clear answer. She just said that the checks could be real. While examining the geolocation data on Ashley's cell phone, police discovered that she had been staying at Britt Road for an extended period of time. This was another farm owned by her family. In fact, they had been there for several hours before Taylor disappeared. Ashley again confirmed that Taylor was going to buy a truck from a dealership. But this time, she added new details to the story. She said that Taylor was going back to the farm. Ashley had not mentioned these details in her earlier statements, claiming that Taylor had asked her to keep the incident private. Ashley believed that Taylor was still alive and would come back, so she did not want to harm her reputation in front of the police. However, she lied multiple times, leading the police to lose trust in her. The police were very interested in the Ashley family farm in Britt Road. It was a large, isolated area that would have been a fit place to commit the crime and cover it up. During their questioning, the police noted another strange aspect of Ashley's behavior: why she did not contact the police immediately when Taylor promised to return but did not show up. It was clear that Taylor was in trouble and needed help. Although Ashley tried to show concern to the police, she made no effort to find Taylor. Why did she wait until she was called in for questioning to show concern? These questions remain unanswered, but the police believe that Ashley was withholding important information. After her trip to the farm with Taylor, Ashley frequently called the police station to check on the investigation into her friend's disappearance, especially after her initial interview. She was anxious to know if she was being considered a suspect. After her conversation with the police, Ashley realized that she was the prime suspect in the case. She decided to ask for a lawyer, which ended her visit to the police station. On the morning of October 19th, 2017, Ashley returned home. That afternoon, police obtained a search warrant for the farm where she and Taylor had been staying. Specially trained dogs were deployed in the search, and within 2 hours, they discovered a suspicious burial site. It was a small pit that appeared to have been recently dug and had been covered with concrete. A human skull was found in a shallow grave, along with other remains that had been hastily buried in the dirt and construction debris. The victim died from a gunshot wound to the head. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, the body could not be identified at the scene. However, based on clothing and jewelry, it is believed that it was Taylor. An autopsy confirmed that the body was Taylor Wright, 30. The identification was completed using dental records and DNA analysis. Ashley was arrested that evening, October 19, 2018, and charged with premeditated murder. Ashley's defense attorney believed in her innocence, but the abundance of circumstantial evidence made it challenging to convince the jury of her non-involvement in the crime. The attorney focused on Ashley's psychological profile, portraying her as sweet, pretty, and a police officer, which seemed inconsistent with being a violent criminal. Friends and family described Ashley as quiet, modest, and incapable of murder, especially when considering her physical attributes. In contrast, Taylor was physically stronger, leading the prosecution to question the defense's arguments. The lawyer developed his strategy based on the fact that the police lacked direct evidence to prove Ashley's guilt. There was no murder weapon, no witnesses, and no DNA linking Ashley to the body. This made it difficult for the prosecutor's office to connect Ashley to the crime. One witness was the victim's ex-husband, Jeff. He stated that he reached out to Ashley a few days after his Taylor went missing, trying to locate her to address some matters related to their marriage and divorce. Jeff contacted Ashley via social media. She claimed that the last time she saw Taylor was when she was exchanging money. She expressed concern about whether Taylor had arrived safely. This was a new detail that Ashley had never mentioned before, leading the police to realize that she was a pathological liar who had deceived everyone around. Although Jeff was initially investigated and cleared as a suspect due to a solid alibi, he still had a strong motive. The lawyer attempted to redirect the jury's attention to Jeff's possible involvement in his ex-wife's murder, but these efforts were unsuccessful. The testimonies from Ashley's close friends greatly influenced the jury. They revealed that the Ashley was not as she seemed. She frequently visited a strip club. Bartenders and staff stated that just before Taylor went missing, Ashley spoke negatively about Taylor. Later, a gun associated with Taylor's death was discovered in Ashley's house. After new evidence emerged, the Ashley admitted to spiking Taylor's beer with a strong substance. However, when Taylor took a sip, she noticed the drink tasted odd and clearly spoiled. She spat it out and refused to drink anymore, which likely led to the failure of Ashley's poisoning plan. Despite this admission, Ashley denied any involvement in the shooting of her friend. The prosecution argued that she had a strong motive. Ashley was holding onto a large sum of Taylor's money and was delaying returning it. Taylor desperately needed the money to pay her lawyer. So if Ashley delayed paying, Taylor would likely report the matter to the police. This situation gave Ashley a motive to get rid of her friend. The police later discovered the reason for the delay in returning the money. Ashley had been secretly having an affair with a man named Brandon without her husband's knowledge. It was revealed that she had spent all of the money on Brandon, including giving him a motorcycle just weeks before Taylor went missing. This coincided with the time she had received money from Taylor. In court, Brandon admitted that Ashley had frequently given him expensive gifts, but he did not know where she got the money, as she had no other source for such a large sum of money. The police tracked Ashley's movements and discovered that she had gone to Home Depot after Taylor went missing. The police spoke to a sales clerk who confirmed that Ashley had purchased several bags of quick-drying solution. When the substance found in Taylor's grave was tested, it matched the quick-drying compound mentioned by the hardware store employee. This suggests that Ashley attempted to quickly hide Taylor's body on the farm to avoid detection. However, Ashley's attorney argued that she was not physically able to carry the heavy bags, dig the grave, and move Taylor's body. The jury then deliberated for about 4 hours and found Ashley MacArthur guilty of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison, eligible for parole after 25 years. She also served an additional 7 years for fraud related to Taylor Wright's finances. On June 13, 1993, the Minneapolis Police Department received a call from a resident of the Minneapolis Horn Tower apartment complex. The shivering voice told the PD that there was blood in the leaking water. When police went to find the source, they discovered a woman stabbed to death in her Minneapolis apartment. The bloody crime scene itself bore evidence of cold-blooded brutal murder, but none had a clue about who the perpetrator was. So who was the monster that never hesitated to kill this woman in her own apartment? Was it some stranger who wasn't supposed to be there? Today's case takes us to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Located in the southern part, is the largest city in Minnesota. With adjoining St. Paul to the east, the city forms the Twin Cities metropolitan area. A 6-hour drive from Chicago, Minneapolis is famous for its cultural diversity, its parkway system, and the thundering cold of winter. Although Minneapolis was known for having safe neighborhoods, it would turn out not to be safe for our victim, Jean Childs. Jean N. was born in 1958 to Eugene and Betty Ekman in Ascension, Minnesota. To her loving family, she was Jeannie, the apple of their eyes. However, Jean's life would not go as smoothly as her mother would have expected. Jean's emotional trauma began after her stepfather was shot dead by her uncle, who was her stepfather's business partner in 1971. Nothing was normal after his untimely demise. Jean dropped out of school in 6th grade and ran away from home numerous times. Although she came back each time after just a few days, she moved out of her mother's house when she reached her late teenage years. Soon she developed a drug addiction, and to pay for the drugs she entered into sex work. After moving to Minneapolis from her hometown of Ascension, married Alfred Childs. Despite her troubled past, Jean was loved by Alfred's family. She too fell in love with them. After a hysterectomy, she was not able to conceive children, but she left no stone unturned to be a loving and caring stepmother to Alfred's 3 children from his prior relationships. However, the marriage fell apart after some time and Jean seemed to return to her previous profession. After the separation from Alfred, she started dating a guy named Arthur Gray. In 1993, they were living in an apartment unit on the 21st floor of Horn Towers on Pillsbury Avenue in Minneapolis, which was leased to Arthur. Allegedly, this was the unit that Jean used for her sex services and Arthur was her pimp. Everything seemed normal for Arthur and Jean until 1993. On June 13, 1993, a neighbor in their apartment called the police and told them about a water leakage mixed with blood in his residence. The police immediately reached the spot and upon inspection, they determined that the blood was coming from an adjacent apartment, which was Arthur and Jean's apartment. So as the police entered, a bloody crime scene was waiting for them. Inside the apartment, the floor was full of water mixed with blood. The bedroom window was open and the screen was missing. The shower was unoccupied yet left running. Investigators soon found Jean's dead body wedged between the bed and the dresser, wearing nothing but socks. She had multiple stab wounds all over her body. Blood was splattered on the walls of the bedroom, living room, and even the bathroom. This indicated that the attack was prolonged and that the attacker perhaps chased Jean all over her apartment before brutally murdering her. There was no shortage of blood evidence. Several items were taken to the lab for DNA testing, including the bedding, a towel, a washcloth, a red t-shirt, and a blood-soaked comforter. And arrestingly, while all the other items had only blood on them, the comforter had semen on it along with blood. However, the most appalling evidence for the investigators was a bloody footprint left at the crime scene near the dead body. After the crime scene examination, the body was taken to the medical examiner's office to perform an autopsy. The autopsy revealed Jean had a total of 65 stab wounds across her neck, chest, abdomen, back, hands, arms, and buttocks. It was almost everywhere on her body. The vicious attack did not even stop with this poor woman's death, as many of the stabbings were inflicted after death. One wound was so forcefully imposed that it went right through her heart, exposing her internal organs. Despite having a bucket full of genetic evidence, the investigation wasn't moving anywhere. An unidentified male profile was made from the DNA collected from the crime scene, but when they ran the criminal database, no match was found. Due to her profession, Jean used to let strangers come into her apartment every now and then, which made it impossible for the investigators to line up suspects. No witnesses ever came forward with information. Unfortunately, this case garnered little to no media attention. Without having any solid leads, this case quickly went cold and stayed so until 2015. All the while, Jean's family mourned her loss and hoped that one day justice would be served. Refusing to let go of hope, Jean's mother Betty always kept in close contact with investigators regarding the case. With a tag of horribly difficult to crack in the DNA evidence sitting in storage, this case remained one of the most brutal cases in Minneapolis. The cruelty was never in question. The question was, who did it? In order to provide answers to the family in 2015, the case was reopened in light of new DNA technology advances. In all these years, DNA technology has changed with unbelievable developments, one of them being DNA genealogy, aka tracking family trees that are generated through public profiles. This is a powerful tool that has proved to be priceless to law enforcement and solving cold cases. Although the case was reopened in 2015, it took 3 more years to discover the truth. Following the DNA trail finally led the investigators to the suspect, a Minneapolis resident named Jerry Westrom. Authorities revealed that they obtained the data from a public profile where either Westrom or a close family member of his submitted the DNA to learn more about the family members. When the police looked into the profile, Jerry Westrom was a businessman from Isanti, Minnesota. He ran a 92-acre organic farm in Cambridge in Isanti County. He was a married man with 3 children. Formerly, he owned a pair of gas stations and a Sears appliance store. Though he was a resident of Isanti from April 91 to December 93, he lived in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. At the time of Jean's murder, he was a 27-year-old man residing near her apartment. Although back in 1993, Westrom's DNA was not in the criminal database, he was no stranger to the law in the latter part of his life. In 2004, he was convicted of the misdemeanor of carrying a pistol without a permit in Isanti County and driving while impaired. He was sentenced to 90 days for the former charge and 6 months for the latter charge. In 2011, he was convicted of driving while impaired with a sentence of 1 year, which he did not fully serve. Again, in 2012, he was convicted of driving while impaired. In 2015, he was convicted of a misdemeanor for attempting to hire or engage in sex work in a public place in Stearns County, Minnesota, for which he was sentenced to 20 days in jail. In 2018, detectives had a suspect in their sights thanks to genetic genealogy testing. But they still needed more evidence to officially charge Westrom. In order to obtain a DNA sample from Westrom without his knowledge, detectives began to tail him. They got their chance when Westrom discarded a used napkin after eating a hot dog while he was accompanying his daughter to a hockey match. The DNA was taken from the napkin and sent to the lab for DNA testing. When the results came back, it was a match for Jean Killer's DNA left at the crime scene. So he was arrested in February 2019. On February 14, 2019, Jerry Westrom was charged with second-degree murder and the 1993 stabbing of Jean Childs. The next day, he posted bail of $500,000. Then, on June 25, 2020, he was indicted for first-degree premeditated murder for the same crime. 1 month later, on July 24, 2020, he pleaded not guilty to the charges. Westrom's trial began in August 2022. The defense claimed that they had the wrong man. They also pointed out the other suspect, Jean's other boyfriend, Arthur Gray. Arthur did have a reputation for being abusive, and some of his hair was also found in the victim's hand. However, after so many years have passed, Arthur is now dead. Regardless of that, the prosecution called a friend of Arthur's who testified that they were on an out-of-town motorcycle event during the murder of Jean. The prosecutors also argued that not only was Westrom's DNA matched with the attacker's DNA, but also his footprint was completely matched with the bloody footprint left at the crime scene. This evidence puts Westrom right where the murder occurred as Jean's assailant. It was also argued that the attack was moved from room to room and he had plenty of time to stop, but he did not, that he showed he really intended to murder. Westrom's family supported him throughout the court proceedings and trial. In a document, his wife said the family was forced to liquidate all assets and sell a century-old family farm to pay for his bail in defense. After just 2 hours of deliberation, a jury found Jerry Westrom guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and second-degree intentional murder of Jean and Childs on August 25, 2022. On September 9, 2022, Hennepin County District Judge Juan Oyo sentenced 56-year-old Jerry Westrom to life in prison. He will be required to serve 30 years before the possibility of parole. Family and loved ones talked about how wonderful Jean was and the lasting impact of her murder left on their lives. Jean's mother, Betty Eekman, who never lost hope, said in court, "Never thought for one second that it would be the last time I would talk to her and say goodbye. I've waited so many years to have this end. This has put my life through so much hell." Jean's niece, Melissa Bolo, who was just a child in '93, said, "I remember the knot in my stomach. I was crying so hard that I couldn't breathe, and I remember her laying in her casket and we were begging her, 'Please wake up.'" Jean's sister Cindy Kosnick had a statement read into the court record. "My children have grown up never knowing their Aunt Jean. I am so sorry that we never got to say goodbye. Your death has forever changed our lives." Amber Childs has fond memories of her stepmother Jean. "She was barely 4 years old when Jean passed away. I do remember she tucked me in when I was a little girl," she said. "She was like a mom to me, obviously. She was my mother once upon a time." Alfred Childs, now 84, expressed his thoughts by saying, "It took me to the twilight zone. It was really something else. Nothing was right after that. Everything was gone. Only the DNA technology made it possible to apprehend the monster who was behind this heinous act." After 30 years of waiting, Jean's family finally got justice. But this case makes us wonder, how many killers are roaming around us with a good citizen's mask? The case of Tristan Borlase. Jeffrey Borlase, Tristan's father, was born on April 16, 1975. He was the pastor of the Conservative Baptist Bible Fellowship Church, a Protestant religious movement with Mennonite roots. Tristan was raised in an environment where personal piety was of utmost importance, and there was a constant sense of being under the strict and watchful eye of God. The foundation of his upbringing was the serious and careful study of the Bible, regular church attendance, and moral instruction. Any form of entertainment, even laughter and colorful clothing, was frowned upon. Good works, charity, missionary work, love for enemies, and the renunciation of all kinds of violence were considered virtuous. Jeffrey was raised by his father, Pastor Harry Boras, and developed a kind, loving, gentle, and patient personality. As a young man, Jeffrey got a summer job at the Big Surf water park in Missouri. On his first day, he met Tanya, a charming and meek girl of the same age. They shared similar views and upbringings, having grown up in families where Christian values were paramount. Tanya, a patient, humble, and selfless girl, saw in Jeffrey an ideal future husband and caring father. She gave him a picture of an elderly couple holding hands, saying that would be them one day. Kathy, Jeffrey's mother, fervently prayed that God would bless her son with a wife who loved the Lord wholeheartedly. She believed her prayers were answered when Jeffrey married a young woman who shared their strong Christian faith. The newlyweds' family became a continuation of the ideals they were raised with. Tanya carefully preserved the cherished photograph of the family in their album. Soon, the young couple welcomed their first child, a delightful daughter named Taylor. Over time, 3 more children were born, the youngest being a son they named Tristan. Taylor became a caring and supportive big sister to her siblings. She was especially close with her younger brother Tristan, and they bonded over shared interests like sports, music, and mischief. The family believed that raising children meant nurturing their spiritual growth and fostering a connection with God. As the original 4 children grew older, the parents decided to expand their family by adopting 4 more boys from an orphanage, fulfilling their Christian obligation. Open, loving, and friendly to everyone, the family becomes more crowded. According to the family's religious beliefs, children were prohibited from using cell phones and social media until a certain age, and asceticism in needs and desires was encouraged. The children were prohibited from dating girls until the end of high school, that is, until the age of 18. The study of the Bible and other religious matters were mandatory. Otherwise, the children would grow up like any other child. The parents did not distinguish between their native and adopted children. They all received the same attention, care, and affection. Tanya created a harmonious atmosphere and carefully monitored the internal order and relationships between siblings. She prayed a lot and did good deeds. Jeffrey and Tanya believed that virtue should be cultivated through their own actions, and they taught their children mercy through example. When the people of Haiti were hit by a hurricane, Tanya sold her expensive wedding ring and sent the money to a foundation that was building homes for the victims. In exchange, she bought a simple and cheaper ring. In 2015, Taylor graduated from high school and moved to Boone to attend Appalachian State University. This event left Tristan deeply saddened. He was left alone. Tristan had rebelled against the restrictions imposed on him since childhood and disagreed with his parents' religious beliefs. He was frustrated by the lack of a cell phone and the inability to communicate with his peers on social networks, considering such communication an integral part of modern teenage life. After Taylor's departure, conflicts with his parents became more frequent. In December 2017, there were positive changes in the family's life. Jeffrey, his wife, and their children moved to a new house with a large lot in Deep Gap, Watauga County, North Carolina. The house was located on a dirt road leading into a wooded area and was significantly more spacious than their previous residence. The new home was just under 2 miles from Tanya's mother, Robin's house. The proximity made Jeffrey easy to go to her for help with the younger children whenever needed. It's unclear whether the move was a pleasant change for Tristan, as he had to change schools and environment. In Watauga, he attended the local high school and joined the track team. Other children managed to get jobs as camp counselors during the summer. At first glance, it might seem like there were no issues in the Borlase household, but that wasn't the case. Tristan's behavior became increasingly concerning over time. In 2018, the school required several consultations with a psychologist to address issues with anger management and impulsive behavior. By 2019, when Tristan was in high school, he began to struggle with certain academic subjects, despite his strong abilities. These academic difficulties only worsened as time passed. The transition had transformed Tristan from a diligent, engaged student to an indifferent, withdrawn teenager. Lost interest in his studies. Tristan started skipping classes a lot and showed no interest in learning. During lessons, he would put on his headphones and look checked out. Some teachers tried to help him, but he remained indifferent and unengaged. Tristan's behavior at home was also an issue. He often argued with his parents about getting his own phone and using social media. Tristan spent a lot of time online, and on Instagram he described himself as a musician. Closely followed her siblings' lives and noticed that Tristan frequently argued with his parents, especially his mother, about religious topics. She also learned that Tristan had other issues at school. Though Taylor tried to talk to her younger brother, the closeness they once shared had faded. After some time, Tristan befriended a girl from their religious community, Evelyn Faith Jackson. They started meeting up, disregarding the prohibition on intimate relations. Occasionally, they even smoked prohibited substances. Tristan also complained about his mother, who would discuss his behavior with him at night, leaving him tired and unable to focus in school. He was very concerned that he had many flaws that prevented him from meeting his mother's expectations and that she could not be proud of him. On April 10th, many secret things about Tristan's life came to light. Surveillance cameras were installed in the goat pen, and Tristan's old mobile phone, which he sometimes used secretly, was revealed. That day, Tanya took the phone for some reason and read text messages in which her son was having sexual conversations with girls and discussing illegal drugs with them. His parents contacted him through a family chat, informing him about information found on his old phone. That same day, Sherry King, Tristan's English teacher, called his mother to express concerns about his grades and behavior. Tristan's mother called back and stated that she and her husband would arrive at the school soon to discuss Tristan's grades with him. Sherry King then relayed this information to Tristan, who was greatly surprised by the news. Tristan's parents went to the high school to attend to what was going on. Tristan's conversation with his mother revolved around several crucial topics. They discussed the importance of academic success, maintaining appropriate relationships with girls, and the dangers of illegal drugs. His mother also expressed her preference for him to only study Christianity rather than exploring other religions. Tristan felt compelled to listen and recognized areas where he needed improvement. Together, they compiled a list of desirable qualities, such as compassion and honesty. At one point, Tristan's mother approached him from behind, placed her arm around his neck, and applied pressure. This action prompted Tristan to instinctively react, causing him to turn around and accidentally elbow his mother. According to him, his mother had never done something like that, and that's why he reacted that way. His mother was startled by the blow, grabbed what he thought were a pair of scissors from a shelf, and approached her son. He, in a state of shock at what was happening, stabbed her, believing he was defending himself, and ran to get help from his father. That day, Tristan arrived at his grandmother's, Robin, around 8:30 p.m. to pick up his younger brother, who found this unusual. Tristan explained their parents urgently needed to go to the store. 20 minutes later, another sibling called Robin, saying that he couldn't reach his parents and that they hadn't picked him up after work. Robin then called another child, Alexis, and asked her to pick up her brother, after which they agreed to meet at Jeffrey and Tanya's house to investigate. As they approached the house, Robin saw blood on the porch. Inside, blood was everywhere. Alexis found a body under the hammock and saw Tristan with blood on his face fleeing. Alexis called emergency services, who advised the family to lock themselves in the car until the police arrived. The police arrived 10 minutes later. After waiting and talking to officers, they were taken to the station and informed that Jeffrey and Tanya had been found dead. Tristan contacted his girlfriend Evelyn and came to her place. She noticed that he seemed concerned and had some scratches on his forehead and arms. However, Tristan assured her that he had just had an argument with his parents and got the scratches from playing with his dog. Evelyn described Tristan's injuries as 3 scratches on his forehead, a wound on his hand, a cut on his finger, and a bruised fingernail. Tristan posted a photo of his injuries on Snapchat right after the incident, claiming he was hurt by his father's dog. His girlfriend confirmed that the photo matched the injuries she had observed on him that evening. Tristan spent the night at his girlfriend's place, and the next morning, they went to Walmart and McDonald's, initially planning to go to school, but then changed their minds. Evelyn believed that Tristan wanted to get away from his parents for some time, so she offered for him to stay with one of her relatives. Tristan agreed, and they traveled to another state. On April 11th, the sheriff's office personnel obtained access to the video surveillance system at the Borlase home. They reviewed the footage and learned the details of the crime. Police then obtained a warrant for Tristan's arrest and reported details of the vehicle he allegedly used to commit the crime to the National Crime Information Center. Inspector Matthew receives information that Tristan has been seen in Tennessee and begins the process of arresting him. Tristan was driving a car with Evelyn. He noticed blue police lights following them. He sped up in an attempt to evade the police. However, he eventually pulled over and the car was surrounded by police cars. Evelyn was confused to see her boyfriend being handcuffed and taken away in a squad car. During his interview with investigator Matthew on April 11, 2019, Tristan remained calm and cooperative. He confessed to the crime and provided a detailed account of his actions, at times becoming emotional. Tristan Borlase, a month away from his 18th birthday, was taken into custody without bail. The sheriff's office obtained a warrant to investigate Tristan's Snapchat account in 5 of his cell phones, which may have contained information related to the crime. A search warrant was also issued for the Orchard Road home, where detectives found various items, including another phone, a keyboard, a pen from a safe, paper cups, a hammer, a straw, knives, a red-stained swab, eyeglasses, a kitchen towel, a hammock, a digital video recorder, a rug, and miscellaneous papers, South Dakota cards, and boots. Additionally, a search warrant was issued for the Ford F-150 truck, and a red-stained swab, laptop, computer charger, and steering wheel cover were seized. A warrant was issued to search the home of Tristan's girlfriend in Boone, where he was spending the night. Investigators seized a pillowcase, a zippered sweatshirt, and a notebook from the house. Funeral services for Jeffrey and Tanya were held on April 17, 2019, at Bible Fellowship Church, officiated by Pastors William and Brad Gray. The children, despite the devastating loss of their parents at a young age, found the strength to write a touching obituary. Our parents never got the opportunity to live for themselves because they always lived for us. Jeffrey and Tanya have always been an incredible joy to their parents and always a source of pride. Our parents made the world a better place, and we hope to continue that legacy by passionately loving people and pursuing Jesus. After the funeral, Taylor visited her younger brother in prison for the first time and was unpleasantly struck by his behavior. Tristan not only showed no remorse, but even tried to blame the family for what had happened. It seemed to her sister that he was convinced he would regain his freedom sooner or later. Taylor felt disgusted, turned around, and left. Her second visit took place on May 11th, on Tristan's birthday. This time she came with Robin. The meeting did not differ significantly from the previous one. Her brother boasted about the celebration that had been held in his honor in the prison for his birthday. Taylor found his behavior unacceptable, especially since her parents had tragically passed away. After this visit, the family decided to cut off all contact with Tristan. According to the neighbors, they heard loud screams on the Borlase home. After the incident, Tristan returned to the house and vomited, which, according to the psychologist's opinion, indicated severe stress rather than cold-blooded, calculated murder. However, the jury disagreed with the psychologist's assessment. They had access to the forensic medical examiner reports presented at the trial. Jeffrey's autopsy report noted multiple stab wounds to his left chest and back, slash wounds to his arms and hands, as well as abrasions to his skull and forehead. Tanya's autopsy report indicated that she suffered multiple stab wounds, including to her left chest, back, and arm, as well as injuries that may have been sustained when her neck was compressed. The results suggest that the parents were defending themselves, not attacking. The psychologist concluded that Tristan Borlase was mentally sane at the time of the crime, but he was experiencing a severely impaired cognitive state, including depersonalization, derealization, and a feeling that the events were unreal. However, the court and jury rejected the psychologist's opinion, finding Tristan to be a skillful manipulator and a socially dangerous individual. The trial began on February 16, 2022. During the trial, Tristan expressed remorse for what had happened. He agreed with everything his family had said about him and supported the decision for a permanent restraining order so that the family would feel safe. On March 3rd, Tristan Borlase was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for each count of first-degree murder. Hakeem Horn, the judge, acknowledged that Tristan Borlase's mental health issues were a somewhat extenuating circumstance. The psychologist's assessment revealed that Tristan was still grappling with anxiety, depression, and symptoms akin to post-traumatic stress disorder. However, the judge noted that the psychologist found no signs of psychotic disorders, although Tristan's anxiety and depression may have been exacerbated by his ongoing use of illegal substances. The most unusual fact in this story is that neither Tristan's family nor his lawyer nor Tristan himself made any statements about the motives that led to the crime. There was a devout family and a socially dangerous man who consumed illegal drugs, who did not fully understand the reasons for what happened and did not properly express the misunderstanding. On the one hand, there was a young man with low self-esteem, prone to depression, who showed signs of anxiety and did not receive the necessary qualified medical attention. Tamara Ann Hayes, known as Tammy, was born on April 13, 1973 to Steve and Nancy and lived in Yankton, South Dakota, where she also graduated high school. On September 18, 1992, 19-year-old Tammy and her boyfriend Eric were last seen at a homecoming party in Yankton at a farmhouse at 897th Road about 11:15 p.m. Around that time, several people at the party claimed that they heard yelling coming from the area of Eric's car, but no one checked it out. The next day, when Tammy didn't show up, her family reported her missing. Her body was found 5 days later in a ravine not far from the farmhouse where the party was held. She was found by a golfer searching for golf balls just across the South Dakota border into Nebraska near a golf course. The autopsy showed she had died from hyperflexion of her neck. Authorities believed the injury to be a result of foul play and said at the time evidence showed she had been in the trunk of a car and dumped in that ravine. Her estimated time of death was listed between 12:35 and 1 a.m., over an hour from the time she was last seen at the party. The autopsy also showed that due to the pooling of blood in her body, she would have been dumped in the ravine approximately 30 minutes after her death. She had multiple defense wounds and a tear in her intestinal wall, consistent with blunt force trauma. She had abrasions on her back, consistent with being dragged across asphalt. Yellow paint from the road was also found on her body. Her clothing was covered in urine from 2 different people. One urine sample was matched to Eric. Another partygoer claimed that, as a joke, he urinated in Eric's car through an open window at 11:35. Eric told police that they left the party at 10:45 and went to his parents' house. He claimed that she took off walking to her aunt's home between 12:30 and 1 a.m. and that was the last time he saw her. Several people that traveled on that road during that time period denied seeing Tammy walking. The partygoer that urinated in Eric's car stated that he saw Eric cleaning his car the next day and he assumed he was cleaning it because he had urinated in it. When Eric was asked by police about washing his car, he did not mention anything about urine. A friend of Eric stated that on the night of the party, Eric came to the restaurant that his father owned and calmly stated that, "Think I killed a girl," in the midst of their conversation. Investigators would find one of Tammy's hairs in the trunk of Eric's car, and fibers were found on her clothing that matched his floor mats. Plastic was also found on her clothing that matched plastic found in his trunk. He claimed that days before, they shared a beach towel that was in his trunk, and that is why the hair, plastic, and fibers were found. Just days before the statute of limitations would expire in 1995, police arrested Eric for her murder. He was tried on third-degree manslaughter in 1996 but was acquitted. Since the crime took place near the Knox and Cedar County line in Nebraska, the trial was set in Nebraska instead of South Dakota. The jury sent a question to the judge during their hours of deliberation about whether the crime had to take place in Cedar County, Nebraska, for Eric to be found guilty. The judge answered yes, and since prosecutors couldn't tell the jury where the alleged altercation between Eric and Tammy had taken place, he was acquitted. Judge Maurice Redmond, who presided over the trial, was rated the worst judge in Nebraska in 2004 by the State Bar Association, stating that he sometimes showed partiality in the courtroom. After his trial, Eric moved to Minnesota and got married. His wife stated that when she later found out about the trial via Facebook that she confronted him and he allegedly admitted to killing Tammy. His wife then divorced him. Sadly, Tammy's gravesite has been vandalized many times and her killer has not been brought to justice. As of today, this case remains unsolved. Bethany Ann Sinclair was born October 15, 1985 and nicknamed Beth. She and her mother, Tina Sinclair, lived with Tina's boyfriend, Eugene Van Bowman Jr. on Mountain Road in Chesterfield, New Hampshire in 2001. Eugene goes by his middle name Van. According to reports filed by Chesterfield police officers, several visits were made to the residence for domestic incidents while Beth and Tina lived there. One time, Van allegedly doused Tina in kerosene and attempted to ignite it, but was never charged with the crime. 15-year-old Beth and her mother 34-year-old Tina were reported missing on February 10, 2001. But according to Van, they were last seen 6 days earlier. Van told police that he and Tina had an argument the day before, and he left the house only to return 2 hours later to find Tina and Beth and some of their belongings gone. However, their beloved 15-year-old cat and Tina's vehicle were still at the residence. Van told police that the car had a flat tire and they must have called for a ride. The last known person to talk to Beth was her boyfriend. They talked on the phone the night before they disappeared from 11:30 p.m. to midnight and made plans for Valentine's. Someone called Keene High School on February 5th, the day after they disappeared, to report Beth was sick and would miss school. Authorities are uncertain of the caller's identity, but stated the employee believed it to be a woman's voice. Tina's sister, Sharon Gary, said that she had been concerned for Beth's safety because Van had been charged with molesting his 8-year-old daughter years prior in 1991, but it would be 10 years before he would face charges. Sharon had pleaded with her sister to allow Beth to come live with her in Connecticut to keep her away from him. He pleaded guilty to the crime the same year Beth and Tina went missing. He was released on parole but arrested again after violating his parole. Sadly, Sharon and Tina had an argument in October of 2000 regarding the situation and had not spoken since that time. According to Sharon, Tina said that she would get herself out of the relationship with Van, but that never happened. Sharon does not believe that Tina left of her own accord with Beth in February 2001. At the time, Tina had just graduated from cosmetology school and dreamed of opening her own beauty salon. Beth's father, Tina's ex-husband, said he did not believe she would have left without telling anyone. There has not been any activity on Tina's bank account, cell phone, or credit card since her disappearance, and she never cashed her last paycheck. There has also been no activity on either of their social security numbers. Van's home bordered the Connecticut River, and he was seen on the river in his yellow Scat hovercraft at 4:30 a.m. on February 4th, just a few hours after Beth had hung up the phone with her boyfriend. However, an extensive search of the area produced no clues as to their whereabouts. Authorities suspect that foul play was involved in their cases. Suspiciously, Van has reportedly refused to cooperate with investigators. He has not been named as a suspect, but is being called a person of interest. When Sharon went to the home, she found a carving in the cement floor of the garage that must have been done when it was wet. It said Tina, Bethany, and Van with the date 2000 and a flower, but the names Tina and Bethany had been chipped away and Van has since sold the home. No one has been arrested in this case, and as of today, it remains unsolved. Curtis Pahan was born July 11, 1959 and went by the nickname Kurt. After graduating high school, he worked for a while as a police dispatcher, then joined the Army where he served as a military police officer in Korea. In 1983, he joined the Concord Police Department in Concord, New Hampshire after returning to the U.S. He was a police officer in Concord for 10 years, but had to retire from the job when he was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 1994. In 1998, he began working the graveyard shift as a security guard at Venture Corporation in Seabrook. The business manufactured plastic parts for automobiles, but has since shut down. The job had fewer physical requirements than a police officer's and didn't require him to carry a gun, which would have been difficult due to his limited mobility. At the time he got the new job, he was living at the Highland Inn, a residential motel on Highland Avenue in Hampton. His family stated that he rarely socialized and was often depressed as the result of his medical condition. On July 3, 2000, he bought a gun back from his father that he had sold to him several years earlier when he was having financial difficulties. He had a legal permit to carry the gun concealed and kept it loaded. The next day, he arrived at work at approximately 9:30 p.m. and his coworkers said he appeared to be in good spirits and was behaving normally at the time. His supervisor called and checked in with him at approximately 12 a.m. and there were no issues to report. Around the same time, there were reportedly 2 cars full of rowdy individuals parked at the extra mark across the street. Soon after, his vehicle caught fire in the parking lot and he called the fire department after attempting to extinguish the fire himself. Firefighters stated that he appeared very calm considering his car was a total loss and a lot of his belongings, including some of his most treasured possessions, were lost in the fire. It is unknown how the fire started, though investigators believe he may have started it accidentally or that it was started by criminals in order to provide a distraction while they committed a crime. However, his car contained no signs of accelerants or accidental ignition. About 3:20 a.m., an hour and a half after the fire was extinguished, the security supervisor for the factory talked with Kurt, who said he felt fine about it. The supervisor left him at 3:25 a.m. 20 minutes later, a worker arriving at the factory noticed that he wasn't at his station. Kurt's last entry in his logbook was placed at 2 a.m. upon the fire department's arrival at the scene. Several co-workers taking a break saw him walking around the factory at approximately 3:15 a.m. This was the last reported sighting of him. About 15 minutes later, a night shift foreman noticed 2 vehicles speeding away from the factory. It's reported that a door had been kicked and 2 vending machines and a coin machine in the factory were damaged during his shift that night. It is suspected that the vandalism may have something to do with his disappearance. Kurt had recently told his family that he was concerned about possible illegal activity, including drug deals in Venture Corporation's parking lot. He told loved ones that he feared for his safety and stated that a coworker had threatened to kill him over a parking ticket he had given him. The night of his disappearance, only about a dozen employees were working in the factory instead of the usual 100 due to the July 4th holiday, and he was concerned because he had no backup in case anything went wrong on the job. The gun Kurt purchased from his father was located inside his apartment at the Highland Inn after his disappearance, and it was still wrapped in the paper bag his father had sold it to him in. His family does not believe he committed suicide, and there is no evidence to lead investigators to theorize he killed himself. There were no deliveries to the plant that night, and no taxis made pickups in the area at the time of his disappearance. The only calls he placed from the guard shack that night were to his mother. Multiple sclerosis would have made it difficult for him to have walked very far. His loved ones believe foul play was involved in his disappearance, and they believe he was abducted and murdered. A coworker of his, Robert April, is considered a person of interest in his case. Multiple people reported that Robert allegedly bragged that he killed Kurt when he caught him stealing at the factory and then buried his body. Despite being named numerous times in local media as a suspect, he has never given an interview or made any public statements in an attempt to clear his name. He also refused a polygraph test when he was officially questioned by police. He has been in trouble with the law since, but in each case he was either acquitted or the charges were dropped. It is speculated that 2 employees of the factory set Kurt's car on fire to create a diversion while they used forklifts to break into the vending and coin machines, but were caught by Kurt, which ultimately led to his murder. Recently, investigators have stated that information gathered over time has helped them piece together what happened, including the identity of the person they believed murdered Curtis. But a lack of witness testimony has kept the case from closing. Kurt was declared legally dead in April of 2008, but as of today, this case remains unsolved. Michael Anthony McLean was born February 5, 1990 to Edward Impala and is nicknamed Mike. He is described as funny, humble, and very kind. He went to Stanford High School in Connecticut and then earned a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Hester College, which is now called Mount Washington College. In 2019, 29-year-old Mike lived in Manchester and was employed by Easter Seals New Hampshire, a nonprofit organization that provides resources for people with disabilities, veterans, and senior citizens. He was specifically working with autistic children. April 21, 2019. He went to the Tropical Lounge nightclub with a couple friends in Nashua, New Hampshire. While Mike and his friends were at the nightclub, there was an altercation in the parking lot as the club was closing between 2 women, one of whom Mike knew Mike, and the woman had been dancing prior to the altercation, and it is reported that her ex-boyfriend was also in the club at the time. Mike intervened in the altercation between the 2 women and tried to de-escalate the situation, but the crowd didn't disperse until the police arrived at 1:45 a.m. and he became separated from his friends. He was seen walking on East Hollis Street towards McDonald's. He then called his boss, Nicole, who was a friend of his, at 1:49 a.m. and said, "They're after me more than one." And then the call ended. She tried calling him right back, but there was no answer. She attempted to call him once more and then sent him several texts, but he did not reply. He also sent 3 texts to a neighbor that read help at 1:55 a.m. and another text that was garbled and a third one that read Eldridge Bro at 2:15 a.m. The last text sent to his neighbor was sent at 2:27 a.m. due to the garbled nature of the text. Authorities believe he was using voice to text at the time and the texts were possibly accidentally sent. Eldridge may have been a reference to an alley called Eldridge Street, which is near the nightclub. He was then seen at the McDonald's around 2:30 a.m. where he got something to eat. This is where his phone last pinged and the battery most likely died. He then was seen entering a Speedway gas station and asked to use the phone. He was last sighted on video surveillance entering and exiting a parking garage at the condo complex Riverfront Landing in the area of Bancroft Street and the Merrimack River at 3:30 a.m. His family believes he went to the condo complex to make it look as if he lived there by the people that were supposedly following him. He was not familiar with his surroundings and the area he was in was considered very dangerous, especially at night. He was reported missing Monday morning by his roommate when he didn't come home to his apartment. It is not clear if he met with foul play or fell into the Merrimack River outside of the condo complex. His family is devastated and desperate for answers, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Denise Robert was born on November 28, 1952 in Manchester, New Hampshire, and was the oldest of 12 children. She lived in Bedford, New Hampshire, in a quiet residential community. She loved to exercise and is described as sweet, energetic, creative, and lived life on her own terms. She had worked in advertising sales for the New Hampshire Union Leader since 1983, the state's largest newspaper. On August 30th, 2015, 62-year-old Denise went to the Executive Health and Sports Center in Manchester, followed by trips to Vitamin World, Walmart, and Honey Ford. She drove her copper-colored Volvo to and from the stores before parking in the Brookside Congregational Church parking lot at the corner of Elm and Clark Streets. Investigators released a Walmart surveillance image of Denise to the public. She then went on her routine Sunday evening walk as she had done for years on Race Street, located in the city's North End. That is when someone decided to take her life and shot her. Neighbors stated that they heard one gunshot and possibly a red or dark pickup truck driving away from the scene. A woman named Katie, a columnist for the Daily, told the Union Leader she was driving on Union Street between 8:30 and 8:45 p.m. when she saw what appeared to be a rusty and old pickup truck that had been driving east on Carpenter Street speeding on Union Street. The driver of the truck is described as possibly a white male in his 20s to 30s with short cropped hair. In May 2017, police returned to the scene using metal detectors and a canine and searched the grounds of a property near the crime scene. Denise's brother believes they were looking to recover the bullet that killed his sister. Later in 2017, investigators searched a home on Kendall Pond Road in Londonderry, New Hampshire in connection to the murder, but no other details have been released. Her family and 11 siblings have never given up hope that their sister will get justice. There is still a $45,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of Denise's killer, but as of today, the case remains unsolved. William Martin Vossler was born on April 21, 1984, and Charles Jason Vossler was born on December 9, 1982 in Exeter, New Hampshire to parents Ruth Parker and Charles Martin Vossler Jr. In 1980, Charles Vossler placed an ad in the classified stating that he was a businessman who dreamed of living a simple life, and Ruth Parker found the ad intriguing enough to begin writing letters and having phone conversations with him for less than a year. Ruth then packed up and moved from Wisconsin to New Hampshire to marry him. But after 6 years of marriage and 2 children later, the couple divorced. Charles would often get the boys on the weekends. But on October 9, 1986, Charles told Ruth that he was taking the boys out of state for the weekend to visit relatives. William went by the nickname Billy and little Charles went by the nickname CJ, and they were 2 and 3 years old respectively. Charles would never bring the boys home and Ruth would never see her sons again. After leaving New Hampshire, he would call and tell her that they were in Connecticut visiting his aunt and he would be extending his time with them until the following day. However, when they didn't return, she went to the real estate office where Charles worked and saw his employees packing up and leaving with boxes. The prior Friday, the day he picked up the boys, he had shut down the office and let all his employees go without her knowing. He had also taken every single picture she had of the boys so that she wouldn't have a picture to show authorities. He also took address books and credit cards and many of Ruth's belongings. He emptied their bank accounts and auctioned off a lot of things the family had in storage. When Ruth went to the authorities in Rochester, New Hampshire to tell them her children were kidnapped by their own father, she says detectives were hesitant to act. In the 1980s, parental kidnapping wasn't considered a serious crime. Ruth later determined that Charles had been planning to kidnap the boys for a long time. He had removed her name from their joint checking accounts and stopped the automatic payments to her car so that by the time of the abduction, she would be months behind on the payments and the car would be close to being repossessed. 6 weeks after the boys went missing, a family friend remembered that they had once taken home videos of CJ and Billy. The authorities were able to capture images from that video to use for posters and age progression images. In hindsight, Ruth says that prior to the kidnappings, Charles was behaving strangely, but she didn't notice at the time. For instance, Charles owned a horse that he loved. But Ruth says one time she went by the house and the horse was gone. She was told he had sold it to a neighbor. Ruth also remembers when they were married that Charles asked her to quit her job in social work because he said it would be best for the family and their efforts to live a simpler lifestyle. At the time it made sense, so Ruth went along with his request. Ruth believes he was trying to eliminate her support system and her income before he took off with the boys. Ruth also says that when friends called to talk to her, Charles would tell them she was unavailable and then hang up the phone. Charles Martin had been married twice before, and when he divorced his first wife, he told her she was lucky they had no children because he would have taken them away from her. A private investigator who has worked on the case believes Charles deliberately selected Ruth to bear his children with plans to keep the children for himself. On February 5, 1987, the state of New Hampshire issued warrants for Charles Martin for interference of custody. On April 3, 1987, a federal warrant for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution was issued for him. In 1987, a woman who lived in Stillwell, Oklahoma, reported that she was seeing a man named Charles Wilson and that he had 2 boys. She later called the Child Fund hotline after noticing photos of the missing boys on a missing child poster that matched the children of Charles. But when the authorities arrived 9 days later, they could not arrest him because he had burned his house and his car and some belongings and fled. He was also known to have been in Oklahoma in December of 2006, but there has been no indication of his, Billy or CJ's whereabouts since then. Charles has ties to Connecticut, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, and Florida, and sometimes goes by his nickname Charlie. He may use the middle names Malcolm and/or Martin or the last names Amidon, Foster and/or Wilson. His actual date of birth is March 6, 1942, but he may use the alias dates of birth, March 6, 1943 and/or February 6, 1944. He also has a noticeable twitch in his right eye when he is stressed. He's described as Caucasian, 6'1" and 220 pounds, with blue eyes, brown hair, which may be grayed now. He would be 79 years old in 2021 and is wanted by the FBI for the abduction of the boys. If you have any information on this case, call 1-800-THE-LOST and there is a reward being offered. Billy and CJ were abducted 33 years ago. This is a new artist's perspective on Charles's age progression using real photos to age them. Billy and CJ's mother Ruth has a Facebook page dedicated to her sons called Ruth's Boys. She now lives in North Carolina and says she will never give up on finding her sons and still hopes to hear from them. But as of today, this case remains unsolved. Todd Lewis Little Bull was an Oglala Lakota Indian born on August 2, 1990 to Ronald and Regina. He grew up on the Oglala Sioux Indian Reservation at Pine Ridge in South Dakota. The reservation is located about an hour and a half east of Mount Rushmore, as the site of the infamous Wounded Knee Massacre and home to native luminaries such as Red Cloud, Black Elk, and Crazy Horse. It is one of the most influential Indian homelands in America. Today, Pine Ridge also has among the highest suicide, homicide, and poverty rates of any community in the country. When Todd was in his mid-20s, he began exposing the corruption of a dangerously deceptive cult called Thunder Valley and its fraudulent medicine man, Jerome LeBeau. LeBeau is described as an evil charlatan who many believe bears responsibility for the devastating suicides and murders that swept the reservation in 2016. Thunder Valley is described as a criminal corporation disguised as a community development program to make money off manipulation, murder, and misery. Thunder Valley was founded by Nick Tilson, the grandson of Ken Tilson, an attorney who was heavily involved in the cover-up of the rape and murder of a young indigenous woman named Annie Mayaquash during the Wounded Knee occupation in 1975. After her death, her wallet was found in Ken Tilson's possession. After 30 years, 2 American Indian Movement members and associates of Nick Tilson's grandfather, Arlo Looking Cloud and John Graham, were convicted of the murder of Annie Mayaquash. In October 2010, Thunder Valley received nearly $1 million in the form of a HUD Sustainable Communities Planning grant. And in September 2015, the USDA awarded Thunder Valley, CDC, another $2.6 million. But one source reports that the money isn't being used in Pine Ridge as it is supposed to be. It is said that Thunder Valley doesn't have the best interest of all their people in mind, only themselves and those who join them. Todd Little Bull joined Thunder Valley and originally believed that LeBeau was someone he could learn the spiritual ways of the Lakota people from. Proud of his heritage, he actively sought to promote and improve his culture. But at some point, he learned that they were not what they claimed to be and had ulterior motives. He claimed he was asked to shake gourds, turn on small blue lights, and blow whistles during ceremonies, among other things, to trick those in attendance. he began spreading the word via social media of their wrongdoings, which led to them threatening his life. On his 26th birthday, Todd was posting on Facebook all the threats he was receiving from Thunder Valley. Sadly, he would be shot and killed that same day. He was killed sometime around midnight shortly after posting a voice message from a man named Jack Conroy. The message was left on Facebook Messenger and Little Bull wrote, "One of many threats." This was posted at 11:36 p.m. on Monday, August 1st. A screenshot of an alleged threat to Little Bull from a man named Trey Boku surfaced the day of the murder and was shared widely across Indian country. These two alleged threats came as a result of Little Bull's coming forward with information he supposedly had regarding the illegitimate spiritual practices of Jerome LeBeau. Little Bull said in these posts, "Their family is so loving and compassionate. I put my heart into everything that I've done for them. By that I mean praying with them in the beautiful way that we pray." Around 2:07 a.m. he again posts about the threats he was receiving. Soon after his post, Little Bull was shot and killed, and many believe the murder was ordered by LeBeau. Little Bull was one of 4 people gunned down on the reservation from July to October in 2016. In July, 13-year-old Taka Clifford was killed while walking home with her friends. Todd Little Bull was fatally shot in August. 34-year-old Chuntasuda Weikelhoff was killed on September 29th, and 29-year-old Vincent Brewer was the 4th person to be murdered in the string of shootings on the Pine Ridge Reservation just that summer. The local paper quoted the Sioux tribal president John Yellowbird Steele as saying that all 4 cases were likely related to drugs. Friends and family of Little Bull still seek justice, but as of today, this case remains unsolved. Alicia Marie Hummel was born Alicia Marie Fulkers on June 27, 1985 to Laura and Jimmy, and lived in Sioux City, Iowa. She was raised by her grandparents and attended East High School. She was described by loved ones as having a gentle soul and always there for others with a zest for life. When she was a junior in high school, she met Tony Hummel and the two began dating. After graduation, she would attend South Dakota State University to pursue a degree in nursing, but during her 3rd year of college, she would change her major and join the military. However, she would be medically discharged from basic training following a knee injury. She graduated college in 2009 with a degree in communication studies and planned to go back for her master's in speech pathology. She and Tony would marry in 2011 after 8 years of dating. A few years later, Tony allegedly began having an affair with another woman. Alicia would move back in with her grandparents, but would try and reconcile with Tony. When this failed, she had a difficult time and the two would eventually discuss divorce. At the time, she was working as a preschool teacher, and on her first day of summer vacation, she came up with the idea to go fishing. On May 31st, 2015, she posted on Facebook that she wanted to go fishing, something she enjoyed, and it usually helped her clear her head. The next day, on June 1st, 29-year-old Alicia posted again on Facebook that she was going fishing. She also posted many Snapchats that day leading up to her arrival at the Missouri River at Myron Grove. Shortly before 1 p.m., she sent a message saying that she was unable to find her tackle box, and so she was starting over. 15 minutes later at 1:06 p.m., she stopped at the Walmart in Vermilion to buy a fishing license. At 1:19, she sent a text about the old man who issued her the license saying that he had said he hoped she caught a big one. She Snapchatted a photo of the dock as she arrived at Myron Grove at 1:30 p.m. 15 minutes later, she apparently saw 2 people having sex in a car, saying in a text to a friend, "Apparently it's a nice day to get it on in the car midday too." Less than 2 hours later, at 3:30 p.m., her body was found in the water next to the dock by a game, fish, and parks officer. Her car keys were found on her front seat with the window down, and her fishing pole was missing and has never been found. Around 5:20 p.m. that day, she was reported missing by family and friends. Sadly, her family was notified of her death at 10:30 p.m. that night. Her cause of death was drowning, but she also had blunt force trauma and wounds to her neck. While law enforcement contends that Alicia may have seen something that day that she shouldn't have, those close to her have a hard time believing it was a random act. However, investigators say that Tony has an alibi as he was in Pierre at the time of her death. The state worker who found her body in a nearby residence saw a vehicle leaving the area, but only had a vague description of it being a dark car. Investigators put up surveillance cameras at the scene after the murder in hopes of someone returning, but that never happened. A year later, her purse was located on a sandbar with her cash and other items inside, but her cell phone was missing. Investigators have not released her autopsy results to her family, saying it may contain information only the killer would know. The manner in which she was killed also holds clues that could eventually break the case. Alicia's loved ones continue to search for justice and closure, but as of today, this case remains unsolved. Tamara Ann Hayes, known as Tammy, was born on April 13, 1973 to Steve and Nancy and lived in Yankton, South Dakota, where she also graduated high school. On September 18, 1992, 19-year-old Tammy and her boyfriend Eric were last seen at a homecoming party in Yankton at a farmhouse at 897th Road about 11:15 p.m. Around that time, several people at the party claimed that they heard yelling coming from the area of Eric's car, but no one checked it out. The next day, when Tammy didn't show up, her family reported her missing. Her body was found 5 days later in a ravine not far from the farmhouse where the party was held. She was found by a golfer searching for golf balls just across the South Dakota border into Nebraska near a golf course. The autopsy showed she had died from hyperflexion of her neck. Authorities believed the injury to be a result of foul play and said at the time evidence showed she had been in the trunk of a car and dumped in that ravine. Her estimated time of death was listed between 12:35 and 1 a.m., over an hour from the time she was last seen at the party. The autopsy also showed that due to the pooling of blood in her body, she would have been dumped in the ravine approximately 30 minutes after her death. She had multiple defense wounds and a tear in her intestinal wall, consistent with blunt force trauma. She had abrasions on her back, consistent with being dragged across asphalt. Yellow paint from the road was also found on her body. Her clothing was covered in urine from 2 different people. One urine sample was matched to Eric. Another partygoer claimed that, as a joke, he urinated in Eric's car through an open window at 11:35. Eric told police that they left the party at 10:45 and went to his parents' house. He claimed that she took off walking to her aunt's home between 12:30 and 1 a.m. and that was the last time he saw her. Several people that traveled on that road during that time period denied seeing Tammy walking. The partygoer that urinated in Eric's car stated that he saw Eric cleaning his car the next day and he assumed he was cleaning it because he had urinated in it. When Eric was asked by police about washing his car, he did not mention anything about urine. A friend of Eric stated that on the night of the party, Eric came to the restaurant that his father owned and calmly stated that, "Think I killed a girl," in the midst of their conversation. Investigators would find one of Tammy's hairs in the trunk of Eric's car, and fibers were found on her clothing that matched his floor mats. Plastic was also found on her clothing that matched plastic found in his trunk. He claimed that days before, they shared a beach towel that was in his trunk, and that is why the hair, plastic, and fibers were found. Just days before the statute of limitations would expire in 1995, police arrested Eric for her murder. He was tried on third-degree manslaughter in 1996 but was acquitted. Since the crime took place near the Knox and Cedar County line in Nebraska, the trial was set in Nebraska instead of South Dakota. The jury sent a question to the judge during their hours of deliberation about whether the crime had to take place in Cedar County, Nebraska, for Eric to be found guilty. The judge answered yes, and since prosecutors couldn't tell the jury where the alleged altercation between Eric and Tammy had taken place, he was acquitted. Judge Maurice Redmond, who presided over the trial, was rated the worst judge in Nebraska in 2004 by the State Bar Association, stating that he sometimes showed partiality in the courtroom. After his trial, Eric moved to Minnesota and got married. His wife stated that when she later found out about the trial via Facebook that she confronted him and he allegedly admitted to killing Tammy. His wife then divorced him. Sadly, Tammy's gravesite has been vandalized many times and her killer has not been brought to justice. As of today, this case remains unsolved. Serenity June Dennard was born May 12, 2009. Sadly, according to her parents, Serenity suffered trauma as a result of her early childhood experiences, which is what most likely caused her to develop multiple psychological and mental health disorders. As a result of her conditions, she suffered from behavioral problems, including running away and threats of self-harm. When she was just a toddler, she was removed from her biological parents' care and then stayed in about a dozen foster homes, and both of her birth parents ended up in prison. In October 2014, she was adopted by foster parents that had cared for her for several months and lived in Sturgis, South Dakota. Several months later, her adoptive parents would divorce, and she would live primarily with her adoptive father. After being placed in a psychiatric center and receiving years of outpatient therapy which failed to help, her father and stepmother felt that it was no longer safe for the 9-year-old to remain at home. In July 2018, they sent her to live at the Black Hills Children's Home in a remote, wooded area outside of Rapid City, South Dakota. The school provided intensive inpatient therapy and schooling for children aged 4 to 14 years old. She was expected to stay there for about 14 months. Her adoptive parents would make continuous visits to the school several times a month to see her, and she was only allowed to call them twice a week. She had a few incidents while at the school, including hiding from the staff on multiple occasions, and once she ran away while playing outside, but the staff was able to catch her. On February 3, 2019, 2 staff members were watching over some children playing in the gymnasium when all of a sudden a child would run out of one of the doors and one of the staff members would chase after her. As this happened, Serenity took the opportunity and ran out as well. However, the remaining staff member couldn't chase her because it would have left multiple other children unattended. Serenity would run out of the gym as another child was being dropped off by her grandmother. They saw her run out and began northbound on South Rockerville Road. She was not wearing a coat and the temperature that day was around 0. The grandmother instructed her granddaughter to stay in the car and watch where the little girl went as she went inside and told a staff member about the incident. The grandmother then went back to her car, at which point her granddaughter had lost sight of the child. They began driving to look for her, but she was never seen again. After Serenity disappeared, the staff announced on their radio about the incident, but almost all of the staff were on different channels. They didn't call 911 until the supervisor arrived over an hour and a half later. Instead, they searched the area for her themselves. The children's home has been under much public scrutiny after the disappearance. Reports state that the facility lacked a sufficient emergency preparedness plan and failed to conduct training or drills for runaways. Numerous extensive searches of the area, including police, volunteers, and search dogs, have turned up no sign of her. In early 2020, a man working at the Bass Pro Shop in Las Vegas was alarmed when he saw a young girl with a much older man kissing and holding hands. The man begins filming the two and even followed them out in the parking lot as the man held onto the young girl as if he were trying to keep her from running away. The man quickly notified the police and wrote down the license plate of the van they were seen getting into. Upon investigation, the police stated that the man provided passports for him and the girl and stated that she was 18 years old and they had recently married in South Africa. The investigators felt sure that the girl was not Serenity and stated that it was a cultural misunderstanding. The girl pictured on the right is Serenity and very much resembles the girl on the left. I don't normally give my opinion, but the girl with the older man does not look 18. However, at the time the picture and video were taken, Serenity would have been almost 11. Let me know in the comments if you think the girl is closer to 18 years old or closer to 11. If the girl is not Serenity, I still find it alarming, especially the way he was holding her arms as they walked toward the van. Her family does not believe it is her, and her father believes she succumbed to the elements the day she disappeared. He believes that she probably watched people searching for her from a distance, and as they got closer, she went deeper into the wilderness and became lost. The search was reclassified from a rescue to a recovery effort after several days, as Serenity could not have survived in the extremely cold temperatures. The sheriff's office suspended the search for her in March of 2021. As of today, she has not been located and her case remains unsolved. Arnold Archambault and Ruby Bruiller lived on the Yankton Sioux Indian Reservation in South Dakota and began dating in high school. The couple had a baby girl named Erica in 1991 and were living in Lake Andes, South Dakota. On December 11th, 1992, the couple took Ruby's 17-year-old cousin Tracy out for a night of partying and drinks. Shortly before 6 a.m. on December 12th, they arrived at Tracy's home where they had left the baby with Tracy's father. However, he asked them to come back later since they had been drinking. Just a few minutes later, when they were stopped at a stop sign at the intersection on the edge of the Yankton Sioux Indian Reservation in Lake Andes, Arnold apparently gassed it and spun out. He would lose control of the car and land upside down in a nearby frozen ditch. When Tracy regained consciousness, Ruby was the only other one in the car, and she was hitting up against the inside and crying and yelling, "Oh my God." Strangely, one of the car's doors opened just enough for Ruby to slide out of the car, but it fell closed when it was Tracy's turn. She waited for them to open the door again, but they never did. When police arrived, Tracy was rescued from the car, but there was no signs of Arnold or Ruby. Despite the ice underneath the car being entirely frozen solid, the police still feared that they may have wandered off only to fall through the ice and drown at another location. Officers scoured the area looking for any signs of them but were unsuccessful. They also speculated that Arnold might have run off on purpose to prevent being arrested for drunk driving. 3 weeks later, on New Year's Eve, a witness claimed that she had seen Arnold accompanied by 3 other people in a vehicle. This witness was given a polygraph test and passed. The 3 other people she identified were also allegedly given polygraph tests, but they all failed. Over the next 3 months, Deputy Youngstrom continued to scour the area looking for the couple. In early March, as the ice began to thaw, a passing motorist saw a body floating in a ditch just 75 feet away from the site of the accident. The body was that of Ruby. She was wearing the same clothes as she had been wearing when she disappeared, and they were completely intact. Her shoes and glasses were missing, and her body was severely decomposed. Police decided to pump the ditch, and by noon the next day, they found Arnold. He was submerged in the water roughly 15 feet away from where Ruby had been found. Oddly, his body was in almost perfect condition, and he didn't seem to have been frozen to the ground like one would expect. Their bodies were found in different stages of decomposition, despite both of them having been allegedly underwater for 3 months. It was expected that they would have decomposed at the same rate. The bodies were immediately autopsied, but it was impossible to estimate a time of death. The coroner announced that they had found that the 2 victims had died of exposure, but Deputy Youngstrom was skeptical of this. He refused to believe that they had been in the ditch the entire time. He had also walked along that same ditch several times during those 3 months, and so had many others, but they never saw the couple. Also, when they were finally found, a tuft of hair was found alongside the nearby road, and it was determined by forensic analysis to belong to Ruby. He suggested that the couple had been abducted, and when they were brought back to the ditch, that's when a piece of Ruby's hair fell off. Rumors have circulated that the couple were held captive in a cabin or farmhouse north of the lake by a man from Alabama living in the area with a long criminal history. Many speculate that when the pair was brought back to the scene, the killer unknowingly stepped on Ruby's hair, pulling it from her head and leaving it on the road where it would later be found. Also, a set of keys were found in Arnold's pocket when he was dragged up from the ditch, as well as what appeared to be 2 house keys. Deputies were unable to find the vehicle or the house to which the keys belong. Authorities have been unable to locate 2 men driving a dark Blazer-style vehicle who were seen near the ditch just a few hours before the bodies were discovered. Ruby's father stated they had to die someplace else. Somebody had to come and put them back in there again to make it look like that's where they died. The FBI closed this case in 1999 as they found no evidence of foul play and felt that Arnold and Ruby died accidentally. However, some officers involved in this case, along with Arnold and Ruby's families, still believe that foul play was involved. As of today, this case remains unsolved. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.